Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 731 to Chapter 919. As Shui Haolang's voice fell, the cultivators of Beihai College all looked at Shui Haolang. Previously, they were only focused on their own battles and did not notice the situation of Shui Haolang's battle. At this moment, after hearing Shui Haolang's words, they realized that Shui Haolang had actually obtained an inscription. Shui Haolang, where did you get this inscription? Lu Jinglin's face showed some curiosity. Previously, they had not bought an inscription in the Wubao Pavilion. Although they went to the Wubao Pavilion the next day, the price of the inscriptions was really too high. They also understood that the third floor of the Wubao Pavilion was a place for the three inscription masters to communicate with each other. As for selling the inscription, it was just a bonus. If Shui Haolang's Qiankuan bag was not lost, he could still afford it. But since it was lost, there was nothing he could do. Looking at the curious expression of the crowd, Shui Haolang's smile became more and more proud. Previously, when my elders participated in the auction, they specially bought it for me. I did not expect this inscription to be so useful. Then your inscription should be very expensive, right? The price of the inscription at the auction was the highest. Shui Haolang waved his hand indifferently. It's not expensive, it's nothing at all. My elders bought 3 inscriptions, gave me one and gave the other 2 to my brothers. Although Shui Haolang said it was not expensive, no one took it to heart. Who did not know that Shui Haolang was rich? What he said was not expensive did not mean it was really not expensive. Inscriptions have always been very precious, not to mention that Shui Haolang's inscription had such a good effect, its value was definitely not cheap. Feeling the envious look of Lu Jinglin and the others, Shui Haolang also snickered in his heart. In fact, the price of the inscription was really not expensive. After the elders bought it, they did not care too much about it. Giving it to him was just better than nothing. He originally wanted to buy an inscription in the Wubao Pavilion, but he did not expect the price to be too high. He could only give up. Last night, he was thinking about participating in the competition today. Although the effect of the inscription may not be very good, after using it, it may be of some help to him. However, after using it today, he found that the inscription was not only a little help, it was a great help. If it weren't for the help of this talisman, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Cui Haoyan so easily. This talisman was truly a powerful weapon. Xiao Lanmei's eyes also fell on the fiery red inscription on Shui Haolang's weapon. He noticed that the amplification effect of this inscription was really powerful. The role of an inscription master was really great. If the strength of 2 people was not too different, then the inscription could directly affect the final outcome. That Shui Haolang is showing off. Cui Haoyan's eyebrows were full of displeasure. This annoying guy loved to show off. Shui Haolang also noticed Cui Haoyan's angry look. He couldn't help but raise his weapon high with a smug expression. Bumpkin, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being able to afford the inscription. If you could afford it, then perhaps the ending would not be like this, haha. Shui Haolang did not think there was any problem with winning by relying on inscriptions. After all, wealth was also a part of strength. Cui Haoyan was enraged when he saw Shui Haolang's smug look. This was the first time he had met such a shameless fellow, however, he had to admit that Shui Haolang's words were not without reason. It was precisely because he did not have sufficient financial resources that he had lost to Shui Haolang in this aspect. If he had Shui Haolang's financial resources, perhaps the outcome of this competition would have been different. Unfortunately, this was only his imagination. Master, why? Do I feel that this fellow's inscription looks rather familiar? Xiao Hei's eyes flickered with a puzzled light. It had a vague feeling that it had seen this inscription somewhere before. Suddenly, Xiao Bai's eyes lit up and it exclaimed in shock, Master, isn't this exactly the same as the inscription that you've drawn? Previously, its master had been drawing the same inscription, so it had a very deep impression of it. This pattern was exactly the same as the one that its master had drawn. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. It must be a coincidence. She had only auctioned off 3 inscriptions in total and they had all been auctioned off in Songlan City. How far was North Sea City from Songlan City? The probability of this was simply too small. But master, that 6-pointed star pattern is exactly the same as the one that you've drawn. Baisher had also noticed the totem on Xue Haolang's weapon. When its master had been drawing the inscription, it had been staring at the six-pointed star pattern. Even if it's a six-pointed star pattern, it might not have been drawn by me. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. The six-pointed star pattern was only one of the structures on the inscription paper. Many inscriptions would have such a structure. However, when the pattern was formed at the end, the effect might not be the same. But I feel that it's clearly the same. Xiao Hei's expression was serious. I dare to bet a meal that the inscription was drawn by you, master. Seeing that Xiao Hei had suddenly become so bold, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with astonishment. After getting along for so long, she also had a certain understanding of Xiao Hei's character. If she did not have enough confidence, Xiao Hei would definitely not say such a thing. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but look at Xue Haolang, who was not far away, and said, "Xue Haolang, your inscription is so great, I wonder if you can lend it to me." With Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. This kind of action was not in line with Bailey Hongzhuang's character. Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Xia Jiqing and the others were puzzled. Why was Hongzhuang suddenly interested in Xue Haolang's inscription? According to their understanding, Hongzhuang hated Xue Haolang to the core. Cui Haoyan's heart was secretly thinking. Previously in Wubao Pavilion, it had already been proven that Bailey Hongzhuang had a certain understanding of inscriptions. Was it possible that Hongzhuang wanted to know more about Xue Haolang's inscription so that she could adopt a strategy? In Cui Haoyan's heart, Bailey Hongzhuang had never been a person who spoke without thinking. There must be a deep meaning for her to suddenly do this. Xue Haolang, is Bailey Hongzhuang plotting something? When Lu Jinglin saw this, she could not help but show a touch of worry. Now the team of Beihai College was at a disadvantage. If Bailey Hongzhuang destroyed Xue Haolang's inscription, then their situation would be even worse. Xue Haolang looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with interest, chuckled and said, "Since you want to see it, I will lend it to you, but don't break it." Seeing Xue Haolang so proud, a light smile appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. This guy really liked to show off. "Don't worry, since it is your favorite, I will naturally not damage it," Bailey Hongzhuang said lightly. Xue Haolang raised his eyebrows and slowly walked in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. The sword swayed in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, and the six-pointed star pattern clearly fell into the eyes of Bailey Hongzhuang. "See?" Xue Haolang smiled, "But I guess you can't understand it." However, when Bailey Hongzhuang saw the pattern clearly, she was speechless. Because, this inscription was clearly from her hand, but how could it fall into the hands of Xue Haolang? "Xue Haolang, this inscription was not bought by your family elders in Kanglin City, right?" Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. She had already heard Xue Haolang say that this inscription was bought by his elders at the auction. In this case, this inscription was most likely bought in Kanglin City. It was impossible for someone else to buy it in Kanglin City and then sell it to the auction house and then fall into the hands of Xue Haolang. The probability of this happening was simply too small. As soon as these words came out, Xue Haolang's expression changed a bit. This news, he did not tell anyone. How did Bailey Hongzhuang know? On the other side, Lu Huayan and Fu Hongba's eyes fell on Xue Haolang. Bailey Hongzhuang would not ask this question for no reason, she must have her reasons. However, as a cultivator of Beihai College, Xue Haolang actually appeared in Kanglin City. This was too strange. Looking at Xue Haolang's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang was sure that her guess was correct. Xue Haolang's elder had gone to Canglan City, and shortly before the start of the exchange meeting, it was very likely that he was there to investigate the situation of Canglan College. For a long time, she had only thought that the college exchange meeting was a feast at Hongmen. She did not expect that the tentacles of Beihai College had already extended to Kanglin College. This was really too much. Not only Xue Haolang, but even the faces of Lu Jinglin and the others changed. The situation of Kanglin College was never a secret in their eyes. Their purpose was to destroy Kanglin College. However, now that Bailey Hongzhuang had brought it up, it was a little awkward. The atmosphere became subtle for a moment, and the three teams present were well aware of it. Lu Huayan and Fu Hongba looked at Mo Xinghai with displeasure, while Duan Yinggu felt that Beihai College was getting more and more despicable. Huan Chuyo's face was also ugly. They had already noticed the movements of Beihai College before, but they did not expect them to send someone this time. Although the biggest enemy of Kanglan College was Lingyin College at least disdained to use such means. On the contrary, Beihai College was like a despicable villain, doing some shameful things that made people feel disgusted. Shui Haolang quickly denied Bailey Hongzhuang's conjecture. How could this inscription be in a place like Kanglan City where even birds don't shit? I think you must be mistaken. However, Shui Haolang's words had successfully provoked the anger of the Zhonglan College's cultivators. What did you say? I think Beihai City is a place where even birds don't shit. Cui Haoyan said coldly. This Shui Haolang really can't say anything good, Shui Haolang said sarcastically, am I wrong? If Zhonglan City is not a place where even birds don't shit, why can't you guys buy inscriptions there? Shui Haolang's lies were getting smoother and smoother. I'll tell you, I bought this inscription in Beihai City. It's useless to be envious. Hearing this, Cui Haoyan coldly looked at Shui Haolang. In fact, Zhonglan City really didn't sell inscriptions. Even so, Azure Water City was still an extremely prosperous and affluent city. It was completely different from what Shui Haolang had described as a desolate place. Beihai City is full of trash like you, we don't envy you at all. Xia Jiqing said contemptuously. Shui Haolang looked at Xia Jiqing with disgust, you're so stubborn, don't secretly go to Beihai City to buy inscriptions. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a sarcastic smile, this kind of ordinary inscription, why do we need to spend effort to buy it? As soon as her voice fell, Shui Haolang sneered, Bailey Hongzhuang, isn't it too obvious that you're sour grapes, since you say it's just an ordinary inscription, take it out if you have the ability. I saw that in your Zhonglan City team, except for Gong Xiaoqing who got an inscription in Wubao Pavilion, the others didn't even get one. Shui Haolang was very proud. He had personally tested the effect of this inscription. It had a fire attribute attack power and the effect was excellent. The fire attribute was very explosive and had great lethality. It was very suitable for attacking. The onlookers also felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was boasting shamelessly. Even if it was the most ordinary inscription, it wasn't something that ordinary people could come into contact with. Even some people had never seen a real inscription. Wasn't Bailey Hongzhuang digging a hole for herself by saying such words at this moment? Song Hongxi's eyes were also filled with ridicule. This Bailey Hongzhuang is indeed strong, but it's ridiculous to boast so shamelessly just because she has a little strength. Feeling the ridicule in Song Hongxi's words, Huan Chio's gaze also fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, he didn't understand what Bailey Hongzhuang was trying to do. Could it be that she was angered by Shui Haolang's actions and said such irrational words? However, according to his understanding of Bailey Hongzhuang would not do such an immature thing. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. Her delicate and beautiful face was filled with an enchanting and playful smile. Originally, she didn't know the real effect of her inscription, so she took it out for auction. She didn't expect the other party to leave directly after bidding for the inscription. She didn't know much about the effect of the inscription. Since then, although she concentrated on drawing the inscription, she had never used it. Now, Shui Haolang had personally helped her to prove the power of the inscription. She didn't have to worry about it anymore. If I take it out, what will you do? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Originally, she just wanted to provoke Shui Haolang. She did not expect that Shui Haolang would dig a hole and bury himself in it. Are you serious about what you said? Of course. Without waiting for Lu Jinglin to stop him, Shui Haolang's words had already blurted out. He did not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang could come up with the exact same inscription. If Bailey Hongzhuang really had it, she would not wait until now to take it out. Seeing that Shui Haolang agreed so quickly, Lu Jinglin's eyes also showed a touch of helplessness. She always felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's sudden change of attitude was a conspiracy. With her understanding of Shui Haolang, this inscription was most likely bought in Kanglan City. Bailey Hongzhuang had always lived in Kanglan City, so it was not impossible. In that case, I will let you see it. The next moment, in the shocked eyes of everyone, Bailey Hongzhuang directly took out a thick stack of inscriptions from her Qianquan bag. Yes, it was a thick stack. When he saw the same red six-pointed star pattern, Shui Haolang's eyes almost turned black. How was this possible? Are you king kidding me? So many inscriptions. Are you selling inscriptions? Even if you are selling inscriptions, you don't need to sell so many of them, right? Xianxia and the others were also dumbfounded. Hong Zhuang was going against the heavens. So many inscriptions. How much would it cost? Bailey Hong Zhuang took out an inscription and shook it in front of Shui Haolang. Isn't this the inscription you are proud of? As she said, Bailey Hong Zhuang casually played with the inscription in her hand and said, I just think that the effect of this inscription is very ordinary. If it is used on a weapon, it will affect the future of the weapon, so I have never used it. I didn't expect you to be so proud of this ordinary inscription. If I don't take it out for you to see, I am afraid that you will not know how vast the world is. Immediately afterward, Bailey Hong Zhuang handed the inscriptions one by one to Xianxia and the others. She looked a little helpless. If I had known earlier, I would have given you this inscription earlier. It would have saved some petty people from becoming a laughingstock. In fact, Bailey Hong Zhuang did have some regrets. Previously, she had only used this inscription to practice her inscription technique. She did not understand the function of this inscription. If she had known that this would be the result, she would have given the inscription to everyone. At least, Cui Haoyan would not have been defeated by Shui Haolang. Cui Haoyan and the others received the inscriptions from Bailey Hong Zhuang in a daze. Their eyes were full of disbelief. For a long time, they knew that Bailey Hong Zhuang was a local tyrant when it came to alchemy, but they didn't expect that Bailey Hong Zhuang was also a local tyrant when it came to inscriptions. Who had ever seen inscriptions given away for free? In this world, in addition to Bailey Hong Zhuang, they were afraid that there was no second person who could do this. The cultivators of Beihai College were greatly impacted. Previously, they had also noticed how much the inscriptions of Shui Haolang had increased and were very envious. They did not expect that now Bailey Hong Zhuang would take out so many inscriptions. Even if it was distributed to everyone in Kanglin College, there would still be a surplus. This was going against the heavens. What kind of weirdo did Kanglin College produce this time? Even if Nangong Shoujia and the others were calm, at this moment, after seeing this situation, they were inevitably stunned. Nangong Shoujia and Nangong Yujin looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. So many inscriptions. Who was this Bailey Hong Zhuang? Even if it was the most common inscription, it was impossible for an average person to get so many. Was it possible that Bailey Hong Zhuang knew an inscription master? Song Hongxi, who was originally mocking Huan Chuyu, couldn't help but change his expression after seeing this scene. The smug smile on his face had disappeared. Huan Chuyu was also stunned for a moment, and the smile in his eyes gradually widened. This Bailey Hong Zhuang really could bring a huge surprise every time she did something. However, there was no inscription master in Kanglin City. How did Bailey Hong Zhuang know that Shui Haolang's inscription was bought in Kanglin City? Huan Chuyu's eyes flashed with a light of thought. The inscription master who drew this inscription must have a certain relationship with Bailey Hong Zhuang. Otherwise, Bailey Hong Zhuang wouldn't have so many inscriptions. Vice Principal Tsong, it seems that you have misjudged her. Huan Chuyu smiled faintly. He was the winner of the game between him and Song Hongxi. Song Hongxi's face was a bit ugly. No one would have thought that Bailey Hong Zhuang would do such a thing. With so many inscriptions, it even made people doubt whether this was true or not. It was just that as the vice principal, it was not convenient for him to say too much about this kind of thing. He could only let Huan Chuyu be proud. Xianxia and Song Hongxi looked at each other. According to the news they had received, Bailey Hong Zhuang was the trump card of Kanglin College. Although there had been a promotion competition, Lu Jinglin didn't test Bailey Hong Zhuang at all. Now it seemed that this Bailey Hong Zhuang was indeed not a simple character. Hong Zhuang, you just gave us the inscription directly? Cui Haoyan's face was stunned. Although Bailey Hong Zhuang's actions had already explained her thoughts, he still couldn't help but ask. After all, the value of inscriptions was much more expensive than medicinal pills. They couldn't just accept such an expensive item, right? Bailey Hong Zhuang nodded gently, her beautiful face rippling with a faint smile. Of course. Hong Zhuang, this thing is too precious, we can't, Dongfang Yu slowly said. They definitely couldn't accept such a precious thing. Without waiting for Dongfang Yu to finish speaking, Bailey Hong Zhuang interrupted him, we're all good friends, there's no need to be polite. But, this, Dongfang Yu was in a bit of a dilemma. Even if it was an ordinary inscription, it wasn't easy to obtain it. Moreover, the effect of the inscription was so good that they couldn't just accept it. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand. This inscription is not worth much, so you don't have to feel burdened. Besides, this inscription will be good for everyone in the upcoming competition. Hearing this, Dongfang Yu nodded silently. For them now, the most important thing was the next competition. As long as they could get better results in the competition, this inscription would play a huge role. Xiaojiqing didn't know what to say at the moment. She could only say that it was really a blessing to be friends with a local tyrant. Zhang Yunfeng and the others looked at the inscription in their hands and were full of gratitude to Bailey Hongzhuang. However, this scene was not the case in the eyes of the cultivators of Beihai College. Everyone knew that the value of the inscription was not cheap, but Bailey Hongzhuang gave it away so easily. How bold was she, thinking back to the day when Bailey Hongzhuang did not hesitate to give the inscription of Wubao Pavilion to Gong Xiaoqing. They thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was deliberately being generous. Now it seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang was not pretending to be generous, but she did not care at all. Shui Haolang was considered the wealthiest person in their team, but an inscription was enough to make Shui Haolang so proud. Although he said that the inscription was not expensive, but from his performance, the inscription should not be cheap for him. However, when it came to Bailey Hongzhuang, it was given away for free. Comparing the two, one could see the financial gap between the two. It was just like when they were at the inn, when a fake local tyrant met a real local tyrant. The situation was like this. My God, I thought the Kanglan College was a poor place. I did not expect the students of the Kanglan College to be so rich. It's good to be Bailey Hongzhuang's teammate. An inscription can be sold for a very high price. That Shui Haolang of Beihai College is really an idiot. It's just an inscription and he has such a look. It's a joke. Everyone was mercilessly ridiculing him. In fact, Shui Haolang's previous appearance had caused many people to be dissatisfied. There should be a limit to showing off, right? It was as if he was the richest person in the world, but now he was slapped in the face by Bailey Hongzhuang. Feeling the eyes of the crowd, Shui Haolang's face was ugly. He really had a hard time. His elders had only bought 3 inscriptions at the auction. Who knew that Bailey Hongzhuang would have so many? What's more, as Bailey Hongzhuang said, the inscription was not expensive. He had not used the inscription before because the price of the inscription was not expensive. He felt that the effect would not be good, but he did not expect the effect to be better than expected. When people asked him about it, he naturally wanted to show off his vanity. That was why the price of the inscription was so good. He didn't expect that all of this was to help Bailey Hongzhuang make her wedding dress. Instead, it made Bailey Hongzhuang look heroic, but made him look very sad. However, he had already shown that the value of the inscription was not cheap. He could not slap his own face now, right? The most important thing, even if he said so now, no one would believe him. He could not understand, if the inscription master who drew the inscription was so skilled, why was the price of the inscription so cheap? Was there anyone in this world who didn't like having too much money? If Bailey Hongzhuang knew what Shui Haolang was thinking at the moment, she would not be able to help but laugh out loud. She had put the inscription up for sale with the mentality of giving it a try. She really did not care about the price. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows, looked at Shui Haolang with a smile, and said casually, I heard that someone wanted to destroy their own weapon? As soon as the voice fell, Shui Haolang's face turned purple. He really did not expect to dig a hole and bury himself. Originally, this was an unsolvable problem. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would solve it? The faces of Xiaojiqing and the others were full of interest. Shui Haolang, why don't you waste your weapon? For Shui Haolang's arrogant appearance, they had long been unaccustomed to it. Now that there was a chance to hit him, they would not let him escape. Cui Haoyan stared at Shui Haolang. This guy had won against him because of the inscription. During this time, he had been ridiculing him, and he had long been unable to bear it. Shui Haolang, weren't you very arrogant before? Are you mute now? Shui Haolang's heart was full of regret. It was not easy for him to get such a good weapon. Once the weapon was destroyed, his combat effectiveness would be weakened. He really regretted what he had said before. Lu Jinglin's face was also a bit ugly. If she could stop it in time, things would not have developed to this point. In this situation, no one could think of a way to deal with it. Xiao Lanmei had an indifferent attitude from beginning to end, as if Xue Haolang was not his teammate. No matter what Xue Haolang did, it had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, Xue Haolang's eyes lit up. He thought of an excellent idea in his mind. His very ugly face suddenly looked better. How can you guarantee that the inscription in your hand is the same as mine? Maybe your inscription only looks similar, but the effect is different. Xue Haolang never believed that Bailey Hongzhuang could directly take out so many inscriptions. The value of inscriptions was extremely high, not to mention so many of the same type of inscriptions. He was afraid that besides the inscription master himself, no one else could take out so many inscriptions of the same type at once. What's more, the inscriptions looked similar in shape, but the effect was fundamentally different. Previously, he was just scared by the inscriptions that Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly took out. At this moment, he realized that he had almost fallen into Bailey Hongzhuang's trap. With Xue Haolang's voice falling, the atmosphere of the scene changed again. As a result, Xue Haolang's statement was not unreasonable. Cui Haoyan and the others could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. They also did not know the specific effect of the inscriptions. However, they had always trusted Bailey Hongzhuang. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang said that the inscriptions were the same as Xue Haolang's, they would believe it. Xue Haolang looked at Bailey Hongzhuang proudly. He wanted to see how Bailey Hongzhuang would continue to pretend. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a faint smile. What if I prove it? She knew that the structure of the inscriptions were the same. The inscriptions of the inscriptions of the inscriptions of the inscriptions, the inscriptions of the inscriptions as inscriptions. Xue Haolang wanted to see Bailey Hongzhuang's flustered appearance, but seeing Bailey Hongzhuang calm down, without the slightest bit of worry, his heart couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Damn it, ever since he met Bailey Hongzhuang, this woman's actions always gave him an elusive feeling. Usually, he was confident in winning, but when it came to Bailey Hongzhuang, it seemed to be impossible. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang was so good at psychological tactics? After suffering a loss, Xue Haolang also learned to be smart and did not continue to speak harshly. At this time, Xue Haolang is still like this, he really doesn't know how to live. Xiao He said out loud, this kind of guy should be slapped in the face. The more he screams now, the worse he will fall later. Xiao Bai's eyes were filled with a bit of a smile, her master was good at slapping people's faces, Xue Haolang was born to be slapped, her master would never be soft on him. For Xue Haolang's performance, Bailey Hongzhuang was not surprised, this guy was just a dead duck, he would not cry until he saw the coffin. In this case, she did not mind proving it to make Xue Haolang completely give up. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded to Cui Haoyan and said with a smile, Cui Haoyan, if you don't mind, you can directly inscribe the weapon, let Xue Haolang completely give up. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Cui Haoyan nodded without hesitation, no problem. Previously, Xue Haolang had ridiculed him in every possible way, he could no longer stand it. Now that there was such an opportunity, he naturally would not miss it. The faces of Xia Jiqing and the others all showed a look of watching a good show. This kind of guy like Xue Haolang was not happy until he was taught a good lesson. Zhang Yunfeng and the others were very calm. Bailey Hongzhuang had never done anything wrong, they were just waiting to see the next good show. This scene could be said to have attracted everyone's attention, everyone wanted to know whether what Bailey Hongzhuang said was true or not. After seeing this scene, the cultivators of Beihai College could not help but worry. It was originally a time to rest, but now their attention was attracted by the inscription. Bailey Hongzhuang was so confident, it did not seem like she was faking it. If Cui Haoyan really proved that everything Bailey Hongzhuang said was true, by that time, Xue Haolang would really be helpless. Xue Haolang's eyes were fixed on Cui Haoyan's body, it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous, his palms had begun to sweat. Cui Haoyan gave Xue Haolang a provocative look and directly pasted Bailey Hongzhuang's inscription on his weapon. A fiery red light slowly circulated, and the inscription that was originally printed on the inscription paper slowly appeared on the weapon and merged with it. Everyone felt as if the inscriptions were alive. They appeared on the weapons little by little, and the light was shining brightly. At this moment, everyone completely believed that the inscription that Bailey Hongzhuang had taken out was the real inscription, not a fake one. However, he didn't know if Bailey Hongzhuang's inscription had the same effect as Xue Haolang's. It seems that this inscription is real. I think that this inscription is most likely the same as Shui Haolang's. Otherwise, Bailey Hongzhuang would not have taken the initiative to talk about it. If this is true, doesn't it prove that people from Beihai College went to Kanglan City? As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. If all of this was true, then there would be a lot of tricks involved. Just as everyone was thinking about what kind of effect this inscription had, Shui Haolang's face quietly appeared pale. This was because the situation of the inscription mark was exactly the same as the situation of his inscription mark. If not, then these two inscriptions were too similar. It did not take long for the inscription on Shui Haoyan's weapon to be successfully branded. His eyes could not help but fall on Shui Haolang's body, revealing a little pride. Shui Haolang, let me see if this inscription has the same effect as your inscription. The next moment, Shui Haoyan's body surged and directly converged on the weapon. Then, a scorching temperature spread, and the inscription on the weapon flashed with a fiery red light. Shua, Shui Haoyan's sword burst out, and a fiery red sword burst out, directly shooting a hole in the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone burst into a burst of exclamation. This situation was exactly the same as Shui Haolang's inscription. Wow! The power of this inscription is so strong. It actually has such a flame effect. In this way, with this inscription, it is enough to annoy the opponent for a while. If the two people are equal in strength, with this inscription, they can definitely win. Everyone's face was full of shock. This inscription was a great weapon. If they could also have it, then their combat effectiveness could be greatly improved. For a time, everyone was envious of Bailey Hongzhuang's teammates. It was great to be friends with a rich person like Bailey Hongzhuang. However, they did not know Bailey Hongzhuang at all, and this kind of good thing would not fall on their heads. The Linging College students who were originally disdainful of Bailey Hongzhuang also changed their eyes at this moment. This kind of friend was simply what everyone wanted, even Nangong Xiaojia and the others who were calm. At this moment, after seeing the effect of Shui Haoyan's attack, there was a touch of shock in their eyes. This inscription was really amazing, and it was very helpful to improve combat effectiveness. However, it was a pity that they and Bailey Hongzhuang were like fire and water. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang had a lot of inscriptions, they could not buy it. Nangong Yuer's face flashed with an unhappy light. What's so great about it? It's just a few inscriptions. The inscriptions of Wubao Pavilion are also very good. Her inscription was obtained from the Wubao Pavilion's inscription master. It was just that she had spent a lot of effort to obtain this inscription. An inscription master was a very honorable existence, and he would not give face to the average person. What's more, the three inscription masters of Wubao Pavilion had always liked to study inscriptions. They had no interest in selling inscriptions at all. They would only occasionally put a few inscriptions that they practiced on in Wubao Pavilion for sale. As a princess, she naturally wanted an inscription master to draw the most suitable inscription for her. All of this was thanks to her imperial father, who had helped her prepare a lot of equipment for the inscription master. Only then did the inscription master tailor-made an inscription for her. So far, the inscription had been her pride. Therefore, she didn't care about Bailey Hongzhuang's inscriptions. She only thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was trying to attract attention. Nangong Xiaojia and Nangong Yujin looked at each other. Nangong Yuer had always been very favored by their imperial father, so she was able to get an inscription master to personally design an inscription. The two of them did not have such good treatment. They originally planned to ask an inscription master to help draw an inscription, but because of Bailey Hongzhuang, their imperial father was furious, and their inscription was naturally ruined. Shui Haoyan did not expect his weapon to have such an effect after being branded with the inscription. Its power was much stronger than before. This kind of flame effect was really hard to guard against. Other than dodging, it was very troublesome to face it head-on. Faintly, he felt that the effect of this inscription was much stronger than Shui Haolang's inscription. Now, he was full of admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang. He could not imagine how Bailey Hongzhuang did all this. This kind of thing that was difficult for ordinary people became easy for Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, he only felt that when something strange happened to Bailey Hongzhuang, they did not find it so hard to accept. This was because Bailey Hongzhuang was not someone ordinary people could compare to. Just the fact that Bailey Hongzhuang married Bewitching was already an incredible thing in the eyes of ordinary people. Shui Haolang, it seems that the effect of our inscription is exactly the same. Cui Haoyan's face was filled with a proud and mocking smile. Previously, it was Shui Haolang who had been mocking him. Now, it was finally time for him to fight back. At this moment, Shui Haolang could no longer find any reason to fight back. Everything proved that what Bailey Hongzhuang said was true. But when he thought about destroying his own weapon, it was simply impossible. All his previous efforts were to achieve good results in the inter-school competition. If he destroyed his weapon, what else could he rely on to achieve good results? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips were filled with a faint and charming smile. She said, "A real man cannot go back on his words." Shui Haolang, you won't go back on your words, right? There are so many people here. If you don't fulfill your promise, it will be too embarrassing. Bailey Hongzhuang knew that Shui Haolang was naturally unwilling to destroy his weapon. However, she would never be soft-hearted towards her opponents. Shui Haolang's face turned ugly. Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to have guessed his thoughts. Her words left him with no room to maneuver. Obviously, Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to force him to destroy his weapon. Once his weapon was destroyed, it would not be easy for him to advance to the next round. What was the difference between that and giving up? Without looking away, Shui Haolang's gaze scanned the crowd. It was too difficult to make a choice. Shui Haolang, you can't be all talk and no action, right? Then I'll look down on you. At this time, Xianxia naturally did not mind adding insult to injury. Shui Haolang was like a rat crossing the street. Everyone wanted to beat him up. Now that she finally had the chance to humiliate him, she naturally wouldn't miss it. After seeing this scene, Song Hongxi only felt that Shui Haolang was really an idiot. Most people wouldn't do something like digging a hole for themselves. He didn't understand why Shui Haolang would say something like destroying his weapon. Now it could be said that he was in a dilemma. Even he had no choice. After a long while, Shui Haolang seemed to have made a huge decision. He said, "Previously, you deliberately led me to be fooled. It's impossible for me to destroy my weapon." He had made up his mind. If he didn't destroy his weapon, what could Bailey Hongzhuang and others do? When Shui Haolang shamelessly said this sentence, the onlookers were also stunned. Wasn't his skin a little too thick? Such shameless words, Shui Haolang can still say it so confidently. This kind of psychological quality is really not comparable to ordinary people. Damn. Cui Haoyan was not angry but laughed, looking at Shui Haolang speechlessly. Shui Haolang, are you a man? Shui Haolang's face was ugly. At this moment, no matter what he said, it would only lead to the contempt of the crowd. It was better to say nothing. The next moment, Shui Haolang walked directly back to his resting place. He had decided that before the end of the college tournament, he would pretend that he didn't hear anything. This Shui Haolang is really shameless. I didn't expect Beihai College to have such a talent. Previously I only heard that Kanglin College was not good, now it seems that the cultivators of Beihai College are the dregs. Not to mention anything else, just this way of life, the cultivators of Beihai College are bad enough. Everyone was speechless. They did not understand how Shui Haolang had the cheek to say such a thing. If it were them, they would not have the face to continue to stay here, but Shui Haolang acted as if nothing had happened. Cui Haoyan was even more annoyed. This guy is too shameless, I must make him destroy his weapon. Seeing Cui Haoyan's action, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but stop him and said, Cui Haoyan, don't worry. Shui Haolang has made up his mind, even if you force him to destroy his weapon, he will not do so. What's more, you can't continue to participate in the next competition. If Shui Haolang says that you deliberately destroyed his next competition, I am afraid it will be very troublesome. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. For a guy like Shui Haolang who had no bottom line, it was very likely that he would do such a thing. Hearing this, Cui Haoyan could not help but frown. Are we going to let Shui Haolang act like a rogue? Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand. His heart is already in a mess. It will be difficult for him to get a good result in the upcoming competition. He has already ruined his own reputation by doing this. Compared to destroying his weapon, this might be better. If Shui Haolang had decisively destroyed his weapon just now, everyone would still respect him as a man and think highly of him. However, his current actions had already proven that he was a truly despicable person. Naturally, everyone despised him. Thinking about it, Xue Haolang must be feeling terrible right now. If they were to stir up trouble again, they would only bring trouble to themselves. Why not just let Xue Haolang go like this? That would make them seem magnanimous. Hong Zhuang is right. Cui Haoyan, don't take it to heart. Gong Xiaoqing spoke slowly, but his admiration for Bailey Hong Zhuang grew. This woman was truly not someone ordinary women could compare to. Regardless of whether it was her strength or her wisdom, she was far superior to ordinary people. Even with such a disadvantage, after hearing Bailey Hong Zhuang's words, he felt as if he had a card up his sleeve. How amazing! After hearing Bailey Hong Zhuang's words, Cui Haoyan understood and immediately nodded. I understand. Huan Qiyu looked at Song Hongxi with a smile and said slowly, Vice President Song, your student, his temperament is not good. Now in the college exchange, the students represented the image of the college. Xue Haolang's behavior was tantamount to losing the face of the entire Beihai College. Such an opportunity, Huan Qiyu naturally would not miss it. This was a fatal flaw. Song Hongxi's expression was a bit unnatural. Xue Haolang's behavior was too petty. In any case, Xue Haolang did not deserve the slightest respect. In the face of Huan Qiyu's ridicule, Song Hongxi's heart was also a little angry. He used to laugh at Huan Qiyu. He didn't know when it started, but the situation was reversed. Vice President Huan, if this matter was not set by your students, how could Xue Haolang fall into such a situation? I haven't seen you for 3 years, but the students of Kanglin College have learned a lot of tricks. Seeing that Song Hongxi had directly started to argue, Huan Qiyu was not in a hurry. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his gentle face. Someone has to be stupid enough to do this. His voice fell. Huan Qiyu was too lazy to pay attention to Song Hongxi. This old guy had always liked to push the responsibility to others. It had been like this over the years, and he had already known the temperament of the other party. Song Hongxi was speechless. Huan Qiyu actually said that his students were stupid. Just as Song Hongxi was about to have a good argument with Huan Qiyu, Xianxia looked at him and directly blocked the words he was about to say. Xianxia was in a very bad mood. Originally, this time it should be Kanglin College's face that was swept to the ground. But now, because of the performance of the students of Beihai College, the excellence of Kanglin College was set off. The depression in his heart could be imagined. If something like this happened to the Azure Water School, then he would really be angry. Feeling Xianxingqiu's gaze, Song Hongxi also knew that this matter was completely caused by Beihai College, and did not dare to say more. Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongba looked at each other, and there was a smile in their eyes. They had not been so happy for a long time. In the past, Mo Xinghai and Duan Yinggu had always been on top of their heads. Now, they could finally hold their heads high. An hour passed quickly, and after an hour of rest, everyone's state had recovered a lot. The second round of the promotion competition begins now. As Xianxingqiu's voice sounded, Bailey Hongzhuang and other cultivators who had advanced to the second round immediately stood up and slowly looked in the direction of the stage. The second round of the competition will also be conducted by drawing lots. 5 students will come up at random and start drawing lots. Bailey Hongzhuang stayed in place. No matter who the opponent was. She didn't care. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. That had always been her principle. Xia Jiqing held the long whip in her hand and her heart was full of excitement. She had already tested it just now. After branding the inscription, the attack power of her long whip was much stronger than before. Soon, everyone's is. Xia Jiqing vs Nangong Yuer. Xianxian Shui, Dongfang Yu vs Nangong Shoujia, Bailey Hongzhuang against Nan Yangzi. Xiao Lanmei against Jin Xingyu. Fortunately, this time there was no situation where the students of their own school would fight. Now, let's invite Xia Jiqing and Nangong Yuer to the stage. Lin Yinghao's face had a faint smile. Nangong Yuer's strength was very strong. Although Xia Jiqing's strength was good, she was definitely not Nangong Yuer's opponent. Because Nangong Yuer had broken through to the innate realm, the second round of the promotion tournament used the method of the second team's match after the first team's match. It was not like the first round of the promotion tournament. Not only that, but the stage used for the second round of the promotion tournament was also much larger than the first round. Jiqing, come on. The cultivators of the Kanglan College cheered for Xianxia. Although they felt that Namgong Yuer's strength was very strong, as long as they fought with all their strength, it was enough. Xianxia nodded heavily and said, "I will." Namgong Yuer's speed was faster than Xianxia's. Her figure jumped directly onto the stage. However, Namgong Yuer's next words surprised everyone. "Bailey Hongshuang, come up." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Namgong Yuer. They didn't know what Namgong Yuer was doing. "I want to fight with you." Namgong Yuer continued to emphasize her request. She originally hoped that in this second round, she would be able to directly draw Bailey Hongshuang. She didn't expect her opponent to be Xianxia. With Xianxia's strength, she was not her opponent at all. It was just a waste of time. She couldn't wait to fight with Bailey Hongshuang, not for anything else, but because of the ambiguous relationship between Bailey Hongshuang and Mo Yunjue. For this point, she couldn't let go of Bailey Hongshuang. Lin Yinghao was also dumbfounded at this moment. What was the third princess doing? "Namgong Yuer, your opponent is Xianxia," Lin Yinghao emphasized. Namgong Yuer was unmoved. "I know, but I want to challenge Bailey Hongshuang." "Nonsense." Xianxia frowned slightly. He always had a certain understanding of Namgong Yuer's temperament. It was just that the entire Lingying College relied on the royal family, so he usually turned a blind eye to Namgong Yuer's character. However, he didn't expect Namgong Yuer would dare to make trouble in this college exchange tournament. Originally, with Namgong Yuer's strength, she could definitely enter the next round, but Namgong Yuer wanted to challenge Bailey Hongshuang. Namgong Yuer, Lin Yuer, Namgong Yuer was the Yuan Yulong was in a very bad mood. Because he had blocked the Kanglan school's team outside the school, he had received a certain amount of punishment. He was almost unable to participate in the school exchange. At this moment, he had just arrived at the arena when he heard Namgong Yuer's request. Although he didn't know why Namgong Yuer suddenly made such a move, as her mentor, he had always been very indulgent. Thinking of this, Namgong Yuer immediately said, "Principal, this competition is originally random. Since Namgong Yuer has such a request, as long as Bailey Hongshuang is willing to accept it, it is not impossible. If Bailey Hongshuang does not dare to accept it, then it is fine." "Hongshuang, who is this person? Why are her words so unpleasant?" Xianxia frowned. If the other party said this, didn't it mean that if Hongshuang did not agree, it meant that she was afraid of Namgong Yuer? This seemed to give Bailey Hongshuang a choice, but in fact, there was no choice at all. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes narrowed slightly, and the light of wisdom gradually flowed. "This person should be a teacher of Lingying College. I heard that we were blocked outside the college because a teacher wanted to give us a show of strength. Now it seems that it is very likely to be this person." Xianxia suddenly realized that she had also heard the news, and it was from the mouth of the practitioners of Beihai College. The other party obviously wanted to use this opportunity to ridicule them, so they also knew the whole story. Xianxingqiu's face showed a bit of embarrassment. As the principal, he didn't like unexpected things to happen in such a formal occasion. Originally, Namgong Yuer was just messing around, but Ruan Yulong had said things like this, so he couldn't refuse. After all, Ruan Yulong was a teacher of Kanglan College. "Bailey Hongshuang, do you have the courage to come up?" Namgong Yuer raised her chin slightly, and her eyes were filled with arrogance. Her provocative expression carried an innate arrogance. She was confident that whether it was family background or strength, she was far better than Bailey Hongshuang. No matter what means Bailey Hongshuang used to seduce Mo Yunjue, she would not let Bailey Hongshuang succeed. Is there any conflict between the third princess and Bailey Hongshuang? Why is she looking for Bailey Hongshuang? I don't know, maybe good women are born to hate other good women, so she wants to deal with Bailey Hongshuang. You don't know this, I heard that Bailey Hongshuang is Mo Yunjue's wife, and the third princess likes Mo Yunjue. Naturally, they are jealous of each other. As one of the insiders revealed the real reason, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. This was simply too shocking. Really? Of course it's true, I saw young Master Mo call Bailey Hongshuang his wife in the first tower that day. Compared to Namgong Yuer's arrogant provocation, Bailey Hongshuang was still as indifferent as ever. Since the third princess wants to compete with me, I naturally don't mind. Xianxia couldn't help but look at Huan Chuyo's next to him, with a look of helplessness. Old Huan, what do you think? Huan Chuyo's he looked at Bailey Hongshuang's he looked at Bailey Hongshuang's he looked, and said he's used Xianxia nodded slightly, and his face looked a little better. Since Bailey Hongshuang and Nan Gongyu both agree, then Bailey Hongshuang will go to the stage. Xia Jiqing's fourth match will be against Nan Gongzhe. Boss, defeat her. Xia Jiqing's eyes flashed with conviction. She was just worried that Nan Gongyu would suddenly challenge the boss. She always felt that there was something fishy about this. Hong Zhuang, you must be more careful. Zhang Yunfeng and the others spoke out, their eyes filled with worry, but they believed in Bailey Hongshuang's strength. So far, Bailey Hongshuang's every performance has amazed them, and this time was no exception. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly and slowly walked towards the stage under everyone's gaze. Nangong Shoujia and Nangong Yujin looked at each other. It seemed that what Nangong Yujin had said before had deeply stimulated Nangong Yu'er. Therefore, Nangong Yu'er would do such a wayward thing in this tournament. Yu'er's strength is very good. She will be able to easily defeat Bailey Hongshuang. Nangong Yujin looked indifferent. Nangong Yu'er's cultivation talent was something that even he had to praise. Although Nangong Yu'er was young, her strength was stronger than her. It was because of this that his father loved her so much. Nangong Shoujia looked at Bailey Hongshuang's back indifferently. I wanted to deal with Bailey Hongshuang myself. Now it seems that I don't need to do anything. This group of waste from Kanglan College is not our opponent at all. Even if they entered the second round, it was just luck. Nangong Shoujia's eyes were full of disdain. It was this group of waste that made him lose face in the first tower. It was simply unforgivable. If he knew that Bailey Hongshuang and the others were cultivators from Kanglan College, he would have definitely taught them a lesson. Nangong Yujin nodded in agreement. Although he did not advance to the second round, it was not a problem for him. Xiao Lanmei from Beihai College did have some skills, but he did not care. Bailey Hongshuang slowly walked onto the stage and stood opposite Nangong Yu'er. Nangong Yu'er, who was wearing a pink and purple dress, looked playful and cute. Coupled with her arrogant appearance, she looked like a rude and unreasonable young lady, but she had a bit of charm. Bailey Hongshuang was more mature and elegant. Her beautiful face was cold, like ice, revealing a sense of alienation. However, such a Bailey Hongshuang seemed even more unattainable. Bailey Hongshuang, I didn't expect you to have some courage. Nangong Yu'er sneered. However, you're going to regret your decision now. Bailey Hongshuang remained unmoved. I've never regretted my decisions. Changing the topic, Bailey Hongshuang continued, I wonder if there is any enmity between us. Until now, she still didn't understand why Nangong Yu'er was looking for trouble with her. If it was for Nangong Shoujia, then Nangong Shoujia should do it himself. Why would he need his sister to come forward? Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang didn't know the reason behind this, Nangong Yu'er was even more furious. In this world, there was a kind of grievance where you treated your opponent as an opponent whom you hated to the bone, but the opponent didn't care about your existence at all. This was simply naked contempt. However, Bailey Hongshuang's puzzled look did not seem to be an act at all. Could it be that this girl did not know that they were rivals in love? You dare to steal my man, you are destined to pay the price. Nangong Yu'er didn't want to stop until she was shocked to death. She directly said such domineering words in front of everyone, and she didn't care about the impact her words would have on her. Steal, man? Bailey Hongshuang was slightly stunned. She couldn't help but think about Bewitching. Did this guy know Nangong Yu'er? That guy went to Tiangang sect during this time and did not appear in the Qing dynasty. How could he still cause trouble for her? Really? Bewitching's charm is so great. Xia Jiqing couldn't help but sigh. When she thought of Bewitching, well, she admitted that Bewitching's charm was indeed great. But this was the Qing dynasty. When did Bewitching come to the Qing dynasty? Zhang Yunfeng and the others were also puzzled. They racked their brains and did not think that the reason why Nangong Yu'er was targeting Hong Zhuang was because of this. Dong Fengyu and the others were also speechless. In this regard, they did not know what to say. In the matter of love rivals, the battle between women may be more exaggerated than the battle between men. Nangong Shoujia and Nangong Yujin were also helpless. They could not do anything about Nan Gongyuer's outspoken temper. In any case, she was still a princess. Saying such words in broad daylight would affect the honor of the royal family. Xianxia, Lin Yinghao, and even Huan Chuyu on the high platform were also a little surprised. Previously, Huan Chuyu thought that Lingyin College was deliberately doing this. He did not expect that this was the emotional entanglement between the younger generation. They really did not know what to say. Nan Gongyuer, Hong Zhuang is already married. What do you mean by stealing your man? It is clear that you are the one who is stealing her man. Xia Jiqing said indignantly. What kind of joke was this? The position of the legal wife had to be clarified. Just looking at Nan Gongyuer's arrogance, she knew that Nan Gongyuer had been pestering Bewitching. Bewitching did not like Nan Gongyuer at all. When Zhang Yunfeng wanted to stop Xia Jiqing, it was too late. Xia Jiqing's words had already been blurted out. Nan Gongyuer had already disregarded her face. Xia Jiqing's words had really turned into a fight between the two of them. The onlookers all looked at each other. They did not expect that the news they had heard was actually true. The cultivators of Lingyin College found it even more difficult to accept. Nan Gongyuer had always been a high existence in their minds. Bailey Hongzhuang had already been married, but Nan Gongyuer actually wanted to steal Bailey Hongzhuang's man. How could they, who had always regarded Nan Gongyuer as a goddess, accept this? Listening to Xia Jiqing's words, Nan Gongyuer's face was really ugly. It seemed that what third brother said to her was right. Mo Yunjue actually married Bailey Hongzhuang. She had liked Mo Yunjue for so long, yet she had not heard anything about it. How despicable! Nan Gongyuer's eyes flashed with viciousness when she thought of this. She didn't care how good the relationship between Bailey Hongzhuang and Mo Yunjue was. The man that Bailey Hongzhuang had her eyes on would definitely be hers. Bailey Hongzhuang, regardless of whether you are married to him or not, he is destined to be my man. Nan Gongyuer raised her chin high. A commoner like Bailey Hongzhuang did not have the qualifications to compete with her at all. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. Although she did not know what the relationship between Nan Gongyuer and Bewitching was, she was sure that all of this was just Nan Gongyuer's wishful thinking. At this time, a black figure appeared near the stage. The man was tall and handsome. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of many people. Young Master Mo. Seeing the appearance of Mo Yunjue, Cui Haoyan and others all smiled. They also had a good impression of this friend they had made in the Qing dynasty. Gongzi Mo, why are you here? Xia Jiqing asked with a happy smile on her face. I heard that today is the college tournament, so I came to cheer for you. But I was delayed by something at the restaurant, so I came a little late. Listening to Mo Yunjue's words, everyone from the Kanglin College smiled. Mo Yunjue, as a person from the Qing dynasty, did not cheer for Lingyin College, but instead cheered for them. This was indeed beyond their expectations. Cui Haoyan and Dongfang Yu looked at each other. As men, they could almost conclude that Mo Yunjue had a good impression of Bailey Hongzhuang. If not, Mo Yunjue would not have risked defending the two princes to help them. In fact, everything Mo Yunjue did was only for Bailey Hongzhuang. They believed that Mo Yunjue came at the moment to cheer for Bailey Hongzhuang. Even so, Mo Yunjue was also their good friend. Look, Gongzi Mo of the first pavilion is here. He must have come to cheer for Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang is a student of the Kanglin College. I don't know when she got married to Gongzi Mo. It's really strange. I don't know what Gongzi Mo is thinking. The third princess is also very good, but he seems to be unmoved. I think the third princess is very arrogant. If he married her, wouldn't it be like marrying an ancestor? On the contrary, this Bailey Hongzhuang is good, she is more suitable to be a wife. Everyone was talking about this love triangle. They were also very interested in this love triangle. Gong Xiaoqing and the others, after hearing the comments of the crowd at the moment, their expressions changed a little. They seemed to have made a mistake. Xia Jiqing and Zhang Yunfeng looked at each other. The man that Nan Gongyuer liked should not be Mo Yunjue, right? If this was the case, then this misunderstanding was a big deal. Mo Yunjue had a faint smile on his face as his gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. This woman had always been proud and unyielding. He believed that she would perform well in this exchange. The moment Mo Yunjue appeared, Nangong Yu had already noticed that the man she had been longing for was now focused on Bailey Hongzhuang. Mo Yunjue acted as if he did not see her at all. The smile on his face was all because of Bailey Hongzhuang. Ever since the first pavilion opened in the imperial city, she had seen Mo Yunjue many times. However, she rarely saw Mo Yunjue smile. Most of the time, Mo Yunjue's face was expressionless. She always thought that Mo Yunjue didn't like to smile. Now it seemed that it was not that Mo Yunjue didn't like to smile, but that Mo Yunjue didn't like to smile at her. A crazy jealousy swept through Nangong Yuer's heart. She must kill Bailey Hongzhuang. If she couldn't get it, she would never let anyone else get it. Bailey Hongzhuang also felt the crazy murderous intent surging in Nangong Yuer's body, but she still did not feel nervous or panic. In fact, she had come into contact with a lot of terrifying murderous intent. The murderous intent shown by Nangong Yuer could be described as ordinary. However, Nangong Yuer actually wanted to kill her here, which was beyond her expectations. Killing opponents had always been prohibited in the inter-school competition, but it seemed that all these rules were nothing in the eyes of the third princess. She completely ignored all these rules and only did what she wanted to do. She didn't hate cultivators who had a murderous heart. But for people like Nangong Yuer who only cared about their own interests and didn't care about the lives of others, she had always been full of disgust. It was as if just because she was born in the royal family, she was superior and could trample on anyone. Let the battle begin. As the referee's voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang and Nangong Yuer immediately started fighting. Nangong Yuer looked coldly at Bailey Hongzhuang. As long as you take the initiative to admit defeat and agree to leave Mo Yunjue, I will let you go. How about it? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. Mo Yunjue, thinking about what happened in the first tower the day before yesterday and the whispers between Nangong Yujin and Nangong Yuer, Bailey Hongzhuang understood everything. It turned out that the person Nangong Yuer was talking about was Mo Yunjue, not Bewitching. Bailey Hongzhuang's mood quietly improved a little, but Mo Yunjue, this was a complete misunderstanding. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Mo Yunjue below the stage and then looked at Nangong Yuer. She saw that Nangong Yuer was still looking high and mighty, as if she gave Bailey Hongzhuang this choice. Bailey Hongzhuang should be grateful to her. In fact, Nangong Yuer thought so. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately put away the idea of explaining the misunderstanding. Since Nangong Yuer wanted to think this way, then let her be. You think too much. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold. Obviously she didn't intend to pay attention to Nangong Yuer's words. She felt that it was better to directly defeat Nangong Yuer's arrogance. As soon as these words came out, Nangong Yuer's face turned ugly. Bailey Hongzhuang dared to speak to her like this. It was simply unforgivable. Since you insist on seeking your own death, I'll fulfill your wish. Nangong Yuer's eyes were gloomy. Usually this kind of person who didn't know what was good for her would end up dead. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent and calm. Less nonsense, let's fight. She didn't intend to waste her breath on such a boring thing. Since she wanted to fight, then she would have a good fight. The so-called title of princess was nothing in her eyes. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang daring to challenge her, Nangong Yuer's. She didn't expect the ace of the Kanglin College to be such a brainless girl. Everyone below the stage also felt the hostile atmosphere on the stage, and the excitement in their eyes grew stronger and stronger. It seems like this match is TS9 Nangong Nangong TSSS Shuet Night 9 Nangong NN's Night Nangong Shojia smiled confidently. He knew what kind of temper Nangong Yuer had. From the moment Bailey Hongzhuang and Mo Yunjue had a relationship, she had already been sentenced to death by Nangong Yuer. On the martial arts stage, the battle was about to start. The primary energy in Nangong Yuer's body burst out, and the power of the second level of the Red Realm burst out clearly. Sensing this tyrannical aura, intense shock surfaced in the eyes of everyone present. Second level of the Red Realm. The third princess has broken through to the second level of the Red Realm. Oh my god, the third princess has already broken through to the second level of the Red Realm at such a young age. Her talent and potential are so great. When Nangong Yuer's aura broke out, almost everyone had already determined that Nangong Yuer would win this battle. Breaking through to the second stage of the Red Realm at such a young age, Nangong Yuer's talent was amazing. What's more, it was said that Bailey Hongzhuang was a month younger than Nangong Yuer. It was impossible for Bailey Hongzhuang to be the opponent of Nangong Yuer. Xianxing's face also showed a touch of joy. Previously, Nangong Yu'er was still at the first stage of the Red Realm. He did not expect her to break through to the second stage of the Red Realm. It was really an unexpected surprise. As long as Nangong Yu'er defeated Bailey Hongzhuang, then this time the Kanglan College was doomed to not get a good result. However, compared to the excitement of the Lingyin College, the practitioners of the Kanglan College were unusually calm. It's really a group of people who have never seen the world. They think that they will win when they are at the second stage of the Red Realm. Our Hongzhuang is abnormal. Xia Jiqing's eyes flashed with excitement. She knew that Hongzhuang had also reached the second stage of the Red Realm. Nangong Yu'er's cultivation talent was not weak, but Hongzhuang's cultivation talent was stronger. Just wait and see, Hongzhuang will definitely win. Zhang Yunfeng's eyes were full of trust. From the beginning to the end, they were not worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would lose. Nangong Xianxia and the others wanted to see the panic of the Kanglan College practitioners, but found that they did not react at all. They could not help but have doubts in their eyes. Do they think that Bailey Hongzhuang has a chance to win? Nangong Xianxia secretly thought. With Yu'er's talent, she could almost beat the practitioners of the same age. Not to mention that Bailey Hongzhuang was a few months younger than Yu'er. Listening to Nangong Xianxia's words, Nangong Yujin immediately dispelled his thoughts. Second brother, don't joke, this is impossible. I heard that Bailey Hongzhuang obtained the inheritance in the ruins, maybe. Second brother, don't worry, the cultivators of Kanglan College are just pretending to be calm. Maybe Yu'er is putting too much pressure on them and they haven't reacted yet. Nangong Yujin's face was filled with a smile of victory. The principal had praised Yu'er as a genius, and her talent was outstanding enough for her age. It was impossible for a barren place like the Kanglan School to cultivate a cultivator more powerful than Yu'er. He was afraid that the Kanglan School's cultivators would reach the end of the second round. Speaking of which, he was really quite pitiful. Song Hongxi couldn't help but look at Huan Chuyu. This Bailey Hongzhuang is really stupid. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang did not agree, then Lingyin College would not force Bailey Hongzhuang to play. In this way, Bailey Hongzhuang might be able to advance to the next round. However, Bailey Hongzhuang chose this way to court death, so it could only end here. However, Song Hongxi saw that Huan Chuyu was still calm. As if everything in front of him did not cause him much surprise. Seeing this, Song Hongxi also sneered. Deliberately mystifying. Even if Huan Chuyu pretended to be confident, when the result came out, he would like to see how calm Huan Chuyu would be. Second level of the Red Realm, an aura no weaker than Nangong Yu'er's erupted from Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Faintly, everyone seemed to have an illusion that Bailey Hongzhuang's aura was stronger than Nangong Yu'er's. How could this be? Everyone gasped. Nangong Yu'er was a well-deserved genius. She had broken through to the second level of the Red Realm at such a young age. How could Bailey Hongzhuang do it? What's more, Bailey Hongzhuang was younger than Nangong Yu'er. Didn't this mean that Bailey Hongzhuang's talent was stronger than Nangong Yu'er's? At this thought, everyone looked at each other and did not know what to say. Nangong Yu'er looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. She could not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang had reached such a level of cultivation. She had only broken through to the second level of the Red Realm a few days ago. Didn't this mean that Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation talent was stronger than hers? Instinctively, Nangong Yu'er felt that she could not accept it. Her original sense of superiority was quietly defeated. In this way, it meant that the two of them were standing on the same starting line. No one knew the final outcome. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. It seemed that to her, the second level of the Red Realm was not something to be proud of. Compared to the two, Nangong Yu'er's mood was even worse. Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude was even more annoying. Even if you have reached the second level of the Red Realm, you are still no match for me. Soon, Nangong Yu'er found her confidence. That was her confidence as a princess of the imperial family. The imperial family's heritage was incomparable to others. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was born ordinary, could not be compared to her in terms of martial arts or other aspects. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Nangong Yu'er coldly. You talk too much nonsense. As soon as she said this, Nangong Yu'er was even angrier. Did this damn woman not understand the gap between the two of them? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Nangong Yu'er was infuriated. She charged forward and gathered her origin energy in her hands. Without hesitation, she attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't react by retreating. Instead, she punched out with both fists without flinching. Bang bang bang, their fists and legs collided, and a fierce qi burst forth. Nangong Yuer's every move was ruthless, mercilessly attacking Bailey Hongzhuang's vital parts. Bailey Hongzhuang's almond-shaped eyes narrowed as intense disgust surfaced in her eyes. The jade training body lingered around her body as a sparkling and translucent glow appeared on her pure white skin. Bang, their fists collided again. Nangong Yuer felt as if her hands had hit steel. She felt a burning pain. On the other hand, Bailey Hongzhuang remained unmoved. It was as if she was not affected at all. Damn it, how could Bailey Hongzhuang's strength be so tyrannical? Nangong Yuer was unhappy, but she refused to admit defeat. She said coldly, "How barbaric." "I can't compare to you," Bailey Hongzhuang retorted. Obviously, this barbaric was not the same. Nangong Yuer's expression turned ugly. She couldn't wait to tear Bailey Hongzhuang to shreds. Bang bang bang, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't give Nangong Yuer any chance to retreat. Her tyrannical and fierce attacks landed on Nangong Yuer's body. Under Bailey Hongzhuang's attacks, Nangong Yuer retreated step by step. She couldn't fight back at all. Ta ta ta. Nangong Yuer took a few steps back and pulled away from Bailey Hongzhuang. Her pretty face was pale. She didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang's physical strength to be so strong. It seemed that she couldn't compete with Bailey Hongzhuang in strength. Nangong Xianxia and Nangong Yujin were surprised. They knew Nangong Yuer's strength, but they didn't expect that she would be at a disadvantage when facing Bailey Hongzhuang. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was not simple. Previously, because Lu Jinglin's strength was too weak, they couldn't test Bailey Hongzhuang's strength. On the contrary, they underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang. The next moment, Nangong Yuer took out a fiery red sword. The body of the sword was fiery red and the engravings were even more exquisite. Under the sun, it shone with a cold light. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her hand and the glass sword also appeared in her hand. Nangong Yuer didn't delay and rushed towards Bailey Hongzhuang. She had already tested her before and she wanted to win back the previous game. Ding ding ding, the two of them flew out, and the sound of metal clashing spread out. Everyone could only see the two of them moving like the wind, with pinkish purple and white light constantly crisscrossing. Sword chi shot out, and even the hard ground was pierced with finger-sized holes. Sparks flew everywhere. Even if they weren't in the battle, everyone could still feel the danger of the battle. If they were careless, they would be seriously injured. Rainbow sword. Nangong Yuer shouted coldly and the vigorous energy poured into the sword. Then, a tyrannical sword burst out from the long sword and shot towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Feeling the power of the sword, everyone had no doubt that once Bailey Hongzhuang was hit by this martial skill, even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Shadowless kill. Bailey Hongzhuang's movements were not slow at all. The moment Nangong Yuer unleashed her martial skill, she also unleashed her martial skill. Everyone only saw a silver light flash by, but they didn't see the martial skill Bailey Hongzhuang used, and they couldn't help but feel puzzled. It couldn't be that Bailey Hongzhuang was just talking, but didn't do anything, right? Bailey Hongzhuang's figure flashed and dodged Nangong Yuer's attack. When the sword chi hit the ground, a 10-meter-long crack appeared on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The imperial family's martial techniques were indeed worthy of their reputation. Fortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang dodged quickly enough, otherwise, only a corpse would be left. Ah! A sharp scream resounded. Everyone looked at Nangong Yuer. Blood had started to seep out of Nangong Yuer's chest, and the scream had come from Nangong Yuer. Feeling the pain in her chest, Nangong Yuer's face was extremely ugly. She didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to hurt her in this battle. The most important thing was that she didn't understand when Bailey Hongzhuang attacked her. After everyone noticed the blood that was quickly oozing out of Nangong Yuer's chest, they looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a completely different gaze. Who would have thought that the winner of this battle would be Bailey Hongzhuang? You dare to hurt me? Nangong Yuer raised her voice. No one had ever dared to hurt her in Lingyin College. If the third princess is afraid of getting hurt, it is better not to participate in this competition. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. Even if Nan Gongyuer's cultivation talent was very good, with her temperament, it would be impossible for her to achieve much on the road of cultivation in the future. It was difficult to improve one's strength without walking on the edge of life and death. Walking on the edge of life and death meant experiencing risks, but Nan Gongyuer couldn't even bear to be injured. It would be strange if her future achievements were great. Damn. Hongzhuang is really amazing. What kind of trash princess only knows how to talk nonsense? In fact, she has no real ability at all. Xiaojiqing's face was full of excitement. She didn't expect that Nan Gongyuer, who had said so many harsh words before, was not the opponent of Hongzhuang at all. It was ridiculous. Zhang Yunfeng and the others also showed a smile on their faces. The royal children were not necessarily so good. At least this Nan Gongyuer was too spoiled and could not be regarded as a real cultivator. Nan Gongyuer only cultivated in the academy and the royal family. She has never really fought. Although her cultivation is good, her combat power is not comparable to the cultivators of the same level. Even if her martial arts level is quite strong, as long as the other party has a certain amount of experience, she will be helpless. Gong Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with a wise light. There were many such cultivators in the royal family. Sometimes, the better the family background, the worse the combat power of the cultivator may be, because they were reluctant to die. You are right, this is the drawback of the royal children. Mo Yunjue nodded slowly. Gong Xiaoqing saw the key to the problem at a glance. Young Master Mo, you have been in the Qing dynasty for so long, do you know if the crown prince is the same as Nan Gongyuer? Bai Jingyu couldn't help but ask. They only heard that Nan Gongyuer's strength was unusually strong, but they didn't know if Nan Gongyuer had the same temperament as Nan Gongyuer. If Nan Gongyuer was the same, then they didn't need to worry. However, Mo Yunjue shook his head. Nan Gongyuer is known as the best crown prince of the Qing dynasty. Whether it is strength, temperament or character, they are all excellent. He's completely different from Nan Gongyuer's arrogance and willfulness. He's neither arrogant nor rash. Furthermore, he's very hardworking in his cultivation. He's a truly formidable opponent. Following Mo Yunjue's words, everyone's expression turned serious. They didn't expect Nan Gongyuer to be so powerful. It looked like it would be extremely difficult for them to obtain victory in this academy exchange. In any case, I believe in Hongzhuang's strength. Xiaojiqing stubbornly believed in Bailey Hongzhuang. She always felt that Hongzhuang would not lose. Everyone was helpless about Xiaojiqing's belief in Bailey Hongzhuang. They were afraid that in Xiaojiqing's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang was an invincible general. Nan Gongyuer and Nan Gongshojie did not expect that Nan Gongyuer would be seriously injured by Bailey Hongzhuang. With Nan Gongyuer's temper, they were afraid that this battle would not continue. I didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to really have some skills. Nan Gongshojie's eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of interest flashed through his eyes. No matter how strong Bailey Hongzhuang was, she would definitely be defeated by him. Yuer's temper is a big weakness. If she can fight desperately, Bailey Hongzhuang will not be able to win. However, Yuer has always been unable to stand pain. Bailey Hongzhuang wins. With the order of the referee, Bailey Hongzhuang won the competition and successfully advanced to the next round. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent as she walked down the platform. There was no trace of pride on her face. Such a result was not enough for her to be proud of. Nan Gongyuer directly left Lingying College to deal with her injuries. Before leaving, the light in her eyes became more and more intense. The Qing dynasty was her territory. Bailey Hongzhuang stole her man and dared to hurt her. She would never let Bailey Hongzhuang leave the Qing dynasty alive. Bailey Hongzhuang did not hear the threat of Nan Gongyuer. If such a boring threat was useful, she would have died many times. Unfortunately, there were many people in the world who wanted her to die, but in the end, they were the ones who died. Master, this bullshit princess is too annoying. You should just kill her to save yourself the trouble. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with anger. She was just a princess of a kingdom. She dared to threaten her master. She was simply looking for death. Yes, that guy will definitely cause trouble in the future. It is better to kill her and eliminate all future troubles. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai were both ruthless people. They were never sloppy. The wildfire could not be blown away, but it would grow again when the spring breeze blew. For the guy who might cause trouble, their idea had always been to eliminate the roots. The dark phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. You can rest assured. When have I ever been soft on the enemy? Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiao He and Xiao Bai's eyes lit up. According to the master's words, did it mean that she had already started? Without waiting for Xiao He and Xiao Bai to ask, Bailey Hongzhuang had already walked back to the team of Kanglin College. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang come back, Xiao Jiqing was the first to rush up. Hongzhuang, you are amazing. Nangong Yuer is just a coward on the inside. She doesn't have much combat power. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Previously, when she saw how proud Nangong Yuer was, she thought that Nangong Yuer was very powerful. After all, some cultivators with powerful backgrounds were also very powerful. However, he didn't expect that Nangong Yuer was just a facade. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have wasted so much time and could have finished the battle long ago. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's judgment, Mo Yunjua's eyes were filled with admiration. Just by comparing Bailey Hongzhuang and Nangong Yuer was completely at a disadvantage. Wan Yulong's face was very ugly. He did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength had also reached the second level of the Red Realm. If he had known, he would not have facilitated the fight between the two. As Nangong Yuer's mentor, he was also very familiar with Nangong Yuer's strength. Although Nangong Yuer's cultivation was at the second level of the Red Realm, it was achieved with the accumulation of countless cultivation resources. There was still a certain gap between her and some stable cultivators. However, after all, cultivation represented a certain strength. As long as the opponent's cultivation was weaker than hers, Nangong Yuer's chances of winning were very high. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was also a cultivator at the second level of the Red Realm? Damn it! I can't see through Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation. In fact, since Bailey Hongzhuang started practicing the demon summoning scripture, others could not directly detect her cultivation unless she exposed it during the battle. It was precisely because of this that Wan Yulong had made Lingyin College lose the competition. Jian Qingqiu's face was very ugly. Originally, Nangong Yuer was sure to win the game, but she had to challenge Bailey Hongzhuang. It was fine if the challenge was successful, but now they had lost. Not only did they lose a game, but they were also seen as a joke by others. As the principal of Lingyin College, he also had no face. Jian Qingqiu couldn't help but look at Wan Yulong. Wan Yulong was even more shocked. He had been punished before and had just come out today. He did not expect such a thing to happen again. He was afraid that the principal would not let him go. At the thought of this, Wan Yulong's heart was cold. He did not expect that he would be so unlucky. The smile in Huan Chuyo's eyes widened a little. It was really a blessing for Kanglin College to be able to recruit Bailey Hongzhuang. Long before they left, he and Ren Tianxiong were already mentally prepared, but they did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang's performance to be so amazing. Maybe, there was still a glimmer of hope. After Tsang Hongxi saw Jian Qingqiu's ugly face, he was actually a little happy. Even if he and Lingyin College were in the same camp, because of the previous defeat of Beihai College, Jian Qingqiu did not give him any face. Now that Lingyin College had lost a game, Beihai College was able to get back this one. It was really satisfying. The second game, Gong Xiaoqing against Shui Haolang. As Lin Yinghao's voice fell, Gong Xiaoqing and Shui Haolang both walked towards the stage. Gong Xiaoqing, come on. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was filled with a bright smile. She believed that Gong Xiaoqing would be able to win this game. Gong Xiaoqing nodded slightly and walked up the stage with his head held high. His calm appearance also made everyone's eyes light up. With Gong Xiaoqing's temperament and appearance, he would be the focus of everyone's attention in the college. Even in Lingyin College, there were many female students who noticed him. Compared to Gong Xiaoqing, who was full of confidence, Shui Haolang was very depressed. His previous actions caused him to be reprimanded by his mentor. He was already in a bad mood, but now he was even worse. Looking at the weapon in his hand, he was no longer as proud as before. On the contrary, he even regretted using the inscription. Otherwise, how could he fall into such a situation? Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked to Mo Yunjua's side, her phoenix eyes slightly raised. Gongzi Mo, because of you, I was inexplicably targeted by Nangong Yu. Hearing this, Mo Yunjua's lips curled into a smile. I helped you once, and you also helped me solve a problem. Is this considered a draw? And you didn't help me that day because you wanted me to help you get rid of this trouble, did you? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a flash of wisdom in her eyes. If it weren't for the existence of Nangong Shoujia and Nangong Yujin, Nangong Yu would not know what happened a few days ago. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. It was absolutely impossible to say that Mo Yunjue was not smart enough. However, no matter what purpose Mo Yunjue had for helping her, help was help, and they were helping each other. Thinking about it, with Nangong Yu's skill of pestering people, Mo Yunjue's days were not very good. The situation was just as Bailey Hongzhuang thought. Gong Xiaoqing's strength was very strong. Even if Xue Haolang was in his peak state, he may not be Gong Xiaoqing's opponent, not to mention Xue Haolang's current state was very bad. Under such circumstances, Xue Haolang's failure was almost certain. With just a simple exchange of blows, everyone had already determined the outcome. The two mentors of Beihai College were very anxious after seeing this scene, but now that the competition had begun, even if they were anxious, there was no use. Song Hongxi's face was also very ugly. In the first round, the performance of Beihai College was already unsatisfactory. If Xue Haolang also lost this round, then the situation would be even more unfavorable. Boom! With a sweep of Gong Xiaoqing's foot, Xue Haolang's body fell heavily to the ground. Just as he was about to stand up, Gong Xiaoqing's sword had already appeared in front of him. Gong Xiaoqing wins. The referee immediately announced the result. The outcome of this battle was very clear. As soon as the voice fell, Xue Haolang's whole person seemed to have lost his strength. His expression was blank and his mood was even more depressed. He was no longer as high-spirited as before. Before the beginning of the college exchange, how could he have thought of such an ending? Recalling all the ridicule he had for the cultivators of Kanglin College, now he only felt that he was the real joke. Gong Xiaoqing slowly walked down the platform. In the second round of the promotion tournament, Kanglin College had won 2 consecutive victories. This result undoubtedly amazed many people. Previously, I only heard that the cultivators of Kanglin College were very garbage. Now I feel that Beihai College is really bad. That's right, Xue Haolang was so happy before, but now he was directly defeated. The more proud he is, the more weak he is. This time, Kanglin College will be able to hold its head high. Song Hongxi's face became very ugly, but Huan Chuyo's face was filled with a faint smile. In the past, Song Hongxi was always proud of himself at this time, but this year, the situation had changed. Gong Xiaoqing, this battle is really decisive. Dong Fengyu patted Gong Xiaoqing's chest. Seeing his brother achieve such a result, he also felt happy. Xue Haolang isn't in the right state at all. He's just lucky. Gong Xiaoqing's expression was indifferent. He also did not use his full strength in this match. It could only be said that his luck in these 2 matches was very good. Dongfeng, Nangong Shoujia is not easy to deal with. You have to be more careful in the next match. Hearing this, Dongfeng nodded slightly. I understand. Nangong Shoujia is already in the Xiantian realm. It is basically impossible for me to defeat him. Feeling everyone's worried gazes, Dongfeng appeared very free and easy. Don't worry, I'll treat this competition as a learning experience. Being able to fight with a Xiantian realm cultivator is also a good learning experience. In fact, when they knew that Dongfeng opponent was Nangong Shoujia, they already knew that this was a losing battle. Nangong Shoujia's cultivation was higher than Dongfeng, coupled with the background of the royal family, Dongfeng had no chance of winning. According to the thoughts of Lingying College, Nangong Shoujia would definitely be able to enter the finals. It could only be said that Dongfeng's luck was not good enough. The third game, Dongfeng against Nangong Shoujia. As the voice of the referee fell, Dongfeng and Nangong Shoujia stepped onto the stage together. On the stage, Nangong Shoujia's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Regardless of whether what Mo Yunjue said was true or false, he and Bailey Hongzhuang had already formed a grudge. Originally, he hoped that he would be able to face Bailey Hongzhuang in this match, but he did not expect that she would take the lead in challenging him. Since his current opponent was also a cultivator of Kanglan College, he would first take some interest from Dong Fengyu. Feeling the provocative gaze of Nangong Xiujia, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but have a touch of worry in her eyes. With Nangong Xiujia's narrow-mindedness, she was afraid that there would be a change in this game. The match begins. The referee waved his hand, and Dong Fengyu and Nangong Xiujia began to fight. Nangong Xiujia did not hesitate at all and directly rushed towards Dong Fengyu. The strength of the third level of the Red Realm completely broke out and attacked Dong Fengyu. Feeling the powerful strength of Nangong Xiujia, Dong Fengyu's eyes also showed a touch of nervousness. The strength gap between the two was too big. He was afraid that even if he used all his skills, it would be difficult to resist Nangong Xiujia's attacks. Boom! Dong Fengyu was hit by Nangong Xiujia's palm. His handsome face instantly turned pale, but he did not fall down. Even if he was defeated, he had to exert some of his strength. At least, he had worked hard. However, what happened next made the eyes of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others filled with anger. On the high platform, Nangong Xiujia was deliberately playing with Dong Fengyu, constantly attacking Dong Fengyu, but not letting Dong Fengyu completely lose the power to fight. It was like a cat playing with a mouse, treating Dong Fengyu as a plaything. It was no different from trampling on Dong Fengyu's dignity. Even if Dong Fengyu tried his best, he still couldn't hurt Nangong Xiujia. His face became extremely ugly. Even though he already knew that Nangong Xiujia was playing with him like a monkey, he had no other way. Because he couldn't directly admit defeat, seeing this scene, the faces of everyone present became extremely ugly. The faces of everyone from the Kanglan College were filled with anger. Damn it! This Nangong Xiujia is a bastard. Xia Jiqing's eyes were burning with anger. This method was too much. I really want to rush up and tear this bastard apart. Bai Junyu was also very impulsive. This method was not only an insult to Dong Fengyu's strength, but also a trampling on his dignity. It was even likely that after this battle, Dong Fengyu would not even have the faith to continue on the road of cultivation. Because Nangong Xiujia was using this method to break Dong Fengyu's heart, Bailey Hongzhuang's dark eyes were stained with cold light. She clenched her hands into fists. A smile appeared on Nangong Yujin's face. He had long known that his second brother would not easily let go of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, but he did not think that his second brother's method would be so original that he could not help but applaud. For those fellows who thought they had some strength and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, they had to use such a humiliating method to let them understand how big the gap between them was. Offending them is the same as courting death. Boom! After Nangong Xiujia got bored of playing with Dong Fengyu for a while, he directly kicked Dong Fengyu off the stage. Dong Fengyu clutched his chest, his face was pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He stubbornly looked at the high figure on the stage. Nangong Xiujia, you are going too far. Before he stepped on the stage, he was already mentally prepared, but Nangong Xiujia's move was really beyond his expectations. He already knew the gap between him and Nangong Xiujia, but Nangong Xiujia's method was undoubtedly a naked humiliation. He completely trampled on his dignity and did not leave him the slightest face. Nangong Xiujia's mouth evoked a sneer. He did not care about Dong Fengyu's accusation. He lazily and disdainfully glanced at Dong Fengyu and mocked, "Trash, you don't deserve to have dignity." When his voice fell, Nangong Xiujia did not even bother to look at Dong Fengyu. He turned around and walked towards the team of Lingyin College. Only Dong Fengyu's face was pale. Nangong Xiujia's words were tantamount to leaving a heavy blow in his heart. Lu Huayan and Fu Hongbo immediately rushed to Dong Fengyu's side and helped him up from the ground. Looking at Dong Fengyu's soulless appearance, Lu Huayan and Fu Hongbo's eyes flashed with anger. Dong Fengyu had always been a student they were proud of. As long as 2 more years passed, Dong Fengyu would definitely become a powerful cultivator. But Dong Fengyu's actions almost destroyed his self-confidence. As mentors, how could they bear it? A cold glint appeared in Huan Chuyo's eyes. Under his sleeves, his hands were tightly clenched into fists. This was no longer a competition, but an insult to his dignity. Xianxia was also surprised by this scene, but there was a smile in his eyes. Nangong Shoujia had used this method to prove to everyone that there was a huge gap between the practitioners of the Kanglan College and the practitioners of the Lingying College. There was also a faint smile on Song Hongxi's face. Previously, because of the performance of Shui Haolang and Lu Jinglin, he had lost some face. Now, the Kanglan College had lost even more face. With this comparison, he felt much better in his heart. In the next moment, Xianxia slowly turned around. The smile in his eyes disappeared, and a trace of hypocritical apology appeared on his face. Old Huan, I'm really sorry. Nangong Shoujia's character is like this. I hope you can forgive him. Principal Jian, this is merely an exchange between the academies. Aren't your actions a little too much? Huan Chuyu said in a low voice. Although his face did not show the slightest emotion, everyone knew that Huan Chuyu was in a very bad mood. The purpose of the Kanglan College was not the same as that of the Lingying College and the Beihai College. What they valued the most was not the results, but the practitioners themselves. Old Huan, why are you so serious? Xianxia smiled faintly, and there was a bit of indifference in his expression. Accidents can happen in this competition. There is nothing wrong with Nangong Shoujia's means. What's more, your student is not seriously injured. Listening to Xianxingqiu's words, Huan Chuyou's eyes flashed with coldness. He knew what kind of temper Xianxingqiu had. This so-called apology was just a pretense. It was precisely because of this that he was disgusted with Xianxingqiu's hypocritical appearance. If Principal Jian thinks so, then I have nothing to say. Huan Chuyou's tone was also not good. Anyone who encountered this kind of thing would not be in a good mood. The one who was hurt was his student. Naturally, he would not easily let this matter pass. Seeing Huan Chuyou's posture, Xianxingqiu's eyes also showed a touch of disdain, but his expression was still indifferent. Nangong Shoujia was born like this. What's more, it is understandable that geniuses have some personalities. If someone can kick Nangong Shoujia off the stage like this, I will have no opinion. As soon as these words came out, Huan Chuyu was even angrier. Xianxingqiu's words were undoubtedly showing off. He looked down on the Kanglan College. No one could defeat Nangong Shoujia. Principal Jian, it's always good to be low-key. Otherwise, one day you will fall miserably. Huan Chuyu stood up and ignored Xianxingqiu. He did not want to sit here anymore. If he continued to sit here, he would feel disgusted. Immediately, he did not hesitate to walk towards the Kanglan College team. Seeing Huan Chuyou's move, Xianxingqiu's eyes also showed a touch of surprise, and then a sneer climbed on his face. Nowadays, the Kanglan College's temper is getting worse and worse. I'm afraid they know they will lose, so they will break the jar. Xianxingqiu sneered. Today's Kanglan College has been going downhill. In the future, it may be completely removed from the Xinjiang continent. I'm afraid the Kanglan College thinks they can make a comeback in this college exchange. I don't think they have any real ability. They are dreaming. Song Hongxi chuckled. Xianxingqiu and Song Hongxi looked at each other, and both of them laughed. What they wanted was the Kanglan College to lose face. Dong Fengyu was supported back to the group by Lu Huayan and Fu Hongba. However, Dong Fengyu's entire person seemed very lonely. His always sunny face was now filled with blankness, and his shining eyes were now dim. Dong Fengyu, cheer up. One failure is nothing. Lu Huayan said. However, Dong Fengyu was as if he didn't hear it. His eyes. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such humiliation. His entire being seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and he was unable to extricate himself from it. At this moment, Huan Chuyu also came to Dong Fengyu's side. After seeing Dong Fengyu's expression, he realized that the situation was not good. As the vice principal, he had seen this kind of situation before. If Dong Fengyu couldn't adjust himself from this state, then he would be crippled. Go. Let's take him. Huan Chuyu made a prompt decision. The current noisy environment was extremely unfavorable for Dong Fengyu. He had to think of a way to cheer him up. Good luck, Bailey Hongzhuang, Gong Xiaoqing, pay more attention. If something happens, come to us. Lu Huayan said. Don't worry, we have no problem. Bailey Hongzhuang said. After Dong Fengyu left, the faces of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were gloomy. Thinking of Dong Fengyu's warm sunshine tomorrow, and then thinking of his painful appearance, everyone's heart felt a burst of pain. That Nangong Shoujie is really too much. Acting so arrogant, his heart is even more despicable, he is simply shameless. Gong Xiaoqing, who has always been cold and silent, couldn't help but angrily shout at this moment, his fist slamming into the trunk. Dong Fengyu is a friend he has known for a long time, and the two have long regarded each other as real brothers. Now that Dong Fengyu has suffered such humiliation, how can he be calm? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes sank. The person that Nangong Shoujie really wants to humiliate is me. Dong Fengyu was just implicated by me. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang's mood became even heavier. If it weren't for her, Dong Fengyu would not be treated like this. Cui Haoyan waved his hand. That day in the first tower, Nangong Shoujie obviously hated all of us. He deliberately humiliated us in front of so many people. Hongzhuang, don't think too much. That day's matter was completely caused by Nangong Shoujie himself. How could he blame Bailey Hongzhuang? Nangong Shoujie is too shameless, we must find a way to help Dong Fengyu get revenge. Xia Jiqing's face was full of anger. The other party has already bullied them to this point. If they don't fight back, wouldn't they be looked down upon? Nangong Shoujie, damn it. Her dark phoenix eyes bloomed with a bright brilliance, and her beautiful face was as cold as ice, making people feel a chill in their hearts. Everyone clearly felt the cold murderous aura coming from Bailey Hongzhuang, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a bit with the appearance of this murderous aura. From the beginning to the end, it was Nangong Shoujie and Nangong Yujin who were looking for trouble with them. Now they even dared to treat Dong Fengyu like this. It was unforgivable. She, Bailey Hongzhuang, has always been a vengeful person. If Nangong Shoujie came to her, then it would be fine, but Nangong Shoujie dared to hurt her teammates, then she will definitely make Nangong Shoujie regret everything he has done. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's murderous aura, everyone's heart trembled. They had always thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was very kind, but they had never seen this side of Bailey Hongzhuang. However, in the face of such a Bailey Hongzhuang, their blood was boiling. Nangong Shoujie was the opponent of their entire college, and Mo Yunjua's gaze also landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was never a soft-hearted person. She was just very kind to her friends, but for her enemies, he was afraid that she would be very fierce. Speaking of which, Dong Fengyu being treated like this also had something to do with him. Mo Yunjua's eyes, which were as deep as a black hole, slowly fell on the complacent Nangong Shoujie not far away. It seemed that Nangong Shoujie still did not know the price of offending him. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's cold eyes, Nangong Shoujie's eyes were filled with pride. He raised his eyebrows at Bailey Hongzhuang. From the moment Bailey Hongzhuang offended him, Bailey Hongzhuang was doomed. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips were slightly hooked, her beautiful face was filled with an enchanting smile, but her dark eyes flashed with the light of death. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly gave Nangong Shoujie a thumbs up, and then, in front of everyone's surprised eyes, her thumb suddenly turned down. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's provocative behavior, Nangong Shoujie's face was ugly. Damn it, Bailey Hongzhuang dared to provoke him in this situation, she was simply looking for death. Just when Nangong Shoujie was ready to fight back, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly retracted her gaze and did not look at Nangong Shoujie. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's naked contempt, Nangong Shoujie's face was really ugly. He did not understand at this moment, what qualifications did Bailey Hongzhuang have to despise him? Second brother, don't be angry, Bailey Hongzhuang just wants to make you angry in this way. Nangong Yujin's face was filled with a smug smile. It was just Dong Fengyu who had already made the Kanglin College fall into this situation. If his big brother came a few more times, he was afraid that the cultivators of the Kanglin College would completely collapse. Hearing this, Nangong Shoujie's face looked a little better. That's right, the cultivators of the Kanglin College are really vulnerable. Next, Xia Jiqing fought against Nangong Zhe. Perhaps because Xia Jiqing was too angry, she directly treated Nangong Shoujie as Nangong Shoujie. She attacked fiercely and violently. This scene attracted constant exclamations from the crowd. No one thought that Xia Jiqing's outbreak would be so terrifying. It really surprised many people. When Nanyang Zhe was defeated by Xia Jiqing didn't seem to be satisfied, causing everyone to be speechless. As the results of the second round came out, the faces of the people from Beihai College were the ugliest. Who would have thought that after 2 rounds, only Xiao Lanmei would be able to enter the third round? Song Hongxi's face had turned into the color of a pig's liver. If Xiao Lanmei could enter the finals, it would be fine. If not, then this time Beihai College would lose a lot of face. Next, there will be a 2-hour break. After 2 hours, the third round will begin. With Jianxingqiu's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned to the resting area. Jiqing, your battle just now was too violent. We were all shocked by you. Zhang Yinfeng couldn't help but sigh. She really couldn't afford to offend Jiqing. Otherwise, once Jiqing exploded, her power would be amazing. Xia Jiqing was a little embarrassed. I was too angry before, that's why I exploded. I didn't expect to advance to the third round. A total of 3 people from our college have advanced to the third round. Relatively speaking, among the 3 colleges, our results are the best. Gong Xiaoqing slowly analyzed the situation. But now the remaining Nangong Shoujia and Xiao Lanmei are not easy to deal with. The only thing we can be sure of is that one of us will successfully advance to the finals. Yes. Nangong Shoujia is a big problem. Gong Xiaoqing's voice was slightly heavy. If Nangong Shoujia did the same thing to Dongfeng Yu in the third round, Kanglin College would not be able to bear this loss. Xia Jiqing and the others were worried. Nangong Shoujia was strong, but he did not have the demeanor of a master. His behavior was extremely despicable. In the next round, they were afraid that someone would fight against Nangong Shoujia. This was a big problem. Just when everyone was worried about Nangong Shoujia, Bailey Hongzhuang's voice suddenly sounded. Leave Nangong Shoujia to me. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes solidified on Bailey Hongzhuang. Gong Xiaoqing shook his head almost immediately. No, you are the strongest person in our team. You are bound to enter the finals. Wan cannot deal with Nangong Shoujia. Xia Jiqing and the others also nodded. Nangong Shoujia was so strong. If Bailey Hongzhuang was defeated and Gong Xiaoqing entered the finals, their final ranking would not be good. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang was the hope of the entire Kanglin College. She must not be allowed to deal with Nangong Shoujia. Gong Xiaoqing is right. Hongzhuang, you must enter the final safely. Xia Jiqing said seriously. Although she was very angry because of Dongfeng Yu, she would not lose her mind because of this matter. Looking at the overall situation, the final was the most important. At this moment, she must not be impulsive. However, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Don't worry, leave Nangong Shoujia to me. She would never let Nangong Shoujia be so arrogant. Since Nangong Shoujia dared to humiliate Dongfeng Yu in such a way, then she would use the same way to humiliate Nangong Shoujia. Since Nangong Shoujia vowed to enter the finals, then, she would stop Nangong Shoujia outside the finals. Hongzhuang, without waiting for Gong Xiaoqing to speak, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her right hand slightly and directly interrupted the former's words. There is no need to say more about this matter, I will make Nangong Shoujia regret it. Nangong Shoujia had succeeded in provoking her anger. She was determined to make him pay the price for what he had done. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's firm attitude, although everyone was worried, they believed that Bailey Hongzhuang must have her reasons for doing so. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang's judgment had never been wrong. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't stop you. Gong Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with forbearance. In fact, he was also angry because of this matter. He wanted to kill Nangong Shoujia directly. Unfortunately, his strength was not strong enough. In the past, he had always felt that his strength was strong enough. However, after participating in the academy exchange, he realized that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Because they were not strong enough, they had to endure this humiliation. That was why he could only watch helplessly as his good brother was bullied. At this moment, an unspeakable unwillingness and anger broke out in Gong Xiaoqing's heart. Even if they were ridiculed in Lingyin College before, his feelings were not so deep. It was not until the moment when Gong Xiaoqing was humiliated that he felt a deep anger. If he was strong enough, how could others ridicule them like this? Hongzhuang, I also support you. Beat that annoying bastard to death. Xia Jiqing's eyes flashed with anger. That guy was so arrogant, they could not stand it, Bai Junyu and the others also agreed. In fact, this was what they wanted to do the most, but because of the overall situation, they could only choose to endure. However, after Bailey Hongzhuang made this decision, they all chose to support it. Perhaps they weren't rational enough, or perhaps their thoughts weren't enough to bear, but this was their passion, and everything they wanted to do. As a cultivator, they have always been courageous. For their brothers, this time, they will fight. In addition to Nangong Shoujia, there is also Xiao Lanmei. Gong Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with wisdom. Compared to Nangong Shoujia, Xiao Lanmei is indifferent, but he has never humiliated the other side, so even if he loses, it doesn't matter. Although Xiao Lanmei was not in the same camp as them, they did not have a bad impression of Xiao Lanmei. From the previous battle at the airport, they could see Xiao Lanmei's character. Obviously, he disdained to be with Shui Haolang and the others. He was more indifferent from the others. Everyone nodded. Among all of them, Nangong Shoujia was the scum of the scum. I am afraid that Nangong Shoujia did this partly because of me. I will apologize to everyone first. Mo Yunjue said slowly. Hearing this, Cui Haoyan immediately said, Young Master Mo, this matter has nothing to do with you. You have been implicated by us. Why do you apologize? Not only Cui Haoyan, but everyone else also had the same idea. Mo Yunjue was in the Qing dynasty, but he was willing to offend the two princes for them. They were already very apologetic. Regardless of other things, Nangong Yuer targeting you is related to me. I am also very angry about this. Mo Yunjue's face was gloomy. With Nangong Shoujia's character, he would not be able to become the successor of the Qing dynasty in this life. He was too narrow-minded, despicable, and shameless. Compared to Crown Prince Nangong Yaochen, he was much worse. When the crowd saw that Mo Yunjue was on their side against a common enemy, faint smiles appeared on their faces. They had a pretty good impression of Mo Yunjue. Young Master Mo, Nangong Yuer is pestering you, but you're still not subdued by her. I really admire you, haha. When she thought of Nangong Yuer's angry look when she mistakenly thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was Mo Yunjue's wife, Xia Jiqing felt very funny. The joke that day was really too big. Mo Yunjue smiled helplessly. In fact, I am also very distressed about this matter. If only I could find a wife to completely solve this problem. With young Master Mo's qualifications, I'm afraid that countless women would fight to marry you. I'm afraid that your standards are too high. Zhang Yunfeng's face was filled with a joking smile. Now that they had thought about the next situation, everyone's mood was also relaxed. You have also seen how fierce Nangong Yuer is. Unless you find a strong woman like Miss Bailey as a wife, I am afraid that ordinary women will be defeated by Nangong Yuer. Mo Yunjue joked. It seemed that their guess was right. Mo Yunjue really liked Bailey Hongzhuang. Even if he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was already married, it still couldn't stop Mo Yunjue from liking Bailey Hongzhuang. Otherwise, Mo Yunjue wouldn't say such a thing. Xia Jiqing and Zhang Yinfeng both looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with envy. As a woman, to be able to reach the level of Bailey Hongzhuang, she really had no regrets. Bewitching was so outstanding. He gave up an excellent girl from an aristocratic family and was wholeheartedly devoted to Bailey Hongzhuang. And Mo Yunjue clearly knew that Bailey Hongzhuang already had a sweetheart, but he was still willing to offend two princes for Bailey Hongzhuang. This was really, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also showed a touch of surprise. Mo Yunjue's sudden words were really a bit ambiguous. Master, Mo Yunjue may also like you. Xiao He exclaimed. Her master's charm was really irresistible. It seemed that Di Beichen really couldn't not stay by her master's side in the future. Even if she was married, it still couldn't affect her charm. Haha, I don't know when Di Beichen will come back. No wonder he always wants to stay by master's side. Xiao Bai laughed as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Bailey Hongzhuang was helpless. She really wanted to knock on the heads of these two guys. They actually dared to make fun of her. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was participating in the college exchange, Bai Jing Tian and the other two gathered at Wubao Pavilion. However, they didn't see Bailey Hongzhuang's figure, so they could only ask the attendant. Master Bai, that girl had already left after you left that day. I don't know where that girl is. A look of helplessness appeared on the attendant's face. Today, each of the three masters had asked her the same question. However, that young lady had never told her about it, and she had never asked about it before. How come you don't even know where such an important person lives? Bai Jingtian's face was full of dissatisfaction. He had rushed back almost as soon as he finished his research, and the situation was exactly as Bailey Hongzhuang had said. It was exactly the same. This was simply godly. The question that had puzzled him for a long time was solved just like that. He believed that as long as he communicated with Bailey Hongzhuang more, he would be able to learn more. Now, he no longer treated Bailey Hongzhuang as a junior, but as a friend despite the difference in age. With Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in inscription technique, she could already be called a master. However, he did not know where Bailey Hongzhuang was. If Bailey Hongzhuang left the imperial city like this, wouldn't he be depressed to death? Master Bai, did you succeed in your experiment after you went back? Qin Qinggu asked aloud. Bai Jingtian nodded, exactly. I've never heard of that little girl's method before, but it's the most convenient method. It really enlightened me. Ji Yanma also had a look of admiration. Yes, I immediately studied it after I went back. I don't know who that little girl's master is. It's really amazing. It's a pity that I don't know the little girl's whereabouts. Qin Qinggu frowned. I'll immediately inquire about the little girl's whereabouts. Bai Jingtian and Ji Yunma's eyes also lit up. They absolutely couldn't let Bailey Hongzhuang leave like this. Was this kind of talent really 1 in a million? Old Qin is right. I will immediately ask them to inquire about the little girl's whereabouts. The waiter of Wubao Pavilion was also surprised to see the inscription masters who were usually high and mighty at this moment looking for a little girl. What kind of person was that girl? She could make the three inscription masters disregard their image. Once this news was spread out, the entire imperial city would be shocked. The three inscription masters were well-known figures in the imperial city. The three inscription masters had a wide range of connections. Many people wanted to build a friendship with the three inscription masters but had no way to do so. Now, the three inscription masters actually took the initiative to ask them to find the whereabouts of a girl. How could they let go of such a good thing? For a time, many people were helping to find the whereabouts of Bailey Hongzhuang. As long as they could help the three inscription masters find her, the three inscription masters would not let them help in vain. They might be able to get the inscription masters' inscriptions. Such a good thing. If it was a normal day, they would not be able to ask for it. Bailey Hongzhuang did not know that the three inscription masters were using their power to find her. She was still waiting for the start of the third round. Master, Nangong Xianxia is at the third level of the Red Realm. Although there is no problem for you to deal with the third level of the Red Realm cultivator, I am afraid that Nangong Xianxia has a lot of trump cards. Xiao He analyzed. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Nangong Xianxia must have his trump cards, but it is unknown who has more trump cards. With the heritage of the imperial family, Nangong Xianxia's trump cards were nothing more than the martial arts of the imperial family. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had the entire Bailey family behind her. How could she lose to Nangong Xianxia in this kind of thing? Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's confident look, Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other and a smile appeared in their eyes. Their master was the most domineering existence. White Lion fiddled with his claws in boredom. Damn it, there was no chance for him to fight. How depressing. Not long after, Huan Chuyu and Lu Huayan returned, but Dong Fengyu and Fu Hongba still hadn't returned. Obviously, Dong Fengyu's situation wasn't so easy to alleviate. Fu Hongba was still trying to think of a way to get Dong Fengyu out. Teacher, how is Dong Fengyu's situation? Seeing that Lu Huayan had returned, Gong Xiaoqing quickly asked. Lu Huayan's face revealed a bit of helplessness. He shook his head slightly. The situation is very bad. Dong Fengyu has suffered too big of a blow. It's very difficult for him to extricate himself from it. It wasn't easy for a competent person to reignite hope after all of his confidence and even his last shred of hope had been completely destroyed. Everyone's hearts sank when they heard this. However, the fury in their eyes grew even more intense. If Dong Fengyu was unable to extricate himself from it, then his future achievements would be very limited. Don't think about this for the time being. Finish the competition first. I believe that with Dong Fengyu's ability, he will definitely be able to break through this shackle and achieve even better results in the future. Although Lu Huayan was very optimistic, everyone understood that it was not an easy thing to break through the shackles. This was an unexpected disaster for Dongfang Yu, and the initiator was Nangong Shoujie. The disgust in everyone's heart was even stronger. Huan Chuyu also returned to the high platform, but his always calm face was a bit cold at the moment. Dongfang Yu had become like this. As the vice principal, he also felt guilty. If Dongfang Yu did not participate in the competition for the school, he would not be in this situation now. Seeing Huan Chuyu come back, Xianxia, Lin Ninghao, and Song Hongxi's faces did not change. They believed that after this college exchange, the people of Kanglin College would never sit in the same place as them again. The third round of the promotion competition begins now, Xianxia said. Because there are a total of 5 cultivators left, we will now draw lots. The cultivator who draws a blank lot will directly enter the next round. Listening to Xianxia's decision, everyone's eyes were filled with amazement. If anyone could draw a blank lot, their luck would be too good. Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 5 went to the stage to draw lots. The people who drew the same number would be the next group of opponents. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes could not help but fall on the blank lot in her hand. She did not expect that the person who drew the blank lot would be herself. Nangong Shoujie against Gong Xiaoqing, Xiao Lanmei against Xia Jiqing, Bailey Hongzhuang will enter the next round. When everyone heard this answer, their hearts were filled with emotion. They did not expect this good luck to fall on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. For a time, everyone was amazed by Bailey Hongzhuang's good luck. But any cultivator who could enter the finals would receive a lot of attention. Bailey Hongzhuang was the most difficult one, so she directly passed. Regardless of Bailey Hongzhuang's final ranking, just by entering the finals, this ranking was enough to be proud of. When the people of Kanglin College heard the news, they were also a little surprised. Bailey Hongzhuang had originally planned for her to deal with Nangong Shoujie, but they didn't expect her luck to be so good. However, this was also a good result. Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to preserve her strength and enter the finals. It would be very beneficial for them to obtain the final ranking. Nangong Shoujie looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and sneered, "It seems that your luck is very good, but we will meet in the finals sooner or later. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I will not let you go." Bailey Hongzhuang raised her phoenix eyes as the corners of her mouth curled into a mocking smile. "You're thinking too much." The first match of the third round, Nangong Shoujie vs Gong Xiaoqing, Lin Ninghao announced. However, at this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly said, "Principal, I don't know if this qualification can be transferred to others." Hearing this news, Huan Chuyu, Xianxia, Lin Ninghao, and Song Hongxi were all stunned. They did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to suddenly say such a thing. In fact, this was the scene that Xianxia and others wanted to see. Judging from the previous situation, Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was obviously not bad. This round was actually empty, which was not a good thing for them. Huan Chuyu looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise. He did not understand why Bailey Hongzhuang would suddenly make such a decision. Logically speaking, this situation was already the best result for Kanglin College. Who was Bailey Hongzhuang going to give this opportunity to? Lu Huayan was also stunned. Did Bailey Hongzhuang have a strategy? Without waiting for Huan Chuyu to answer, Xianxia had already spoken first. "Yes, but, who do you want to give this opportunity to?" "Gong Xiaoqing." Bailey Hongzhuang replied without hesitation. "Well, then this battle will be changed to Nangong Shoujie and Bailey Hongzhuang. Gong Xiaoqing will have a bye." Xianxia's face was full of smiles. The biggest reliance of Kanglin College was Bailey Hongzhuang. As long as Nangong Shoujie defeated Bailey Hongzhuang, then Gong Xiaoqing would not be able to make any waves in the finals. Looking at the bright smile on Xianxia's face, Huan Chuyu scolded him in his heart. Just looking at Xianxia's smile, he could already guess Xianxia's wishful thinking. If this matter was not beneficial to Lingying College, it would be strange for Xianxia to agree. Now that Xianxia had said it, it was useless to refute. He could not help but feel helpless. He did not know why Bailey Hongzhuang made such a decision. Gong Xiaoqing and Xia Jiqing slowly walked back to the team of Kanglin College. Lu Huayan saw the two and could not help but ask, why did Bailey Hongzhuang make such a decision? Hongzhuang wants to avenge Dongfang Yu. Xianxia did not hide it and directly told the truth. In fact, this was what they all wanted to do. Listening to Xianxia's words, Lu Huaiyan could not help but sigh, too impulsive. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Bailey Hongshuang failed. Whether it was Nangong Yaochen, Nangong Shoujia or Xiao Lanmei, none of them were easy to deal with. If Gong Xiaoqing wanted to defeat them alone, the possibility was too small. Could it be that this time Sun Lan College would return in defeat? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Huaiyan's face was very ugly. The Kanglan school could no longer bear this kind of blow. However, he also did not think that Bailey Hongshuang's approach was wrong. No matter what the outcome of this tournament was, he would advance and retreat together with the Kanglan College, even if the Azure Water School did not belong to the three major schools in the future. So what? Now that Lingying College and Beihai College were in cahoots, they no longer had their original beliefs. There was no point in continuing to be called one of the three major colleges. Mentor, no matter what the final result is, we all feel that it is very meaningful, Cui Haoyan said. Since coming to Lingying College, they had been humiliated. Why should these despicable guys look down on them? Perhaps their decision was indeed impulsive, but they did not regret it. At this age, if they were not hot-blooded, it would be a waste of their youth. Hearing this, Lu Huaiyan nodded, yes, Nangong Shoujia is indeed too much. However, there was a sentence that Lu Huaiyan did not say. Although Bailey Hongshuang was at the second level of the Red Realm, she was still a little worse than Lu Huaiyan. If she wanted to win this competition, it would be very difficult. On the battle platform, Bailey Hongshuang and Nangong Shoujia stood opposite each other. The breeze blew and their clothes fluttered. The two looked at each other. Even if they did not speak, the sharp edge in their eyes could already feel the tense atmosphere between the two. Bailey Hongshuang, I didn't expect you to court your own death. Nangong Shoujia's eyes were filled with a playful light and the smile on his lips was full of ridicule. Making such a decision in front of everyone was undoubtedly to teach him a lesson. However, Bailey Hongshuang's strength was not enough, now he has put Mo Yunjue aside. No matter what kind of person Mo Yunjue is, he will never let go of Bailey Hongshuang. He does not believe that even if Mo Yunjue has a strong force behind him, as a prince, Mo Yunjue still does not dare to touch him. Of course, if Mo Yunjue knew Nangong Shoujia's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely sneer. In this world, there is no one he does not dare to touch, however, it depends on whether the chips given by the other party are enough and Bailey Hongshuang is enough. Since you want to court death, I will fulfill your wish. Nangong Shoujia turned his neck and looked at Bailey Hongshuang condescendingly. His confident and proud smile seemed to have won. Bailey Hongshuang's phoenix eyes slightly raised and her beautiful face showed indifference and disdain. You royal family people seem to like nonsense? It seems that only by saying a few more words can you show how powerful you are? As soon as these words came out, Nangong Shoujia's face could not help but become gloomy. Bailey Hongshuang's words were simply a slap in his face, completely defeating his previous clamor. This feeling is like saying countless words to see the fear in the other party's eyes, but the other party only said a simple word to make you speechless. Obviously, Bailey Hongshuang's ability to slap people's faces is first class. Begin. As the referee's voice fell, the atmosphere on the martial arts stage froze. Nangong Shoujia's eyes darkened a bit. He put away his previous arrogant attitude and his eyes were more serious. He was different from Nangong Yu'er. Nangong Yu'er liked to underestimate her opponent, but he would not. Moreover, Bailey Hongshuang had already proven her ability. If he failed miserably, it would be very bad for his image. The next moment, Nangong Shoujia clenched his fist and the majestic surging elemental energy swept out from his body without reservation. He stomped on the ground and tore through the air. In a flash, he appeared in front of Bailey Hongshuang. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongshuang knew that Nangong Shoujia was very good at speed. However, Bailey Hongshuang was never afraid of speed. The fierce long sword pierced the air and with an amazing oppressive force, it violently stabbed toward Bailey Hongshuang like lightning. Bailey Hongshuang's figure retreated and the glass sword came out, overwhelmingly meeting Nangong Shoujia's sword move. Ding ding ding, the movements of the two people were as fast as thunder. The sword light was dazzling, like two whirlwinds intertwining with each other. The sound of weapons clashing constantly came from the whirlwind. The hard ground of the martial arts stage was pierced by the sword chi and the smoke and dust scattered, confusing everyone's eyes. The moment the two of them made their moves, it was such a fierce battle that it completely ignited the atmosphere on the martial stage. Everyone stared at the martial stage without blinking, afraid that they would miss a single detail. So far, this battle was the fiercest. Everyone felt that all the previous battles were not as exciting as this one. Nangong Xianxia was best at his speed. Therefore, he wanted to use his speed to completely defeat Bailey Hongzhuang. However, he did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang's speed to be so fast. Even though he had tried his best, he still did not have the slightest advantage. Not only that, Bailey Hongzhuang's swordsmanship was also very skillful, even more skillful than him. If it wasn't for his cultivation being higher than Bailey Hongzhuang's, perhaps he would have been at a disadvantage. When he thought of this possibility, Nangong Xianxia felt that it was incredible. How could Bailey Hongzhuang's combat experience be so rich? Suddenly, the two figures suddenly shot apart and stood in the two corners of the stage. There were many tears on the clothes of the two people and there was blood blooming on the clothes. In his line of sight, although Bailey Hongzhuang's white clothes had been cut a bit by the sword, and there was some blood on her arms, her indifferent face clearly did not reveal the slightest bit of embarrassment. Obviously, this battle did not have much impact on Bailey Hongzhuang. Nangong Xianxia's situation was also good, but there was some blood on his chest. It could be seen that in this exchange, Nangong Xianxia was at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, shock surfaced in everyone's eyes at the same time. I didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang's strength to be so strong. Nangong Xianxia is at the 3rd level of the Red Realm. Doesn't this mean that Bailey Hongzhuang can fight above her level? Judging from this situation, Bailey Hongzhuang is not an ordinary genius. Her fighting strength is very strong. She is worthy of being the trump card of the Kanglan College. Nangong Xianxia was so arrogant before. The previous situation seemed to be a bit bad. Xiajiqing and the others had excited smiles on their faces. They didn't expect Hongzhuang's fighting power to be so strong. With just one move, her strength had already reached this level. Nangong Xianxia was so arrogant before, but he suffered a loss in the hands of Hongzhuang. It's really funny, Xiajiqing said with a smile. Gong Xiaoqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang thoughtfully. He already knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was very strong, but now it seemed that he had underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang. Surpassing one's level to battle was easy to say, but in reality, very few people were able to do it. How solid must one's foundation be to be able to do that? Ever since they met Bailey Hongzhuang, it seemed that the impossible in everyone's eyes had become possible in Bailey Hongzhuang's case. To practice such a solid foundation, the time and energy spent on it was absolutely terrifying, but Bailey Hongzhuang did it. Not only that, she was also a very talented alchemist and even had a certain understanding of inscription. When Bailey Hongzhuang took out the inscription, he had a terrible guess in his heart. Maybe Bailey Hongzhuang was the inscription master who drew this inscription. Was this possible? If this matter was put on someone else, he would not hesitate to say that it was impossible, but if it was Bailey Hongzhuang, he could not give a definite answer. When Bailey Hongzhuang first came to Kanglan College, although her strength was very outstanding, she was not his and Dong Fengyu's opponent. Now, in a short period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang has already walked in front of him. This progress was simply shocking. Although there was the inheritance of the ruins, luck was also a part of strength. At least, in this regard, he was definitely not comparable to Bailey Hongzhuang. Lu Huayan's eyes also flashed with joy. Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was really amazing. Huan Chuyu, who was originally very worried, was also relieved at this moment. Although Bailey Hongzhuang was young, she had her own reasons for doing things every time. Compared with Huan Chuyu's calmness, Xianxing's face was ugly. He never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength could reach such a level. If Bailey Hongzhuang won in this competition, it would be really bad. Nangong Xianxia's face was very ugly. He originally wanted to destroy Bailey Hongzhuang in a way that would make her have no ability to fight back, but the scene that happened now was not what he imagined. The previous test is over, now let's get to the point. Nangong Xianxia put away his previous arrogant posture and his eyes were a bit serious. Now he has a certain understanding of Bailey Hongzhuang's strength. Her strength was not simple. If he was not careful, it was not impossible to be defeated by Bailey Hongzhuang. And he could not accept such a result. With Nangong Xiujia's voice fell, everyone's expression changed again. The previous battle between the two was so fierce. Was it just the first test? Then, how terrible would the real battle be? Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. Well, let's finish it quickly. She knew that Nangong Xiujia did not use his full strength, but she also did not use her full strength. In the next moment, Nangong Xiujia had directly retracted his weapon. Immediately afterward, the elemental energy in his body surged wildly and continuously gathered on his hands. Everyone saw that Nangong Xiujia's hands were constantly flipping, and a complicated seal was formed from his hands. At the same time, a powerful and palpitating force spread out from his hands. Sky Demon Palm. Nangong Xiujia shouted, and under everyone's horrified eyes, a huge palm was suspended in the air. His palm was white, but it was covered with black veins. It looked like palm prints, and it looked very frightening. In particular, the terrifying power emitted by this martial skill caused many of the spectators to feel their hearts palpitate. This was a terrifying power that could threaten their lives. This is a profound ranked martial skill. Everyone exclaimed. The famous Sky Demon Palm of the royal family is very powerful. It is said that a member of the royal family once used the Sky Demon Palm to kill his opponent. I didn't expect Nangong Xiujia to have mastered the Sky Demon Palm. From this momentum, he has mastered it very well. I am afraid that Bailey Hongzhuang is in danger. Seeing Nangong Xiujia's actions, Bailey Hongzhuang's face did not show the slightest hint of panic. Bailey Hongzhuang's speed was not slow at all. Her hands quickly turned over, and a complex and mysterious handprint appeared, dazzling everyone. Just by the speed and complexity of Bailey Hongzhuang's handprint, it could be seen that Bailey Hongzhuang's martial arts level was not weak. The final result of this battle was still unknown. Sacred Azure Flame Palm. With Bailey Hongzhuang's cold voice, a tyrannical energy fluctuation erupted from Bailey Hongzhuang's hands, and Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows also appeared a little sweat. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment because they felt an energy fluctuation that was not weaker than the heavenly demon palm spread out from Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Immediately afterward, a huge palm flashing with a blue flame also appeared behind Bailey Hongzhuang. The blue flame was burning, and the temperature around the stage rose a bit in an instant. The nearby cultivators could not help but have sweat on their faces. Obviously, Bailey Hongzhuang's martial arts were also profound level martial arts, and the level of this martial arts was not weaker than Nangong Xiujia's heavenly demon palm. After perceiving these two terrifying fluctuations, the onlookers who were quite close to the stage took a few steps back. As long as these two martial arts collided, the energy that erupted would be very terrifying. If they stood too close, they might be affected, and that would be an unexpected disaster. Seeing everyone's move back, many people's hearts were filled with emotion. The strength of the innate realm and the Hotian realm were two completely different levels. The power brought by the fight between Bailey Hongzhuang and Nangong Xiujia was not comparable to ordinary people. Xiaojiqing's eyes could not help but have a touch of worry. She did not expect that Nangong Xiujia's reputation was not exaggerated. This fluctuation was very terrifying. Hongzhuang would not have an accident, right? Not only Xiaojiqing, but Gong Xiaoqing and the others were also very worried. The battle had reached this level, and they could no longer judge who was stronger. Nangong Xiujia's eyes showed a touch of ruthlessness. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly demon palm attacked Bailey Hongzhuang without hesitation. Go! Bailey Hongzhuang's mind moved, and the sacred azure flame palm also fiercely rushed toward the heavenly demon palm. The white light and the blue light collided, and the heavenly demon palm and sacred azure flame sacred palm collided together in front of countless shocked eyes. Boom! A loud sound came from outside the 9 heavens, and violent energy raging with the stage as the center. Boom! The skies seemed to have been swept Hongzhuang's of, and the demon palm realm's palm Xiaoxiuking palm Xiujia was swept of a Xiujia, of a Yuz of the of, each occupied Hongzhuang under the stage. Countless cultivators were shocked to see the surging violent energy on the stage. This kind of collision was really amazing. Nangong Yujin and the others, who were previously calm, were now nervously looking at the high platform. This fierce battle situation had exceeded their expectations. The original hustle and bustle returned to calmness in an instant. Only the sound of the explosion came from the stage. Almost all the onlookers were speechless. This kind of collision, even in the previous college exchanges, was rare. When the white light and the azure light disappeared, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated and everyone could see everything in front of them. The two figures on the stage gradually appeared in everyone's line of sight. At this moment, a huge crater had appeared in the middle of the originally hard battling platform. Cracks had already spread out around the crater like a spider web, densely packed, as if the entire place was in ruins. Xianxia was still standing in his original position. His luxurious brocade robe was stained with blood and his hair was messy. His handsome face was filled with shock at the moment. He couldn't imagine that the victory that he thought would be easy to win had turned out like this. On the other side, Bailey Hongshuang's white dress was also blooming with blood. Her hair was draped over her shoulders and her delicate and beautiful face was a bit pale. It was clearly a messy appearance, but in the eyes of everyone, there was an indescribable beauty and heartache. This woman was already beautiful to the extreme. No matter what the situation was, it couldn't affect her beauty in the slightest. However, the originally lively environment seemed to have solidified at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Bailey Hongshuang and Xianxia. They could see that both of them were injured, but they didn't know who the winner of this battle was. On the high platform, the four principals could no longer remain calm at this moment. Their eyes fell on the stage. In this situation, they couldn't tell who won and who lost in a short time. Although Bailey Hongshuang's face was a bit pale, her figure was still straight and the corner of her mouth slowly evoked a mocking arc. "You lost." These three simple words made Xianxia's face extremely ugly. "I won't." Puff. Before he could finish his sentence, Xianxia could no longer control the blood in his throat and spurted out a mouthful of blood. As the blood spurted out, Xianxia's face instantly turned pale. He couldn't stand still and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. This result was really shocking and incredible. No matter from which perspective, Xianxia had the advantage, but even with such an advantage, Xianxia actually lost. How could this be? All the practitioners of Lingyin College were thinking about this question. How could Xianxia lose? However, there was a burst of cheers from the Kanglin College. The eyes of Xiaojiqing and the others flashed with unspeakable ecstasy. Bailey Hongshuang won. With such a gap, Bailey Hongshuang won. She defeated Xianxia in front of everyone and avenged Dong Fengyu. They had longed for this victory too much. Now that their dreams had come true, they found it hard to believe. Bailey Hongshuang walked towards Xianxia step by step. Xianxia, who had fallen to the ground and no longer had the strength to support him to stand up, saw Bailey Hongshuang approaching and a hint of nervousness appeared in his eyes. "You, what are you going to do?" Bailey Hongshuang's smile gradually widened, enchanting and charming. Her every step was slow but firm, as if every step was stepping on Xiaojia's heart. Boom! Seeing this scene, everyone once again sucked in a breath of cold air. Was Bailey Hongshuang crazy? She actually used such a way to humiliate Xianxia. This was the territory of the Qing dynasty. However, when the people of the Kanglin College saw this scene, they only felt that their blood was burning, and every cell in their body was excited. This was Bailey Hongshuang's counterattack. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were filled with ridicule as she looked at Xianxia condescendingly. Her eyebrows were full of disdain and contempt. She wanted to return everything that Xianxia had done to him. She wanted Xianxia to taste the pain of being humiliated. "You are just a waste." When these words came out, Xiaojia's eyes were bloodshot. He was a high and mighty prince. When had he ever been humiliated like this? "Bailey Hongshuang, you are courting death." Xiaojia gritted his teeth. This was the biggest shame in his life. He had always been condescending, but now he was being stepped on by a woman, and he had no strength to resist. It was simply unbearable. "Oh." Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. "Only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people aren't allowed to light lamps. You're just relying on your identity as a prince to run amok. Let's not talk about this, you're just a defeated opponent." The next moment, Bailey Hongshuang slowly retracted her footsteps. Her shoes stepped on the ground, as if stepping on Xiaojia's body made her shoes dirty. If I am a waste, then you are the waste of waste. Bailey Hongzhuang left this sentence and did not hesitate to walk down the platform. Only Nangong Shoujia was still lying on the platform, bearing the unbearable humiliation. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Bailey Hongzhuang used her actions to avenge Dong Fengyu. The onlookers of the Lingyin College should have been very angry when they saw this scene, but for some reason, there was an indescribable sense of pleasure in their hearts. Perhaps, they had been bullied by the members of the imperial family and were used to the other party's high and mighty attitude. They had forgotten that they were hot-blooded and had the same unyielding will. Bailey Hongzhuang was doing her best to avenge her teammates, while they had to endure the humiliation that they shouldn't have endured. Why were the students of Kanglin College able to live so happily, while they had to endure the humiliation to survive? Hongzhuang, good job! Xiaojiqing shouted loudly as she clapped her hands. Her eyes were red. Although she was avenging Dong Fengyu, she was really lucky to have a friend like Bailey Hongzhuang. As Xiaojiqing clapped her hands, the cultivators of the Kanglin College also clapped their hands. Bailey Hongzhuang was their hero, however, to everyone's surprise, the applause was getting louder and louder. Even the cultivators of Lingyin College were no exception. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang was the hero in everyone's eyes. The applause was getting louder and louder, and the cheers were getting louder and louder. Bailey Hongzhuang, as a commoner, had created a miracle. There was a big smile on Huan Chuyo's face. Bailey Hongzhuang not only did not let him down, but her performance was perfect. She had made a name for the Kanglin College. Compared to the joy in Huan Chuyo's heart at the moment, Xianxia and Lin Ninghao's faces were ugly to the extreme. Originally, with the strength of Nangong Shoujia, it was impossible for him to lose this competition. Now he not only lost, but was also humiliated in public. However, with Nangong Shoujia's previous humiliation of Dong Fengyu as an example, this scene was even more natural. The most important thing was that this was the home of Lingyin College. The students of Lingyin College even applauded for Bailey Hongzhuang. This was simply nonsense. However, in this situation, they could not stop it. If this matter was spread out, it would be a shame in the history of Lingyin College. Song Hongxi was also surprised. He looked at Huan Chuyu with envy. It was a great blessing for Kanglin College to have Bailey Hongzhuang as a student. So far, almost all the limelight of the college tournament had been stolen by Bailey Hongzhuang alone. The entire Beihai College seemed to have become a foil. Regardless of the final result of this college tournament, everyone would not forget the amazing performance of Kanglin College. Nangong Yujin's face was ugly to the extreme. Although they represented Lingyin College this time as a prince, they also represented the face of the royal family. Now all the people who represented Lingyin College had been wiped out. This was not only a shame for Lingyin College, but also a shame for the royal family. Now only Nangong Yaochen was left. Although Nangong Yaochen's strength was enough to win the college tournament, in the first 3 rounds of the tournament, the performance of the royal family was really unsatisfactory. Nangong Yujin quickly jumped onto the stage and immediately asked people to carry Nangong Shoujia, who could not move, down. Nangong Shoujia had already been ridiculed. If he continued to stay here, he would only be a joke in the eyes of everyone. He was more worried that his second brother could not stand such a big blow. Usually, it was only his second brother who humiliated others. How could others humiliate him? What's more, now it happened in front of everyone. With his second brother's temper, he was afraid that he would completely collapse. Xia Jiqing and the others also immediately came to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. In this battle, Bailey Hongzhuang was obviously injured and had to hurry back to rest. Mo Yunjue looked at the proud Bailey Hongzhuang and the admiration in his eyes deepened. It seemed that he was right. Bailey Hongzhuang was indeed different from ordinary girls. Today, Bailey Hongzhuang's performance, even he couldn't help but praise her. Xiao Lanmei looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. His indifferent eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. He hadn't felt this kind of emotion for a long time. In Beihai College, where everyone only cared about their own interests, in order to avenge a friend, there had never been such a case in the history of Beihai College. Perhaps Bailey Hongzhuang's actions were stupid in many people's eyes, but it was this kind of rare friendship that was precious. Hongzhuang, how are you? Xia Jiqing supported Bailey Hongzhuang, her bright eyes were full of worry. Although this battle was very exciting, Bailey Hongzhuang's injuries were not light. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand slightly. The injury is not very serious, don't worry. Xia Jiqing looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang. Are you really okay? Looking at the uncertain worry in Xia Jiqing's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Don't worry, this battle did not hurt my foundation, I will recover soon. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang so serious, Xia Jiqing was relieved. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang herself was a genius doctor, she believed that she knew her own physical condition very well. Lu Huaiyan also greeted her, there was no lack of worry in his eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang, today's tournament is over, you should go back and rest. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, okay. Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the dormitory under the crowd, Mo Yunjue also walked behind the crowd, the face that had been calm and without much emotion still did not have much fluctuation. However, the pair of deep black eyes had a few changes, but the fluctuations disappeared too quickly, making people unable to see it clearly. Everyone had been looking forward to the inter-college promotion tournament with Bailey Hongzhuang's eye-popping battle had come to an end. After this battle, no one dared to look at the Azure Water College's cultivators with the same contempt as before. Because they had proved their strength with their actions, the strong had always been respected by others. Huan Chuyu also left the high platform with a smile on his face. The following mess would be handed over to Jian Qingqiu to deal with. Regardless of the final result of this tournament, the limelight of Lingyin College and Beihai College had been completely overshadowed by the Kanglin College. The onlookers also dispersed with shock. They thought that this time the Lingyin College would be able to crush the Kanglin College in an irresistible manner. Who would have thought that the Kanglin College would have such a big upset? In addition to Nangong Aochen, who had directly advanced to the finals, the rest of the people from the Lingyin College had all returned in defeat. Even Nangong Xiaojia, who was highly regarded by everyone, had been defeated by Bailey Hongzhuang. What's more, Bailey Hongzhuang had succeeded in the battle. What kind of combat power was this? Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely the dark horse of this year's college exchange. In the end, only Xiao Lanmei from the Beihai College entered the finals. Regarding the strength of Xiao Lanmei, the cultivators who were watching knew that Xiao Lanmei was also very strong. However, under the cover of Bailey Hongzhuang, Xiao Lanmei's limelight was completely overshadowed. However, everyone understood that the finals held tomorrow was the final. This year's inter-school tournament seemed to be even more exciting than the previous ones. Although Xia Jiqing was defeated in the hands of Xiao Lanmei was obviously not a scum like Nangong Xiaojia. He didn't do anything excessive. In this regard, Xia Jiqing also calmly accepted this failure. Being able to advance to the third round was already beyond her expectations. For the Kanglin College's trump card, Xia Jiqing had already prepared her heart, so she did not feel the slightest disappointment. Inside the room, everyone's eyes in college and college, Hongzhuang Yayan College and the Shihongyin eyes. Huan Chuyu walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side and handed a white porcelain bottle to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang, take this pill as soon as possible and have a good rest. Although he still felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's actions were a bit impulsive, Huan Chuyu also felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's actions were very happy. At least, this slap on the face of Lingyin College was very loud. When he thought of Jian Qingqiu and Lin Yinghao's ugly eyes, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Vice Principal, this, without waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to refuse, Huan Chuyu directly said, you are injured for the reputation of the college. If you don't even accept this pill, as the vice principal, I will be ashamed. Bailey Hongzhuang felt the concern in Huan Chuyu's words and thought for a moment before nodding, thank you, vice principal. Huan Chuyu nodded slightly, glancing at Lu Huaiyan and then at Xia Jiqing and the others. Obviously, Xia Jiqing and the others still had something to say to Bailey Hongzhuang. If he and Lu Huaiyan continued to stay here, everyone would be very cautious. Then I will go with Teacher Lu first. Don't stay too long, let Bailey Hongzhuang have a good rest. Huan Chuyu said slowly. Understood. Everyone nodded, and a smile appeared on their faces. After Huan Chuyu and Lu Huaiyan left, Xia Jiqing breathed a sigh of relief. Her bright eyes were filled with excitement. Hongzhuang, you are amazing. This time the one who is going to collapse is Nangong Xiaojia, haha. Since coming to Lingyin College, their mood had been very depressed. Whether it was the cultivators of Lingyin College or the members of the royal family, they all had a high and mighty appearance. This time they had finally taught them a good lesson, and their hearts were filled with unspeakable joy. Jiqing is right. Nangong Shoujia deserves to be humiliated. In my opinion, he won't dare to go out in a short time. Bai Junyu clenched his fists, his face was full of relief. Nangong Shoujia was too arrogant before. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang slapped his face, he felt that his breathing was a lot smoother. This time, Nangong Shoujia has completely lost his face. A rare smile appeared on Gong Xiaoqing's face. After all, they were not from the Qing dynasty. Even if it was embarrassing, once they left the Qing dynasty, their influence would be greatly reduced. Unfortunately, Nangong Shoujia did not have such good luck. He lost face on his home ground, and as the prince of the Qing dynasty, it would take a long time for him to wash away all this. I wonder how Dong Fengyu is doing now. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. She did this because she wanted to avenge Dong Fengyu. Now that she had gotten her revenge, she didn't know what happened to Dong Fengyu. I just heard Teacher Lu say that this news should be helpful to Dong Fengyu. You don't have to worry about Dong Fengyu's situation. There will be a final tomorrow, and your physical condition. Gong Xiaoqing's handsome face was a little worried. The final was the most important. If Bailey Hongzhuang was injured because of the promotion, she would not be able to exert her full strength in the final tomorrow. That would be a pity. As Gong Xiaoqing's voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. This was also the problem they were most worried about. Don't worry, it won't affect me. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand. Her internal injuries were not serious. As for the external injuries, it would be over soon. She could still perform well in tomorrow's competition. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang was so confident, everyone was completely relieved. If Bailey Hongzhuang could not play in tomorrow's final, it would be a pity. Hongzhuang, you have a good rest. We won't disturb you here. Zhang Yunfeng's eyes were full of concern. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's pale face, she knew that her current situation was not very good. If they continued to stay here, it would only delay Bailey Hongzhuang's rest time. Tomorrow was the final. Bailey Hongzhuang's time to rest was very short, so they still let Bailey Hongzhuang rest early. You are tired today. Go back and rest early. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Hongzhuang, I won't disturb you today. See you tomorrow. Xia Jiqing winked at Bailey Hongzhuang and then closed the door. After everyone left, Bailey Hongzhuang was just about to lie down and rest, but the door was opened again. Mo Yunjue slowly walked in. Seeing Mo Yunjue, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes quietly revealed a strange color. Why are you here? You don't seem to want to see me? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. No. For Mo Yunjue, Bailey Hongzhuang only felt that the situation between the two seemed to be very strange. She always felt that Mo Yunjue was not so simple, but so far she had not found anything wrong with Mo Yunjue. Perhaps she was really thinking too much. I just came to see you. I hope your injury is not very serious. Mo Yunjue appeared to be very carefree as he sat down beside Bailey Hongzhuang. I'm fine. My injuries aren't serious. Bailey Hongzhuang replied with a faint smile. I heard that you are already married. Why didn't your husband come with you this time? Mo Yunjue asked with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled. It had been a month since Bewitching left. She didn't know how things were going. In addition, before Bewitching left, he did not know that she would come to the Qing dynasty to participate in the inter-school tournament. If Bewitching rushed back to the academy, he would only find that she was not there at all. Come to think of it, Bewitching should still need some time to meet up with her. She seemed to be used to Bewitching's cheeky smile by her side. During this period of absence, she also missed it. Mo Yunjue looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's dazed look and his eyes gradually changed a little. When Bailey Hongzhuang came back to her senses, she found that Mo Yunjue had already stuffed a pill into her mouth. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes showed a touch of surprise. Mo Yunjue, you? The effect of this pill is very good. You should be able to recover as soon as possible after taking it. Mo Yunjue smiled faintly. Since your real husband is not here, then during this time, your fake husband, will take care of you. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a strange light. As an alchemist, she already knew what this pill was when it entered her mouth. A fourth-grade pill, this was a sacred healing item. It was a bit too extravagant for such a simple injury. However, she was even more surprised by what Mo Yunjue said. What kind of fairy was this? Nangong Yaochen's cultivation is at the 5th level of the Red Realm, and his strength is very strong. Moreover, he is different from Nangong Shoujia. He has always faced his opponents and is a gentleman. However, a gentleman also has his own persistence. Regardless of whether his relationship with Nangong Shoujia is good or bad, your actions today have always damaged the face of the royal family. I believe that Nangong Yaochen will win back the face of the royal family in the finals. Of course, it will be in a dignified way. Not only that, Nangong Yaochen also has a contract beast whose strength is also equivalent to a human cultivator at the 5th level of the Red Realm. Therefore, he is worthy of being the strongest in Lingyin College. When you meet him in the finals, you must be careful, but your Beast King will not be weaker than his contract beast. If your Beast King is older, it will be able to defeat them. As for now, this battle is still unknown. Listening to Mo Yunjue's information, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were more and more surprised. Even the teachers had not collected so much information about Nangong Yaochen, but Mo Yunjue knew it like the back of his hand. She felt that Mo Yunjue came here at this moment, first for her injury, and second to tell her this useful information. In fact, after knowing the exact cultivation of Nangong Yaochen, her heart that had been hanging in the air was also relieved. If he knew about it earlier, he would be able to deal with it earlier. It was much better than only knowing about it when he was standing on the martial arts stage. Thank you. Bailey Hongzhuang said sincerely. She did not understand why Mo Yunjue would help her like this, but she was really grateful. Mo Yunjue smiled faintly. You have a good rest, I will come back tomorrow to see you fight. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, take care. With the departure of Mo Yunjue, Bailey Hongzhuang also lay on the bed, her whole body relaxed. The previous battle had also caused her a lot of consumption, and there was a burst of pain in her wounds. The effect of the 4th-grade pill was needless to say. Since taking this pill, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that the pain in her body was much better, and even the external injuries began to improve. The higher the level of the pill, the better the effect. This was also the reason why advanced alchemists were so popular. Bailey Hongzhuang changed into clean clothes and bandaged the wounds on her body before she began to rest. However, this night, Bailey Hongzhuang also received a message. The finals were changed to be held 3 days later, and the alchemy competition would be held tomorrow. After knowing the result, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also showed a touch of surprise. Why did they change the time of the competition? Wasn't it always like this in the previous years? I heard that this request was made by Nangong Yaochen. He said that because you were injured, it was not fair to have the finals tomorrow, so it was changed to 3 days later. Xiao Jiqing's eyes were also filled with an incredible look. Nangong Yaochen was too awesome. With just a sentence, he changed the schedule of the Academy exchange. So that's how it is. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. She couldn't help but recall what Mo Yunjue said. Nangong Yaochen was a gentleman, so he was not willing to take advantage of this matter. For this result, Bailey Hongzhuang did not have much feeling. Since she could be given 3 more days to rest, it was also a good thing, although her injury did not have much impact. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang and others rushed to the place where the alchemy competition was held. In the 3 colleges, there were not many alchemists, but this alchemy competition also attracted a lot of attention. Not for other reasons, but because alchemists were always covered with a layer of mystery in the eyes of ordinary people. Finally, they could see the process of alchemists refining pills, so naturally, they would not miss it. Hongzhuang, I heard that after Nangong Shoujia went back yesterday, I don't know how he died. Cui Haoyan's face was full of shock. When he heard the news early in the morning, he felt that it was incredible. Although Nangong Shoujia's injury was very serious yesterday, it was not life-threatening. Now he was dead, wasn't it too strange? What did you say? How is this possible? Xiao Jiqing couldn't help but yell. This news was really too shocking. However, for a guy like Nangong Shoujia, it was not a pity to die. If he died, there would be one less scourge in the world. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes widened. It was really incredible. She knew about Nangong Shoujia's injury. Although he suffered some internal injuries, he only needed to recuperate for a month to recover and his life was not in danger. Was it because of her humiliation yesterday that Nangong Shoujia could not bear it and committed suicide? When this idea appeared in her mind, Bailey Hongshuang erased it herself. With Nangong Shoujia's personality, although this humiliation was very unbearable, he would never commit suicide. The cause of death was probably quite strange. At this time, Gong Xiaoqing also walked to the side of Bailey Hongshuang and others. After hearing their discussion, Gong Xiaoqing also said what he knew. You don't have to guess. As far as I know, Nangong Shoujia was killed by someone else. When these words came out, Xia Jiqing took a breath of cold air. Nangong Shoujia is a member of the royal family. He was killed in the Qing dynasty? That person's courage is really not small. With Nangong Shoujia's character, it's not surprising that he was killed. It's just that things have become very sensitive at this time. I also learned about it from the vice principal. Gong Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with thoughts. This scene was too strange. Could it be that the other party deliberately took advantage of Nangong Shoujia's injury to kill him? Fortunately, no one suspected Bailey Hongshuang because of this. Because it was impossible for Bailey Hongshuang to break through the heavy defense of the royal family and assassinate Nangong Shoujia in her injured state. Nangong Yujin was obviously frightened by this incident, so he didn't appear until now. He didn't know if he would appear in today's alchemy competition. So, the reason why Nangong Yaochen suddenly changed the way of the competition is probably because he needs to find the assassin of Nangong Shoujia. Cui Haoyan murmured. Nangong Shoujia was first humiliated and then inexplicably died. This was a big blow to the majesty of the royal family. In this regard, Bailey Hongshuang did not feel much. Nangong Shoujia's death was nothing to be regretted. Whoever killed him was also doing the people a favor. By the way, how is Dongfang Yu now? Bailey Hongshuang looked at Gong Xiaoqing and asked. Last night, she had been resting and did not know about Dongfang Yu's situation. Gong Xiaoqing smiled faintly. Dongfang Yu is a lot better. According to the judgment of the vice principal, it will not be long before Dongfang Yu can recover from that state. Hearing this, everyone showed a comfortable smile. Dongfang Yu was the problem they were most worried about. After knowing that Dongfang Yu would be safe, they were also relieved. Just as Bailey Hongshuang and the others were waiting for the upcoming alchemy competition, Wubao Pavilions by Jing Tian and the others also learned about Bailey Hongshuang's news. They did not expect that Bailey Hongshuang turned out to be a student of Kanglin College, and a real cultivator. When they learned the news, they were speechless. It was rare for an inscription master to appear. Instead of being an inscription master, she ran to be a cultivator. Wasn't this a waste of talent? However, when Bai Jing Tian and the others heard that Bailey Hongshuang had defeated Nangong Shoujia, the three of them who had always been calm also showed an incredible color. Bailey Hongshuang is so strong? They did not know the strength of Bailey Hongshuang, but they knew the strength of Nangong Shoujia. Among the younger generation of the royal family, in addition to Nangong Yaochen, Nangong Shoujia was the strongest. Bailey Hongshuang actually defeated Nangong Shoujia. It could be seen that Bailey Hongshuang's cultivation talent was also outstanding. However, after thinking about it, the three old guys directly ignored this news. Even if Bailey Hongshuang's cultivation talent was outstanding, she could not waste an inscription master's talent. The Xianxia continent did not lack cultivators, but inscription masters were truly rare. Bailey Hongshuang didn't want to be an inscription master, but she wanted to steal the limelight from a large group of cultivators. Wasn't this a waste? Let's go to Lingying College now. Bai Jing Tian was obviously a man of his word. After spending so much effort to find out about Bailey Hongshuang, he naturally had to hurry over. Qin Qinggu and Ji Yunma also nodded. Bailey Hongshuang was the inscription genius they valued. If she was injured in the battle and hurt her hand, they would be worried to death. When the waiter saw Bai Jing Tian and the other two leave the Wubao Pavilion and quickly go to the Lingying College, he was shocked. She had been in Wubao Pavilion for so long, but it was the first time she had seen the three inscription masters so anxious. Bailey Hongshuang and the others did not wait for long. The four principals had also appeared on the high platform. Obviously, Xianxia's face was not so good. Compared to Huan Chuyo's face, Xianxia was slightly gloomy. In his view, yesterday's promotion match was a complete failure. Lingyin College had lost face, but because of his identity as the principal, he could only try his best to cover up some of his emotions. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This assessment was very fair. Immediately afterward, Lu Qingyue and the others stepped onto the alchemy platform that had already been prepared. However, when they looked at it, everyone's expression could not help but change. Both Lingyin College and Beihai College have 2 alchemists participating in the competition? Cui Haoyan's face was full of surprise. They had always thought that among the 3 colleges, each college would only have 1 alchemist participating in the competition. In fact, the most important thing in the college tournament was the strength of the competition. The alchemist competition was not particularly important, but it was held every year, so everyone had formed a habit. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. According to the information she had learned before, Beihai College should only have 1 alchemist participating. How come there was suddenly 1 more? What's more, this person was still a very good face. They had previously clashed with the team of Beihai College more than once. However, there was no such alchemist in this team. Is it possible that they are doing something fishy? Xia Jiqing's face became ugly. Yesterday, Kanglin College was in the limelight. Both Beihai College and Kanglin College had lost face. Could it be that they wanted to make a comeback in this alchemy competition? Lu Qingyue obviously did not expect such a situation. Her face could not help but become ugly. Although she was very confident in her alchemy level, she still could not help but worry. After all, her alchemy level was not a secret. Many people already knew about it. The number of people could not gain too much of an advantage. However, she did not rule out the possibility that the other side might have an alchemist who was stronger than her. Huan Chuyu also frowned slightly. According to his judgment, if there was no certain reason, Kanglin College and Beihai College would not do this at all. He was afraid that there was a certain clue in this. However, so far, he had not found anything, so there was no way to prevent it. Both Lingyin College and Beihai College have 2 people. We only have Lu Qingyue. Isn't that too much of a loss? Zhang Yinfeng could not help but look at Lu Huayan. It was their first time participating in the college tournament. They did not know much about the specific situation. Lu Huayan's eyes were deep, and there was a bit of hesitation in his expression. In fact, even he was not sure what the problem was, but he could be sure that there must be a problem. I am not sure. They seemed to suddenly have 1 more person. There was no news before this. Hearing this, the expressions of Gong Xiaoqing and the others changed a bit. This situation was a bit bad. Just as everyone was thinking about what was going on, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly spoke up, "It's okay, I'll go too." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's body, revealing a bit of surprise and surprise. In fact, Bailey Hongzhuang was indeed an alchemist, and her alchemy skills were very good. Bailey Hongzhuang, you were injured yesterday. Refining down is a very taxing thing. Lu Huayan said with concern. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and waved her hand carelessly, "It doesn't matter. I've only suffered some superficial wounds. It doesn't affect my spirit at all." Bailey Hongzhuang had already done enough for this tournament. Even he was full of gratitude to Bailey Hongzhuang. He was only afraid that the alchemy competition would put a burden on Bailey Hongzhuang. Looking at the hesitation in Lu Huayan's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang did not hesitate to walk towards the alchemy platform. Since she was already here, she would do her best to win this inter-academy competition. Alchemy was not a difficult ability for her, not to mention that her spiritual force was not damaged at all, so there was no problem. Lu Huayan also did not think that Bailey Hongzhuang would directly walk up, but after thinking for a moment, he did not stop her. Bailey Hongzhuang had her own ideas. Since she had made such a decision, he believed that Bailey Hongzhuang was not showing off her ability, but really had the ability. Thinking back to when he and Fu Hongba insisted on recruiting Bailey Hongzhuang to the Azure Water School, he only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's talent was very outstanding. From her body, he could see the persistence and unyielding, which was very rare. He did not expect that after this period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang's growth would be so amazing. He could not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang was just a 16-year-old girl. From the meticulousness and competence she showed when doing things, this was not something a young girl could have. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had it. Perhaps, in this world, there were some geniuses who were favored by the heavens. She was destined to not be comparable to ordinary cultivators. Standing on the high platform, Lu Qingyue could not help but worry. This situation was obviously not the same as what she had imagined. However, when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang walking towards her, the worry in her heart dissipated a bit. Bailey Hongzhuang always had the power to make people feel at ease. Even she had to admit that all the difficult things seemed to become less difficult when Bailey Hongzhuang was around. However, many onlookers from the Qing dynasty had a strange look on their faces when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang step onto the high platform of the alchemy competition. Isn't that Bailey Hongzhuang who defeated Nangong Shoujie yesterday? What is she doing on the alchemy platform? I don't know. Could it be that he's going to participate in the alchemy competition? Are you kidding me? She's a genuine cultivator. Don't tell me you're saying that she's also an alchemist? When someone said this, everyone laughed and shook their heads. This was simply impossible, as everyone knew, it took a lot of effort to become an alchemist. With Bailey Hongzhuang's age, it was already very outstanding for her to obtain her current strength. Thinking about it, Bailey Hongzhuang must have put all her energy into cultivation. It was impossible for her to have the energy to learn alchemy. Xianxia and others were not surprised by the discussions of the people around them. In fact, they also thought so at the beginning. However, there were always some freaks in the world that broke their common sense. Bailey Hongzhuang was such a freak. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly stood beside Lu Qingyue and showed a confident and reassuring smile to Lu Qingyue. Lu Qingyue nodded slightly and the tension in her heart completely dissipated. The alchemists of Beihai College and Lingying College looked at Bailey Hongzhuang curiously. They did not know what Bailey Hongzhuang was doing here. Seeing this scene, Xianxia and Song Hongxi couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't understand what Bailey Hongzhuang was going to do. In fact, since Kanglin College stole the limelight yesterday, Xianxia and Song Hongxi secretly decided that no matter what, they couldn't let Kanglin College be in the limelight in today's alchemy competition. Lu Qingyue was the proud disciple of Huan Qiyu. They all knew that Lu Qinyue's alchemy level was very good. It was precisely because of this that they had arranged 2 alchemists to go up, so that they could increase their chances of winning. However, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly stood up now. What was she going to do? The two looked at each other. After seeing that the other party was confused, Xianxia looked at Huan Qiyu and asked, "Old Huan, what is Bailey Hongzhuang doing on the high platform?" When Huan Qiyu saw Bailey Hongzhuang walking to the high platform, he already understood Bailey Hongzhuang's plan. After his hanging heart was relieved, he appreciated Bailey Hongzhuang even more. It was a great blessing for Kanglin College to be able to recruit Bailey Hongzhuang. Since Bailey Hongzhuang entered Kanglin College didn't give her much care. Bailey Hongzhuang did her best for the honor of the school. No one would dislike such a student. Listening to Xianxingqiu's question, Huan Qiyu smiled faintly. Bailey Hongzhuang is also an alchemist. As soon as these words came out, Xianxingqiu and Song Hongxi were both stunned. Their eyes flashed with an incredible light. How was this possible? However, after seeing Huan Qiyu's confident smile, they knew that what Huan Qiyu said was true. After thinking about it carefully, the two also relaxed a little. They thought that Kanglin College only saw that they had 2 alchemists, so they let Bailey Hongzhuang go up to make up the number. Judging from Bailey Hongzhuang's achievements in cultivation, it was impossible for Bailey Hongzhuang to have any great achievements in alchemy. She was just there to fill in the numbers. Xianxingqiu shook his head. He really didn't know what Huan Qiyu was thinking. If it was just to make up the numbers, then don't let Bailey Hongzhuang go up. She would just embarrass herself. Bailey Hongzhuang's performance yesterday was amazing, but today she was going to be ridiculed here. However, this was also what he wanted to see. Next, please welcome the 3 alchemists from the Qing dynasty's Alchemist Guild. As Xianxingqiu's words fell, everyone present perked up. An alchemist was a high and mighty existence. An alchemist who could be invited by Xianxingqiu today must be an extraordinary figure. Everyone in the Qing dynasty knew who the 3 most famous alchemists in the Alchemist Association were. If it was during normal times, it would not be easy to meet them. On the other side of the high platform, the three alchemists slowly walked up. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also fell on the three alchemists. These three alchemists were all in their 50s or 60s. They were kind and there was a bit of arrogance between their eyebrows. Almost every alchemist had this kind of arrogance because from the moment they became alchemists, they were already looking down on everyone else. Among the three alchemists, 2 were men and 1 was a woman. Female alchemists were few in number among all the alchemists, and those with high alchemy skills were even fewer. This was because the higher the alchemist's level, the more mental strength they would need. There were not many females who could reach this step. The most important thing was that females had more thoughts than males. Usually, after getting married and having children, the situation would become different. Obviously, this female alchemist must be a very extraordinary person. From Lu Qinyue's Introduction, Bailey Hongzhuang understood that the only female alchemist was called Chujio. She was a 4th-rank alchemist and was very knowledgeable in alchemy skills. Not only that, Chujio had never married in her life and put all her thoughts on studying alchemy skills. As for the other 2 alchemists, the slightly rounder male was called Lin Hao. Just like his name, he was very heroic and very easy to get along with. The other tall and skinny old man was called Chen Yu. He was also a 4th-rank alchemist. Usually, he would secretly compete with Lin Hao. This was a fact that the entire alchemist guild recognized. Huan Chuyu and these 3 alchemists were old acquaintances and their relationship was very good. Previously, when Huan Chuyu said that he was going to visit his old friends, he was going to visit them. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and nodded. Huan Chuyu was a 4th-rank alchemist and also the Alchemist Guild's Songlan City branch. He naturally knew many friends. However, in the next moment, the news that Lu Qinyue said made Bailey Hongzhuang shocked. Hongzhuang, do you know why Elder Chen and Elder Lin usually like to compete with each other? Lu Qinyue smiled and asked. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Could it be that there is a reason behind this? Lu Qinyue's smile widened. That is because Elder Lin and Elder Chen both like Elder Chu. Therefore, these years, they always like to compete with each other in alchemy skills. There are many people who know about this news. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. She didn't expect Lin Hao and Chen Yu to be so jealous of each other despite their age. It was really interesting. Upon closer inspection, Bailey Hongzhuang also noticed some clues. Lin Hao and Chen Yu were both standing beside Chujio, sandwiching her in the middle. It was obvious that both of them genuinely liked Chujio. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile widened a little. It seemed that these 3 seniors' lives were also legends. After Xianxia introduced the identity of the 3 alchemists, the alchemy competition really began. Now let's draw the questions. The first question will be drawn by the vice principal of Kanglin College, Old Huan. Xianxia smiled. Huan Chuyu slowly stood up and placed a cylinder in front of him. Within the cylinder, there were several prepared scrolls of paper. Huan Chuyu immediately took out one of the scrolls, untied the string tied to it, and read out the title written on the scroll. The first question is the classification of medicinal materials. The medicinal materials of 2 different pill formulas are placed together. The cultivators of each college will classify the medicinal materials belonging to these 2 kinds of pills and remove some unnecessary medicinal materials. The fastest team will get 3 points, the second team will get 2 points, and the third team will get 1 point. After Huan Chuyu finished reading the questions on the paper, his eyes could not help but fall on Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi. Obviously, these 2 guys had already discussed the questions, so today they suddenly sent out 2 alchemists, wanting to outdo the Kanglin College in this matter. It was just that they did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be a variable. At this moment, Huan Chuyu only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was simply the lucky star of the Kanglin College. Under the high platform, Xianxia and the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Hongzhuang went up, otherwise the situation would be terrible. Lingying College is really despicable. They can even think of this kind of question. I really admire them. Bai Junyu shook his head helplessly. He really could not be the principal without a certain amount of brain power. The reason why Xianxia was able to let Lingyin College get such a position in the Qing dynasty was because of his brain power. Zhang Yunfeng and the others also sighed, but they had always been convinced by Lu Qinyue's alchemy level. After all, Lu Qinyue was a rare alchemy genius. Soon, dozens of medicinal herbs were placed on the table in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaojiqing. Obviously, there were medicinal herbs that were not needed at all, and they needed to remove them one by one. These medicinal herbs were not prepared by Lingyin College, but by the three alchemists. As alchemists, they were the best at assessing alchemists, and they also knew what kind of problems were the most likely mistakes to be made by cultivators. Therefore, there were many traps in these medicinal herbs. Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Qinyue looked at each other, and then their eyes fell on the numerous medicinal herbs. They did not say which two pills it is. It seems that we need to make our own judgment, Lu Qinyue said slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly, and there was not the slightest embarrassment on her delicate and perfect face. Since they have not told us the type of pill, I believe that it should be a pill formula that we all know. If we look carefully, we should be able to distinguish it. Bailey Hongzhuang was very calm. Although the complexity of the medicinal herbs looked dazzling, it was the same for others. As long as it was a pill recipe that everyone understood, with her and Lu Qinyue's understanding of medicinal herbs, it was not a problem to quickly classify it. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Lu Qinyue also calmed her mind and began to carefully analyze the medicinal pills that these medicinal herbs belonged to. Under the high platform, some onlookers who didn't understand the situation saw that Bailey Hongzhuang really began to pick herbs with Xiaojiqing, and their eyes changed. They looked at each other, unable to believe what they were seeing. Bailey Hongzhuang is actually an alchemist. Isn't this too inconceivable? Clearly, Bailey Hongzhuang had already used her actions to prove her identity as an alchemist. If she was not an alchemist, she would not continue to stand on the high platform and take the assessment with Lu Qinyue. This Bailey Hongzhuang is really the most miraculous woman I have ever seen. Although she is an alchemist, I believe that her alchemy skills shouldn't be very good. That's natural. But just the fact that she can become an alchemist is already very impressive. What an enviable talent. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the many medicinal herbs in front of her, and her mind quickly thought about the pill recipes of these herbs. Jinling grass, matchless wood, black rattan branch. After looking at these herbs, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes suddenly lit up. She had already guessed a kind of pill. Healing pill. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyes slightly, and her eyes fell on Lu Qinyue. If she guessed correctly, these herbs would definitely be able to gather the herbs needed to refine the healing pill. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Lu Qinyue also looked at the herbs, and then showed a happy smile. Hongzhuang, you are right, it is the healing pill. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, and immediately selected the herbs needed for the healing pill from the many herbs. When Bailey Hongzhuang picked out the herbs needed for the healing pill, Lu Qinyue looked for the pill recipe in the next herbs. When Lu Qinyue was thinking, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the Jinling grass in her hand. The weight of this Jinling grass seemed to be more than the weight of other herbs. Lu Qinyue looked at the herbs, and a little worry appeared on her outstanding face. How could this be? Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Lu Qinyue did not answer for a long time, and could not help but ask, Qinyue, did you not find it? Lu Qinyue shook her head slightly, and her face was filled with anxiety. It was reasonable to say that this was not a difficult assessment, so time was very important. As far as the eyes could see, the alchemists of Lingyin College and Beihai College were not slow, and the next problem was speed. Compared to Lu Qinyue's nervousness, Bailey Hongzhuang was very calm and calm. She clearly knew that anxiety would not help them at all. On the contrary, it might drag down their progress. What's more, the alchemy competition was the result of the 3 assessments, not one assessment. With Bailey Hongzhuang's psychological quality, she was not worried at all. No. Lu Qinyue frowned slightly. This situation was too strange, and it did not match at all. Hongzhuang, I think the remaining herbs are very similar to the herbs for refining the Tianyuan pill, but the Jinling grass has been used as a material for the healing pill, so the Tianyuan pill is missing a material. Lu Qinyue was puzzled. According to the rules of the competition they had heard, there should be enough herbs for refining 2 kinds of pills. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes brightened, and a smile appeared on her face. Yes, it is Tianyuan pill, you can take out the herbs for the Tianyuan pill first. There was a touch of surprise in Lu Qinyue's eyes. Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang was so sure, she did not hesitate and immediately took out the herbs. Hongshuang, but this is Jinling grass, Lu of Lu Qinyue was of the medicine of medicine. Lu Qinyue, and Lu Qinyue of the Lu Qinyue. Seeing this, Lu Qinyue once again looked at the two herbs, and a happy smile appeared on her face. She did not expect that in this round of assessment, there would be such a small test. This was not only to test their identification of herbs, but also their mastery of the quantity of herbs. The next moment, Lu Qinyue and Bailey Hongshuang looked at each other and smiled. They raised their hands together, indicating that they had completed the first round of the assessment. Under the high platform, the eyes of all the onlookers were filled with curiosity. Previously, they only saw the three teams constantly busy, but they did not understand what they were doing. At this moment, after seeing Bailey Hongshuang take the lead in raising their hands, their expressions changed a bit. They did not expect the alchemists of the Kanglin College to be so powerful. I knew that Hongshuang's speed must be the fastest. Xiaojiqing smiled. Bailey Hongshuang and Lu Qinyue were the most outstanding alchemists in her eyes. Although she did not know the level of alchemists of Lingyin College and Beihai College, she was still full of confidence in Bailey Hongshuang. There was also a faint smile on the faces of Gong Xiaoqing and the others. Compared to the competition of cultivators, this competition of alchemists undoubtedly made them relax a bit. After all, Lu Qinyue was the proud disciple of Huan Chuyu, and her strength was not exaggerated. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the other two teams. Their speed was also not slow, but they were trapped in the same problem as Lu Qinyue. If there were two Jinling grass among these herbs, then in this first assessment, it was really not known who would be faster. Chu Jiao and the other two came to Bailey Hongshuang and Lu Qinyue. After seeing Lu Qinyue, the faces of the three people also showed a faint smile. They were not unfamiliar with Lu Qinyue. On the contrary, they were very familiar with the proud disciple of Huan Chuyu. At this moment, their eyes also showed a kind light. The three people looked at the herbs placed on the table and could not help but nod. The result of the distribution was not wrong. In front of the herbs, Bailey Hongshuang and Lu Qinyue had already written down the medicinal pills used for these two herbs on the paper. Especially after seeing the Jinling grass divided into two, Chu Jiao nodded slightly and said with a smile, "You did a good job." As she spoke, Chu Jiao's gaze involuntarily fell on Bailey Hongshuang. They did not miss the previous scene. It was obvious that Bailey Hongshuang was the first to discover the problem with the Jinling grass. According to their understanding, Bailey Hongshuang was a cultivator who focused on cultivation. They didn't expect that Bailey Hongshuang also dabbled in alchemy, and was very careful, which surprised them. After hearing Chu Jiao's words, Bailey Hongshuang and Xia Jiqing looked at each other and a smile spread on their lips. When the alchemists of Lingyin College and Beihai College saw that Bailey Hongshuang had finished, they couldn't help but feel anxious. Because of this anxiety, it was inevitable that his hands and feet would be in a mess, and he would be even slower. When Huan Chuyu saw the performance of Bailey Hongshuang and Bailey Hongshuang, the corners of his mouth revealed a light smile. He was indeed very confident in the attainments of Bailey Hongshuang and Bailey Hongshuang in alchemy. Although Chu Jiao and the others had not announced the results yet, with his understanding of his friends for many years, Bailey Hongshuang and Bailey Hongshuang had obviously succeeded. Xianxia frowned slightly. He wanted to use this method to defeat Kanglin College, but he didn't expect that Bailey Hongshuang was really useful. She even helped Lu Qinyue complete the first round of assessment at the fastest speed. This was obviously not in his plan. For today's alchemy competition, Song Hongxi was also very nervous. In fact, the only alchemist from Beihai College who came with the team was Gu Yaoi. But yesterday, after Jian Qingqiu and Lin Ninghao told him about today's plan, they added another person to the team. This person was not a cultivator of Beihai College, but Jian Qingqiu and Lin Ninghao helped him find him. Although Jian Qingqiu and Lin Ninghao promised that there would be no problem, he was still a little nervous. Once this problem was exposed, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the reputation of Beihai College. However, Wei Hanyun was a second-grade alchemist, and his alchemy level was very exquisite. With his addition, Beihai College had more confidence in this alchemy competition. According to his idea, with the addition of Wei Hanyun, this round of assessment would definitely be easy, but he did not expect that the first to complete it would be Kanglin College. It was really beyond his expectations. Jinling grass is just a trick of the three masters. It's just that during the competition, everyone is very anxious, so they ignore it. Lu Qingyue saw that the other two teams were still anxious about this problem, and her face couldn't help but be a little more emotional. Hong Zhuang, fortunately you are careful enough, otherwise I don't know when I would be able to understand this. Bailey Hong Zhuang smiled faintly, I just found out, in fact, you will soon understand. Looking at Bailey Hong Zhuang's indifferent appearance, Lu Qingyue's eyes were slightly dark. In fact, she knew in her heart that her psychological quality really couldn't be compared with Bailey Hong Zhuang. She was a little older than Bailey Hong Zhuang, but Bailey Hong Zhuang seemed to have a lot of experience, and no matter what, she never showed the slightest tension. In contrast, she would be a little nervous on such an occasion, and might not even perform as well as usual. The second to complete was the alchemist of Beihai College, and the third to complete was Lingying College. The alchemist of Lingying College and Beihai College completed almost at the same time, but the alchemist of Beihai College raised his hand slightly faster. In the end, Kanglin College got 3 points, Beihai College got 2 points, and Lingying College got 1 point. For this result, the alchemists of Lingying College were very helpless. If the difference in time was greater, then it would have been fine, but they had lost a point at that moment. In fact, the alchemists of Beihai College were also very upset. They had already concluded that there were many medicinal ingredients for the healing pill and Tianyuan pill, but they had never noticed the problem of Jinling grass. Originally, this should have been a very simple assessment, but they thought it was extremely complicated. It was hard for them to accept such a simple problem. And they had failed. And failed to solve such a simple problem. It was hard for them to accept. Bailey Hongzhuang also felt that she was lucky to win this assessment. The first assessment was not difficult at all. With her many years of experience in refining pills, as long as she held the medicinal ingredients in her hand, she would be able to determine the weight of the medicinal ingredients. This was just a coincidence. What's wrong with Lingying College? In the past, Lingying College had always been at the top without any controversy, but this time the situation has obviously changed. The people of the Qing dynasty were a little disappointed after knowing the result. According to their thinking, Lingying College should be the well-deserved first place. After all, for so many years, the performance of Lingying College had been very outstanding, and it could be said to be the pride of the entire Qing dynasty. But this time the performance was really disappointing. Kanglin College has been suppressed for too long. This year's college tournament seems to be breaking out. What are you worried about? This is just the first round of assessment, the final result is not certain. The vast majority of the people of the Qing dynasty firmly believed that Lingying College would win the final victory. Whether it was cultivation or alchemy, there was no place where Lingying College was weak. Wei Hanyun's eyes fell on Bailey Hong Zhuang and Bailey Hong Zhuang, his eyes flashing with strong dissatisfaction. This defeat was really too unjust. Kanglin College really has no one, even a cultivator has to come up. It seems that the burden on Lu Qingyue is not small. Wei Hanyun's eyes fell on Lu Qingyue's body, but his words were mocking Bailey Hong Zhuang. He really couldn't understand, a cultivator should be good at cultivation, but he didn't know why they came here to join in the fun. Bailey Hong Zhuang looked at Wei Hanyun indifferently. Now she was immune to such provocative remarks, and it could not cause any emotional fluctuations in her. However, for Wei Hanyun, who had never appeared before, she was a little strange. There had never been such a person in Beihai College before, and this Wei Hanyun was obviously not young. Could it be that Beihai College had already prepared a trump card? Lu Qingyue frowned slightly, she instinctively had a resistance to Wei Hanyun, and her voice was cold. Hong Zhuang's alchemy skills are very strong, she is a very good alchemist. She didn't know who Wei Hanyun was, but since these words were said to her, she couldn't let Wei Hanyun slander Bailey Hong Zhuang like this. Listening to Lu Qingyue's words, Wei Hanyun sneered, Lu Qingyue, I didn't expect that your ability to lie with your eyes wide open is getting better and better. The two alchemists of Lingying College were both men, called Qi Junan and Yi Ruyu. When they saw Wei Hanyun mocking Bailey Hongzhuang, the two of them couldn't help but ridicule him. It's no secret that the current Azure Water College's talents have withered. The number of students is getting smaller and smaller. Naturally, there's no need to mention the alchemists. Even if you find a half-baked alchemist, it's still much better than not having one. Yi Ryu chuckled. Wei Hanyun and Yi Ryu looked at each other. Compared to Kanglin College, Lingyin College and Beihai College were allies, so they could be said to be united. Bailey Hongzhuang's cold gaze swept across Wei Hanyun and the others one by one. The corners of her lips slowly curled into a charming and dazzling smile. However, under such circumstances, it seemed unusually out of place. From the looks of it, you are all alchemists with outstanding alchemy skills. Wei Hanyun and the others looked proudly at Bailey Hongzhuang. Of course. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slightly hooked, and her smile became more and more charming. In that case, how did you lose the first round of the assessment? As soon as these words came out, the faces of Wei Hanyun and others changed a bit. Bailey Hongzhuang's words were obviously to embarrass them. That's just Lu Qinyue's ability. It has nothing to do with you. Wei Hanyun said in a deep voice. The failure of the first round was simply a great shame. Now that he thought about it, he didn't understand why he couldn't even see such a simple situation and lost points for nothing. For Wei Hanyun's sarcasm, Bailey Hongzhuang acted as if she didn't hear it. In that case, Lu Qinyue's strength alone is enough to defeat your alliance. Even if I'm only here to make up the number of people, so what? Wei Hanyun and others were stunned. For Bailey Hongzhuang's indifferent appearance, they only felt that their fist had hit cotton, and there was an indescribable discomfort. Why did Bailey Hongzhuang not play according to common sense at all? It was reasonable to say that anyone would be very unhappy after hearing such words, but Bailey Hongzhuang not only wasn't unhappy at all, she seemed to think that it was very normal. They just wanted to use this method to disturb Bailey Hongzhuang's heart. As a result, Bailey Hongzhuang's following performance was likely to drag Lu Qinyue down, so their chances of winning would greatly increase. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was a master who didn't care about anything. It seemed that all of this had no effect on her, which really made people helpless. Lu Qinyue looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with admiration. If she was insulted like this, she would be very unhappy, but Bailey Hongzhuang was able to turn this into other people's unhappiness. This ability was what she admired the most. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang was a genuine genius alchemist. Even she may not be comparable to Bailey Hongzhuang in this regard. This group of guys now looked down on Bailey Hongzhuang so much, they would definitely suffer in the following competition. How shameless! Gu Yaoi glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang contemptuously. She really didn't understand how a woman could be as shameless as Bailey Hongzhuang. If it were anyone else, they would be ashamed after hearing such remarks, but Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to be proud of it. Thank you for the compliment. Bailey Hongzhuang was still smiling. In today's world, it's hard to go far if you're not thick-skinned enough. For example, I really admire you guys. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, the faces of Gu Yaoi and others suddenly changed. Bailey Hongzhuang's words obviously scolded all of them. Bailey Hongzhuang, you! Gu Yaoi was angry for a while. She had never seen such a sharp-tongued person as Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her right hand slightly and directly stopped Gu Yaoi's words. You don't have to say more. Let's see the truth in the competition. You must not lose to me, a half-baked alchemist. Otherwise, it will really shame your school. Gu Yaoi glared at Bailey Hongzhuang angrily. You're dreaming. That's absolutely impossible. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged indifferently, turned her eyes, and didn't bother to pay attention to it. Xiaohei couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Bailey Hongzhuang. You're evil. At this moment, the more the master belittled herself, the louder the slap on the faces of Gu Yaoi and others would be later. It was looking forward to it more and more. For their master's ability to disguise, they had always admired her. She obviously had the strength, but the master just didn't say it. She just waited for a while to anger the other party to death. They could now imagine the wonderful expressions of Gu Yaoi and others at the end. For the evaluation of Xiaohei and Xiaobai, Bailey Hongzhuang was very innocent. She did not deliberately pretend. However, Wei Hanyun and others had obviously already determined the result. Even if she emphasized that her alchemy skills were good, they would not believe it. In this case, why should she waste her energy? What's more, she had always only explained it to the people she cared about. For these guys who didn't have a good impression of her, since they liked to think so, then let them think so. Anyway, sooner or later, they would believe that she was not a half-baked alchemist. Hong Zhuang, we've won the first battle, so they're feeling pressured. That's why they said that on purpose to distract us. Lu Qingyue was very familiar with what Wei Hanyun did. For an alchemist, the most important thing was to have a peaceful mind. Once the mind was not peaceful enough, the spiritual force would be chaotic. As a result, it was very easy to have problems when alchemy. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this kind of little trick has no effect on me." Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's unmoved appearance, Lu Qingyue also smiled. In fact, with Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in alchemy, these ridicules had no meaning at all. After a short break, Song Hongxi drew the second topic under everyone's gaze. The content of the second round of the alchemy competition is the refinement of black rock wood. Complete the refinement within the specified time. If the refinement fails or is not completed within the specified time, you will be eliminated. With Song Hongxi's voice falling, everyone's expression changed a little. Black rock wood was known as the most difficult medicinal material to refine among the many medicinal materials needed for alchemy. As its name suggested, its outer shell was as hard as a black rock. It would take a long time for the flame to burn its outer shell. However, the essence wrapped in the outer shell was extremely delicate. If the flame was not changed immediately after the outer shell was burned, the essence would directly evaporate into nothingness. For everyone's current age, refining the black rockwood was undoubtedly an extremely difficult assessment. This was something that everyone disliked very much. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. The content of this second round was much more difficult than the first round. She believed that at their age, the vast majority of alchemists would not be able to easily refine it. Back then, when she first started learning alchemy, she was also very helpless about this black rock wood. It was just that those old guys in the family seemed to like to find these difficult things for her to do, so she fought with the black rockwood for a long time and finally improved the extraction efficiency of the black rockwood. However, thanks to the black rockwood, her spiritual force had become sharper when refining pills, and her ability to control spiritual force had become more precise. Now that she was going to refine the black rockwood again, she recalled a lot of memories of the past. A beautiful smile slowly appeared on her lips. The faces of Wei Hanyun and the others turned ugly. It was obvious that it would not be easy to pass this stage. With Bailey Hongzhuang's half-baked level, there was only one result when it came to refining black rockwood: failure. The previous attitude of Bailey Hongzhuang obviously made them very dissatisfied. It was reasonable to say that with Bailey Hongzhuang's half-baked level, she should be very inferior in front of them. However, Bailey Hongzhuang not only did not have the slightest feeling of inferiority, but also dared to laugh at them. In this round of the competition, Bailey Hongzhuang's half-baked level would be exposed. They wanted to see how arrogant Bailey Hongzhuang would be. Once Bailey Hongzhuang was eliminated, they would definitely take this opportunity to humiliate Bailey Hongzhuang. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang tauntingly, but Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to have not expected the predicament that she would be in next. She was still indifferent, which made them very disappointed. The 6 people lined up on the high platform, each with the same alchemy furnace in front of them, and on the table next to it, there were 3 pieces of black rockwood. Now the refining of the black rockwood begins. The competition time is 2 hours. Within 2 hours, if the black rockwood is not refined successfully, you will be eliminated. If the refining of all 3 black rockwood is failed within 2 hours, you will be eliminated directly. Lin Hao's voice clearly passed into everyone's ears. This was the rule of this competition. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the black rockwood on the side. It was not that Lingying College was stingy and only prepared 3 pieces of black rockwood. In fact, if the refining of these 3 pieces of black rockwood failed, it would be too late to refine the 4th piece of black rockwood. The refining of black rockwood was a very tedious thing. It was a very long process to burn the outer shell of the black rockwood. Nature was full of wonders. Although this kind of black rockwood was a headache for alchemists, the essence of it did have a very good effect. Dong, as Lin Hao hit the gong, the second round of the competition officially began. The entire high platform became quiet. Bailey Hongzhuang and others began to make a fire, preparing to refine the black rockwood. Compared to the silence on the high platform, the people below the high platform were still chatting. Alchemy was also a very lonely and quiet process. In fact, other than alchemists, ordinary people would also feel very bored watching their alchemy process. This was because other than being able to see the movements of the alchemist, they simply didn't know what was happening inside the pill furnace. It was truly boring. Bailey Hongzhuang is definitely going to be eliminated in this round. This round is no longer a team competition. She is definitely a cultivator, and her attainments in alchemy are limited. No matter what, Bailey Hongzhuang's talent in cultivation is already very amazing. To think that she can even understand alchemy is already very impressive. Everyone nodded. Bailey Hongzhuang had already convinced them with her strength. As for Bailey Hongzhuang's talent in alchemy, they didn't care at all. They wanted to come to the Kanglin College just to make up the number of people. They didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to win any results. Xianxia and others listened to the discussion of the people around them, and they felt a little funny. These people all underestimated Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang methodically controlled the flame in the pill furnace, and then put the black rockwood into the pill furnace. Bailey Hongzhuang closed her eyes, and her mental power quickly spread out and wrapped around the entire pill furnace. The situation inside the pill furnace also appeared in her mind. The black rockwood looked like a piece of pitch-black wood, but this wood was extremely hard. Even if it was burned with flames, it couldn't be burned down for a long time. Bailey Hongzhuang was very patient. She always controlled the temperature of the flame and refined the black rockwood bit by bit. On the high platform, the 6 alchemists seemed to be meditating. Except for the slight movement in the pill furnace, it proved that they were refining the black rockwood. Although many people couldn't understand this situation, everyone was still full of interest. After all, the alchemist's assessment was usually not open. Seeing it today could also let them know a little more about alchemists. Chu Jiao's gaze sized up the 6 alchemists one by one, and finally fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, she also felt that this Bailey Hongzhuang was only half-baked. Even in this first round of the competition, Bailey Hongzhuang reminded Lu Qingyue. In her opinion, it was just Bailey Hongzhuang's good luck. This first round of the competition only tested the alchemist's attentiveness. It was not difficult, so it was not surprising that Bailey Hongzhuang found it. However, now that she looked at Bailey Hongzhuang refining the black rockwood calmly, she felt that Bailey Hongzhuang did not seem to be as simple as she thought. After noticing Chu Jiao's gaze, Lin Hao couldn't help but ask, "Elder Chu, what do you think of Bailey Hongzhuang's level?" He also noticed Bailey Hongzhuang. According to the news that Huan Chuyu told them before, only Lu Qingyue should participate in this alchemy competition. They were all discerning people. Bailey Hongzhuang clearly entered the competition at the last minute. Logically speaking, her alchemy skills should not be strong, but Bailey Hongzhuang's side so far was not so simple. "I think this little girl may be stronger than we expected," Chu Jiao said slowly. She had been in the Alchemist Guild for so many years and had seen a lot of young alchemists. She could judge a lot of information from a person's spirit. This is not impossible. Although Lu Qingyue is an alchemist, her cultivation is not bad, Chen Yu said. It's a pity that this girl put all her energy on cultivation, otherwise she should also be a very outstanding alchemist. Chu Jiao sighed faintly. This was really a pity. Her talent can't be compared to Lu Qingyue after all. I heard of Way of Alchemist Wei, he is very outstanding. Lin Hao's face revealed a gratified smile. With so many talented alchemists appearing in the younger generation, he also felt very gratified. Chu Jiao nodded. Indeed, the younger generation this time is indeed very outstanding. And Lin Zanzan's. It seemed that these old fellows had made a mistake this time. Huan Chuyu thought about it. If Bailey Hongzhuang did not go to the Alchemist Guild to participate in the assessment, he would not know that Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills were so good. Xiao He and Xiao Bai did not make a fuss after Bailey Hongzhuang began refining the black rockwood. After all, they could not be distracted at this time. At this moment, suddenly, a sound attracted everyone's attention. Chi! This voice wasn't loud, but it was very abrupt on this unusually quiet high platform. Yiruyu's face was ugly for a while. He didn't expect that he had just burned the shell of the black rockwood, and the fire was so fierce that it directly burned the essence into nothingness. Looking at Lu Qingyue and others who were still refining without any problems, Yiruyu's face was even more ugly. He had always been very confident in his alchemy skills. He did not expect that the first person to make a mistake in refining the black rockwood turned out to be him. Naturally, he felt ashamed. Gu Yaoi also sighed after seeing Yiryu fail in refining. However, in this short distraction, another familiar sound came out. Chi. As this voice came out, a burnt smell quietly spread out, and Gu Yaoi's face also became ugly. She just distracted for a short moment, and it led to such a result. She really regretted it. If she had known this, she should not have paid attention to everything around her at all. However, it was obviously useless to regret now. Yiryu, who was originally in an unusually low mood, saw that Gu Yaoi also had the same situation as him, and his ugly face was slightly relieved. At least, he was not the only one who failed. After a short pause, Yiryu immediately picked up the second piece of black rockwood and put it into the furnace. Now there was still time. As long as he continued to refine, he would not be eliminated if he could complete it before the end of the time. Gu Yaoi's eyes could not help but fall on Bailey Hongzhuang. It was reasonable to say that she had failed to refine, and Bailey Hongzhuang should not persist longer than her. However, so far, Bailey Hongzhuang still did not show any change. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang had not succeeded in burning the shell of the black rockwood? When this idea emerged in her mind, Gu Yaoi confirmed this answer. That must be it. Apart from that, there was no other reason. Under the high platform, when the onlookers saw that both Gu Yaoi and Yiryu failed to refine, but Bailey Hongzhuang was still calm, they were also surprised. Did they underestimate the strength of Bailey Hongzhuang? Is it possible that Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills are very good? It's incredible that she hasn't failed until now. Impossible, maybe Bailey Hongzhuang was just lucky. I heard that refining the black rockwood is a very difficult thing. Bailey Hongzhuang should not rely on luck, but strength. This was clearly a competition between alchemists, but Bailey Hongzhuang's sudden participation became the focus of everyone's attention. Many people were betting on when Bailey Hongzhuang would be eliminated, because they didn't know much about the other 5 alchemists. The only one who knew more was Bailey Hongzhuang. Crack. Bailey Hongzhuang listened to a slight sound coming from the furnace, which was the movement when the shell of the black rockwood was burned. Therefore, as soon as she heard this sound, Bailey Hongzhuang had restrained the flame, so as not to burn the essence of the black rockwood into nothingness. Compared with burning the outer shell of the black rock wood, the impurities in the quenching essence were more complicated. The control of the fire needed to be particularly delicate. A little carelessness would cause the essence to burn into nothingness. But if the fire was too small, the impurities in the essence could not be completely removed. It was precisely for this reason that the black rock wood was a big way to test the alchemist's control of the fire. Qi. Another burning sound sounded, and Qi Junan's face was a little ugly. His refining was almost completed, but he didn't expect that he was just a little anxious and led to the failure of the refining. An indescribable sense of depression spread in Qi Junan's heart. Because of the failure of the first round, he just wanted to get back in this second round. As long as he could win in this second round with the fastest speed, he could always get back a little. He didn't expect that both he and Yiryu would fail now. As a result, it was absolutely impossible for them to be the first to complete the second round of assessment. Originally, the last 2 people were Yiryu and Gu Yaoi. He didn't expect that because of his failure at the moment, he would become the slowest person. Taking a look at the time, Qi Junan didn't dare to delay any longer. If he delayed any longer, there wouldn't be enough time. Lu Qingyue closed her eyes and let herself not pay attention to everything around her. She put all her attention on refining the black rock wood. For a while, Lu Qingyue, Bailey Hongzhuang, and Wei Hanyun were all neck and neck. Wei Hanyun was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang could hold on for so long, which was completely beyond his expectations. Could it be, this Bailey Hongzhuang really had some skills in alchemy? Refining the black rock wood was not a simple matter. Without a certain level, it was impossible to refine it successfully. In his judgment, Bailey Hongzhuang's situation should not be fake. Taking another look at Lu Qingyue, his goal this time was to defeat Lu Qingyue, but the sudden appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang undoubtedly affected his plan. Feeling Wei Hanyun's gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly opened her eyes and glanced at Wei Hanyun indifferently. She raised her eyebrows and her lips curled into a mocking smile. She was clearly provoking Wei Hanyun. Sensing Bailey Hongzhuang's provocation, Wei Hanyun was even more furious. This Bailey Hongzhuang was really despicable. He was just a cultivator, yet he dared to challenge him in the field of alchemy. He was simply courting death. After Xianxia saw Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Won't Hongzhuang be affected if she's distracted at this time? Based on the current situation, it seemed that any moment of distraction would lead to the failure of the extraction of the herbs. It was precisely because of this that Qi Junnan and the other two failed one after another. Bailey Hongzhuang actually dared to provoke Wei Hanyun now. Wasn't it too risky? Gong Xiaoqing's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and his eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. Although Bailey Hongzhuang was provoking Wei Hanyun, Lu Qingyue on the other side was not affected at all. Perhaps Hongzhuang wants to fulfill Qingyue's wish. As Gong Xiaoqing's voice fell, a look of astonishment appeared on the faces of Bai Junyu and the rest. Taking a closer look, everyone understood the meaning of Gong Xiaoqing's words. They also had a certain understanding of Bailey Hongzhuang's temperament. The successive actions of Lingying College had already angered Bailey Hongzhuang. Therefore, in this college tournament, Bailey Hongzhuang was aiming to slap their faces. She did not intend to give Lingying College and Beihai College any face. In fact, from the time they blocked Kanglin College outside the college, they had already not given them any face. Bailey Hongzhuang had always acted by the principle of revenge. Tolerance and generosity depended on whether the other party was worth it or not. Today's alchemy competition was the result of the discussion between Lingying College and Beihai College. They wanted to use this method to defeat Kanglin College. In this case, she would make Lingying College and Beihai College lose face within the scope of what she could do. Perhaps, there would be a lot of alchemists who could stay in this round, but as long as someone from Kanglin College could be the first to complete it, the effect would have been achieved. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang did not perform well in this round, so what? In everyone's eyes, she was just a cultivator. Even if she had a certain understanding of alchemy, it was just a smattering of knowledge. If she lost, no one would feel that it was wrong. In fact, in everyone's opinion, it was a miracle that Bailey Hongzhuang could persist until now. As long as Hongzhuang's provocation makes Wei Hanyun's mentality unbalanced, then Lu Qingyue will be the first in this round. Zhang Yunfeng had an epiphany and his mentality was unbalanced. This was the trick that Wei Hanyun had used on Bailey Hongzhuang. He did not expect that now it would be used on him by Bailey Hongzhuang. Cui Haoyan's eyes were full of admiration. With the help of Hongzhuang, Qingyue will definitely be in the limelight. The eyes of Bai Junyu and others fell on the pink and white figures on the high platform. These were the two stars of Kanglin College. Although Lu Qingyue would be in the limelight, in their eyes, the brightest star was Bailey Hongzhuang. For the glory of Kanglin College, she obviously did not care about personal results. Just this alone was something that many cultivators could not achieve. Wei Hanyun, the alchemists of your Beihai College are not that good. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her phoenix eyes, her eyes full of ridicule. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Wei Hanyun felt a burst of anger. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to use this method to provoke him. He also knew that at this critical moment, he could not be distracted. He was the only one left in the team of Beihai College, but Kanglin College still had Lu Qingyue. Even if he and Bailey Hongzhuang failed together, Lu Qingyue would win first place in this round, so he couldn't be distracted. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's words provoked his anger again and again, making him furious. This damned woman, from the moment this woman stepped onto the stage, he had already realized that this woman was definitely a disaster. It turned out that Bailey Hongzhuang may not have dazzling results in alchemy, but she was good at ruining their results. Bailey Hongzhuang, don't go too far. Wei Hanyun's voice was full of anger, but his heart was secretly surprised. It was reasonable to say that with Bailey Hongzhuang's level, as long as there was a moment of distraction, the refining should have failed. Wei Hanyun was puzzled. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't refine the black rockwood at all. This scene also fell into the eyes of Chu Jiao and the other two. They were also a little surprised by Bailey Hongzhuang's actions. However, this competition did not stipulate that one could not speak in the middle of the competition. For an alchemist, any situation was possible, and this kind of forced distraction was even more common. What's more, Wei Hanyun used this trick to stimulate Bailey Hongzhuang before didn't seem to have any effect. Instead, Wei Hanyun's current state was affected. I just said a few words, and you said that I'm too much. Your mental quality is really not good. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed with emotion, and then she withdrew her appearance. She didn't intend to continue to pay attention to Wei Hanyun. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, Wei Hanyun was even more furious. He wanted to say something more, but it seemed that it was useless to say anything. Just when Wei Hanyun was thinking about how to make Bailey Hongzhuang unhappy, a dull sound came from his pill furnace. Chi. Wei Hanyun's face instantly turned purple. He was actually led into a ditch by Bailey Hongzhuang. His mind was full of how to make Bailey Hongzhuang unhappy, but he forgot that refining the black rockwood was the most important thing now. Bailey Hongzhuang. Wei Hanyun gritted his teeth. His quenching was about to succeed, but he failed under such circumstances. However, for Wei Hanyun's angry words, Bailey Hongzhuang acted as if she didn't hear anything. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze quietly fell on Lu Qinyue's body. She had already judged that Wei Hanyun's speed was a bit faster than Lu Qinyue's. If this continued, Wei Hanyun would complete the refining of the black rockwood before Lu Qinyue. With Wei Hanyun's sophisticated appearance when refining the black rockwood, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart also had a hint of doubt. Clearly, this Wei Hanyun's alchemy skills were very high, even higher than Lu Qinyue. If it was someone else, under such a distraction, the black rockwood essence in the pill furnace would have already turned into a pile of waste, but Wei Hanyun persisted for so long. From this, it could be seen that Wei Hanyun's alchemy skills were outstanding, and from his indifferent attitude towards Lu Qinyue, it was obvious that his purpose was to defeat Lu Qinyue. Beihai College was really prepared this time. It was precisely because of this that she acted in the middle of the competition. No matter what preparations Beihai College made for today's alchemy competition, as long as she was there, she would not let them succeed. Gu Yaoi put all her hopes on Wei Hanyun. Unexpectedly, Wei Hanyun failed at the moment when he was about to succeed. Previously, her mentor had told her that Wei Hanyun's alchemy skills were very powerful. She only needed to cooperate with Wei Hanyun to win first place in the alchemy competition. However, Wei Hanyun's failure at this time meant that there was not much time left. Thinking of this, Gu Yaoi couldn't help but panic, and the pill furnace once again turned into a pile of waste. Song Hongxi's face was extremely ugly. He didn't understand what was going on with Wei Hanyun and Gu Yaoi today. Usually, such a competition should not be difficult for them at all, but now there were frequent situations. Among the three teams, they were the slowest. Hearing this, Huan Chuyu looked at Song Hongxi faintly and said, Bailey Hongzhuang is just giving him a taste of his own medicine. This trick was the usual trick of Beihai College. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang used it back, he felt very happy. Just one sentence let Song Hongxi's face become gloomy. In fact, it was Wei Hanyun who first used this trick. However, Wei Hanyun used it before the start of the competition. He did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to use it in the process of the competition. Humph! Song Hongxi snorted. The previous Huan Chuyu had never had such an attitude, but now it was getting more and more ruthless. Xianxia glanced at Huan Chuyu without a trace. This time, the approach of Kanglin College was really different. It had completely changed their attitude. For today's alchemy competition, they had spent a lot of effort. They did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to appear, so they were caught off guard. Hongzhuang is too powerful. At the moment when she saw Wei Hanyun fail, Xia Jiqing couldn't help but applaud. This was really too good. I'm afraid the conspiracy of the two colleges is useless after meeting Hongzhuang. Cui Haoyan chuckled. Bailey Hongzhuang's trick must have made Wei Hanyun very angry. Gong Xiaoqing and the others' faces were filled with a happy smile. Wei Hanyun was really too smart, he deserved it. Wei Hanyun looked at Bailey Hongzhuang who was still refining the black rock wood, and a gloomy light flashed in his eyes. He did not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang was really refining the black rock wood. If it was true, the black rock wood in the alchemy furnace would have already turned into nothingness. Now he finally understood that the Kanglan College letting Bailey Hongzhuang participate in the alchemy competition was just a cover. Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills were not very good, but she could cause destruction. As long as Lu Qingyue could win first place, it was enough. The Kanglan College was really good. Thinking of this, Wei Hanyun glared at Bailey Hongzhuang. Since this was Bailey Hongzhuang's scheme, then he would never let Bailey Hongzhuang's scheme succeed. Wei Hanyun slowly took a few steps back and walked slowly in the direction of Gu Yaoi. But when he passed by Lu Qingyue, he accidentally fell and directly bumped into Lu Qingyue. The sudden situation made Lu Qingyue startled, and she quickly went to stabilize the situation in the pill furnace. "I'm really sorry." Wei Hanyun patted his clothes, looked at Lu Qingyue apologetically, and then walked back to his seat. On the other side, Qi Junnan and Yi Ruyu were secretly delighted when they saw this scene. In fact, this was also the last method they had thought of. According to the instructions of the mentor, no matter what method was used today, they had to make the Kanglan College fail, but they really didn't have the courage to do such a blatant move. After all, in this way, everyone knew that they were secretly harming Lu Qingyue. They didn't expect that when they were still hesitating whether to do so, Wei Hanyun had already done it without hesitation. For Bailey Hongzhuang, they didn't care. Lu Qingyue was the real opponent. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang stayed on this high platform until the last moment, she would not do anything. Lu Qingyue had already taken care of the black rock wood essence in the alchemy furnace, but this essence was too fragile. Qi. The same subtle sound rang out, and the situation in Lu Qingyue's furnace had turned into nothingness. Listening to this sound, a smile appeared on Wei Hanyun's lips, but when he looked at Gu Yaoi, he showed a look of disgust. Feeling Wei Hanyun's gaze, Gu Yaoi's face was a little ugly. As early as when she failed before, Wei Hanyun asked her to destroy Lu Qingyue's refining, but she had never dared. Unexpectedly, Wei Hanyun directly solved Lu Qingyue, so their pressure was relieved a lot. Trash. Wei Hanyun coldly dropped a sentence and continued to refine the black rock wood. Standing beside Bailey Hongzhuang again, Wei Hanyun's eyes showed a touch of pride. He did not affect Bailey Hongzhuang. He wanted to see how long Bailey Hongzhuang would pretend like this. After the time was up, if Bailey Hongzhuang still did not refine anything, then she would really be a huge joke. Bailey Hongzhuang, no matter what you do, Kanglan College will be at the bottom this time. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and her calm look did not change because of Wei Hanyun's words. Even so, your speed is not necessarily faster than Lu Qingyue. Lu Qingyue's face was quite ugly, but soon she continued to refine. No matter what, she was in the second round of assessment, she could not be eliminated no matter what. Yi Ruyu's heart was filled with joy. Originally, he was the first person to fail. Unexpectedly, now he had become the fastest person among all the people. It was really a blessing in disguise. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, he had long forgotten about her. Because she couldn't win. After Bailey Hongzhuang noticed the expressions of Wei Hanyun and others, her heart was also helpless. Was she being underestimated? Her black rock wood was about to be refined. These guys who had always wanted to plot against her seemed to have completely ignored her existence. When Wei Hanyun and others saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was still pretending to refine the black rock wood, they were very amused. They didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang was really good at pretending. This group of idiots actually neglected Hongzhuang. I'm afraid they'll regret it later. Although the failure of Lu Qingyue's refinement made everyone feel sorry, Xia Jiqing believed that Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to complete the refinement. They made a common mistake that many people would make, but Hongzhuang is really amazing. She didn't fail in refining under such circumstances. Zhang Yunfeng's eyes were full of amazement. She saw that the other alchemists were only distracted for a moment, which led to the failure of refining. Among the alchemists present, the one with the most distractions was Bailey Hongzhuang. But Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't had any problems until now. As soon as these words came out, Lu Qingyue and Zhang Yunfeng looked at each other. Hongzhuang really didn't refine it? Everyone's expression changed a bit. This seemed to be not impossible. After Zhang Hongxi saw Wei Hanyun's actions, there was a smile in his eyes. As long as Lu Qingyue's progress was affected, then their goal was achieved. Wei Hanyun saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had still maintained her previous actions. He sneered in his heart. He wanted to see how long Bailey Hongzhuang could pretend. However, at this moment, a faint fragrance came from Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy furnace. Not only Wei Hanyun, but Yi Ruyu and others were also completely stunned. This fragrance, wasn't it the fragrance of the essence of the black rock wood? What a joke. Bailey Hongzhuang was really refining the black rock wood before. She was so distracted that she could still refine it successfully. This was definitely teasing them. However, Bailey Hongzhuang made them understand with practical actions that they really ignored the most important enemy. Bailey Hongzhuang directly put the essence of the black rock wood into the container and looked at Wei Hanyun and others with a smile. In fact, because she had refined the black rock wood many times before, she was very familiar with the black rock wood. A short distraction had no effect on her at all, because she was familiar enough and knew when to pay attention to what. Lu Qinyue's face showed a faint smile. Everyone regarded her as an opponent, but they didn't know that Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills were equally exquisite. The first place of this round of assessment was Kanglin College. The alchemists of Lingyin College and Beihai College were probably angry. In contrast, she was in a very good mood. Bailey Hongzhuang's previous move was to help her, but before the start of the competition, her master had already reminded her that the other party was likely to make trouble in today's competition and she should be more careful. However, Wei Hanyun's move was always impossible to guard against. Fortunately, everyone underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang, so Bailey Hongzhuang was the first to complete the refining easily. Speaking of Bailey Hongzhuang, Lu Qinyue's heart was also a little emotional. For a long time, she and Bailey Hongzhuang had never competed in alchemy, but judging from the situation just now, she felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills were likely to be better than hers. Because, in the process of refining, it was absolutely impossible for her to be distracted like Bailey Hongzhuang, which showed the gap between them. When Bai Jingtian and the others came to Lingyin College, they saw the scene of Bailey Hongzhuang completing the refining. The three of them couldn't help but look at each other. This situation was a bit wrong. Isn't Bailey Hongzhuang a cultivator? Today Lingyin College is holding an alchemy competition. Why did Bailey Hongzhuang run up there? Bai Jingtian looked puzzled. They were still thinking about where to go to find Bailey Hongzhuang. They didn't expect to see Bailey Hongzhuang on the high platform. Ji Yanma's eyes flashed with doubts. I don't know, this girl should not be an alchemist, right? When Ji Yanma mentioned this idea, he immediately rejected it. What a joke. Bailey Hongzhuang was clearly an inscription master. Since this girl is on the high platform, let's wait a while. I'm Qinggu. After finding Bailey Hongzhuang, Qinggu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang did not leave the imperial city, he was very pleased. Chu Jiao checked the refining results of Bailey Hongzhuang and announced that Bailey Hongzhuang had passed. Hearing this news, the faces of Yi Ruyu and others were ugly. They never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. By now, they no longer doubted the strength of Bailey Hongzhuang. After seeing this situation, Chu Jiao and the other two were almost certain that Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy level was good. It seems that Huan Lao was hiding something this time. I didn't expect that there was such a good seedling in the Kanglin College besides Lu girl. Chen Yu chuckled, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with appreciation. Chu Jiao nodded slightly. Compared with Lu girl, this Bailey girl's temper is obviously more intense. It was not the first time that they were referees of this alchemy competition. They were very clear about the tricks used by Lingyin College and Beihai College in the past. On the home ground of Lingyin College, Kanglin College was dwarfed. Unexpectedly, in this alchemy competition, Bailey Hongzhuang had tricked the other two teams. This was a very rare scene. I think this girl's character is good. Lu girl's character is a bit too soft. Although alchemists are not as contradictory as cultivators, it is easy to be bullied if your character is too soft. Lin Hao shook his head. They had known Lu Qinyue for a long time. For Lu Qinyue, they were also worried about her natural good temper. For alchemists, most of the time, it was a war without gunpowder. I don't know what level this girl's alchemy skills are now. She is already a cultivator of the innate realm at such a young age. It is really surprising that she can have such achievements in alchemy. Chu Jio smiled. Chen Yu smiled faintly. That's not simple. When the third round of assessment comes, you will naturally know. When Bailey Hongzhuang finished refining, because they were too surprised, Yi Ruyu and Gu Yaoi's refining failed again. When the two heard the sound coming from the alchemy furnace, their faces turned pale. Most of the time had passed, and they failed again. In the remaining time, they were likely to be eliminated because they could not finish. At the thought of this, the two were even more resentful of Bailey Hongzhuang. If it weren't for Bailey Hongzhuang, they would not have been distracted at this critical moment. While the two of them resented Bailey Hongzhuang had no idea about it. She had already passed the competition and was resting at the side. However, even if Bailey Hongzhuang knew what the two were thinking, she would not care. What does their distraction have to do with her? In the end, it was just that their self-control wasn't strong enough. In the end, Wei Hanyun and Lu Qingyue completed the refining at the same time, and Qi Junnan also completed it, but Yi Ruyu and Gu Yaoi were eliminated because they did not catch up with the time. In the second round, Bailey Hongzhuang, Lu Qingyue, Wei Hanyun, and Qi Junnan have passed. Yi Ruyu and Gu Yaoi are eliminated. Chen Yu immediately announced the final result. The crowd under the high platform sighed after hearing the result. This time, the Kanglan College was really going to shine. In the first two rounds of the alchemy competition, the Azure Water College actually had the best results. It was really amazing. Yi Ruyu and Gu Yaoi walked down the high platform. Both of their faces flashed with unwillingness, but even if they were unwilling, it was useless. The alchemists of the Kanglan College are really good. The performance of Lu Qingyue and Bailey Hongzhuang is very outstanding. After Bai Jing Tian and the other two heard Chen Yu's words, they decided that their previous guess was not wrong. Bailey Hongzhuang turned out to be an alchemist. This girl was going against the heaven's will. According to the news I got, Bailey Hongzhuang is obviously a cultivator. How did she become an alchemist? Ji Yanma was puzzled. Logically, the news he got should not be wrong. Was it possible that Bailey Hongzhuang's real identity was an alchemist? Nonsense. Bai Jing Tian blew his beard. This girl is clearly a rare genius inscription master. Now she is wasting time on alchemy. It's simply nonsense. Although alchemists were also very promising, the number of alchemists was much more than inscriptionists. Inscriptionists were the nobles of the nobles. Bailey Hongzhuang did not want to be an inscriptionist, but ran to be an alchemist. Wasn't this a waste of talent? Ji Yanma and Qin Qinggu also agreed with Bai Jingtian's words. With Bailey Hongzhuang's talent in inscriptions, it was a waste of talent if she did not concentrate on studying inscriptions. It seems that we have to talk to Bailey Hongzhuang. Her talent in inscriptions is better than alchemy. Qin Qinggu said seriously. Now the third round of the competition begins. With Jian Qingqiu's voice falling, everyone's eyes fell on him, and Jian Qingqiu also pulled out a question. The third round of the competition, refining the highest level of elixir within the scope of your ability. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. From the previous two rounds of the competition, they could not understand who had the best alchemy skills, but in the third round of the competition, everyone could clearly see the process of alchemy. This was what everyone was looking forward to the most. Xia Jiqing and others could not help but show a curious light on their faces. So far, they had never seen Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Qingqiu refining pills. They did not know what it was like when they were refining pills. Lin Hao slowly stood up and said, the current scores are as follows. Bailey Hongzhuang 6 points, Lu Qingyue 5 points, Wei Hanyun 4 points, Qi Junnan 2 points. The third round of the competition will now begin. The points will be doubled in the third round, and the one with the highest points will be the champion. The third round of the competition will now begin. Hearing this score, the cultivators of Lingyin College had ugly expressions. At present, Qi Junnan's score was the lowest, and Lingyin College was at the bottom. Although there was still a third round, they had already realized that it was impossible for Qi Junnan to win first place. Wei Hanyun's expression turned grave. He had already guessed the topic of the third round. Therefore, he had come prepared for the third round. However, there was a difference of 2 points between him and Bailey Hongzhuang. It would not be easy to make up for this difference in the third round. Right now, he could be said to be extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have planned for Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Qingyue together. The current situation would not have become so difficult. Lu Qingyue had a faint smile on her face. Now, the possibility of Kanglan College winning first place was the greatest. As long as Kanglan College could win first place, she would be happy. At least this time, Kanglan College would not be the laughingstock of Lingying College and Beihai College. Hongzhuang, have you prepared the second-grade elixir? Bailey Hongzhuang understood Lu Qinyue's worries and immediately smiled. Don't worry, I am prepared. Her pill recipe was deeply imprinted in her mind. The inheritance of the entire Bailey family was not a joke. Once she took out the pill recipe in her hands, many people would be jealous. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's competent appearance, Lu Qinyue was also relieved. She believed that Bailey Hongzhuang's inheritance would definitely not be worse than hers. Since she was going to refine the pill, Lu Qinyue was naturally prepared. She had already prepared all the herbs needed to refine the pill. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, although she was temporarily on the field, she had always prepared a lot of herbs. It just so happened that she already had all the herbs she needed. The situation of Wei Hanyun and Qi Junnan naturally did not need to be mentioned. Maybe they already knew about the test. Naturally, there would be a lot of herbs. Immediately afterward, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others stood on the high platform again. Everyone did not use the pill furnace that they usually used. Instead, they used the pill furnace that Lingying College had already prepared. This was the fairest way. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three stood at the front of the high platform. Their every move was clearly seen by everyone, and the voices of the people who had been talking were slightly smaller. Alchemy was more meticulous than refining herbs. They tried not to affect the performance of the people on the high platform. Xianxia looked at the students of Lingying College who had self-control under the high platform. There was a touch of relief in his eyes. However, when he looked at them, there was a touch of surprise in his eyes. After looking carefully and making sure that he was not mistaken, Xianxia could not help but stand up and quickly walked off the high platform. After seeing Xianxia's actions, there was a touch of doubt in the eyes of Huan Chuyu and the others. They did not know what Xianxia was going to do. Old Bai, Old Ji, Old Qin, I didn't expect you to come. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xianxia's face showed a happy smile. Bai Jingtian and the other two inscriptionists had a very high reputation and status in the imperial city. Previously, he had also invited them to watch the college tournament, but they had politely refused. He just didn't expect to see them here today. He felt very honored. Not only did the three masters of the Alchemist Guild come to the meeting, but even the three masters of the Inscription Association also came. Did this not prove the influence of Lingying College in the Qing dynasty? Bai Jingtian smiled faintly. We just happened to have some matters to attend to, so we came over. Bai Jingtian and the other two weren't interested in Xianxia. They were researchers, and Xianxia was too utilitarian. He wasn't the same as them. It was because of this that they rejected Xianxia's invitation. However, they didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to also participate in the academy exchange, so they came here. Hearing Bai Jingtian's answer, although Xianxia was a little surprised, he did not take it to heart. He didn't care why Bai Jingtian and the other two were here. As long as they were here, it meant that he had enough face in the eyes of others. Sure enough, when everyone saw Xianxia and Bai Jingtian standing together, their eyes were filled with shock and amazement. Today's Lingying College is really amazing. Not only did they invite the three alchemy masters of the Alchemist Guild, but they also invited the inscription masters that ordinary people can't even invite. It's really amazing. Lingying College is now the first of the three major colleges, and their relationship with the royal family is so close. Their influence is needless to say. I've only heard of the reputation of the three inscriptionists, but this is the first time I've seen them. The students of Lingying College were excited. As students of Lingying College, they also felt proud that Lingying College had such a status. Old Bai, please take a seat first and see how the students who participated in the alchemy competition perform. Xianxia smiled. Hearing this, Bai Jingtian and the other two looked at each other and did not refuse Xianxia's invitation. There was no other way. The person they were looking for was participating in the alchemy competition. They couldn't find Bailey Hongzhuang now, they could only wait for the competition to end. Seeing that Bai Jingtian and the other two agreed, the smile on Xianxia's face became even wider. He immediately invited Bai Jingtian and the other two to the high platform. When Lin Yinghao saw Bai Jingtian and the other two, his face also showed a look of joy. This was really an unexpected surprise. Seeing the arrival of Bai Jingtian and the other two, Chu Jiao and the other two also came over. Although the Inscription Association and the Alchemist Guild were not the same guild, they still had some interactions. Perhaps it was because they were all focused on doing their own things, so Chu Jiao and the others had a very good relationship with Bai Jingtian and the others. "Old Bai, why are you here today?" Chen Yu was a little surprised. They had talked about this with Bai Jingtian and the other two before, but it was obvious that they were not very interested in this matter. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the three of them to appear here today. What was the reason for this? If someone said that they were here to give face to Xianxia, the three of them would never believe it. They were very clear about the character of Bai Jingtian and the other two. What face? All tactics were meaningless in front of them. Obviously, Xianxia was not enough to invite them. Bai Jingtian smiled faintly. "We found a genius inscriptionist a few days ago. After asking around, we found out that she was in Lingying College, so we came over." Hearing Bai Jingtian's words, Xianxia's eyes lit up. A genius inscriptionist had appeared in Lingying College. This was really an unexpected surprise. It was just that he didn't know which class the student belonged to. He actually didn't know that he had such outstanding talent. It was really a mistake. Even so, Xianxia was very happy. As long as he was a student of Lingying College, he would still be a part of Lingying College in the future. "Masters, why don't I find that student after the alchemy competition is over?" Xianxia asked with a smile. Bai Jingtian nodded. "That's our plan." When Huan Chuyu saw Bai Jingtian and the other two, there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. He didn't expect that the status of Lingying College was getting better and better. Even a genius inscriptionist had appeared in Lingying College. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. In the Canglan school, let alone an inscription master, even in the entire Canglan city, there was not a single inscription master. Song Hongxi's expression also changed a bit. Although he was in an alliance with Lingying College, he was also surprised to see Lingying College having such influence. He was afraid that in the future, Beihai College would only listen to Lingying College. He did not know if this situation would change in the future. Xianxia looked at Huan Chuyu proudly. After seeing Huan Chuyu's expression, the pride in his eyes became stronger. Whether it was Canglan College or Beihai College, they would not be the opponents of Lingying College. In the future, Lingying College would definitely be the top, but Beihai College understood the situation and knew to rely on them. As for the ignorant Canglan College, sooner or later they would completely disappear from the Xingxian continent. Xia Jiqing and the others could not help but look at each other after seeing Bai Jingtian and the other two. They did not expect that the three inscription masters of Wubao Pavilion would appear here. "I didn't expect the inscription masters to be interested in this alchemy competition," Bai Junyu said slowly. Xia Jiqing's eyebrows showed some displeasure. "You didn't see how proud the students of Lingying College were after seeing them appear. It seems that Lingying College is worthy of being first." Now she did not have a good impression of Lingying College. She only hoped that the results of Lingying College would be terrible. She did not expect that the appearance of the three inscription masters would add glory to Lingying College. She could not help but feel depressed. Lu Huayan's face was also not very good. The greater the influence of Lingying College, the more unfavorable it would be for Canglan College. However, Lingying College had moved to the imperial city of the Qing dynasty. The conditions were indeed a lot more convenient. At least the students had the opportunity to come into contact with inscriptions. However, there was no inscription master in the entire Canglan city. The students did not have the opportunity to see it. Lin Hao sat down next to Bai Jingtian. "Old Bai, did you really find an inscription master in Lingying College?" Lin Hao was very surprised. An inscription master was harder to find than an alchemist. Although the threshold for becoming an alchemist was very high, there were many more alchemists than inscriptionists. Therefore, it was much easier for an alchemist disciple to find a master than an inscription master. Even in the entire Qing dynasty, there were only 3 inscriptionists who could become masters. It was really surprising that they could find inscriptionists in Lingyin College. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Bai Jingtian pondered for a moment. He understood Lin Hao's character. He was a person who cherished talents. Would this guy fight with him? Thinking of this, Bai Jingtian said ambiguously, "That girl is in Lingyin College." Lin Hao's brows furrowed slightly. He felt that Bai Jingtian's situation today was a little strange. Bai Jingtian and the others had never been interested in the alchemy competition. In their eyes, inscriptions were the most powerful. But now, they were actually sitting here watching young alchemists refine pills with great interest? "Old Chen, who do you favor the most in this year's alchemy competition?" Ji Yunma looked at Chen Yu and asked. He had the same idea as Bai Jingtian. They couldn't let Bailey Hongzhuang be taken away by the Alchemist Association. Chen Yu also felt strange about Ji Yunma's question. Did this old guy change his temperament today? Listening to Chen Yu's words, Ji Yunma couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang's performance in alchemy was not the most outstanding. Besides Lu Qingyue? Ji Yunma continued to ask. Chen Yu's eyes couldn't help but fall on Bailey Hongzhuang and Wei Hanyun. According to the information he received, Wei Hanyun was already a level 2 alchemist. At Wei Hanyun's age, he could become a level 2 alchemist. His talent was already very outstanding. He was only slightly weaker than Lu Qingyue. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, so far, he didn't get much information about Bailey Hongzhuang. He could only judge from Bailey Hongzhuang's performance that Bailey Hongzhuang was quite accomplished in alchemy. However, he didn't know that Bailey Hongzhuang was now a level 2 alchemist, so it was difficult for him to make a judgment. Thinking about it, Chen Yu said, Wei Hanyun's alchemy is also very outstanding. He is a strong opponent of Lu Qingyue. I see. Ji Yunma's smile widened a little. It seemed that Chen Yu and others would not compete with them for Bailey Hongzhuang. Qin Qingwu's face was filled with a faint smile. He didn't need to ask. Bai Jingtian and Qin Qingwu could get the information they wanted. I think Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy level should be very good. Maybe she will have an amazing performance in the 3rd round of the assessment. Chu Jio's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. At first, she didn't feel anything when she saw this girl. But after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's performance in these 2 competitions, she felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was very likely to be hiding her strength. With Bailey Hongzhuang's age, it was reasonable to say that she should be very nervous in such an occasion, but Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was obviously not comparable to ordinary people. She was not nervous at all. It could even be said that she did not care at all. There were only 2 explanations for this kind of performance. First, Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills were very poor, completely at the bottom of the list, so she didn't care at all. Second, her alchemy skills were very strong, and she had enough confidence in herself. Chu Jio thought for a moment between the 2. She felt that Bailey Hongzhuang should belong to the second situation. Perhaps another outstanding alchemist seedling had appeared. The expressions of Bai Jingtian and the other 2 could not help but change. The last thing they wanted was for someone from the Alchemist Association to take a fancy to Bailey Hongzhuang. In my opinion, the 2 people Elder Chen spoke of are better, said Qin Qingwu slowly. What a joke. They had finally discovered a genius inscription master, but instead of studying inscription techniques, he had actually come here to be an alchemist. This was simply a waste. Ji Yanma nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too. Chu Jio's gaze fell on Ji Yanma and Qin Qingwu. As a woman, her senses were more acute. These 3 old guys knew nothing about alchemy. How could they know whose alchemy skills were better? The behavior of these 3 old guys today was really strange, but she couldn't figure out what was going on. Chu Jio didn't care if she couldn't figure it out. She would find out sooner or later anyway. Lin Yinghao was a little proud. It was rare for Bai Jingtian and the other 2 to come to Lingyin College, so he naturally had to introduce them. With this opportunity, Lingyin College could also prove to everyone how strong they were. Listening to Lin Yinghao's words, Chu Jio and the other 2 also understood Lin Yinghao's idea. Speaking of which, Lingyin College was indeed very strong, but their way of showing off really made them speechless. The reason why they came to participate in this alchemy competition was to understand the situation of the alchemists of the three colleges. If it was just to help Lingying College, they would not be interested. However, Bai Jingtian and the other two, who had not been interested in this, heard Lin Yinghao's words and their eyes lit up. According to the information they had received, Bailey Hongzhuang was a cultivator of Kanglin College. So far, they did not know the principal of Kanglin College. That's good, Bai Jingtian said with a smile. Seeing Bai Jingtian giving him face, Lin Yinghao was also a little flattered. It was not that he had not dealt with Bai Jingtian and the other two before, but with their arrogant temperament, even if he was the vice principal of Lingying College, they would not pay more attention to him. He did not expect that in this year's college exchange, Bai Jingtian and the other two would be so easy to get along with. Principal Tsang, these three are the most famous inscriptionists in our Qin dynasty, Bai Jingtian, Ji Yunma, and Qin Qingguo. After introducing the identities of Bai Jingtian and the other two, Lin Yinghao said to them, "This is the principal of Beihai College, Song Hongxi. I have heard of your reputation for a long time, but I did not expect to have the opportunity to meet you today." Song Hongxi said flattering words, but there was no trace of falsehood on his face. Bai Jingtian and the other two also smiled. "Beihai College is also famous, and I admire you very much." Song Hongxi originally wanted to say a few more words, but the look of Bai Jingtian and the other two was obviously not very interested. Seeing this, Song Hongxi would not ask for a rebuff. Otherwise, if he provoked the other party, it would be bad. When Huan Chuyu saw Lin Yinghao coming towards him, there was a touch of helplessness between his eyebrows. Although he knew that Lin Yinghao was coming to show off, he had no way. "This is the vice principal of the Azure Water School, Huan Chuyu, Elder Huan." Lin Yinghao looked at Huan Chuyu proudly. He wanted to use this opportunity to let the Kanglin College understand the gap between them and the Lingying College. There was a smile on Xianxia's face. Even if Lingying College was defeated yesterday, in his opinion, Lingying College only needed Namgang Ouchin. With Namgang Ouchin's strength, whether it was Kanglin College or Beihai College, no one was his opponent. There was a smile on Huan Chuyo's face. Although he had no feelings for Lingying College, he still admired the inscription masters. Just as Huan Chuyu was about to speak, Bai Jingtian had already walked in front of him enthusiastically, directly ignoring Lin Yinghao who was at the side. "So you are the vice principal of the Kanglin College, I have heard a lot about you." Bai Jingtian smiled. Ji Yunma also smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang was a student of the Azure Water School, so their attitude towards Huan Chuyu was naturally not bad. In fact, they were very happy that the Azure Water School could bring Bailey Hongzhuang to participate in the inter-school competition. Otherwise, the three old men didn't know how long they would be troubled by the previous problem. Lin Yinghao was stunned. What was this situation? The Azure Water School was just an outdated school. Why were Bai Jingtian and the others so enthusiastic towards Huan Chuyu? This was too strange. Huan Chuyu was also stunned. He had no idea what was going on. Before today, he had never seen Bai Jingtian and the others, let alone have any friendship with them. From the attitude of Bai Jingtian and the others towards Song Hongxi, it could be seen that they weren't naturally enthusiastic people. But why did they treat him like this? However, no matter what, this was a good thing for Huan Chuyu. He immediately smiled and said, "Thank you. I have admired the three masters for a long time. I am very happy to be able to meet you today." Listening to Huan Chuyu's words, Bai Jingtian and the others also smiled. "Old Huan is an alchemist. We have heard from Old Chen and the others before. We should keep in touch in the future." Huan Chuyu nodded repeatedly, "Of course." Xianxia's face became very ugly. He wanted to take this opportunity today to make Huan Chuyu and the others jealous. He didn't expect Bai Jingtian and the others to treat Huan Chuyu more warmly than they treated him. Although he felt it was very strange, after listening to the conversation between Bai Jingtian and the others, he understood. The reason why Bai Jingtian and the others were so polite to Huan Chuyu was entirely because Huan Chuyu was a fourth-grade alchemist and also a friend of Chen Yu and the others. There was a trace of dissatisfaction in Xianxia's eyes. He didn't expect Huan Chuyu's luck to be so good. On the contrary, Chen Yu and the others couldn't help but look at each other. The reaction of Bai Jingtian and the others today was too strange. There was definitely something they didn't know. On the high platform, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly took out the herbs and placed them on the table beside her. Among the herbs she had brought with her this time, there were only herbs needed to refine a level 2 pill. Although she had now broken through to the Xiantian realm, and her alchemy skills had also improved, but she had never refined a level 3 pill. She hadn't refined for a long time, so the possibility of failure on her first try was very high. Moreover, at her age, if she managed to refine a third-grade medicinal pill, it would cause quite a stir. After all, this kind of result could no longer be described as outstanding, it was exaggerated. Therefore, after thinking about all this, Bailey Hongzhuang still decided to refine the second-grade pill, the heaven-mending pill. Although the heaven-mending pill was a second-grade pill, the difficulty of refining it was only slightly lower than that of a third-grade pill. Its grade was much higher than that of an ordinary second-grade pill. Whether it was Lu Qingyue or Wei Hanyun, they were both level 2 alchemists. As for Qi Junnan, although she didn't know Qi Junnan's alchemy level, she was sure that Qi Junnan was at most a level 2 alchemist. This way, the heaven-mending pill she refined shouldn't be too bad. The heaven-mending pill was a great supplement for cultivators. It could increase their strength to a certain extent, but it was only effective for Red Realm cultivators. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were all very fast. After preparing the medicinal herbs, they began to refine the medicinal pills. With a thought, the flame in the pill furnace was ignited. After the cold air in the pill furnace dissipated and the temperature in the pill furnace stabilized, Bailey Hongzhuang put the first medicinal herb into the pill furnace. Refining medicinal pills was also a test of the fire. It was just that different medicinal herbs had to be refined one by one and then fused together. Therefore, the complexity of this was much higher than refining medicinal herbs. Time slowly passed. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were also methodically refining medicinal pills. Other than the occasional sound of medicinal herbs being refined in the pill furnace, there was no other sound. When the onlookers saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 concentrating on refining pills, their hearts were filled with emotions. Alchemists were indeed not something that anyone could be. Just concentrating for such a long time was already very tiring. Although there was no movement on the high platform, everyone still did not feel bored. After all, the medicinal pills refined by alchemists were extremely important treasures to them. Every time the essence of a medicinal herb was refined, Bailey Hongzhuang would put another medicinal herb into it. Her expression was calm as if she was doing it with ease. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang, who was doing it with ease, Qi Junnan and the others were obviously more nervous. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little surprised in their hearts. Previously, everyone thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was just a dabbler. They did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would score the highest. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang could perform well in the 3rd round, then Bailey Hongzhuang would very likely be the champion of this alchemy competition. Thinking of this, everyone felt that it was a little crazy. The first place of the alchemy competition was not taken away by an alchemist, but by a cultivator. This was probably the most miraculous alchemy competition. Now looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance, they could already be sure that Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy level was also very outstanding. A cultivator with such an outstanding talent was also an alchemist. They did not know how Bailey Hongzhuang managed to develop both of them so well. This kind of Bailey Hongzhuang was really too enviable. After all, in the process of cultivation, alchemy was indispensable. How many cultivators suffered from not having medicinal pills, but Bailey Hongzhuang could be self-sufficient. How could this not be enviable? I don't know what kind of medicinal pill Hongzhuang is refining this time. I am very curious. Xia Jiqing's eyes flashed with excitement. Every time Hongzhuang took out something good. She did not know what kind of medicinal pill Hongzhuang would refine in this alchemy competition. I believe that Hongzhuang and Qingyue's medicinal pills will not be bad. Although the first 2 rounds of the competition were somewhat unexpected, the 3rd round of refining medicinal pills is a topic that almost every alchemy competition has. The vice principal should have also made a lot of preparations for Qingyue. I think we are likely to win this alchemy competition. Zhang Yinfeng's face was full of smiles. As far as the current situation was concerned, the Kanglin College had the highest chance of winning. Although the alchemy competition was not as good as the cultivator competition, as long as they won first place, it was always good. According to Gong Xiaoqing's observation, he found that Bai Jingtian and the other two masters of inscription were very close to the vice principal. Moreover, the three masters of inscription's gazes would fall on Bailey Hongzhuang from time to time. After seeing this scene, he couldn't help but have a guess in his heart. Perhaps the three masters were here for Hongzhuang. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang's performance that day had greatly surprised the three masters. After thinking for a moment, Gong Xiaoqing didn't say his thoughts out loud. Because even if he said it out loud, no one would believe him. Wei Hanyan's gaze turned slightly and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a fierce light in his eyes. He had never expected that Bailey Hongzhuang would have such good alchemy skills. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang, he wouldn't have fallen so badly in the second round. One must know that this time, he was aiming for the first place in the alchemy competition. Although there weren't many people participating in the alchemy competition, as long as he won the first place, his future path would be much smoother. And it was because of Bailey Hongzhuang's existence that he was ranked third and Bailey Hongzhuang was ranked first. This was simply unbearable. Wei Hanyan's gaze then fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's pill furnace. He didn't care what the results of the first two rounds were. In the third round, he wanted to make Bailey Hongzhuang fail at the last step. Xiao He felt Wei Hanyan's gaze and knew that this guy was up to no good. However, in the process of refining pills, he wasn't worried that Wei Hanyun would cause trouble like he did in the second round. This kind of trash was destined to be Master's stepping stone. Under such circumstances, the third round of refining pills was unexpectedly smooth and there weren't any problems. Suddenly, a strong medicinal fragrance came from Lu Qingyue's pill furnace. Smelling this medicinal fragrance, everyone felt their spirits shake and their whole body become more energetic. Clearly, this was a sign that the medicinal pill was about to take shape. A smile appeared on Huan Qiu's face. He had already prepared for the contents of the third round. He didn't let Lu Qingyue refine the most difficult item. The most important thing was that Lu Qingyue could only refine the highest grade item within her capabilities. Lu Qingyue, Bailey Hongzhuang, and Wei Hanyan's strength were comparable, only Qi Junnan was slightly worse. Huan Qiu understood that according to Jian Qingqiu's idea, he wanted Beihai College to win first place in the alchemy competition and Lingying College to win first place in the cultivator competition. As a result, the two colleges were very beautiful, and only Kanglin College was at a disadvantage. However, Jian Qingqiu's wish was fulfilled by getting first place in the alchemy competition. Just as the medicinal fragrance from Lu Qingyue's pill furnace came out, the medicinal fragrance from Wei Hanyan's pill furnace also came out. The two rich medicinal fragrances intertwined together, causing everyone to show an intoxicated look. The effect of the medicinal pill was naturally needless to say. Just the medicinal fragrance alone had a certain benefit to the cultivator. However, when Huan Qiu smelled this familiar medicinal fragrance, his face couldn't help but change a little. His eyes flashed with surprise as he looked at Wei Hanyun. If he guessed correctly, Wei Hanyun was refining the azure coagulation pill. Azure coagulation pill, a second-grade pill, could help cultivators condense their yuan power, making the yuan power in their dantian more condensed and thus storing more yuan power. Although the azure coagulation pill was a second-grade pill, it was not far from being a third-grade pill. Huan Qiu did not expect that he had underestimated Wei Hanyun's strength. According to the information he had received, Wei Hanyun's strength should not be enough to refine the azure coagulation pill. As a result, although Lu Qingyue had successfully refined the pill, the points in the third round would be doubled. Lu Qingyue would still lose to Wei Hanyun. Thinking of this, Huan Qiu's face could not help but turn ugly. He did not expect that the result would be like this. He did not know how Beihai College found such a talented alchemist like Wei Hanyun. For a long time, he had been very confident in the strength of Lu Qingyue. It was also very powerful for Lu Qingyue to reach such a realm at her age. However, Wei Hanyun was a few years older than Lu Qingyue, and Lu Qingyue had suffered a loss. Looking at Huan Qiu's gloomy face, Song Hongxi could not help but smile. The first two matches had made him very worried. He did not expect Wei Hanyun to be as good as Jian Qingqiu had said. His alchemy skills were very outstanding. Although he did not know much about alchemy, He had already understood that Beihai College would win this alchemy competition just by looking at the change in Xianxia's expression. Xianxia looked indifferent. Although the performance of the alchemists of Linging College was not satisfactory, he cared more about the cultivators' competition. As for the alchemy competition, it did not matter. I'm afraid that Beihai College will win this round, Chujio said slowly. The azure coagulation pill was considered a top-notch pill among second-grade pills. It would be very difficult to defeat him. Chenyu nodded. Wei Hanyun's strength is really good. In the future, he should be a character in the alchemy world. For them, it did not matter who won or lost. They were just happy that another great guy had risen in the alchemy world. Although in terms of talent, Wei Hanyun was still not the opponent of Lu Qingyue, but compared to ordinary alchemists, Wei Hanyun was good enough. Wei Hanyun's face was full of pride. He was determined to win this alchemy competition. He was not unfamiliar with the pill that Lu Qingyue had refined. Although it was also a second-grade pill, the difficulty of refining it was not as high as the azure coagulation pill, and the effect was not as good as the azure coagulation pill. Therefore, he would win this competition. Ding! Lu Qingyue opened the lid of the furnace, and an even richer medicinal fragrance wafted out. The cultivators below the high platform greedily absorbed this medicinal fragrance, and were very intoxicated. After slowly putting the pills into the white porcelain bottle, Lu Qingyue quietly stood to the side. She had already finished refining the pills for the third round. However, when she shifted her gaze and noticed Xianxia's gloomy expression, her good mood changed slightly. She was very satisfied with her own performance. But since her master had revealed such an expression, she was afraid that the medicinal pill that Wei Hanyun had refined was of an even higher grade. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyue's face also became ugly, but now it was too late to refine the pill again. Could it be that she was going to miss out on victory just like that? Ding! Wei Hanyun also completed the refining of the medicinal pill. As the pill furnace was opened, a rich medicinal fragrance spread out. Lu Qingyue's expression also changed a bit. Azure congealing pill. This was the medicinal fragrance of azure congealing pill. Azure congealing pill was very famous among the second-grade pills. She had smelled this medicinal fragrance when her master was refining azure congealing pill. The reason why she was so talented in alchemy was because her sense of smell was sensitive enough. When she was identifying herbs, she could judge them just by smelling them. It was because of this that she could be sure that this medicinal fragrance belonged to azure congealing pill. She suddenly found that she had underestimated Wei Hanyun. After Wei Hanyun successfully refined azure congealing pill, her refining of Xianyuan pill had no meaning. She would definitely lose this competition. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyue's heart was very depressed. She wanted to win glory for Kanglan School in this competition. At this moment, she didn't even dare to look at her classmates who were full of confidence in her. She had always been a genius alchemist in everyone's eyes. Everyone was full of confidence in her. But today, she actually lost to Wei Hanyun of the Azure Water School. She was afraid everyone would be disappointed in her. After seeing Lu Qingyue's ugly face, Wei Hanyun's mood became very good. After today, he would become famous in this competition. Hey, why do I feel that the situation is not right? Cui Haoyan frowned. Following his gaze, he found that the vice principal and Lu Qingyue's faces were not very good. It was obvious that something had happened. Listening to Cui Haoyan's words, everyone also looked at the high platform. With this look, everyone also found the problem that Cui Haoyan mentioned. If it wasn't for this situation, Lu Qingyue wouldn't show such an expression. Could it be Lu Qingyue lost this competition? Zhang Yinfeng said in a deep voice. Although this competition was not over yet, everyone knew that the higher the grade of the pill, the better the result. Lu Qingyue's expression must be because her pill was not as good as Wei Hanyun's. Isn't that terrible? Bai Junyu's voice sank. Their performance in the first two rounds could be said to be the best. They didn't expect Wei Hanyun to turn the tables in the third round. Don't worry, Hong Zhuang hasn't finished refining her pills yet. Who knows, maybe Hong Zhuang's pills will be stronger than Wei Hanyun's. Xia Jiqing had a kind of blind faith in Bailey Hongzhuang. Since she knew Bailey Hongzhuang, she had never been disappointed in Bailey Hongzhuang. On the high platform, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was still indifferent. She was neither arrogant nor impatient, neither slow nor slow. Her orderly appearance was like a work of art. It did not make people feel nervous at all. On the contrary, it was a kind of pleasant enjoyment. Xianxia believed that Bailey Hongzhuang must have a card up her sleeve, otherwise she would not be so calm. Everyone glanced at Xianxia. Although they didn't understand why Xianxia trusted Bailey Hongzhuang so much, Bailey Hongzhuang was their only hope now. Ding, another sound of the pill furnace opening sounded. Qi Junnan had successfully completed the refining of the pill. With a smile on his face, he took the pill out of the pill furnace and put it into a white porcelain bottle. However, the three people had already finished refining. Only Bailey Hongzhuang was left. Her pill furnace did not even have a medicinal fragrance. The people of the Tsanglan College couldn't help but feel anxious. Time passed by, and there was not much time left before the end of the third round. As the end time got closer and closer, Huan Chuyo's eyes also changed a bit. Bailey Hongzhuang had indeed taken a long time to refine the pill. Although Bailey Hongzhuang had not yet taken the second-grade alchemist assessment in the Alchemist Guild, he believed that Bailey Hongzhuang had definitely reached the level of a second-grade alchemist. However, most of the time needed to refine a second-grade pill was about the same. It was strange that Bailey Hongzhuang had not finished refining for so long. The smile on Song Hongxi's face was getting deeper and deeper. Lu Qingyue was now destined to be defeated by Wei Hanyun. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, he was afraid that she could not even complete it, let alone beat Wei Hanyun. Old Huan, your college's Bailey Hongzhuang seems to be a bit of a bark. Song Hongxi's voice was full of ridicule and pride. He had been nervous because of the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang. Now it seemed that all his worries were unnecessary. Even if Kanglan College had achieved good results in the first 2 rounds of the competition, so what? The most important thing for an alchemist was to refine pills. What was the use of Bailey Hongzhuang's ability to distinguish and refine medicinal herbs? The more eye-catching the performance in the first round, the worse it would be when the results of the third round came out. No matter how much the Kanglan College wanted to do well in this tournament, it was futile in the end. Xianxing's face also showed a smile. Although Lingying College was likely to be the last in the alchemy competition had never been their strength. As long as Namgong Yaochen defeated all his opponents tomorrow, Lingying College would still have supreme glory. Hongzhuang's pill has not been refined yet. What should we do? Xianxia could not help but intertwine her hands, her eyes full of worry. Hongzhuang was now the only hope of Kanglan College. Is there any change in the alchemy process? Bai Junyu frowned. If Bailey Hongzhuang had not succeeded at the last moment, it would be really bad. We won't know the outcome until the very last moment. Gong Xiaoqing said slowly. His usually cold and expressionless face was now faintly tinged with a trace of paranoia. From the moment they came to Lingying College, it was already a battle of life and death. They would not admit defeat until the last moment. Chu Jio and the other 2 looked at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. According to their perception, there didn't seem to be any problems with the pills in Bailey Hongzhuang's furnace, and Bailey Hongzhuang didn't make any mistakes during the refining process. As such, it could only be said that Bailey Hongzhuang's pill required a relatively long time to refine. There aren't many grade 2 pills that require such a long time. Lin Hao frowned slightly. This time was almost on par with the time needed to concoct a 3rd grade pill. This girl shouldn't be refining a 3rd grade pill, right? Bai Jingtian couldn't help but ask when he heard Lin Hao's words. He didn't know anything about alchemy, but if Bailey Hongzhuang really refined a 3rd grade pill, it would be really heaven-defying. As a result, it would be even more difficult for him to take Bailey Hongzhuang to the Inscription Association. As she said this, Chu Jio couldn't help but look at Bai Jingtian. At this moment, she finally understood that Bai Jingtian was paying special attention to Bailey Hongzhuang. Could it be that the person Bai Jingtian was looking for this time was Bailey Hongzhuang? She and Bai Jingtian had known each other for a long time. Ordinary people would not attract Bai Jingtian's attention at all. She really couldn't understand what was so special about Bailey Hongzhuang to make Bai Jingtian pay so much attention to her. Chen Yu did not find the difference in Bai Jingtian. His eyes were always on Bailey Hongzhuang. In my opinion, although the pill that Bailey Hongzhuang is refining is a second-grade pill, I am afraid that it is not far from a third-grade pill. If Bailey Hongzhuang can successfully refine it within the specified time, then she will be the first in this alchemy competition. On the contrary, Wei Hanyun will be the first. Chen Yu looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's every move. At this moment, everyone had finished, and only Bailey Hongzhuang was still continuing. Usually, in this case, the alchemist who had not finished would be very nervous. However, from Bailey Hongzhuang, he could not see the slightest tension. Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to ignore all the surrounding environment, and nothing could affect her. For an alchemist, this kind of mentality was extremely important, and this also reflected Bailey Hongzhuang's confidence. Chen Yu suddenly found that he might have underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang before, because Bailey Hongzhuang's identity as a cultivator was too confusing. There were people who were both cultivators and alchemists. Lu Qingyue was also such an existence, but in the end, everyone would choose a path to focus on. However, this Bailey Hongzhuang could also be considered an anomaly. Not only did she develop both at the same time, but she even achieved results that were difficult for others to achieve. With Lu Qingyue's age, being able to become a second-grade alchemist already made them amazed, but this Bailey Hongzhuang's age seemed to be a bit younger than Lu Qingyue. If Bailey Hongzhuang could really refine a second-tier pill that was close to a third-tier pill, then her talent in alchemy was simply heaven-defying. This kind of result was achieved under the condition that Bailey Hongzhuang divided her attention to cultivate. If Bailey Hongzhuang concentrated on alchemy, then her result. Chen Yu simply could not imagine. Thinking of this, Chen Yu's eyes couldn't help but be filled with a fiery light. If Bailey Hongzhuang was really such a genius, he must make Bailey Hongzhuang concentrate on alchemy. Ji Yanma also noticed the passion in Chen Yu's eyes. He couldn't help but have a bad feeling. They understood this kind of passion very well. It would only be like this after seeing an exceptionally outstanding seedling. In fact, Ji Yanma's heart was a bit more surprised than Chen Yu. He didn't understand. What did Bailey Hongzhuang eat when she grew up? Her level of cultivation was very strong. Her attainments in inscription were very outstanding. She even mastered alchemy. At her age, even if she didn't sleep, it was impossible to master so many things. However, Bailey Hongzhuang mastered it. However, he liked such a strange talent the most. Bailey Hongzhuang was concentrating on alchemy. Although Lu Qingyue and others had finished refining their pills, she was not nervous. The higher the grade of the pill, the longer it would take to refine it. After knowing the time of the competition, she had already calculated that she would have enough time to refine the mending Tian pill. Just when everyone was sure that Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't be able to finish the competition, a refreshing medicinal fragrance suddenly filled the air from Bailey Hongzhuang's pill furnace. Smelling this medicinal fragrance, everyone's eyes lit up. This medicinal fragrance seemed to be even stronger than Lu Qingyue's and Wei Hanyun's. Greedily absorbing the medicinal fragrance, everyone felt that under the effects of this medicinal fragrance, their bodies were refreshed. After smelling this medicinal fragrance, Huan Chuyo's dignified face once again glowed with glory. If his guess wasn't wrong, Bailey Hongzhuang was refining the mending Tian pill. The mending Tian pill was a very famous existence among the second-tier pills. It was also very helpful to cultivators. However, the pill formula of the mending Tian pill was only in the hands of a very small number of alchemists. Even he didn't have the pill formula of the mending Tian pill. Among the second-tier pills, there weren't many pills that could surpass the azure congealing pill, but this mending Tian pill was one of them. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang could refine the mending Tian pill, then Bailey Hongzhuang would become the undisputed number one. While Huan Chuyu was happy, he also felt a bit emotional. He thought that with Lu Qingyue's ability, the chances of winning the competition were very high. He didn't expect that the final key would be Bailey Hongzhuang. This point, he was afraid that no one would have guessed. After smelling this medicinal fragrance, Wei Hanyun's expression also changed a bit. He had indeed underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang before. He didn't expect her alchemy skills to be so exquisite. It seemed that the Azure Water School had also used a trick to make everyone put their attention on Lu Qingyue. In reality, Bailey Hongzhuang was the real trump card. Fortunately, he had already made his preparations. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang had a higher level pill formula, so what? As long as the pill could not be refined, all of Bailey Hongshuang's efforts would be in vain. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked excited. Master's pill was about to be refined successfully. A guy like Wei Hanyun would be insta-killed. However, just as the pill was about to be refined successfully, Bailey Hongshuang suddenly frowned. This was because she discovered that this pill furnace was actually unable to withstand the hottest temperature before the pill was formed. During the pill refining process, the temperature was the highest before the pill was formed. According to common sense, even if the grade of the heaven-mending pill was slightly higher than that of an ordinary second-grade pill, the pill furnace should not be unable to withstand the temperature. Unless someone tampered with it, almost immediately, Bailey Hongshuang was sure that someone must have done something to her pill furnace. If it wasn't so, the pill furnace would definitely be able to withstand the temperature. Huan Chuyu and the rest also noticed the sudden change in Bailey Hongshuang's expression. Logically speaking, Bailey Hongshuang's pill refining should not be a problem. However, Bailey Hongshuang's expression suddenly changed, which meant that something must have gone wrong. Gotcha! A crisp and subtle sound entered everyone's ears. Huan Chuyu and the rest's expression suddenly changed. The furnace is going to explode. Chu Jio judged the situation at a glance, but her expression was inconceivable. What's going on? Is there a problem with Hongshuang's pill furnace? Zhang Yunfeng's face changed. She didn't understand how such a problem could occur when the pill was being refined. Xia Jiqing and the others were also nervous. In the critical process of alchemy, if there was a problem with the pill furnace, wouldn't the pill that was about to be refined be destroyed? Haha, I said that. How can a cultivator's alchemy skills be good? It's really funny that the furnace is going to explode. The cultivators of Lingying College laughed mercilessly. An explosion was a situation caused by the strength of the alchemist. Bailey Hongshuang dares to participate in the alchemy competition with such a level. Is she deliberately looking for fun for us? I'm afraid that Kanglin College will lose face. The first place of the first 2 rounds can't even refine a pill in the 3rd round. After Xia Jiqing heard the discussion of the people around her, her face couldn't help but become ugly. She immediately wanted to argue with them, but Cui Haoyan stopped her. There were so many people in Lingying College. She couldn't win at all. It was just a waste of time. Seeing this, Xia Jiqing's face was still full of indignation, but she could only swallow her anger. She believed that this was definitely not a problem with Hongshuang. Someone must have done something to the pill furnace. Huan Chuyu's face was gloomy. It was absolutely impossible for the pill furnace to not be able to withstand the temperature of a second-grade pill. The only explanation was that someone had done something to Bailey Hongshuang's pill furnace. Without waiting for Huan Chuyu to speak, Chu Jio took the lead and said, "Principal Jian, Bailey Hongshuang's pill furnace has been tampered with. This competition is not fair." Hearing this, Jian Qingqiu's eyes were also filled with surprise. Tampered with? How is this possible? The eyes of Chen Yu and the others fell on Jian Qingqiu. Although Jian Qingqiu was very surprised, none of them could believe that this matter had nothing to do with Jian Qingqiu. This was Lingying College, and the pill furnace was also prepared by Lingying College. Who would believe that it had nothing to do with Jian Qingqiu? Principal Jian, it is too much for someone to tamper with the furnace in this situation. Huan Chuyu said with a cold face. If there was no accident, Bailey Hongshuang's first place in the alchemy competition would have been destroyed by the other party. As the vice principal of Kanglin College, how could he bear it? Compared to Huan Chuyu's anger, Jian Qingqiu's expression was calm and he deliberately made an apologetic look on his face. I don't know about this matter, old Huan. You can rest assured, I will find the problem. However, let's wait until this alchemy competition is over before we find out the reason. It's not appropriate to leave now. As Jian Qingqiu's words fell, Huan Chuyu's face became even uglier. Jian Qingqiu's meaning was very clear. He would find out who did this. However, after the alchemy competition ended, the outcome would be decided. Chu Jio's heart sank slightly, and she looked at Chu Jio with a trace of sympathy. They did not expect that Bailey Hongshuang would be targeted like this. Now the competition had reached the last pill, and judging from Jian Qingqiu's attitude, he would never declare the 3rd round invalid because of this. As a result, the Kanglin College could only suffer this loss. Even if they all felt that the Kanglin College was too wronged, the reality was often like this. It wasn't as if they had never encountered such a situation before. A competition was a competition, and many people had lost to such schemes. However, they did not expect that the Linging College would be so bold. Even if they knew what was going on, they had no evidence. Huan Chuyu clenched his fists. The current situation made him so powerless. In fact, the situation of the Kanglan College had been like this for many years. Without strength, there was no room to speak. The Kanglan College did not have enough weight among the three colleges. Otherwise, the Linging College would not dare to be so blatant. It was not a big deal for him to bear this, but to let the students endure such an unfair attitude because of the powerlessness of the college, how could he face Bailey Hongzhuang, Xianxia and Song Hongxi did not care. The world had always been like this, the weak were prey to the strong. With the current status of the Kanglan College, they had no right to speak. Even if they were wronged, what could they do? Old Huan, take it easy. Lin Hao patted Huan Chuyu on the shoulder. In this situation, they had no way to deal with it. Although Bai Jingtian had always hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang would not be taken too seriously by the people of the Alchemist Guild, now that he saw the attitude of the Linging College, he could not bear it. Bailey Hongzhuang was a junior that he appreciated very much. How could he watch Bailey Hongzhuang suffer such injustice? Since someone has done something to Bailey Hongzhuang's pill furnace, it proves that this competition is unfair. Naturally, we have to redo it. Otherwise, if the person who is framed can only suffer in silence, then in my opinion, in the future, there is no need for real strength in the college tournament. You just have to find ways to eliminate the opponent. Principal Jian, is this the purpose of the alchemy competition? Bai Jingtian was not polite at all. Usually, he did not have much interaction with Linging College. What's more, he had nothing to ask of Linging College. Since he could not stand it, then he would say everything. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why Bai Jingtian would suddenly speak up for Huan Chuyu. That's right. If it's not fair, we should compete again. Otherwise, the champion of the alchemy competition will be meaningless. Ji Yunma said. Bailey Hongzhuang had helped him solve a problem that he had never understood. He had not had the chance to thank Bailey Hongzhuang properly. Now that such a thing had happened, how could he remain silent? Although Qin Qinggu didn't say anything, she nodded in agreement. This was why he didn't like to deal with people like Jianqingqiu. These people never cared about the truth. Who knew how many tricks they used behind the scenes? With his character, he didn't know how many things would happen when he interacted with Jianqingqiu and the others. However, this time Linging College had gone too far. Logically speaking, Bai Jingtian and the others didn't have any friendship with Huan Chuyu, so they shouldn't help Huan Chuyu like this. Could it be that Bai Jingtian and the others just couldn't stand it? Thinking of this, Jianqingqiu was also speechless. He only felt that Bai Jingtian and the others had become stupid from studying every day. They didn't know how to be flexible at all. They were completely stubborn. Everyone present was a discerning person, and no one was unaware of what was going on. The people of the Alchemist Guild didn't speak, but the Inscription Association acted as a righteous person. Wasn't this looking for trouble? Huan Chuyu also didn't expect that Bai Jingtian and the others, who had just met for the first time, would speak up for the Kanglan College. He couldn't help but feel touched. Jianqingqiu and Lin Hao looked at each other. This was really a dilemma. If they knew this situation, they wouldn't have invited Bai Jingtian and the others. In this way, there wouldn't be such a problem. Obviously, regret was useless. After thinking for a moment, Jianqingqiu said, "Let's take a look first." Bailey Hongzhuang's face changed the moment she felt that the furnace was about to explode. She had already checked the pill furnace before she started refining. After confirming that there was no problem with the pill furnace, she began to refine. However, she didn't expect that the other party's hands and feet were so hidden. She couldn't feel the slightest problem before, and it only appeared at the last moment. Ordinary people wouldn't know this method at all. The only person who could know this trick could only be an alchemist. Almost without thinking, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that this must be done by Wei Hanyun. No wonder Wei Hanyun didn't say anything after suffering a loss in the last round. He had probably already calculated the result of this round. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also showed a touch of fierceness. She had always been a vengeful person. This matter would never be forgotten. Wei Hanyun's eyes were filled with pride. An explosion was a very dangerous thing. If Bailey Hongzhuang didn't retreat immediately, the aftermath of the explosion would affect Bailey Hongzhuang, and it was very likely that she would be seriously injured. However, once Bailey Hongzhuang retreated, her elixir would also turn into ashes. Bang, an explosion sounded. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly flew away. Lu Qingyue and the others also took a few steps back, avoiding the power of the explosion. Lu Qingyue's face was very ugly. This situation was beyond all of their expectations. The medicinal pills refined by Bailey Hongzhuang were completely wasted. In the end, they still lost the alchemy competition. The smile on Wei Hanyun's face became even more brilliant and arrogant. Bailey Hongzhuang, no matter how extraordinary you claim to be, you still failed in refining the pill. Cultivators should do what cultivators should do. As for alchemists, don't get involved. Chu Jiao and the others also sighed. In the end, this was still the result. Wei Hanyun raised his head high. He would be the champion of this year's alchemy competition, and his name would spread far and wide. Bailey Hongzhuang was just a stepping stone for him. The faces of Xianxia and the others changed. It really exploded. They were afraid that such a situation had never happened in the previous alchemy competitions. Damn it. In my opinion, Hongzhuang's pill furnace was most likely Wei Hanyun's doing. Bai Junyu's eyes were burning with anger. The cultivators of Beihai College cheered. The victory of this round belonged to them. Below the high platform, Gu Yaoi, who was originally in a very low mood, also showed a happy smile after seeing this scene. Even if her performance in the alchemy competition was not satisfactory, Wei Hanyun won, Beihai College won, she was also proud. Although the cultivators of Lingying College knew that they were at the bottom, they were still happy, because the victory did not belong to Kanglin College. Just as Wei Hanyun was waiting for the alchemist referee to judge him as the first place of the alchemy competition, Bailey Hongzhuang's cold voice also came out. Wei Hanyun, you seem to be happy too early. Hearing this, Wei Hanyun could not help but be startled, but the smile on the corner of his mouth did not change. Bailey Hongzhuang, you have not even succeeded in refining the medicinal pill. What qualifications do you have to say such things to me? Hongzhuang, you. Lu Qingyue could not help but exclaim after seeing the situation of Bailey Hongzhuang. Her watery eyes flashed with a thick color of disbelief. This was really incredible. Not for anything else, just because Bailey Hongzhuang was burning flames in her hands at the moment, and in the flames, a round and full medicinal pill was in it. When Wei Hanyun saw the medicinal pill in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands, he could not help but be stunned. How was this possible? The alchemy furnace had already exploded, and Bailey Hongzhuang could still save the medicinal pill. This was simply impossible. However, Bailey Hongzhuang told him with facts that nothing was impossible. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with cold light. Wei Hanyun wanted to use such a method to trick her. It was not so simple. A second before the alchemy furnace exploded, she took out the medicinal pill from it. Even she did not have absolute confidence. The temperature before the medicinal pill was the most important. Without the alchemy furnace, she could only use the flame to reach this temperature. Fortunately, she succeeded. What qualifications did a despicable guy like Wei Hanyun have to become the first place of the alchemy competition? She would not let such a despicable person succeed. Everyone present was stunned as they stared blankly at the ball of flame in Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. This was too unbelievable. Chu Jiao and the others also widened their eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang's move was really beyond everyone's expectations. Even they may not be able to save the pill before the furnace explodes, but Bailey Hongzhuang did it. Just this point alone was enough to prove how terrifying Bailey Hongzhuang's control of the fire was. This girl is simply unbelievable. A smile appeared on Chu Jiao's face. She could not help but sigh at Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in alchemy. Song Lan School had produced another genius alchemist this time. Moreover, the degree of amazement could be said to be the best they had seen in years. Huan Chuyu was also astonished. This good news came too suddenly. Bailey Hongzhuang's performance could only be described as perfect. Bai Jingtian and the others looked at each other. They did not expect this girl to have such attainments in alchemy. Even they could not help but be amazed. Under the golden sunlight, the woman in the white dress on the high platform had a confident glow on her face. Her gorgeous face was suffocating. Bailey Hongzhuang restrained the flames without moving her body and mind, then put the pill into the white porcelain bottle. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her gaze slightly and looked at Wei Hanyun. The corners of her lips curled slightly, enchanting and charming. "I'm sorry for ruining your plan." As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, Wei Hanyun's expression became extremely ugly. Bailey Hongzhuang's words were no different from a ruthless slap to his face. He had schemed so hard, but in the end, he still lost to Bailey Hongzhuang? That's impossible. Even if your pill remains in its original state, its internal structure must have been completely destroyed. Wei Hanyun's eyes were filled with doubt. He did not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang could still save the pill under such circumstances. Perhaps Bailey Hongzhuang was just using this method to get away with it. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged and looked at Wei Hanyun with a trace of pity in her eyes. "If you think so, then you're destined to be disappointed." Perhaps Wei Hanyun's method could harm others, but she would not give Wei Hanyun such a chance. Bailey Hongzhuang's move could be said to have shocked many people. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment, and they simply could not believe what they had seen. This Bailey Hongzhuang is too awesome. This move is simply amazing. It's also my first time seeing such a thrilling scene. Based on her level, refining pills shouldn't cause the furnace to explode, right? As soon as this was said, the crowd, who originally did not know the truth, came to a realization. It was likely that Bailey Hongzhuang's pill furnace had been tampered with by someone. After Bailey Hongzhuang's pill was successfully refined, Chu Jiao and the other two slowly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Now that the last round of the competition had ended, the final result should be decided by the three of them. Chu Jiao and the other two took the lead to walk up to Qi Junan and opened the white porcelain bottle on his table. Second-grade medicinal pill, bone cleansing pill. The medicinal pill is full, and the color is smooth. Upon hearing Chu Jiao's words, a smile appeared on Qi Junan's face. He was already quite satisfied with his performance today. When the people of Lingyin College heard that Qi Junan had achieved such a result today, they all applauded. For Qi Junan to be able to refine a grade 2 pill at his age, his future potential would be limitless. Immediately afterwards, Chu Jiao and the others arrived before Lu Qinyue. After checking the pills refined by Lu Qinyue, Chu Jiao's eyes shone with satisfaction. They had always admired Lu Qinyue, who was very talented in alchemy. Second-grade elixir, yes, profound essence elixir. The elixir is full, and the color is smooth. Lu Qinyue showed a gentle smile. With her current strength, it was already very good to be able to refine the profound essence elixir. This was also the highest level of pills she had mastered. When Qi Junan heard that Lu Qinyue was refining the profound essence elixir, he already understood the gap between him and Lu Qinyue. In this alchemy competition, he had already become a supporting role. The victory had nothing to do with him. When Chu Jiao and the other two saw Wei Hanyun's confident refining of the azure coagulation pill, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Although they did not have a good impression of Wei Hanyun's behavior, they had to admit that Wei Hanyun's attainments in alchemy were high. The difficulty of refining the azure coagulation pill was extremely high among the second-grade pills. This meant that as long as Wei Hanyun was given some time, he would not be far from breaking through to become a third-grade alchemist. When the people under the high platform heard these pills, doubts appeared in their eyes. They were all second-grade pills, but they did not know who had the best results. Fortunately, there were also some alchemists in Lingyin College, and they immediately told everyone the difference between the three pills. For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Wei Hanyun. At present, Wei Hanyun's results were the best. What azure coagulation pill? Hongzhuang's pills must be the best. Xiao Jiqing's voice was firm. She believed that Hongzhuang would definitely defeat Wei Hanyun, this despicable villain. Looking at Xiao Jiqing's blind worship, Zhang Yunfeng also smiled helplessly, but there was some worry in her eyes. If Hongzhuang's pill furnace did not explode, then it would be fine. I'm just worried that the explosion of the pill furnace will affect the pill. As Zhang Yunfeng's voice fell, the mood of Gong Xiaoqing and the others also became heavy. They had also thought of this problem, but there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Wei Hanyun looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a sneer. He absolutely did not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang could complete the refining of the pill in the case of an explosion. He was not scared, and Bailey Hongzhuang's words could not affect him at all. This Wei Hanyun is really an idiot. Xiao He looked at Wei Hanyun as if he was an idiot. She had seen people who comforted themselves, but she had never seen someone who comforted themselves so blindly. He thinks that everyone is like him because his strength is not good, but he will not be able to continue lying to himself in a while. Xiao Bai raised her eyebrows. In a while, this guy would fall into complete despair. Chu Jiao and the other two stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. They were greatly surprised by Bailey Hongzhuang's performance. You can't judge a book by its cover. Bailey Hongzhuang's innate talent in pill refining had already gained their approval. However, they were also worried that the pill that Bailey Hongzhuang had saved under that kind of situation might not be an effective pill at all. As alchemists, they were very familiar with the situation of furnace explosions. Although Bailey Hongzhuang's method was feasible in theory, to really do it, the difficulty was not ordinary. Huan Chuyo's hand slowly clenched. Everything depends on Bailey Hongzhuang now. Compared to everyone's nervousness, Bailey Hongzhuang was very calm. With a faint smile on her lips, she handed the white porcelain bottle to Chu Jiao. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's confidence, Chu Jiao could not help but feel puzzled. Could it be that there was really nothing wrong with Bailey Hongzhuang's pill? However, when Chu Jiao opened the white porcelain bottle, a refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted out and filled her nose. In her line of sight, the pill was perfectly round and plump. There was not a single flaw to be found. However, this was only on the surface. As for the situation inside, it was unknown. However, as Chu Jiao and the other two examined it more carefully, they looked at each other and a hint of amazement surfaced in their eyes. Second-grade pill, nourishing heavenly pill. The pill is plump, the color is smooth, and there are no flaws. As Chu Jiao's voice fell, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu gave each other a high five. Her delicate face was full of excitement. I knew Hongzhuang could do it. Even Gong Xiaoqing's unchanging iceberg face showed a smile at this moment. Bailey Hongzhuang had created a miracle. Lu Huaiyan clenched his hands, his eyes shining. Bailey Hongzhuang really made the Azure Water College proud. Huan Chuyu slammed his fist on the table. He hadn't been so excited for many years. Bailey Hongzhuang was really amazing. Lu Qingyue was also shocked. She was no stranger to the mending heavenly pill. She had heard her master talk about it before, but her master didn't have the recipe. She didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang not only had the recipe, but also refined it. The Xianyuan pill she refined was only a second-grade pill. Bailey Hongzhuang's pill was close to a third-grade pill. She had always thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's talent was close to hers, but now it seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang was much better than her. Whether it was age or alchemy, she was better than her. This gap was almost impossible to make up. However, the most important thing was that the mending heavenly pill was more difficult than the condensing jade pill. This meant that they had won the alchemy competition. The Azure Water College had won. The Azure Water College, who had failed twice in a row, had won. Lu Qinyue's face showed a smile. She was happy for the college's results, but there was still a trace of disappointment in her heart. Impossible. Wei Hanyun's face suddenly changed. This is impossible. In that case, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't guarantee the pill's integrity. You must have made a mistake. He absolutely couldn't accept this result. Hearing Wei Hanyun's words, Lin Hao's face became colder. He said coldly, "Are you questioning our judgment?" Wei Hanyun couldn't help but be startled when he saw the cold expressions on the faces of the three alchemy masters. Even if he didn't believe it, he couldn't doubt the three alchemy masters. This year's alchemy competition, first place, Azure Water College's Bailey Hongzhuang. Cui Haoyan and the others shouted, their faces showing a happy smile. Kanglin College won. Jian Qingqiu and Song Hongxi's faces were really ugly. They had thought about it for so long, but they lost. Huan Chuyu looked at Jian Qingqiu and Song Hongxi with a bright smile and said, "Principal Jian, I hope you can find out who the mastermind is." Hearing this, Jian Qingqiu gloomily looked at Huan Chuyu. Due to his face, he could only say, "Don't worry, I will definitely find this person." Then I'm relieved. Huan Chuyu chuckled and walked towards Bailey Hongzhuang. This time, Beihai College's efforts were in vain. Hongzhuang, you are great. Xiaojiqing and the others had rushed to Bailey Hongzhuang. This time, the alchemy competition was really thanks to Bailey Hongzhuang's efforts to turn the tide. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips were filled with a sunny smile. She didn't intend to participate in the alchemy competition, but by chance, she became the first place of the alchemy competition. The scene just now was really thrilling. Our hearts were in our throats, haha. Cui Haoyan said with a smile. Very powerful. Gong Xiaoqing also said. Feeling Wei Hanyan's resentful eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes turned slightly. She always felt that there was something fishy about the appearance of this Wei Hanyan. She had never heard of such a person in Beihai College before. Today he suddenly appeared and was so well prepared. There was always something fishy about it. Unfortunately, she could not find any relevant evidence. Fortunately, everyone's plans were not ruined by Wei Hanyan's appearance. At this time, Mo Yunjue also came in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and said with a smile, Hongzhuang, congratulations. Seeing the appearance of Mo Yunjue, without waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to reply, Xia Jiqing's voice had already sounded first. Young Master Mo, you came too late. You didn't see how powerful Hongzhuang was before. Xia Jiqing's face was full of regret. The scene in the alchemy competition was simply wonderful. Until now, she still couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, Mo Yunjue smiled faintly. There was also some regret in his expression. I have some things to do, so I came over now. But I am also very happy to know the result. The next moment, Mo Yunjue handed a note to Bailey Hongzhuang and said with a smile, I think you may need this. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Mo Yunjue's calm and handsome face, and there was a strange color in her eyes. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang saw the contents of the note, her face could not help but change a bit. Thank you. Bailey Hongzhuang raised the note in her hand, and her face was filled with a happy smile. Mo Yunjue's smile was still as deep as a black hole, and the smile on his handsome face was very charming. Everyone, please don't leave for a while. I have something to say. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly raised her voice. For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. They did not know what Bailey Hongzhuang was going to do. Xia Jiqing and the others were puzzled. They did not know what was written on the note that Mo Yunjue gave to Bailey Hongzhuang. The alchemy competition was already over. What else did Hongzhuang have to announce? Huan Chuyu and the others' eyes also fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Compared to the other people's surprise, Huan Chuyu looked very indifferent. Since Bailey Hongzhuang came to the college to study, she had never done anything out of the ordinary. He believed that Bailey Hongzhuang must have her reasons for doing this. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Wei Hanyan meaningfully. Wei Hanyan couldn't help but be startled, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. However, he had hidden everything very well. He did not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang could find out. Xianxia and Song Hongxi also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang unkindly. They felt that this girl was too outstanding. Whether it was the cultivator competition or the alchemy competition, Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was too outstanding. This was not a good thing for them. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly stopped everyone. Could it be that she was arrogant? Bailey Hongzhuang walked directly in front of Huan Chuyu and handed the note in her hand to him. She believed that Huan Chuyu would solve this matter very well. When Huan Chuyu saw the contents of the note, his expression changed slightly. Anger and dissatisfaction flashed. When he looked at Xianxia and Song Hongxi again, his face was cold. As the voice of Huan Chuyu fell, the faces of Xianxia and Song Hongxi both changed. Old Huan, what do you mean by this? Xianxia asked tentatively, but his heart was in turmoil. They had kept this matter secret very well, and it was reasonable to say that it was impossible for anyone to find out. There is no such person as Wei Hanyan in the team of Beihai College. Moreover, according to the information we know, Wei Hanyan seems to have been a student of Lingyin College. Huan Chiyu's voice did not have any restraint, and all the students present heard it clearly. The faces of the cultivators of Beihai College changed a bit. They knew in their hearts that there was no such person as Wei Hanyan in Beihai College. It was just that the mentor had told them not to spread this matter out last night. They did not expect that today it would be discovered by the people of Kanglin College. Wei Hanyan used to study in Lingyin College, but left in just a few months, so the current students may not have any impression of him. But if you want to find a witness, I don't think it is difficult. Huan Chuyo's voice was cold. He had always known that Lingyin College and Beihai College were colluding with each other, but he did not expect that they would use such a despicable trick in this college tournament. For a long time, he felt that with the strength of Lu Qingyue, it should not be difficult to win first place in this alchemy competition. Who would have thought that Beihai College would have a more powerful Wei Hanyun, and he had not received any news before. It turned out that all this was just a scheme of Beihai College and Lingyin College. If it were not for the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang, then this time Kanglin College would have really failed. The audience was in an uproar. A stunned gaze fell on the four principals. This news was so shocking that even they found it hard to believe. This is impossible, right? How can Wei Hanyun not be a student of Beihai College? I have not seen Wei Hanyun in the team of Beihai College before. Is this true? Even if it is true, it must be the work of Beihai College. It certainly has nothing to do with our college. Song Hongxi could not help but look at Xianxia. Previously, Xianxia had repeatedly assured him that there would be no problem, so he used Wei Hanyun. Who would have thought that this news would be so easily found out by Kanglin College? As a result, it would be difficult for Beihai College to clean up the mess. Xiao Lanmei looked at the nervous Song Hongxi on the high platform, and there was a hint of disgust in his eyes. He turned and walked back to the dormitory. Because of the decision of the vice principal, the entire Beihai College was shamed. Chu Jio and the others also had a strange look in their eyes. They only felt that Lingyin College had done something to Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy furnace and were very disgusted. He didn't expect Beihai College to be even more excessive. They even asked for foreign aid in this kind of college exchange. Did they have any shame? Xia Jiqing and the others were all stunned. They didn't expect the vice principal to announce such a shocking news. Furthermore, this news seemed to have come from Mo Yunjue. Didn't this mean that the reason why Mo Yunjue hadn't appeared today was to help them investigate Wei Hanyun's origins? When Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi fell into silence, everyone had already understood everything. In fact, Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi wanted to refute, but Huan Chuyu said it so confidently. They were afraid that he had a lot of evidence, so they couldn't refute blindly. Otherwise, once they were exposed, their situation would be even worse. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also fell on Mo Yunjue. It was hard to imagine that Mo Yunjue had already known everything, and even helped them to dig out all the information about Wei Hanyun. Mo Yunjue. What did he do? Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi could become the head of a school, which proved that they were not fools. If they were not completely sure, they would never do this. But even when they had sufficient confidence, Mo Yunjue could still find out all the information, which was not an ordinary ability. It was impossible for a restaurant owner to find out all this. It could only be said that Mo Yunjue must have hidden a lot of things. Master, this Mo Yunjue is very powerful. Wei Hanyun just appeared today, but Mo Yunjue only took such a short time to find out the details of Wei Hanyun, which proves that there must be a lot of people behind him. Xiao He looked more serious, which was enough to prove that Mo Yunjue's information network was very good. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. It seemed that, as she had always thought, Mo Yunjue was not a simple character. The restaurant owner should be just one of Mo Yunjue's identities. His real identity was even more confusing. It's just that she didn't understand why Mo Yunjue, who they met by chance, would help her like this. Master, Nangong Shoujie. Could it be that Mo Yunjue did it? Xiaobai pondered. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned, and a flash of light flashed through her dark eyes. What Xiaobai said was not impossible. From the attitude of Nangong Shoujie towards Mo Yunjue in the first tower, Mo Yunjue must be extraordinary, so Nangong Shoujie was quite afraid of him. With Mo Yunjue's strength, it should not be difficult for him to kill Nangong Shoujie. After all, when she first met Mo Yunjue escaped from the hands of the cloud-gulping python. It's just that. Mo Yunjue had no reason to kill Nangong Shoujie at all. Unless it was for her, when this idea appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind, she also felt that it was inconceivable. There was no need at all, although Bailey Hongzhuang felt that it was inconceivable, she had a faint intuition that this might be Mo Yunjue's doing. Facing Bailey Hongshuang's gaze, Mo Yunjue still had a charming smile on his lips, and his cold face revealed a bit of sexiness. He was so magnanimous and indifferent, but Bailey Hongshuang felt more confused. Don't think too much, you just need to know that I have no malice towards you, that's enough. Mo Yunjue said slowly. He knew that Bailey Hongshuang had always been smart. Everything he did must have made Bailey Hongshuang think a lot, but he didn't care. Bailey Hongshuang looked at Mo Yunjue deeply, but I don't understand. Mo Yunjue's smile deepened, and he leaned over to Bailey Hongshuang's ear and said, Are you sure you want to know the reason? Say it. Bailey Hongshuang did not hesitate, she never believed that there would be help for no reason in this world. When his voice fell, Mo Yunjue had already returned to his original place. His handsome and cold face was free and indifferent, as if what he had just talked about was just that the weather was good today. Bailey Hongshuang was stunned and looked at Mo Yunjue in a daze. This reason, do you believe it? Mo Yunjue asked. Bailey Hongshuang shook her head after thinking for a moment. I don't believe it. Mo Yunjue said it too calmly, so she felt that it was impossible to believe. It was just a joke, or perhaps it was just a perfunctory reason for Mo Yunjue. Because, after Mo Yunjue said this reason, she really could not continue to ask. Mo Yunjue shrugged his shoulders. He was not surprised by Bailey Hongshuang's answer. His smile was still charming, but no one noticed the seriousness and paranoia in Mo Yunjue's eyes. Principal Jian, Vice Principal Tsang, no matter what, you should give us an explanation for this matter. Huan Chuyo's attitude was tough. Over the years, Lingying College and Kanglin College had become more and more excessive. Although he knew some things, he had no evidence. Now that he finally had evidence, he naturally had to attack the arrogance of the two colleges. Now that the two colleges wanted Kanglin College to win, he naturally did not mind making it difficult for the two colleges. When Chu Jiao and the others saw that Huan Chuyu could deal with Xianxia and the others, their eyes fell on Bailey Hongshuang. They were really curious about Bailey Hongshuang. A cultivator could actually have such exquisite alchemy skills. She was simply a heaven-sent genius. Bai Jingtian and the others were obviously shocked by Wei Hanyan's matter. After seeing the actions of Chu Jiao and the others, they reacted. Their biggest goal was Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey girl, have you joined the Alchemist Guild? Chu Jiao asked with a smile. After Xia Jiqing and the others saw the three masters coming over, they understood that the three masters must have been interested in this talent. They immediately retreated. This was a great opportunity for Bailey Hongshuang. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang smiled and nodded, I joined the Alchemist Guild in Songlan City. Huan Chuyu and the other two nodded slightly. It seemed like old Huan's actions weren't slow either. This kind of talent should indeed be recruited into the Alchemist Guild as soon as possible. Chen Yu was exceptionally optimistic about Bailey Hongshuang and said with a smile, Bailey lass, your attainments in alchemy are so outstanding, it's a waste for you to be a cultivator. In my opinion, you might as well focus on studying alchemy like Qingyue. Your future prospects will be even brighter. If you don't have a mentor, I'm willing to teach you everything I know. Chen Yu is very optimistic about Bailey Hongshuang. When Huan Chuyu found such a good disciple like Lu Qingyue, he was very envious. He was not young anymore, and he just wanted to find a disciple who could inherit his legacy. Bailey Hongshuang's talent was really outstanding. As long as she was guided well, her future results would definitely be very good. As Chen Yu's voice fell, the students present all looked at Bailey Hongshuang enviously. This was too lucky, Master Chen was famous in the Qing dynasty. His alchemy skills were very outstanding. It was said that he was not far from becoming a fifth-grade alchemist. Bailey Hongshuang's luck is really enviable. As long as she can become Master Chen's disciple, she will be famous in the future. Yes, we don't have such good luck as Bailey Hongshuang. Gu Yaoi and others' eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. If Bailey Hongshuang hadn't stolen their limelight in the alchemy competition, maybe they would be Master Chen's disciple now. Wei Hanyan's face was even more gloomy. This was also one of his goals. As long as he could find an illustrious master, his future would be bright and broad. But now it was actually snatched away by Bailey Hongshuang. However, as soon as Chen Yu's voice fell, Lin Hao's voice sounded. Elder Chen, it's not very kind of you to do this. Lin Hao glanced at Chen Yu with dissatisfaction. He didn't expect Chen Yu to act so fast. He even wanted to take Bailey Hongzhuang as his disciple first. Like Chen Yu, he had always wanted to accept a disciple, but he hadn't found a suitable candidate. He liked Bailey Hongzhuang very much. Bailey Hongzhuang was first class in both talent and character. He immediately put away his love for her and naturally couldn't let Chen Yu take her away. Bailey girl, Chen Yu is not as good as me. Why don't you be my disciple? Lin Hao, why do you like to compete with me for everything? Chen Yu looked at Lin Hao with dissatisfaction. He finally found such a good disciple, and Lin Hao wanted to compete with him? Absolutely impossible. What do you mean by that? I have thought about this for a long time. You just opened your mouth a little earlier than I did. Chen Yu's face showed a little displeasure. He turned around and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, but there was a smile on his face. Ignore this old guy, Bailey girl, I am better than this old guy. Looking at Chen Yu and Lin Hao's competition, the onlookers couldn't help but open their mouths wide, and their eyes were full of disbelief. What did they see? It had always been the alchemists who wanted to be apprenticed to Master Chen and Master Lin, but there was no way. Now Master Chen and Master Lin were competing to be Bailey Hongzhuang's teacher. The world was too mysterious. Why did all the good things fall on Bailey Hongzhuang? Xianxia and others also showed a smile. At the age of Chen Yu and Lin Hao, they could still fight for Bailey Hongzhuang, which showed how much they valued Bailey Hongzhuang. You two old guys, I have my eyes on Bailey girl. At that moment, Chu Jio's words stunned Chen Yu and Lin Hao. They had forgotten that Chu Jio had also been looking for a suitable disciple. The two of them had liked Chu Jio for many years. Since Chu Jio had spoken, they had no choice but to give up. Lin Hao's Hongzha Hongzhuang. Chu Jio and the other two were usually high and mighty, but now they were just competing for a disciple. How big was Bailey Hongzhuang's face? Bailey Hongzhuang did not expect such a situation to happen. She did not even have time to speak, as the masters had already made their own decisions. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to speak, Bai Jingtian and the other two also came over. Without waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to greet him, Bai Jingtian had already looked at Chu Jio and the other two and spoke first. What are you fighting for? Little girl Bailey has a real future on the path of an inscription master. Alchemy is a complete waste of talent. Bai Jingtian looked like he did not want to give in. They had specially rushed over from Wubao Pavilion for Bailey Hongzhuang. Chu Jio and the other two actually wanted to take the lead in snatching Bailey Hongzhuang away. That was absolutely impossible. As Bai Jingtian's voice fell, Chu Jio and the other two were also stunned. What was Bai Jingtian up to? Old Bai, are you mistaken? Bailey Hongzhuang is clearly a genius alchemist. What does she have to do with an inscription master? Chen Jianyu looked at Bai Jingtian in confusion. How amazing was Bailey Hongzhuang's performance in the alchemy competition today? This had nothing to do with inscription technique at all, only Chu Jio vaguely understood a little. Previously, she felt that Bai Jingtian and the other two paid special attention to Bailey Hongzhuang. Now it seemed that they were really here for Bailey Hongzhuang. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy skills were so exquisite. How could it be related to inscription technique? Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang knew both? When this idea appeared in Chu Jio's mind, even she felt very ridiculous. It was simply impossible. As a cultivator, Bailey Hongzhuang could have such attainments in alchemy was already extremely amazing. If Bailey Hongzhuang also knew inscription technique, it was impossible for such an existence in the world. How could I be wrong? We have been looking for little girl Bailey for a few days. Little girl Bailey's future in inscription technique is definitely better than her future in alchemy. Bai Jingtian puffed out his chest, and his weathered face was full of seriousness and persistence. How could an alchemist be as rare as an inscription master? Bailey Hongzhuang was able to answer the question that these three old fellows had not been able to figure out. It was clear that Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in inscription technique were not lower than theirs. What kind of talent was this? Even back then, they found it hard to believe. But now, they had accepted the fact that such an existence existed in this world. Old White is right. Bailey girl is definitely a genius inscription master. Ji Yunma also spoke. Although they had a good relationship with Chen Yu and the others, at this moment, they were in the camp of the inscriptionists. Everyone present was completely petrified. Who were Bai Jingtian and Ji Yunma? That was a true inscription master. Everyone present wanted to obtain their own inscriptions, but the three inscription masters rarely made a move. Buying an inscription was even more difficult than buying a pill. But now, they were all fighting for Bailey Hongzhuang to be their disciple. Just who was this Bailey Hongzhuang? Why did all the good luck come to Bailey Hongzhuang? My God, isn't Bailey Hongzhuang a cultivator? Why can she refine pills and also inscribe? A cultivator was stunned. From the conversation between Bai Jingtian and others, he could understand that Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in inscription technique were also amazing. How can there be such a weirdo in this world? How can she let us live like this? Inscription master, Bailey Hongzhuang is actually an inscription master? I finally understand why Bailey Hongzhuang took out so many inscriptions yesterday. She is an inscription master. Shui Haolang, who was already deeply shocked, almost spat out a mouthful of blood after hearing this. This was definitely a blow, a naked blow. He was so proud because of an inscription, but Bailey Hongzhuang was the one who made this inscription. He even ridiculed Bailey Hongzhuang before. Wasn't this slapping his own face? Even, he broke his promise to everyone for Bailey Hongzhuang's inscription. At the thought of this, Shui Haolang felt a burning pain on his face. In this life, he was afraid that he would have no face to see Bailey Hongzhuang. He had never been so humiliated. Shui Haolang no longer stayed in the same place to watch the fun, otherwise, he would only be laughed at by everyone. Xianxia and Song Hongxi also noticed the movements of Bailey Hongzhuang and others at this moment. When they heard the content of the dispute between Bai Jingtian and others, their faces were full of shock and astonishment. The news that Bailey Hongzhuang was not only a cultivator but also an alchemist had already shocked them greatly. Now there was the news that Bailey Hongzhuang was an inscription master. What was going on? Did Bailey Hongzhuang start learning since she was in her mother's womb? As the principal of the college, they had seen many excellent students, but they had never seen a student as abnormal as Bailey Hongzhuang. With the identity of Bai Jingtian and others, it was naturally impossible to lie, because there was no need at all. For a time, Xianxia and Song Hongxi were somewhat envious of the Kanglin College. Originally, the Kanglin College was already powerless to reverse the situation. They didn't expect that they would recruit such a genius student as Bailey Hongzhuang. With one person's strength to turn the tide, could it be, this was God's will? The surprise in Huan Chuyo's heart was no less than Xianxia and Song Hongxi. For a long time, he only knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was an alchemist, but he had never heard that she was quite accomplished in inscription. Bailey Hongzhuang had hidden herself too deeply. He didn't even dare to imagine what kind of existence Bailey Hongzhuang's master was. To nurture a disciple like Bailey Hongzhuang, the amount of energy and resources spent must be enormous. Xia Jiqing and the others also had an unbelievable look in their eyes. They were so familiar with Hongzhuang, but they never knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was an inscription master. Although Bailey Hongzhuang's performance at the Wubao Pavilion had shocked them, and Bailey Hongzhuang had an understanding of inscription techniques, they had never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was an inscription master. Because this was too inconceivable. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang had given them so many inscriptions yesterday, they still hadn't thought about it. However, this inconceivable situation turned out to be a fact. What kind of beast was this teammate that they had known for so long? Even Mo Yunjue, who had always been calm, had a hint of surprise in his pitch-black eyes after knowing about this. Mo Yunjue's lips were slightly hooked. It seemed that he still underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the several seniors in front of her who were arguing for her, and a little helplessness appeared on her beautiful face. Several seniors. As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang spoke, Bai Jingtian and the others stopped arguing and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang together. They wanted to know Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts. Facing 6 pairs of eyes staring at her, Bailey Hongzhuang could only bite the bullet and said, "Thank you seniors for your kindness, but I don't have the idea of apprenticeship." Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate and beautiful face was a little apologetic. In her heart, she was very clear. With her previous life's attainments in alchemy, she did not need a master at all. As for inscription, she only needed to learn from the old man in the Chaos Ring. Whether it was Chu Jiao and others or Bai Jingtian and others, they had all taken root in the Qing dynasty. And it was impossible for her to stay in the Qing dynasty, not to mention that she did not have a good impression of the Qing dynasty. The performance of Nangong Yujin and Nangong Xianxia had already made her very sick. She would leave the Qing dynasty after the end of the college tournament. Therefore, it was impossible for her to become a disciple here. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bai Jingtian, Ji Yanma, and Qin Qingwu's faces all showed a smile. "Bailey girl, you did the right thing," Bai Jingtian praised. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. She did not understand what Bai Jingtian meant. Chu Jiao and the others also frowned. In their opinion, as long as they were willing to accept disciples, no one would refuse. Bailey Hongzhuang refused so cleanly. The people who were originally envious of Bailey Hongzhuang only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was a fool after hearing her answer. Bailey Hongzhuang actually gave up such a good opportunity. Apart from a fool, who else would refuse? Bailey Hongzhuang is too arrogant. She chose to give up such a good opportunity. She will definitely regret it in the future. In my opinion, she is simply arrogant. She doesn't know how stupid she is. This is also a good thing. This kind of guy is not worthy of the care of Master Chen. The cultivators of Lingying College gloated. Originally, they were already envious of Bailey Hongzhuang's good luck. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang gave up this opportunity, they were still in the same position. However, Bai Jingtian's next words made everyone stunned again, and their faces became uglier than before. Little Bailey girl's inscription technique is so exquisite that even the three of us are unable to be her master. We are only friends of the same generation. Bai Jingtian glanced at Chu Jiao and the other two. The three of you still want to be Bailey's master? What are you trying to do? Chu Jiao and the other two were stunned. In their opinion, even if Bailey Hongzhuang was a genius, her performance in inscription was at most on par with alchemy. Now, Bai Jingtian actually said that Bailey Hongzhuang's inscription technique was on the same level as theirs. Then, just how fierce was Bailey Hongzhuang's inscription technique? Although Bai Jingtian and the other two old men had strange tempers, they knew that Bai Jingtian and the others never lied. Since they said so, then it was the truth. At this moment, Chu Jiao and the other two were no longer displeased by Bailey Hongzhuang's rejection. Bailey Hongzhuang herself was already a master in inscription. How could they accept Bailey Hongzhuang as a disciple? They could only be treated as equals with Bailey Hongzhuang. Lin Hao still felt that this matter was too unbelievable. He couldn't help but ask, "Old Ji, is what old Bai said true?" Ji Yanma nodded without hesitation. Yes, the problem that has been troubling us a few days ago was solved by Bailey girl. For a time, the way everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang changed again. Bailey Hongzhuang could be called an inscription master at her age. How could there be such an abnormal person in the world? Bailey Hongzhuang did not expect that Ji Yunma and others would misunderstand her. In fact, she was just a beginner in the inscription liquid configuration. She was just a beginner in drawing inscriptions. Ji Yunma and others were debating about the configuration of the inscription liquid that day. She had been learning from the old man in the Chaos Ring for so long, but she had only mastered the configuration of the inscription liquid. Because the configuration of the inscription liquid was the work of drawing the inscription, the old man in the Chaos Ring obviously intended to let Bailey Hongzhuang learn from the basics. Who would have thought that such a misunderstanding would occur? Elder Ji, it's not what you said. My inscription technique is actually... Before Bailey Hongzhuang could finish her words, Ji Yunma had already said directly, "Now you should know how strong Bailey Hongzhuang's inscription technique is, right? As long as she studies inscription technique wholeheartedly, her future will be limitless." Hearing this, Chu Jiao and the other two looked at each other. They were amazed by Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in alchemy. However, they could not refute everything Ji Yunma said. Bailey Hongzhuang's inscription technique was the direction of development. Actually, my inscription technique is not so good. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but say. However, at this moment, no one would believe what Bailey Hongzhuang said. They just thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was being modest. Bailey girl, don't be modest. It just so happens that we old guys have a few questions about inscription technique to ask you. If you have nothing to do now, would you like to go to the Wubao Pavilion with us? Qin Qinggu was full of smiles. They came to Bailey Hongzhuang this time to discuss inscription technique. Inscription technique was like this. It was easy to get into a dead end when one person studied it alone. Only when everyone was together could they open up ideas. With Bailey Hongshuang's strength, she would definitely be able to bring them a great harvest. Old Qin, my inscription technique is really not that good, Bailey Hongshuang said helplessly. If they were talking about the configuration of the inscription fluid, then it was fine. But if they were talking about how to draw the inscription, then she was really a beginner. Little girl, you're being too modest. Bai Jingtian chuckled. He did not believe what Bailey Hongshuang said at all. He turned around and said to Chu Jiao and the others, "We have some questions to ask Bailey Hongshuang, so we'll take our leave first." Bailey Hongshuang couldn't stop Bai Jingtian and the other two's enthusiasm. No matter how she tried to explain herself, Bai Jingtian and the other two obviously believed that she was hiding her strength. Bailey Hongshuang felt helpless. She was telling the truth, yet no one believed her. As Bailey Hongshuang was pulled away by Bai Jingtian and the other two, only Xianxia and the others were left in a mess. The students of Lingying College only felt that the world was crazy. Bailey Hongshuang was actually an inscription master. How could they endure this? The alchemy competition came to an end, but Huan Chuyu obviously would not let go of the existence of Wei Hanyun. He would definitely not let go of this point. Therefore, the three principals discussed for a long time. When Huan Chuyu came out, there was a satisfied smile on his face. Obviously, the three principals must have reached a certain agreement. When Bailey Hongshuang came back from Wubao Pavilion, she was already surrounded by Xia Jiqing and the others. Feeling the unfriendly eyes of Xia Jiqing and the others, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but ask, "What are you going to do?" Xia Jiqing smiled and squinted her eyes. "Hongshuang, you have hidden it too deeply. A large group of us were kept in the dark by you. If it weren't for Master Bai and the others, we don't know when we would have gotten the news." Zhang Yinfeng followed. "You didn't ask me." Bailey Hongshuang innocently spread her hands. She never intended to hide it, but she would not deliberately tell everyone that she was an inscription master. That would be showing off. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang's innocent appearance, everyone was helpless. Who would think of asking such a question? It doesn't matter. Anyway, you are wrong to hide it from us. We are very vengeful. Xia Jiqing smiled. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang glanced at Xia Jiqing and the others one by one, and slowly said, "So, are you going to return my inscription to me?" As soon as these words came out, the faces of Xia Jiqing and the others changed a bit, and they immediately took a step back. "It's getting late, I'd better go back and cultivate." Xia Jiqing took the lead to slip away. She had already used the inscription that Hongshuang gave her. "Jiqing is right, I'll go back and cultivate." Zhang Yinfeng also slipped away. They had already thanked her. How could they return such a treasure to Bailey Hongshuang? Soon, everyone had left, and only Gong Xiaoqing was still standing in the same place. Bailey Hongshuang's phoenix eyes slightly raised, silently asking Gong Xiaoqing. Did Gong Xiaoqing want to return the inscription to her? "I'm going back to rest, I have to participate in the finals tomorrow." Leaving a sentence, Gong Xiaoqing also disappeared in front of Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang could not help but chuckle when she saw this. She was truly happy to be able to meet such a group of friends. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Bailey Hongshuang and the others got up one after another. Today was the finals of the cultivator competition. At the same time, it was also the most important round of the inter-school competition. After everyone had gathered, Huan Chuyu led everyone towards the direction of the royal family's battle arena. The final match would be held in the royal family's martial arts arena and was the focus of attention. The emperor of the Qing dynasty would also be there in person, as well as the royal family and powerful people. Ordinary commoners no longer had the qualifications to watch this competition. It was precisely because of this that everyone attached great importance to this competition. Bailey Hongshuang's gaze landed on Gong Xiaoqing as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her pretty face. "Gong Xiaoqing, you broke through?" She could clearly feel that Gong Xiaoqing's aura was much stronger than before. He had clearly broken through to the Xiantian realm from the late stage of the mysterious heaven realm. Gong Xiaoqing nodded slightly. "Fortunately, I just broke through." Bailey Hongshuang looked at Gong Xiaoqing deeply. She knew how important this final was to Gong Xiaoqing. From the moment Dongfang Yu suffered a blow, Gong Xiaoqing's heart had been suppressed to the extreme. Taking this opportunity to finally break through to the Xiantian realm, it would be of great help to today's final. Cui Haoyan looked at Gong Xiaoqing in amazement. He had always wanted to compete with Gong Xiaoqing, but he did not expect that Gong Xiaoqing had broken through to the Xiantian realm earlier than him. Although he had not stepped into the Xiantian realm, he understood that the gap between the mysterious realm and the red realm was not small. It seemed that he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. He did not want to be defeated by Gong Xiaoqing. Bailey Hongzhuang, didn't you also break through to the third level of the red realm? Lu Huaiyan turned around with a smile. He was in a good mood when he saw that the students could make such progress. The other students could not see it, but as a teacher, he could see the progress of Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Xiaoqing at a glance. It seemed that the two of them attached great importance to the finals. It was because of this that they could break through under such circumstances. As Lu Huaiyan's voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. They did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would break through again. Hongzhuang, your speed of improvement is too fast. It's a blow to us. Zhang Yinfeng looked helpless. Bailey Hongzhuang was the youngest among them, but she did not expect her cultivation to be the highest. It was a blow to them. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. It's all thanks to the elemental energy fruit that I got in the ruins. Otherwise, I would not have made such great progress. With her talent in cultivation, the speed of her cultivation was not slow. It was just that the time she cultivated was too short. There was still a long way to go to catch up with some people. Zhang Yinfeng and the others smiled. They knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was being modest. For Bailey Hongzhuang to be able to reach this realm, the monument naturally gave her a lot of help, but it was also inseparable from her own efforts. Under the leadership of Huan Chuyu, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally arrived at the royal battle arena. But after seeing the spectacular scene of the royal battle arena, everyone's eyes flashed with amazement. The royal family's martial arts arena was similar to a huge arena. In the center was a huge square martial arts arena made of extremely hard rocks and surrounded by railings. Near the railing, Bailey Hongzhuang could clearly sense a faint energy fluctuation. Clearly, there was a protective barrier around the railing. Once the shockwaves on the stage became too large and became a threat, the protective barrier would be activated immediately to ensure that the spectators would not be affected. Around the martial arts stage was a circular, stair-like platform. All the spectators were seated on this stair-like platform to ensure that everyone could clearly see the situation on the martial arts stage. At this moment, the viewing platform was already filled with spectators. Such a lineup could only be described as spectacular. After seeing this scene, Xia Jiqing and the others had a look of amazement on their faces. The royal family of the Qing dynasty is really something. This martial arts arena is really spectacular. Bai Junyu exclaimed. Gong Xiaoqing glanced at the martial arts arena coldly. This feeling is really like watching a monkey play. Bailey Hongzhuang did not speak, but she also agreed with Gong Xiaoqing's words. Now the people sitting in the stands were the dignitaries of the Qing dynasty. In the eyes of these people, the finals were just a show. Looking around, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that Mo Yunjue was sitting in the stands. He was dressed in a black robe with a silver-embroidered chrysanthemum. He sat quietly in the crowd, completely blending in, but if one looked carefully, it seemed that he was out of place. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, Mo Yunjue's lips slowly curved into a smile. This was his way of greeting. Bailey Hongzhuang returned a faint smile. Even though there were many things that she did not understand, she believed that Mo Yunjue was a friend and not an enemy. Cui Haoyan and the others also noticed where Mo Yunjue was sitting and waved to Mo Yunjue. Mo Yunjue was their only friend in the Qing dynasty. The teams of the 3 academies had arrived today, but only the 4 people who had entered the finals were participating in the competition. However, the members of the royal family of the Qing dynasty had not yet arrived, including Nangong Aochen, who had been praised by everyone. The royal family of the Qing dynasty is really arrogant. The finals are about to start and they still haven't appeared. Do they like to use this kind of show to prove their superiority? Blackie tilted its head. What it hated the most was the pride that came from the bones of the royal family. No matter when and where, they were always the last to appear, as if this was the only way to prove how noble their identity was. The royal family has always had a bad habit, not to mention that the Qing dynasty is a big country. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved slightly. This kind of waiting was within her expectations. Even if the Fengbo country was a small country, the royal family was still the last to appear. Isn't it just a royal family? What's so great about it? Xiaobai curled her lips. It was just a royal family, but they were so arrogant. Bailey Hongshuang's smile widened a little. If someone heard Xiaobai's remarks, they would be shocked. The royal family of a big country was an extraordinary existence. However, she also understood Xiaobai's thoughts. In fact, she had never taken the royal family seriously in her previous life. With the power of the Bailey family, she could destroy an entire dynasty with a single thought. Of course, in this life, she didn't care about all of this, but she didn't have that kind of power for the time being. White Lion was nestled in Bailey Hongshuang's arms, but its lively eyes were constantly looking around. It was a pity that it didn't have a chance to fight even though it was so brilliant. However, it was said that Nangong Yaochen also had a demon pet. In this way, it might have a chance to go on stage. At the thought of this, Baisher could not help but feel excited. It finally had a chance to show off its might openly. Normally, that group of ignorant idiots always treated it as a demonic beast that was only for viewing purposes. What a joke, it was the Beast King, alright, it wanted to take advantage of today to let these guys know how powerful it was. Bailey Hongshuang stroked Baisher's hair. She knew that this little guy could no longer hold back the idea of wanting to show off. Speaking of which, Baisher had been misunderstood by everyone as the Beast King. This little guy must be very unconvinced. If there was a chance, it was time to correct Baisher's name. Huan Chuyu had already met up with Jian Xingqiu and Song Hongxi, but from Jian Xingqiu and Song Hongxi's faces, the arrogance and disdain from yesterday could no longer be seen. However, the impact had already been made. Even if Wei Hanyun had disappeared from their sight, some people had already known the truth of this matter. As a result, the reputation of Lingyin College and Beihai College had also been affected. Lu Jingqi had already recovered. At this moment, she was looking at Xia Jiqing with resentment. She was already resentful of Xia Jiqing, and now she hated Xia Jiqing even more. However, her strength was not Xia Jiqing's opponent, so she could only use such a look to express her anger. In this regard, Xia Jiqing did not care about it. A simple sentence made Lu Jingqi speechless. Loser. Xia Jiqing said without looking at Lu Jingqi. Obviously, the current Lu Jingqi was no longer a threat to her. She simply did not want to look at her. The crowd did not wait long before the emperor of the Qing dynasty, Nangong Uji, had already walked over with the crowd. Everyone present stood up and saluted him. Nangong Uji was about 45 years old. His handsome and cold face was filled with the majesty of the emperor. His eyes were sharp and wise. It was as if his gaze was full of infinite power. Even if there was a faint smile on his face, it still made people unable to relax. The momentum that he had built over the years had emerged with his every move. The bright yellow robe was like a dazzling light, causing everyone to feel awe in their hearts. Next to Nangong Uji, Nangong Yujin and Nangong Yuer also appeared. In addition to the two of them, there was also an imposing man who was particularly eye-catching. The man was wearing a light yellow luxurious brocade. The auspicious totems woven with golden threads were all over it. A strong noble aura spread out. Obviously, this man was the crown prince of the Qing dynasty, Nangong Yaochen. Nangong Yaochen's face was handsome and cold. Perhaps because of his identity as the crown prince, Nangong Yaochen's face always showed a bit of seriousness. However, this may be his manly side. The eyes of many women present were attracted to Nangong Yaochen. Nangong Yaochen could be said to be the man in the hearts of all the women in the Qing dynasty. He was the pride of the entire Qing dynasty. Almost all women hoped that one day they could be fancied by Nangong Yaochen. However, Nangong Yaochen was completely different from Nangong Yujin. Nangong Yujin was a master of wine and women. Nangong Yaochen spent almost all of his time and energy on business. He didn't care about women. It was precisely because of Nangong Yaochen's carelessness that countless women wanted to throw themselves into his arms. This Nangong Yaochen looks really good. He's handsome, and you can tell at a glance that he's not the same as Nangong Yujin. Zhang Yunfeng sized up Namgang Ouchin. She had heard of Namgang Ouchin's resounding reputation, and today, she finally saw him in person. Cui Haoyan raised his eyebrows and put his arm around Zhang Yunfeng's shoulder. What? Are you interested in Namgang Ouchin? As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at Cui Haoyan. Ever since the demonic beast tide incident, Zhang Yunfeng and Cui Haoyan had become a couple. However, they had never seen Cui Haoyan say such explicit words. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces showed a smile as they looked at Zhang Yunfeng with ridicule. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Yunfeng's cheeks were red and she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shrugged. I just think that you look better today, so I want to look at you more. Hee hee. Xia Jiqing also laughed. This is the first time I have seen you so blatantly showing off your love. Yunfeng, in my opinion, you can't say that other men are good in front of Cui Haoyan, otherwise Cui Haoyan will be jealous. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yunfeng's face was even redder as she looked at Xia Jiqing with shame. As for Cui Haoyan, he looked as if he had already thrown caution to the wind and he didn't care at all. Haha. Everyone laughed. For Zhang Yunfeng and Cui Haoyan, they sincerely wished them well. Zhang Yunfeng punched Cui Haoyan with her fists. Cui Haoyan's appearance really made her not know what to do. While everyone was laughing, Namgang Oji had already sat down in his seat. His handsome and majestic face showed a faint smile. The exchange meeting of the 3 colleges is held here. As the king of the Qing dynasty, I am also very honored. I hope that the contestants who enter the finals can perform well. Namgang Oji simply said a few words and sat down. The purpose of him coming here today was to see the performance of Namgang Ouchin. The entire royal arena was very quiet. It was not until Namgang Oji sat down that the atmosphere eased a little. With Namgang Oji here, there was always a trace of restraint and rigor. Namgang Ouchin said a few words beside Namgang Oji and then went to the team of Lingying College with Namgang Yujin and Namgang Yuer. Today they were not standing here representing the members of the royal family, but the students of Lingying College. I don't know if Namgang Ouchin has found the murderer who assassinated Namgang Shoujie? Xia Jiqing suddenly thought of Namgang Shoujie and couldn't help but ask. Everyone thought for a moment. Now that Namgang Shoujie's death was very sensitive in the Qing dynasty, they couldn't see any clues from Namgang Oji's face. I don't think that person would dare to assassinate Namgang Shoujie if he didn't have a good plan. Bai Junyu said slowly, I can't see any sadness on the face of the emperor of the Qing dynasty. The assassination of Namgang Shoujie is already a great shame for the royal family of the Qing dynasty. The emperor of the Qing dynasty will naturally not reveal it. Gong Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with the light of wisdom as he pondered. However, with how heartless the imperial family is, perhaps he doesn't even care about the death of a pretense. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The cold-bloodedness of the members of the royal family was well known. Countless people had assassinated their own brothers and sisters for the sake of the throne. It was not easy to grow up safely in the royal family. The number of princes and princesses of Namgang Oji was bound to be not small. The death of Namgang Shoujie would only make him feel a pity and temporary sadness. It wouldn't have much impact. This was the sorrow of the royal family. Jian Qingqiu slowly stood up and glanced at the people around him before he spoke. Today is the finals of the 3 Great Academies Inter-School Tournament. There are a total of 4 participants. Lingying College, Namgang Ouchin. Beihai College, Shaolanmei. Although this result had been widely spread in the Qing dynasty 2 days ago, many people still didn't know about it. At this moment, when they heard that the least optimistic Kanglin College actually had 2 places, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. In the past, Lingying College had always been the best. Now, only Namgang Ouchin from Lingying College had entered the finals, and he had entered without fighting. For a time, the eyes that fell on the cultivators of Kanglin College were obviously a little more, but they were still full of confidence. The existence of Namgang Ouchin had already determined the result of the finals. Big brother, that woman is Bailey Hongzhuang. Namgang Yuer obviously still hated Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, she directly pointed at Bailey Hongzhuang and said to Namgang Ouchin. Although she was defeated by Bailey Hongzhuang, what kind of person was Namgang Ouchin? As long as Namgang Ouchin made a move, Bailey Hongzhuang would only be defeated. Big brother, you must avenge me. Nan Gongyuer's face showed an angry look. Since she was a child, no one had dared to hurt her like that. She wanted Bailey Hongshuang to die. Hearing this, Nan Gongyuchen glanced at Nan Gongyuer, and then his eyes fell on Bailey Hongshuang. After his calm eyes fell on Bailey Hongshuang, there was a flash of surprise, but he quickly returned to calmness. Big brother, this Bailey Hongshuang's strength is indeed good, but she dared to humiliate second brother in such a way. You must teach her a lesson. Nan Gongyuchen also said. His relationship with Nan Gongxiujie has always been very good. Although Nan Gongxiujie's death had nothing to do with Bailey Hongshuang, he could not bear to see her humiliating Nan Gongxiujie like that. This debt had to be settled. However, in the face of the resentment of Nan Gongyuer and Nan Gongyuchen, Nan Gongyuchen's face was still serious, but there was no flash of anger. I will defend the dignity of the royal family, but you know what you two have done. Nan Gongyuchen's words were full of warning. He was very clear about Nan Gongyuchen's personality. Since Nan Gongxiujie was assassinated, he also understood what happened between Bailey Hongshuang and Nan Gongxiujie in the first tower. In fact, the original reason for this matter was completely caused by Nan Gongxiujie. The cultivators of Kanglin College were just passive. Moreover, Dong Fengyu of the Kanglin College has not appeared so far, undoubtedly because Nan Gongxiujie destroyed his self-confidence. If Nan Gongxiujie had not gone too far, Bailey Hongshuang would not have humiliated Nan Gongxiujie. Listening to Nan Gongyuchen's reprimand, Nan Gongyuchen and Nan Gongyuer's faces turned ugly. They are also very clear about the character of Nan Gongyuchen. He has always helped his own family and not his relatives. It is precisely because of this that it is difficult for them to get close to Nan Gongyuchen. However, Bailey Hongshuang humiliated Nan Gongxiujie and humiliated the dignity of the royal family. They are afraid that Nan Gongyuchen will not let go of Bailey Hongshuang. They only need to know this, and it is enough. Feeling the gaze of Nan Gongyuchen, Bailey Hongshuang did not avoid it. The two eyes met in mid-air, flashing a few sparks, but more indifference. At this moment, Bailey Hongshuang also understood what Mo Yunjue meant when he said that Nan Gongyuchen was a gentleman. Nan Gongyuchen was probably the calmest person she had ever seen. His eyes were clear and calm, without the slightest concealment and concealment. It was like a black chrysanthemum, indifferent and fair. It seemed that the rumors of the Qing dynasty were not wrong. Nan Gongyuchen was indeed the best prince of the Qing dynasty. The 4 people participating in the finals will take turns to fight. The person who wins the most times will be the first in the finals. There is no time to rest during the competition, so it is best to stop when the time is right. Xianxia slowly introduced the rules of the finals to everyone. Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3 would play against the other 3 in turn. This was the fairest way and reduced the possibility of opportunism. Now, the 4 students will come to the stage to draw lots to determine the order of the competition. With Xianxia's voice falling, Bailey Hongshuang and Gong Shaoqing walked towards the position of the 3 principals. Bailey Hongshuang slowly pulled out a piece of paper. There was a word written on the paper. It seemed that she was the first to participate. Bailey Hongshuang was not worried about her number. Anyway, she would eventually fight against the 3 people one by one. It did not matter which game she would start with. However, when Bailey Hongshuang knew that her first opponent was Gong Shaoqing, there was a hint of astonishment in her eyes. This probability was really low. When Gong Shaoqing knew that his first opponent was Bailey Hongshuang, there was a faint smile in his eyes. No way, you two are actually opponents in the first game? What should I do? Xia Jiqing was stunned. The best result was that Gong Shaoqing and Bailey Hongshuang would meet in the last game. She did not expect to meet in the first game. It was really troublesome. Cui Haoyan and others obviously did not expect such a situation. It was reasonable to say that Bailey Hongshuang and Gong Shaoqing were both students of the Kanglin College. It was naturally best not to fight. However, the inter-school competition was very valuable. If they could perform well in the inter-school competition, it would be of great help to their future. Apart from the college, everyone wanted to win the first place and become famous. In the past, the first place of the college tournament was famous and had a bright future. Many forces directly throughout olive branches. It was because of this that they could not speak. The first game, Bailey Hongzhuang of the Kanglan College against Gong Xiaoqing of the Kanglan College. The loud voice of the referee clearly passed into the ears of everyone in the royal hunting ground. When everyone heard the news, their expressions became a bit more interesting. The Kanglan College's luck. The Kanglan College's luck is not good. In the first round. If they don't fight, they will not be the first time, they will be the Kanglan is the college. If we make a move, it will undoubtedly exhaust our academy's combat strength. When we fight with the other two academies later, we will fall into a disadvantageous position. This is truly a difficult choice. No matter what these two students choose, the one who will obtain first place will definitely be the crown prince. What they do is not important. Bailey Hongzhuang's mind was also full of thoughts. She absolutely wouldn't fight with Gong Xiaoqing. This would only lower Azure Water School's chances of winning. She didn't have any thoughts about fame. If she admitted defeat, as long as she could defeat Xiao Lanmei and Nangong Aochen, Gong Xiaoqing might have a chance to win. However, she didn't have absolute confidence in Nangong Aochen because his strength couldn't be underestimated. Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Xiaoqing walked up the high platform under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The moment they stepped on the high platform, they were the center of attention. Curious eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Xiaoqing. They all wanted to know if Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Xiaoqing would fight. Let the competition begin. With a wave of his hand, the referee announced the start of the competition. Bailey Hongzhuang's red lips slightly opened. This competition. Without waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to finish her words, Gong Xiaoqing's voice had already sounded, "I admit defeat." When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. Previously, they thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Xiaoqing might not care about the overall situation and directly fight. Now it seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Xiaoqing were not that kind of people. Kanglan College's luck was good this time. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Gong Xiaoqing with a little surprise. She didn't expect Gong Xiaoqing to directly admit defeat. After all, this kind of honor was very important for a cultivator's future. Gong Xiaoqing's handsome face showed a bit of free and easy. In fact, when he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was also ready to admit defeat, his heart was full of shock. He was very clear that with his strength, it was impossible to win first place. Bailey Hongzhuang was the hope of Kanglan College. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang won this competition without any consumption, it would be of great help to Bailey Hongzhuang. Although he valued his own future, as a member of the Kanglan school, he hoped to help the school out of its current predicament. If even Bailey Hongzhuang was willing to give up for this, there was no need to mention him. Seeing the actions of the two Bailey Hongzhuang, the hearts of the Tsanglan School students were filled with emotion. They clearly understood that when the two were ready to admit defeat, they understood what they had to give up. At this moment, their hearts were filled with admiration for Gong Xiaoqing. Although he had admitted defeat, Gong Xiaoqing was a well-deserved hero of Tsanglan College. Lu Huayan and Huan Chuyo's gazes were also slightly complicated. However, based on the current situation, this was indeed the best solution. The referee was not surprised by this result. In fact, in the previous inter-academy competitions, there were quite a few people who chose to admit defeat when cultivators from the same academy fought against each other. Kanglan College Bailey Hongzhuang wins. Following the referee's announcement, Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Xiaoqing looked at each other and smiled. The two walked down the stage together. In this regard, the spectators didn't feel the slightest bit wrong. There was nothing to see in a competition between students from the same academy. It was also very good to have the second round early. Nangong Aochen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He had a certain understanding of the situation between Bailey Hongzhuang and Gong Xiaoqing. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was obviously not pretending. She was really ready to give up. As a crown prince, he knew too much about interest disputes. The first place in the college tournament was a real glory. Bailey Hongzhuang was willing to give up her original advantage. It could be seen that she did not value fame and fortune that much. As he learned, the reason why Bailey Hongzhuang humiliated Nangong Xiaojia was not for herself, but for Dong Fengyu. It seemed that this Bailey Hongzhuang was really very special. As Bailey Hongzhuang and Nangong Xiaojia returned to the team of Kanglan College, Cui Haoyan and the others looked at the two with admiration. Gong Xiaoqing, although I have always wanted to compete with you, this time, I admire you. Cui Haoyan directly gave Gong Xiaoqing a thumbs up. In terms of strength, Gong Xiaoqing had always been his opponent, but he really admired Gong Xiaoqing's mind. You are our hero. Xia Jiqing also gave a thumbs up. At this time all the words seemed very pale, but Gong Xiaoqing was a well-deserved hero in their minds. Lu Qingyue also walked to Gong Xiaoqing's side. She did not say anything, but Gong Xiaoqing had always been a hero in her mind. Gong Xiaoqing's choice today also made her understand how broad the mind of the man she had always admired was. Feeling the eyes of everyone, Gong Xiaoqing's cold face was still cold. I just don't want other colleges to take advantage of me. Although he said this, everyone clearly felt that Gong Xiaoqing's cold face was a bit unnatural. This guy actually felt embarrassed. The next moment, everyone looked at each other and smiled. As long as they understood in their hearts, it was enough. Lu Huaiyan's eyes also flashed with appreciation and relief. It was really a blessing for Kanglin College to have such a group of harmonious and sensible students. Lu Jingqi and the others looked at the harmonious atmosphere of Kanglin College. Their faces could not help but change a bit, but there was a trace of irony in their eyes. Songlan School's practitioners really like to pretend to be generous. Gong Xiaoqing is only pretending to be generous on the surface, but in his heart, I'm afraid he is depressed. Lu Jingqi sneered coldly. As cultivators, they all knew how important the platform of the inter-school tournament was. No one would be willing to give it up. If Gong Xiaoqing had not been forced to give up due to the situation, he would not have given up. God knows why they like to pretend to be great. Isn't Bailey Hongshuang the same? Lu Jinglin sneered. She had never seen such a generous cultivator. Xiao Lanmei's eyes slowly fell on Bailey Hongshuang and the others. In fact, he had never seen a friendship like Bailey Hongshuang and the others. He believed that everything Bailey Hongshuang and the others had done was not a pretense, because the trust between companions was not something that could be faked. It could only be said that the students of Kanglin College had a kind of cohesion that other colleges did not have. What they valued was not interests, but feelings. Perhaps many people would say that the practitioners of Kanglin College were too naive, but in fact, this kind of feelings were the most important. Listening to the ridicule of Lu Jinglin and her sister, Bailey Hongshuang and the others did not care about this matter at all. These two people were just saying that the grapes were sour. They wanted to use such words to stimulate them, but it did not have any effect on them. The second game, Nangong Yaochen of Lingyin College vs Xiao Lanmei of Beihai College. As the voice of the referee fell, Bailey Hongshuang and the others could not help but look at Xiao Lanmei and Nangong Yaochen. Bailey Hongshuang's phoenix eyes flashed. According to the performance of Xiao Lanmei in the competition, Xiao Lanmei was already a powerful cultivator. She just did not know what the situation would be if Xiao Lanmei faced Nangong Yaochen. Although from Mo Yunjua's mouth, Bailey Hongshuang had already learned that Nangong Yaochen was at the 5th level of the Red Realm, but for cultivators, cultivation was only one aspect, the specific combat effectiveness was unknown. Now that Xiao Lanmei and Nangong Yaochen had taken the lead, she could also learn more about Nangong Yaochen through the situation of the two people. Just as Xiao Lanmei was about to go on stage, Mo Xinghai's eyes fell on Xiao Lanmei and slowly said, Xiao Lanmei, you should know what to do, right? Xiao Lanmei looked at Mo Xinghai indifferently, his deep and calm eyes flashed with a deep light. What if I don't do this? Hearing this, Mo Xinghai's face was dignified and serious, and his voice was low. You should know the consequences if you don't do this. Xiao Lanmei's pupils changed. His eyes were filled with forbearance and anger. He walked past Mo Xinghai but didn't say anything. Mo Xinghai and Duan Yinggu looked at Xiao Lanmei's back as he walked on the high platform. Their faces also had an unspeakable depth. They believed that Xiao Lanmei should make the right choice. At the same time, Xianxia and Song Hongxi also looked at each other. Song Hongxi nodded without a trace, and Xianxingqiu's face relaxed a little. Soon, Xiao Lanmei and Nangong Yaochen stood on the high platform. Xiao Lanmei was cold and arrogant, while Nangong Yaochen was noble and serious. Both of them were outstanding figures among the younger generation. At this moment, the two of them were facing each other, and a dignified atmosphere filled the air. Mo Xinghai and Duan Yingwu's eyes were fixed on Xiao Lanmei's body. Their hands were unconsciously clenched. Bailey Hongzhuang also noticed the change in the expressions of the two mentors of Beihai College. It seemed a bit strange. Could it be that Beihai College was going to play some tricks after suffering a loss yesterday? After the two of them stood still, the referee waved his hand and said, "Begin." As soon as the referee finished speaking, Nangongyachen's eyes became sharp. The origin energy in his body whizzed out, and a wave of pressure quietly spread out. Xiao Lanmei's eyes fell on Nangongyachen's body. His dark eyes flashed with hesitation, unwillingness, anger, and other emotions, until finally calmed down. Nangongyachan looked at Xiao Lanmei with some doubts. He did not know why Xiao Lanmei was standing in the same place. The next moment, Xiao Lanmei's voice sounded, "I admit defeat." As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar, and a stunned gaze gathered on Xiao Lanmei's body. What's going on? The two students in the first round are from Kanglin College, but the students of Beihai College actually admitted defeat, so they don't have to fight anymore. In my opinion, it must be that the strength of the Crown Prince is too strong. The students of Kanglin College simply do not have the courage to fight with the Crown Prince. However, this is also a wise decision. The Crown Prince is definitely the first. This Xiao Lanmei wants to preserve his strength and win the second or even third place. Xiao Lanmei listened to the discussions of the people in the stands. His deep eyes were covered with a layer of shadow. His fists were unconsciously closed, his knuckles were white. After noticing Xiao Lanmei's actions, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that Mo Xinghai and Xiao Lanmei had relaxed, and immediately understood. It seemed that Xiao Lanmei was not willing to give up, but he was forced to do so. It seems that this should be a deal between Beihai College and Lingying College. Xiao He slowly said, her eyes constantly looking at Xianxia and Song Hongxi. Huan Chuyu was obviously surprised when he saw Xiao Lanmei admit defeat, but Song Hongxi and Xianxia were not surprised. Obviously, these two people had known about it. This is really a good deal. Xiao Bai chuckled. Lingying College will help Beihai College win the first place in the alchemy competition, and Beihai College will help Lingying College win the first place in the cultivator competition. As a result, Kanglin College will have no hope. Bailey Hongzhuang's black phoenix eyes flashed with wisdom and complexity. Her eyes fell on Xiao Lanmei's body, revealing some sympathy and emotion. This may be an excellent deal for the two colleges, but they completely ignored the thoughts of the students themselves. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly felt that the students of Beihai College were somewhat pitiful. For Song Hongxi and others, the students were just chess pieces in their hands. They simply did not care how important this competition was for the cultivators, they only cared about the interests of the college itself. At this moment, admitting defeat was a shame for Xiao Lanmei. In the future, everyone would say that he was afraid of Nangongyachan, so he directly admitted defeat. This was a stain. With Xiao Lanmei's arrogant temperament, this was simply a stain that he could not accept. It was because of this that Xiao Lanmei was struggling. Bailey Hongzhuang was somewhat surprised. She didn't know what kind of weakness Beihai College had to make Xiao Lanmei choose to admit defeat. However, as a vice principal and mentor, the style of Song Lan College was really despicable. Xiao Lanmei actually chose to admit defeat. I think Xiao Lanmei's strength is very strong. It is said that he has reached the second stage of the Red Realm. If it was me, I would have fought with him. It is too spineless to admit defeat like this. Bai Junyu was speechless and shook his head. He was very optimistic about Xiao Lanmei before. He did not expect that Xiao Lanmei would make such a choice at the critical moment. It was really disappointing. Jiqing, what do you think? Bai Junyu nudged Xia Jiqing and asked aloud. Xia Jiqing also looked at Xiao Lanmei and curled her lips. I think the level of the students of Beihai College is really not that good. Apart from their mouths, there is nothing good about them. Xia Jiqing's words were not hidden at all. Anyway, the cultivators of Beihai College had long hated each other. Since there was an opportunity to ridicule them, she would not waste it. This could also make the two sisters completely shut up. After listening to Xia Jiqing's words, Lu Jinglin and her sister were also angry, but in the current situation, they really could not refute. After Xiao Lanmei walked down the high platform, Lu Jinglin looked at Xiao Lanmei with eyes full of puzzlement. Xiao Lanmei, why did you choose to admit defeat? For a long time, Xiao Lanmei had been the object of her admiration. Although Xiao Lanmei was cold, rarely spoke, and did not pay much attention to her, as long as Xiao Lanmei was strong enough, this was his greatest charm. However, she did not understand why Xiao Lanmei chose to give up at such an important time today. The strongest person in her mind was now defeated. This was not a matter of strength, but a matter of confidence. You are not only representing yourself, but also the dignity of the college. How can you choose to admit defeat? Lu Jingqi was obviously not as polite as Lu Jinglin. If it was not because of Xiao Lanmei's actions, they would not be laughed at by others. Xiao Lanmei looked at Lu Jingqi coldly. He did not speak, but the murderous aura in his eyes was amazingly strong. Seeing Xiao Lanmei's eyes, Lu Jingqi's face suddenly changed, and her eyes flashed with horror. It was the first time she saw such a terrifying gaze. Xiao Lanmei seemed to want to kill her. The strong murderous aura made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. The words stuck in her throat could not be said. Xiao Lanmei retracted his gaze and returned to his original position. His cold face was filled with coldness at this time. Lu Jingqi took 2 steps back and did not dare to say anything. Xiao Lanmei was really too scary. Mo Xinghai and Duan Yinggu looked at Xiao Lanmei and did not know what to say. In the face of the college's interests, nothing else had any meaning. This was what Xiao Lanmei had to bear. Although Nangong Yaochen was slightly surprised that Xiao Lanmei chose to admit defeat, he did not take it to heart. In his eyes, whether it was Xiao Lanmei or the 2 from Kanglin College, they were not his opponents. Xiao Lanmei's choice to admit defeat at this moment was very wise. Otherwise, after this battle, Xiao Lanmei's strength would be affected, and he would be at a disadvantage against the 2 from the Kanglin College. Huan Qiu's eyes quietly fell on Jian Qingqiu and Song Hongxi. When Xiao Lanmei announced his surrender, he already understood that there must be something fishy. Now that Lingying College and Beihai College had joined forces, they were willing to do anything to put Kanglin College at the bottom. However, he did not expect that Beihai College would directly ask Xiao Lanmei to admit defeat. It was a pity for Xiao Lanmei. Thinking of this, Huan Qiu felt a little nervous. Nangong Yaochen and Xiao Lanmei's strength were not weak. Bailey Hongzhuang had a chance to win against Xiao Lanmei, but against Nangong Yaochen, she was clearly inferior. As a result, the situation of Lingying College being the first place could not be changed. Huan Qiu's expression was complicated, but he eventually regained his calm. No matter what, it wasn't easy for the Azure Water School to reach this point in the tournament. Although Xiao Lanmei's admission of defeat caused an uproar, with the start of the 3rd match, the entire royal arena was quiet again. The 3rd match, Nangong Yaochen against Gong Xiaoqing. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' eyes fell on Gong Xiaoqing. This was a battle without any suspense. Even if Gong Xiaoqing successfully broke through to the Red Realm, he was still inferior to Nangong Yaochen, who was at the 5th level of the Red Realm. This was not because Gong Xiaoqing was not strong enough, but because Nangong Yaochen was too abnormal. After all, whether it was the cultivation conditions or the gap between them, they were not as good as Nangong Yaochen, which caused such a gap. Gong Xiaoqing, come on. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was filled with a faint smile. Even if the result could not be changed, the competition was also a way to gain experience. Fighting with the strong often allowed them to better understand the power of the strong, which was of great help to their next cultivation. In her previous life, she often competed with the masters of her family. From the initial defeat to the later days, this kind of progress often gave people a sense of accomplishment. For a cultivator, the mentality was extremely important. Failure was not terrible. Every cultivator would fail on their way forward. The terrible thing was that they did not dare to face failure. Come on. As long as the momentum of our Kanglin College is good. Cui Haoyan also encouraged. In this case, they were also very embarrassed. They knew that they would fail, but they wanted to encourage Gong Xiaoqing, so they could only say such words. Feeling the goodwill of the crowd, Gong Xiaoqing's iceberg-like face also melted a little. Don't worry, I will do my best. Since coming to Lingying College and seeing the strength of Nangong Xiujia and the others, he understood that although he was quite famous in Kanglin College, there was still a big gap between him and the other cultivators. In fact, it was not without reason that Kanglin College had been last in the last 2 college tournaments. In terms of hard conditions, there was a big gap between Kanglin College and the other two colleges. If it were not for Bailey Hongshuang, there was a possibility that they would be at the bottom. It would be impossible for him to help Kanglin College restore their honor. His mood had been low, helpless, and finally recovered to the calmness he had now. Falling behind wasn't scary. As long as he continued to work hard, it wasn't impossible for him to close the gap in the future. In Gong Xiaoqing's dictionary, the word give up never existed. I'm going. As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Xiaoqing walked up to the stage. Lu Qingyue looked at Gong Xiaoqing's back as he left. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. No matter what, Gong Xiaoqing would always be the hero in her heart. Nan Gongyaochen once again stood on the stage. Beside him, a flaming lion was glaring at Gong Xiaoqing. Oh my god, this is the Crown Prince's contracted beast, the flaming lion. I heard that the flame lion is at the 5th level of the Red Realm. Ordinary contract beasts are no match for the flame lion. Why would the Crown Prince need to do it himself? As long as the flame lion makes a move, Gong Xiaoqing will have already lost. Everyone's gaze was attracted by the majestic flame lion. They saw that the flame beast's body was covered in red fur. It was the same as the flame lion, possessing the fire attribute. Its attack power was also very strong. Bailey Hongshuang's gaze also fell on the flaming lion. The flaming lion was a very outstanding species among the monster pets, but it was not easy to contract one. The flaming lion cub was already very difficult to find, and it was even more difficult to seal the flaming lion cub into an egg. From this, it could be seen how rare Nan Gongyaochen's flaming lion cub was. It's just a cub, what's there to be proud of? Blackie curled its lips and did not seem to care at all. It could kill this kind of guy in a matter of minutes. Xiaobai nodded. When the tiger is not at home, the monkey is king. This guy can only be proud of himself in this remote place. Bailey Hongshuang listened to Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai's tone, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. These two guys were really arrogant. Master, when you fight with Nan Gongyaochen later, let me fight. I will kill the flaming lion in seconds. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with excitement. After not fighting for so long, it was a little itchy. Although its master's strength was still not strong, it should not have anything to do with Xiao Bai being exposed. Without waiting for Bailey Hongshuang to speak, the flaming lion had already protested. If anyone is going to fight, it should be me. It had been waiting for this opportunity to prove itself. Hearing this, Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai also smiled. Speaking of which, this was a good opportunity for the flaming lion to prove itself, so they would not fight with the flaming lion. After seeing the flaming lion beside Nan Gongyaochen, Gong Xiaoqing's eyes also changed a little. With a slight feeling in his mind, Gong Xiaoqing knew that the flaming lion was not weak, and his heart was also a little moved. The heritage of the imperial family was indeed not something ordinary people could compare to. This flaming lion was not old, but it had already reached the 5th level of the Red Realm. Who knew how many cultivation resources were spent just to increase the flaming lion's strength? It was really rich. The battle begins. With the referee's order, Nan Gongyaochen and Gong Xiaoqing did not immediately start. Nan Gongyaochen looked at Gong Xiaoqing. According to his understanding, Gong Xiaoqing was still in the late stage of the mysterious heaven realm, and was not on the same level as him. Once they started, it would be a complete crush, so he was not in a hurry. Since you don't have a contract beast, my contract beast will not fight. With such an absolute difference in strength, there was no need for the flaming lion to participate in the battle. Whatever. Gong Xiaoqing's attitude was as cold as ever. To him, whether Nan Gongyaochen used a contract beast or not, it didn't matter. Listening to Gong Xiaoqing's answer, Nan Gongyaochen was a little surprised. Logically speaking, in Aochen 2, Gong Xiaoqing's, Gong, Aochen's, Xiao, Hongshuang's Gong S's, he, was, Gong, Aochen, Lion's, Long it, Xiaoqing. Gong Xiaoqing didn't hesitate at all. He knew that even if he used all his strength to deal with Nan Gongyaochen, he wouldn't be able to achieve much because the difference in strength between the two was too great. However, even so, he would still do his best. As long as he could consume more of Nan Gongyaochen's strength, it would be easier for Bailey Hongzhuang to deal with Nan Gongyaochen. Seeing that Gong Xiaoqing was so straightforward, Nan Gongyaochen didn't waste any more time. The origin energy in his body instantly surged out, and the vigorous origin energy gushed out without holding back. Taking a step forward, Nan Gongyaochen suddenly blasted out a fist. The fierce fist broke through the air and brought out a burst of sonic booms. Feeling the power of Nan Gongyaochen's fist, Gong Xiaoqing's heart trembled. Although he already knew the difference between their realms, he still couldn't help but be amazed when Nan Gongyaochen made his move. This seemingly simple fist gave him a feeling that it was difficult to resist. If he met force with force, his hand would be crippled. Gong Xiaoqing's figure jumped and dodged Nan Gongyaochen's fist without hesitation. At the same time, his fist struck towards Nan Gongyaochen's chest in a tricky arc. Nan Gongyaochen's speed was also very fast. He dodged to the side and attacked Gong Xiaoqing again. Looking at the battle between Gong Xiaoqing and Nan Gongyaochen, the crowd only felt that this was a game of cat and mouse. What the hell is this? Are the students of the Azure Water School turtles? They keep dodging and don't even have the courage to fight head-on. It's obvious that the Crown Prince will win this match. No matter how good Gong Xiaoqing is at dodging, once the Crown Prince finds an opportunity, he will lose without a doubt. The gap between Gong Xiaoqing and the Crown Prince is very big. The fact that he can dodge until now has already proved his strength. There were many people in the crowd with discerning eyes. From the moment Gong Xiaoqing and Nan Gongyaochen's aura erupted, they already knew that this was a match with a great disparity in strength. Gong Xiaoqing couldn't meet force with force because once he did, he would lose without a doubt. Dodging was the only way. But this kind of dodging also allowed them to understand Gong Xiaoqing's fighting skills. Under limited circumstances, he could show his strength as much as possible. This was enough. Although there is a certain gap in strength between Gong Xiaoqing and the Crown Prince, he is very smart and his foundation is very solid. As long as he is given a certain amount of time, his future won't be bad. The discerning people had already seen Gong Xiaoqing's purpose and their eyes were filled with admiration. Cultivation could be improved. With Gong Xiaoqing's age, there was a lot of room for improvement in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze was fixed on the high platform. Gong Xiaoqing's strength was clearly displayed, but Nan Gongyaocen's strength was indeed very strong. In her view, Aochen was indeed a gentleman. Nan Gongyaocen's previous attacks wasn't fierce. He was deliberately giving Gong Xiaoqing a chance to show off. After all, it was not easy for every cultivator to reach this stage. Since Gong Xiaoqing had the guts to participate in the competition, he should be given a chance to perform. Now, Gong Xiaoqing's eyes, he was in the faces, if he was a little careless, he would be defeated. Lu Qingyue's hands were intertwined together. Her pretty face was filled with worry. She was afraid that if she was not careful, Gong Xiaoqing would be seriously injured. Was Aochen's SSSS. To Aochen's his T of his Qi, a strong wind passed by, and a huge fist instantly enlarged in Gong Xiaoqing's pupils. It was too late to avoid it, and Gong Xiaoqing was full of helplessness. This match was about to end. However, the fist stopped in front of Gong Xiaoqing's forehead, and at the same time, Nan Gongyaocen's voice rang out. It's over. Nan Gongyaochen slowly retracted his fist, his face was still calm and serious. For him, defeating Gong Xiaoqing was nothing to be happy about. If it wasn't for the fact that the opponent was participating in the college tournament, he wouldn't have fought with Gong Xiaoqing at all. Gong Xiaoqing's expression was also very indifferent. He understood Nan Gongyaocen's arrogance, and in fact, he was not qualified to be his opponent. However, he would not be discouraged by this. On the contrary, this would be his motivation. If you want your opponent to respect you, you must first have the qualifications to make them look at you seriously. Nan Gongyaocen of Lingyin College wins. The referee announced the result, and there was a burst of cheers from the entire stands. Nan Gongyaocen was their pride. At this moment, Nan Gongyaocen had defeated his opponent, and they were also surprised. Gong Xiaoqing slowly walked back to the team, but Nan Gongyaocen was still standing on the high platform, because the next match was still him. Good. Cui Haoyan directly patted Gong Xiaoqing's chest and said his admiration. In fact, if it was him, it would be impossible for him to last so long under Nan Gongyaocen's hands. Gong Xiaoqing's defeat was glorious. Xiaojiqing and the others also smiled. Being able to come this far, they had no regrets. Nangong Yaoqin's strength is very strong. Even if I have done my best, he still hasn't been serious. You have to be more careful. Gong Xiaoqing's eyes were filled with concern. Bailey Hongzhuang was different from him. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang still had the idea of fighting. Although he felt that this possibility was very slim, it had always been a good quality to go all out on the stage. If you don't go all out, how can you know how strong you are? In fact, he had done his best, but the difference in strength between the two was too big, so it was useless for him to go all out. However, the gap between Bailey Hongzhuang and Nangong Yaoqin was smaller. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. I understand. Her exquisite and beautiful face was filled with seriousness. She had never underestimated Nangong Yaoqin. He must have a lot of trump cards. However, she would still do her best. Compared to Nangong Yaoqin, Kanglan College needed to win more. She didn't know the final result of this competition, but at the very least, she wouldn't let Nangong Yaoqin win so easily. Jian Qingqiu's face was full of pride. Nangong Yaoqin is the best student of our Lingying College in recent years. He is really one in a million. 2 days ago, the ranking competition and the alchemy competition had already made him unhappy. It wasn't until Nangong Yaoqin's crushing victory that a smile appeared on his face. No matter how Kanglan College wanted to change the situation, the final victory would be Lingying College. Although the results of the alchemy competition had a certain effect, it was completely different from the cultivator competition. The third game, Nangong Yaoqin of Lingying College versus Bailey Hongzhuang of Kanglan College. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. This woman with an extraordinary appearance had attracted a lot of attention as soon as she appeared in the royal family's martial arts arena. Nangong Yaoqin's eyes also fell on Bailey Hongzhuang, and a light flashed in his eyes. He was finally going to fight with Bailey Hongzhuang. Nangong Oji also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. He also knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had humiliated Nangong Xianxia. This matter has involved the face of the royal family. He did not have a good feeling about Bailey Hongzhuang, but he did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang turned out to be such a beautiful little girl. He knew that the reason why Bailey Hongzhuang did that was because Nangong Xianxia had gone too far before, but this was not within the scope of his concern. No matter who it was, as long as they did something that insulted the dignity of the royal family of the Qing dynasty, they must pay the price. When they knew that this battle was Bailey Hongzhuang's turn, Nangong Yujin and Nangong Yuer's faces showed a grim smile. Bailey Hongzhuang was so arrogant before, now I want to see how she can continue to be arrogant. Nangong Yuer's smile was a little proud. She already hated Bailey Hongzhuang. It just so happened that Bailey Hongzhuang had done something that hindered the dignity of the royal family. Her father had ordered her to teach Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson. She believed that Nangong Yaoqin would not disobey her father's orders. As a result, Bailey Hongzhuang would suffer today. Nangong Yaoqin should teach Bailey Hongzhuang a good lesson, so that she knows the immensity of heaven and earth. Nangong Yujin's eyes narrowed. Because of Bailey Hongzhuang, he was also reprimanded by his father. Nangong Xianxia, who had the best relationship with him, also died. He really hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang would also disappear from this world. Let's wait for a good show. Nangong Yuer's expression relaxed a little. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. What they needed to care about was how badly Bailey Hongzhuang would lose. Hongzhuang, come on. Xia Jiqing waved her fist and said. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, I will. The others also cheered for Bailey Hongzhuang. They were cheers for her. Bailey Hongzhuang of Kanglan College. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to go to the stage, Lu Huayan's voice sounded. Bailey Hongzhuang, although the result of this battle is important, it is not as important as you. Do you understand? Lu Huayan's eyes flashed with a worried light. He really appreciated and admired Bailey Hongzhuang. Cultivator, doctor, alchemist, and inscriptionist. These 4 identities converged on Bailey Hongzhuang. She could no longer be described as a genius. Although this battle was very important for Kanglan College, the principle of Kanglan College had always been to put the students first. The students were the most important. The existence of the college was also for the growth of the students. If the students were to pay everything for the reputation of the college, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Lu Huayan and slowly revealed a smile. This is also the vice principal's intention. Lu Huayan said again. No one knew that when Lu Huayan said these words, Xiao Lanmei's eyes quietly changed a bit. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked onto the stage and stood opposite Nangong Yaochen. Her delicate face still showed indifference and alienation. She did not have a good impression of the members of the royal family. In fact, all the members of the royal family were a bit self-righteous. Even if Nangong Yaochen showed the appearance of a gentleman, she did not feel much. Bailey Hongzhuang. Nangong Yaochen's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's body and slowly whispered the name of Bailey Hongzhuang. When you humiliated Nangong Xianxia, you should understand that you have touched the face of the royal family of the Qing dynasty. Nangong Yaochen's voice was slightly heavy and his eyes were sharp. The dignity of the royal family could not be tarnished by anyone. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression did not change. Her lips evoked a sarcastic smile. Only the officials are allowed to set the fire, but the people are not allowed to light the lamp. She was no stranger to the royal family's sanctimonious face. Bailey Hongzhuang often faced such tricks in the Fengbo country and had long been accustomed to it. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's undisguised words, Nangong Yaochen's face was a bit embarrassed. As everyone knew, Bailey Hongzhuang was telling the truth. Now with the investigation of the murderer of Nangong Xianxia, it was no longer a secret that Nangong Xianxia and Nangong Yujin molested Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Qingyue in the first pavilion. From the beginning to the end, it was Nangong Xianxia who provoked the cultivators of the Kanglin College, and Bailey Hongzhuang and others were just passively fighting back. However, insulting the dignity of the royal family was insulting the dignity of the royal family. No matter what the reason was, it could not be forgiven. In any case, you should not provoke the dignity of the royal family in the Qing dynasty. Nangong Yaochen's voice was slightly cold. Bailey Hongzhuang's words at the moment were already disrespectful. Nangong Oji's dignified face flashed with anger. Today, Nangong Yaochen was prepared to use this opportunity to redeem the dignity of the imperial family. It would be fine if Bailey Hongzhuang knew how to adapt to the situation, but Bailey Hongzhuang had such an attitude at this moment, so he couldn't let her go. Nangong Yaochen turned his gaze slightly and quietly glanced at Nangong Oji. After seeing Nangong Oji's gaze, he immediately understood. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang clearly felt the killing intent from Nangong Yaochen. Her eyes narrowed. Nangong Yaochen actually wanted to kill her. Judging from his previous performance, Nangong Yaochen didn't have any killing intent towards her, but now he actually revealed killing intent towards her. She was sure that this was Nangong Oji's idea. To some of the self-righteous royal families, a stain was not allowed to exist, and everything she had done must be erased. Perhaps on other occasions, Nangong Yaochen was not suitable to do it, but under such circumstances, Nangong Yaochen did not have any pressure. Even if he killed Bailey Hongzhuang, he only needed to say that it was a mistake, and everyone who knew the truth would know that this was a demonstration of the royal family. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed coldly. It seemed that the situation was not as simple as everyone thought. This competition was most likely going to be a battle of life and death. Isn't it just a shitty royal family? Master, let's directly kill Nangong Yaochen, the heir of the royal family. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with a cold light. If Nangong Yaochen's attitude was good, then it would be fine, but this attitude was simply unforgivable. No matter from which point of view, this matter was Nangong Xianxia's problem and had nothing to do with the master. The royal family even put on such a dignified appearance. It was really disgusting. You can kill him, but you can't kill him in front of everyone. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, her face was covered with frost. She had always been the one who did the first thing, she would do the 15th. Since Nangong Yaochen had the heart to kill her, then he should be prepared to be killed by her. It's just that in this royal martial arts arena, under the eyes of everyone, she couldn't do it. Because they were now in the Qing dynasty, once Nangong Yaochen fell, the entire Kanglin College would be implicated. If she was alone and left the Qing dynasty, it had nothing to do with her, but the Kanglin College couldn't run away. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her chin slightly and looked at Nangong Yaochen coldly. Do it. Since there was no room for maneuver, then let's fight. Nangong Aochen's eyes also showed a touch of coldness. As a member of the royal family, it was necessary for him to erase the existence of all those who insulted the dignity of the royal family. Huan Chuyu and the others' eyes flashed with doubts. Although the matter between Bailey Hongzhuang and Nangong Xiaojia had a certain impact, the atmosphere between the two was too dignified. The battle begins. With the referee's order, Bailey Hongzhuang and Nangong Aochen stood together. Baisher jumped down from Bailey Hongzhuang's arms, his small body staring at the flame lion beside Nangong Aochen. This damned fellow actually dared to have the intention to kill its master. It would destroy this flaming lion first. Nangong Aochen saw the contract beast in Bailey Hongzhuang's arms, which was only for ornamental purposes, also came to participate in the battle. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. The flaming lion would be able to snap the neck of such a small creature with a single bite. However, he also understood why Bailey Hongzhuang did this. Since Bailey Hongzhuang was going to die, it was useless for the contract beast to not participate in the battle. However, when the onlookers saw the white lion confronting the flaming lion, they could not help but laugh out loud. Haha, this little guy also came to participate in the battle. The blazing lion's body alone is 10 times bigger than it. Are the people from the Azure Water School here to make jokes? If this little guy can withstand a blow from the flaming lion, I will eat this chair. Almost everyone was laughing at him. This was really too embarrassing. Xia Jiqing and the others were also stunned. Although Bailey Hongzhuang was always holding Baisher, they had never seen Baisher fight before. When they thought of the flaming lion's tyrannical power, the white lion would probably die on the stage. They could not understand why Bailey Hongzhuang would do such a thing. Only Mo Yunjue, who was in the stands, had a touch of understanding in his eyes. The power of this little guy was beyond everyone's expectations. You are very aware. Nangong Aochen also had a trace of admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang. Before death, she still did not show any panic, but he did not know if it was because of self-confidence or ignorance. Nangong Aochen snorted coldly and stepped forward. The elemental energy in his dantian burst out and a tyrannical pressure spread out in an instant. 5th level of the Red Realm, the tyrannical pressure did not hesitate to suppress Bailey Hongzhuang. When he fought with Gong Xiaoqing, he did not use his full strength, but when dealing with Bailey Hongzhuang, he wanted to crush Bailey Hongzhuang with a crushing victory. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. After reaching the Xiantian realm, when there was a certain gap in the strength of 2 practitioners, the pressure of the strong would produce a huge pressure to crush the opponent. Under this pressure, the strength of the weaker side would also be suppressed and could not exert all of their combat power. This was the difficulty of fighting against those of a higher level. Ordinary people could not break through this layer of pressure at all, and all the battles would pale in comparison. Bailey Hongzhuang's speed was also not slow. The elemental energy in her body roared out and the strength of the 3rd level of the Red Realm was fully displayed. When everyone saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had reached the 3rd level of the Red Realm at her age, they were a little surprised. She was worthy of being called a genius. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Nangong Aochen were the same age, they were afraid that her strength would not be weaker than Nangong Aochen's. However, they could only blame Bailey Hongzhuang for being born late. Facing Nangong Aochen's pressure, Bailey Hongzhuang only felt that a huge rock was pressing on her body and her combat power was affected to a certain extent. Nangong Aochen looked indifferent. This was the difference between the weak and the strong. There was almost no need to fight, and the weak had already fallen into a deadlock. After seeing the arrogance and pride in Nangong Aochen's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly pulled into a mocking smile. Bailey Hongzhuang's mind moved and a touch of jade color quietly appeared on her arms. It was bright and tough. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's right fist fiercely hit the pressure in the air. Bang! Nangong Aochen's expression changed in an instant as a muffled sound was heard. Kacha! A slight cracking sound rang out. Immediately after, the pressure dissipated like a broken mirror. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in everyone's eyes at the same time. Nangong Aochen's pressure was actually so easily broken by Bailey Hongzhuang. This kind of thing is useless to me, Bailey Hongzhuang said coldly. The difference in strength between her and Nangong Aochen was only 2 levels, so this kind of pressure would not have an absolute suppression on her. Nangong Aochen was also a little surprised. Just one fist was enough to shatter the pressure. It could be seen just how powerful Bailey Hongshuang's fist was. At the same time, a hint of interest appeared in Namgong Ouchen's eyes. It was rare for him to meet such an interesting person among the younger generation of cultivators. Immediately after, Namgong Ouchen's figure moved and turned into a yellow light that swept toward Bailey Hongshuang. The distance between the two of them was instantly shortened. Namgong Ouchen's right palm turned into a fist and punched toward Bailey Hongshuang's neck without hesitation. The huge fist wrapped in fierce fist wind rapidly enlarged in Bailey Hongshuang's pupils. Bailey Hongshuang did not panic and did not have the slightest intention of dodging. It just so happened that she also wanted to know how strong she was now. Just as the fist was about to touch Bailey Hongshuang moved. Her thin and white fist met Namgong Ouchen without any fear. She actually wanted to meet force with force. This Bailey Hongshuang is too arrogant. Does she think that Big Brother's extra strength is just for show? Namgong Yuer's mouth evoked a sarcastic arc, but the smile in her eyes gradually deepened. Bailey Hongshuang's hand was broken. This was also good news. People from small places are always lacking in knowledge. She really thinks that her strength is great. Namgong Yujin said lazily. Boom, two fists, one big and one small, collided in front of everyone's surprised eyes. However, the scene of Bailey Hongshuang's bones breaking did not happen. The two fists separated as soon as they touched, and Bailey Hongshuang was not defeated. Feeling the huge power coming from the fist, Namgong Ouchen was surprised. He did not expect Bailey Hongshuang's strength to be so strong. I underestimated you. Namgong Ouchen said slowly. He wanted to defeat Bailey Hongshuang in a crushing way, but now it seemed that Bailey Hongshuang's strength was not so easy to deal with. The children of the royal family have always been arrogant. Bailey Hongshuang's words were not polite at all. Since they were already in a hostile situation, she would not give the other party a good face. Namgong Ouchen's face was cold, and his eyes flashed with a touch of anger. His body moved, and he attacked like a storm. Boom, boom. Boom, Bailey Hongshuang did not back down at all. Her figure was fighting with Namgong Ouchen. Fierce attacks continued to break out. The two people were like a whirlwind intertwined with each other, and the fierce chi also broke out into bursts of sonic booms. The more they fought, the more surprised Namgong Ouchen became. Usually, female cultivators were very weak in close combat, but Bailey Hongshuang did not seem to be affected at all. Her close combat ability was very good. What he could not understand was that Bailey Hongshuang's cultivation was clearly 2 levels lower than his. Why did he not feel the weakness of Bailey Hongshuang when they fought? Could it be that Bailey Hongshuang practiced a body cultivation technique? Namgong Ouchen was a bit puzzled. Although body transformation martial skills weren't rare, there were very few good body transformation martial skills. Bailey Hongshuang was able to fight someone 2 ranks above her, and she wasn't at a disadvantage in terms of strength. From this, it could be seen that Bailey Hongshuang's martial skills were of a very high level. It looked like the champion of every academy would not be a nameless person. He could not underestimate his opponent. Whoosh, the two of them bounced back. Bailey Hongshuang took a few steps back and dissipated all the energy in her body. Namgong Ouchen's strength was just like what everyone said, it wasn't a bluff. Even though she had used the jade-refined body, her strength was still somewhat lacking. The difference in strength between the two of them was not small. Under her sleeves, Bailey Hongshuang's fists were flushed red with blood and were faintly trembling. She could not help but be injured from the previous collision. However, this scene was extremely horrifying in the eyes of everyone. Namgong Yujin's face was filled with disbelief. Bailey Hongshuang's cultivation is clearly 2 levels lower than Namgong Ouchen. How can she still persist under such a violent attack? He was very clear about how strong Namgong Ouchen was. There had never been a weak person who could persist for so long under Namgong Ouchen's attacks. This was too strange. Xianxia and the others' eyes flashed with excitement. Hongshuang is really great. Since it's already a fight to the death, then let's end it quickly. The coldness in Bailey Hongshuang's eyes gradually deepened. From this probing exchange, she already had a certain understanding of Namgong Ouchen's strength. Although her cultivation wasn't as good as Namgong Ouchen, it didn't mean that she didn't have the strength to fight. In her dictionary, there was no such thing as admitting defeat. If she didn't go all out, she would never know the final result. Nangongachen's handsome eyes slightly narrowed. In this situation, Bailey Hongzhuang could still say such words. It could be seen that Bailey Hongzhuang was planning to go all out. Since you're so anxious to die, I'll help you. Nangongachen's voice was also full of coldness. He couldn't continue to let Bailey Hongzhuang deal with him. He wanted a crushing victory and let everyone know that the dignity of the royal family couldn't be trampled on. On the other side, Baisher turned his head and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang nod, Baisher's eyes fell on the opposite side of the flame lion. However, after seeing Baisher, the originally majestic flame lion's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Its strong body began to tremble. Seeing this scene, a trace of astonishment appeared in the eyes of everyone present. Why does the flame lion seem to be afraid of that white beast? What kind of beast is that white beast? How come I've never seen it before? Everyone was puzzled. Although there were many kinds of demon beasts, the people present didn't lack in eyesight. They even knew about demon beasts that were ornamental. However, they had never seen a demon beast like Baisher. You're thinking too much. How can the flame lion be afraid of such a small beast? Even more people disagreed. The flame lion was a very extraordinary existence among contract beasts. How could a student from the remote Kanglan school have a contract beast? Better than the crown prince? Old Huan, what kind of contract beast is Bailey Hongzhuang's? Xianxia was not a stupid person. The concept of hierarchy among demonic beasts was more strict than that of humans. Low-level demonic beasts would only behave like this when they met higher-level demonic beasts. In the past, they had always treated Bailey Hongzhuang's demonic beast as a pet. But now, it seemed that this white lion was not just for show. Huan Chuyu was also surprised. In fact, he had never paid attention to white lion before. This? I've never heard of it before. Huan Chuyu said slowly. However, Jian Qingqiu and Song Hongxi obviously didn't believe what Huan Chuyu said. They only thought that Huan Chuyu was deliberately keeping them in suspense. No matter how strong this demonic beast is, Bailey Hongzhuang is no match for Nangongacchen. Song Hongxi didn't have any good impression of Jian Qingqiu. Yesterday, Huan Chuyu exposed Wei Hanyun's identity in front of everyone, which made him very embarrassed. Now he only hoped that Kanglan College would fail and fall to the last place. Huan Chuyu looked at Song Hongxi indifferently. At least the students of my Kanglan College have the courage to fight. Unlike you, you don't even have the courage to fight. Seeing that Huan Chuyu's words were getting more and more impolite, Song Hongxi also coldly snorted. You better pray that your Kanglan College's good seedlings don't die on this stage. You. Huan Chuyu's anger surged, but Song Hongxi had already retracted his gaze. This old guy was getting more and more excessive. Bailey Hongzhuang and Baisher took action almost immediately. Bailey Hongzhuang's primary energy surged into her fists. At the same time, she used fulgurating shadow and disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's strange movements, Nangongachen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. His whole body tensed up, and he did not dare to relax even a little bit. Storm break. Bailey Hongzhuang's movements were as swift as the wind. Her martial skill was as fast as lightning as she attacked Nangongachen's chest. Nangongachen's reaction was also extremely fast. After feeling the fierce wind, he also countered with a martial skill. Dragon Quake Fist. Bang, when the two fists collided, their primary energies cancelled each other out. The level of the Dragon Quake Fist was a level higher than the Storm Break. Therefore, Nangongacchen had the upper hand in this collision. Nangongacchen, who was originally slightly nervous, revealed a smile. The foundation of the imperial family was not something that ordinary people could compare with. It was far easier for him to obtain high-level martial skills than other cultivators. A satisfied smile appeared in Nangongachen's eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang had been jumping around for so long. It was time to kill her in one fell swoop. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was not too disappointed by the failure of this move. The primary energy in her body surged again. Nangongachen's eyes were filled with coldness. Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was clearly weaker than his, but she dared to attack him first. This was simply unforgivable. Next, I'll show you the power of the imperial family. Nan Gongyaochun's brows were even more arrogant. The primary energy in his body surged and gathered on his hands. As Nan Gongyaochun's hands kept moving, a complicated seal quietly formed. At the same time, a heart-palpitating force spread out from his hands. Demonic palm. As soon as this word came out, a huge palm quickly formed behind Nan Gongyaochun. The entire sky seemed to be suppressed by this huge primary energy palm. An unspeakable pressure swept through everyone's heart. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes fell on the demonic palm. The same move in the hands of Nan Gongyaochun and Nan Gongxiujia were two completely different concepts. At this moment, Nan Gongyaochun's demonic palm was almost twice the size of Nan Gongxiujia's. This showed that Nan Gongyaochun's mastery of martial skills was much stronger than Nan Gongxiujia's. Big Brother has practiced the demonic palm to this extent. This is too terrifying. Nan Gongyaochun's face was full of amazement. Nan Gongyaochun was really worthy of being known as the most talent in the imperial family of the Qin kingdom. Was Nan Gongyaochun's. Gongyaochun's SS was had a look. Nan Gongyaochun's. Was royal S was S. Only Nan Gongyoji had a satisfied look in his eyes. Nan Gongyaochun was really a gift from the heavens to the Qin kingdom. Whether it was strength, wisdom, or ability, he was one in a million. Huan Chuyu looked at Lu Huayan. The power of this demonic palm was not small. Once Bailey Hongshuang did not have a strong enough martial skill to deal with it, Bailey Hongshuang may die on the spot. Obviously, this kind of competition could no longer be stopped. Mo Yunjua's eyes were fixed on the stage. His expression was a little cold, but the primary energy in his body was quietly surging. Master, this guy's heavenly demon palm is very powerful. You have to be careful. Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with worry. It could feel the power of the heavenly demon palm. If the other party was an ordinary cultivator, the master should be able to surpass him. However, Nan Gongyaochun's cultivation was obviously not simple. Perhaps Nan Gongyaochun himself also had the ability to fight. As a result, the gap between the master and Nan Gongyaochun was even greater. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. Until the last moment, they would never know the final result. In the next moment, the power in Bailey Hongshuang's body also surged wildly. Her hands were constantly turning, and a similarly terrifying energy burst out. Sacred Azure Flame Palm. Bailey Hongshuang snorted coldly, and a huge Yuanli palm also appeared in the air, and a blazing blue flame covered the whole palm. The temperature of the entire martial arts field also rose a bit, and a scorching temperature was spreading. Looking at the sacred Azure Flame Palm, those who had seen the battle between Bailey Hongshuang and Nan Gongxiujia were no stranger to it. In the beginning, Bailey Hongshuang defeated Nan Gongxiujia with this sacred Azure Flame Palm, but Nan Gongxiujia's mastery of the heavenly demon palm was not comparable to Nan Gongyaochun's. At this moment, it was a bit whimsical to use this trick to block the heavenly demon palm. Country people are country people. The moves they have mastered are so few. No matter how many moves they want to have, they have no more. Nan Gongyuer's lips were slightly curved, and she looked at Xia Jiqing and the others mockingly. They had been born in two different worlds. There was a touch of anger on the faces of Xia Jiqing and the others, but there was a bit of helplessness in their hearts. In fact, the heritage of ordinary people could not be compared with the royal family. Old Huan, your Kanglin College can't even teach a decent martial art to the students? It's very difficult to rely on one move to conquer the world. Song Hongxi seized the opportunity to ridicule him. Jian Qingqiu's face also showed a smile. This was the foundation of the royal family. With such an existence, it was impossible for Kanglin College to turn the tables. However, Huan Chuyu was too lazy to pay attention to Song Hongxi. It wasn't that Song Lan College didn't have any martial arts to teach students. It was just that Bailey Hongshuang hadn't been in Song Lan College for long. With the power of your Azure Flame Sacred Palm, you are destined to fail. Nan Gongyaochun's eyes were filled with disdain. He could already predict the outcome before the two attacks collided because the gap between the two attacks was too big. However, Bailey Hongshuang's lips slowly curled into a devilish and enchanting arc. That's not necessarily true. Suddenly, everyone saw Bailey Hongshuang flip her palm again. And her face paled slightly. Just when everyone didn't understand what Bailey Hongshuang was doing, Bailey Hongshuang's hands suddenly clasped together, and the cyan palm suspended in the air suddenly shrank a little. Seeing this scene, Nangongyaochun's pupils shrank, and his serious and cold face was filled with disbelief. As the cyan palm shrank, the temperature increased again, and the whole palm became more and more dazzling. Even the brilliance of the sun was completely blocked. For a martial skill, enlarging it was not the most difficult. However, shrinking it was the most difficult. Once the martial skill was shrunk, the energy of the martial skill would be more condensed and the power of the martial skill would be greatly improved. However, the difficulty of this was simply indescribable. If his perception was not wrong, this blue flame sacred palm should be a martial skill at the early stage of the profound rank. It was too difficult to shrink it. He did not understand how Bailey Hongzhuang did it. Not only Nangongyaochun, but the onlookers were also horrified at this moment. This technique was really amazing. Xianxia and the others were stunned. It seemed that what they knew before was not the true strength of Hongzhuang. No wonder when Nangongxiujia was injured like that, Hongzhuang was only slightly injured. If Hongzhuang had used this technique, Nangongxiujia would only have a dead end. There were obviously a lot of people who understood this point. For a time, many people changed their views of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang was merciful to Nangongxiujia, but now Nangongyaochun had the idea of killing Bailey Hongzhuang. Comparing the two, everyone could not help but feel that the royal family was too narrow-minded, but they did not dare to say such words. How did you do it? Nangongyaochun could not help but ask. If this technique was used in battle, the eruption of combat power could be increased by more than one level. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, and a touch of ridicule appeared in her calm eyes. Why should I tell you? This Nangongyaochun was used to being aloof, and even this question had a condescending tone. Others cared about the identity of the crown prince, but she did not care at all. Hearing this, Nangongyaochun's expression changed a bit. At this moment, he did not want to kill Bailey Hongzhuang. This woman had such a magical method in her hands. If he kidnapped her back to the royal family and learned the method from her mouth, it would be of great help to him. However, it was a pity that she couldn't go against her father's orders. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Nangongyaochun were confronting each other, Baishir had already pounced towards the flame lion like lightning. A dog fart lion was actually in the limelight in front of everyone, and it, the Grand Beast King, was actually ridiculed by everyone as a useless little thing. This was simply unforgivable. The flaming lion had always been treated like a prince by the royal family. Although it felt an indescribable fear towards the white lion, it had followed its arrogant master for so long that it really thought of itself as someone important. It actually charged towards the white lion as well. When everyone saw the white lion overestimating itself and attacking the flame lion, they all revealed expressions of pity and ridicule. This little fellow was overestimating itself just like its owner. However, in the next instant, a shocking scene occurred. Roar! White Lion roared angrily, and the flaming lion's attitude clearly changed. Even when the two demonic beasts were about to attack, White Lion's movements were as fast as lightning. With a leap, he bit down on the flaming lion's throat with the speed of a storm. Since they dared to provoke the Beast King, they should pay a sufficient price. Two figures, one red and one white, crossed each other, and blood sprayed in the air. The audience was silent. Everyone looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. Wasn't this too unbelievable? The majestic and renowned flaming lion actually had its throat bitten by that little white beast in just a single exchange? What kind of beast was this little white beast? Haha, what kind of broken flame lion is this? It's too funny to be praised by everyone with this little bit of fighting power. Xiaojiqing couldn't help but laugh. Everyone had praised the flame lion before, and Nangongyaochun also regarded the flame lion as a treasure, but it was so easily defeated. The imperial family had spent so much money and effort to cultivate such a useless demonic beast. However, when Xiaojiqing chuckled, Gong Xiaoqing and the others did not laugh. Their eyes all fell on the white lion. It seemed that they had always underestimated the white lion. I knew that Hongzhuang's contracted beast would definitely not be a demonic beast that is just for show. Cui Haoyan sighed, but there was still an unspeakable shock in his heart. When they first learned that Bailey Hongzhuang had contracted such a beast, they felt that it was incredible. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang had never been a flashy person. This kind of ornamental demonic beast was something that the young ladies of the government officials' families who didn't have strong combat strength liked to keep. But to cultivators, this kind of demonic beast was completely a burden. Everything that they did not understand before was suddenly understood after seeing the white lion's attack. This white lion was simply pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Like master, like contracted beast. This white lion's fighting power is as abnormal as its master. Bai Junyu shook his head speechlessly. Fortunately, he and Bailey Hongzhuang were teammates. Otherwise, it would be too miserable to offend such an opponent. Gong Xiaoqing took a deep breath and calmed the shock in his heart. The flame lion was at the 5th level of the Red Realm, which proved that the cute little beast that had always been inconspicuous was at least at the 5th level of the Red Realm. Bailey Hongzhuang was really against the heavens. Nangong Yuer and the others were dumbfounded. They knew how strong the flaming lion was. It was at the 5th level of the Red Realm, and it was even stronger than the ordinary cultivators at the 5th level of the Red Realm, but in just a few moments, the flame lion was only left with half a life. What kind of contract beast did Bailey Hongzhuang have? Nangong Yaochen's face turned ashen when he saw the flame lion lying on the ground. He had formed a contract with the flaming lion when he was very young. The flaming lion had accompanied him as he grew up. In his heart, the flaming lion held an extremely important position. He had even treated the flaming lion as his family. White lion chewed on the flaming lion's flesh and swallowed it into its stomach. It enjoyed being the center of attention. Now, everyone should know what the white lion was capable of. The next moment, the white lion leaped towards the flaming lion again. The meat of the flaming lion tasted pretty good. Woo woo, when the flaming lion saw white lion charging at it again, a trace of panic appeared in its eyes. It was no match for White Lion. Seeing White Lion's action, Nangong Yaochen shouted, "Beast, how dare you!" However, White Lion obviously did not care about Nangong Yaochen's words. It leaped and opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and bit the neck of the flaming lion again. However, just as Nangong Yaochen was about to attack White Lion, Bailey Hongzhuang had already blocked in front of Nangong Yaochen. "Your opponent is me." Compared to Nangong Yaochen, who was full of anger, Bailey Hongzhuang seemed very indifferent. For this kind of arrogant guy, he should use facts to let him understand that there was always someone better than him. Go to hell. Nangong Yaochen could no longer control his emotions at this moment and did not hesitate to attack Bailey Hongzhuang with the demonic palm. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang's mind moved and the sacred azure flame palm met it. Just as the two attacks collided, White Lion had successfully bitten off the neck of the flaming lion. It was not difficult to kill this kind of guy. Nangong Yaoji's eyes were also full of anger, but as the king of the Qing dynasty, he could not show this point. However, this Bailey Hongzhuang must die. Bang, the two attacks collided in front of the horrified eyes of the crowd. At the moment of impact, a thunderous sound broke out, and it was very terrifying. A ripple of elemental energy that was visible to the naked eye spread out, covering the sky as if the whole sky had darkened. At the moment when the two attacks broke out, the protective shield around the martial arts stage was instantly activated. A layer of pale golden protective shield enveloped the entire martial arts stage, preventing the energy from leaking out and affecting the cultivators in the stands. The elemental energy storm swept through the protective shield, but the crowd could no longer see the situation inside the shield and did not know what the result was. Outside the protective shield, White Lion was looking inside the shield with the head of the flaming lion in its mouth. When the collision broke out, the owner let it leave the martial arts stage. After all, with such an energy storm, it would only be affected if it stayed inside. Although the area of the martial arts stage was still not small, it was still somewhat inferior when used for the collision of the energy of Bailey Hongzhuang and Nangong Yaochen. However, when the crowd saw White Lion holding the head of the flaming lion in its mouth, they all felt a little mocking. As for the person who had said that as long as the White Lion could withstand one attack from the flaming lion, he had already maintained his silence. He only hoped that no one would remember what he had said earlier. Nangong Oji's hand was tightly pressed on his knee. His dignified face released the might of the Son of Heaven. Anyone could tell that Nangong Oji's mood was very bad. Huan Chuyu and the rest stared intently at the stage. The battle had erupted to such an extent that they were unable to make any judgment. Worry appeared in everyone's eyes. No one knew who was stronger in this clash. Logically speaking, Nangong Yaochen should have the upper hand. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's move of shrinking the azure flame sacred palm was a little shocking. Therefore, they were unable to determine the power of the azure flame sacred palm after shrinking. Will Hongzhuang be okay? Xia Jiqing's hands were entwined together as she stared at the stage. This kind of energy was really terrifying. If she was the one in the middle of such an energy storm, it would be very difficult for her to survive. I believe that Hongzhuang will be fine, Zhang Yinfeng said in a deep voice. She believed in Hongzhuang's strength. Although Nangong Yaochun's strength was very strong, in terms of Bailey Hongzhuang's combat power, even if she was defeated, she should not be in danger. When the energy storm dissipated, the protective shield gradually receded, and the situation on the battle stage also fell into the eyes of everyone. It was just that when everyone saw the situation on the battle stage, they couldn't help but gasp. There was a huge hole in the battle stage that was built with hard rocks. The surroundings of the hole were also filled with cracks. It was obvious that the two attacks had caused a great deal of destruction. They saw that Nangong Yaochun's pale yellow clothes were stained with blood, and the luxurious brocade robe also had some tears. The jade crown was slightly tilted, and his hair was a little messy. His hands were trembling slightly, and his face was very ugly. When the people of the Qing dynasty saw Nangong Yaochun's appearance, their faces showed an incredible look. They have never seen Nangong Yaochun in such a sorry state. Even if Nangong Yaochun fought on normal days, he would crush his opponents with absolute strength, but now, in the hands of such a cultivator who was 2 levels weaker than him, Nangong Yaochun actually became like this. It was too shocking. Turning their line of sight slightly, everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's situation was also very bad. Her white dress bloomed with flowers of blood, and a bloody smell quietly permeated the air. At this moment, her black hair was scattered, and her pretty face was a little pale. After the black hair poured down, Bailey Hongzhuang looked even more beautiful. On the left side of Bailey Hongzhuang's ribs, blood was slowly flowing out, but Bailey Hongzhuang's face did not change in the slightest. Nangong Yaochun looked at Bailey Hongzhuang like this, and his mood changed a little. Previously, he only knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was good, but he did not really treat Bailey Hongzhuang as an opponent. But at this moment, after seeing the real strength of Bailey Hongzhuang, he also felt the horror of Bailey Hongzhuang. With the cultivation of the 3rd level of the Red Realm, she could make him fall into such a situation. If Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation reached the 5th level of the Red Realm, he was afraid that the one who would be crushed would be him. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Nangong Yaochun's heart became stronger. As a member of the royal family, he clearly understood how terrible an opponent like Bailey Hongzhuang would be when she grew up. If Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't his opponent, then it would be fine. But since Bailey Hongzhuang was already fighting to the death with him, then today he absolutely couldn't let Bailey Hongzhuang walk down the stage alive, otherwise, there would be endless trouble. At this moment, everyone held their breath and no longer dared to ridicule Bailey Hongzhuang. Because Bailey Hongzhuang had already shown her ability with her actions. She could still achieve such a result in fighting against Nangong Yaochun. She was worthy of being called a combat genius. Gong Xiaoqing and others were full of shock. Bailey Hongzhuang's strength had reached such a level. Xianxia and Song Hongxi looked at each other. They were speechless that there was such an abnormal person like Bailey Hongzhuang in the Kanglin College. How could this Bailey Hongzhuang have such amazing achievements in every aspect at such a young age? Nangong Yaochun's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. I admit that you are very strong, but your cultivation is your weakness. Maybe after a while I will not be your opponent, but at least for now, you can't beat me. When Nangong Yaochun personally admitted the strength of Bailey Hongzhuang, the amazement in everyone's eyes was even more intense. This had already proved the excellence of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Nangong Yaochun coldly. This guy's strength was indeed not weak. It's meaningless to just talk about it, Lin Feng said with a smile. Nangong Yaochun's mouth curved into a smile. You are already seriously injured, you can't be my opponent. Bailey Hongzhuang's ribs were already broken. If she continued to fight, Bailey Hongzhuang would not be able to play her level at all. It was just that Bailey Hongzhuang was not willing to admit it. If you have the ability, come at me. With Bailey Hongzhuang's voice falling, countless shocked eyes condensed on her body. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang still wanted to continue fighting. If she wasn't careful, Bailey Hongzhuang would have to leave her little life on the martial arts stage. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with a bit of ridicule. Nan Gongyachen thought that he had the upper hand, but now his internal organs should be burning like fire. Xiao Jiqing couldn't help but look at Lu Huayan. Teacher Lu, can Hongzhuang continue to fight like this? Lu Huayan's expression was also somewhat complicated. According to the rules of the finals, as long as the student did not admit defeat, they could not stop this competition. I believe that Bailey Hongzhuang has a sense of propriety, Lu Huayan slowly said. Xiao Jiqing also fell into silence. She was very worried about Bailey Hongzhuang's safety, but she also understood that the possibility of Bailey Hongzhuang admitting defeat was very small. Although Nan Gongyachen was usually a gentleman, when the dignity of the royal family was challenged, this guy did not have the attitude of a gentleman at all. In her view, this group of people from the royal family of the Qing dynasty were well-deserved villains. Baisher threw down the head of the blazing lion and immediately jumped onto the stage. The head of the blazing lion rolled until it reached the spectator stand where Nangong Oyi was sitting. Although this was White Lion's unintentional action, in the eyes of the crowd, this was a mockery towards Nangong Oji. Nangong Oji's gaze paused on the head of the flaming lion for a moment, but his expression did not change. With just a glance, the members of the imperial family beside him stood up. This little white beast has already left the stage. This proves that it no longer has the qualifications to continue fighting. This is a fair competition, the white little beast can no longer fight. As soon as the royal family member finished speaking, everyone present looked at each other. Usually, this rule only applied to cultivators. It didn't have much binding effect on contracted beasts. In many cases, contracted beasts would continue to fight. However, it wasn't unreasonable for the imperial family to bring up this rule at this moment. The royal family of the Qing dynasty is too shameless. Bai Junyu's face was stained with a trace of anger. Originally, as long as Baisher was on the stage, with his strength, the possibility of winning this competition was almost certain. Who would have thought that the royal family would bring up such a rule? This was really shameless to the extreme. I was wondering why Lingyin College was able to get first place in the college tournament in the past few years. It turns out that they relied on this shameless method. Even the people of the Qing dynasty fell into silence at this moment. Although they also knew that the Qing dynasty's approach was a bit excessive, the emperor was here. They did not dare to say anything unless they were tired of living. Huan Qiyu frowned slightly and said, "The battle of contract beasts has never been limited to the location. This statement is a bit unreasonable. Usually, when a contracted beast participated in a competition, because the cultivator's battle range was quite wide, the battle between the demonic beasts would not affect the cultivator as much as possible. It was also a common thing for the demonic beasts to appear outside of the martial arts stage." Xianxia had already understood after noticing the look of the members of the royal family. In this battle, no matter what, Nan Gongyachen must win. As the crown prince of the Qing dynasty, Nan Gongyachen's identity was different from ordinary cultivators. Today, he had to win no matter what. Because he represented the crown prince of the Qing dynasty, the reason why Nangong Oji let Nan Gongyachen participate this time was to let everyone know the strength of Nan Gongyachen. If Nan Gongyachen failed today, it would be a huge damage to his reputation. Lingyin College was attached to the royal family of the Qing dynasty. Naturally, the orders of Nangong Oji could not be ignored. Xianxia quickly recovered his dignified look. "Old Huan, the competition between cultivators is limited to the platform. Once the cultivator falls outside the platform, it will be judged as a failure. This is naturally the case for the contract beasts," Xianxia said slowly, but his eyes were looking at Song Hongxi. Song Hongxi immediately understood and nodded. "Yes, what Principal Jian said is reasonable." Huan Qiu's face was gloomy in an instant. These two old guys were too shameless. There has never been such a rule in the previous academy exchange gatherings. "Aren't you going too far?" Huan Qiu stood up, his vicissitudes and kind face was full of anger. Since coming to Lingyin College, Xianxia and Song Hongxi had already made it unbearable for him. Now Bailey Hongzhuang was fighting to this extent, just for the honor of Kanglin College. He had endured the previous things, but this matter was related to Bailey Hongzhuang. He could no longer do nothing. When Huan Chuyu stood up, the spectators were in an uproar. As the vice principal of Kanglan College, he had already stated that the competition was unfair. Everyone's eyes fell on Nangong Oji. They didn't know what the emperor thought about this. When Xiajiqing and the others saw Huan Chuyu's protest, their hearts were filled with excitement. At the very least, this proved that the vice principal was on the side of the students. Jian Qingqiu and Jian Qingyu didn't think that Huan Chuyu would suddenly shed all pretense of cordiality. Logically speaking, in such a situation, Huan Chuyu should have no choice but to swallow his anger. But what was wrong with Huan Chuyu? Flames of fury burned in Huan Chuyu's eyes. When he saw that one of the academy's students had suffered a huge blow and the other was heavily injured because of this so-called academy exchange, he suddenly didn't understand why he had been so persistent all these years. The existence of the Kanglan College was to train students, and the purpose of the college tournament was to promote the motivation of the students' cultivation. Instead of participating in such a college tournament for the sake of benefits, it was better to give up. Kanglan College could be established on their own. As long as they did not compete, what did it matter? They were not with Lingying College and Beihai College, so why should they care so much? At this moment, Huan Chuyu had already understood everything. Everything was for the sake of the students. He would not continue to tolerate these little tricks of Lingying College. Old Huan, what are you doing? This is the rule of the college tournament. Jian Qingqiu was a little anxious. In front of so many people, he did not understand what was wrong with Huan Chuyu. What rule? In my opinion, as long as it is beneficial to Lingying College, it is the rule. Huan Chuyu's voice was cold. Kanglan College had endured time and time again in exchange for Lingying College and Beihai College's demands. But now, he would no longer endure. As the voice of Huan Chuyu fell, everyone's face changed. The vice principal of Kanglan College was really going all out this time. The vice principal is really domineering. Xia Jiqing's eyes flashed with excitement. No matter what the result of this college tournament was, the vice principal was her idol. Not afraid of power, and prioritizing the interests of the students, such a mentor was really rare. The faces of Bai Junyu and the rest also flashed with a strong sense of excitement. This feeling was really too crazy, however, they were so hot-blooded and impulsive. Even the vice principal was doing this, what were they afraid of? Old Huan, what's wrong with you? There are so many people watching now. Jian Qingqiu's face completely changed. Although he had long disliked Kanglan College, they had always been at odds. At least on the surface, they had not fallen out. However, now that Huan Chuyu did not give him face, it was obvious that he was going to completely fall out. Huan Chuyu's eyes were cold and his attitude was firm. My words are here. Jian Qingqiu's face became ugly. He did not expect Huan Chuyu to be so ignorant. He openly provoked the royal family of the Qing dynasty. This was asking for trouble. Nangong Oji's eyes also changed a bit. His eyes were full of coldness as he looked at Huan Chuyu. In the next instant, the members of the royal clan were already standing behind Huan Chuyu. From the looks of it, if Huan Chuyu dared to utter a single word of dissatisfaction, the royal clan would use force to deal with him. At the same time, Xia Jiqing and the others were also surrounded by the royal family. Obviously, they were being held hostage. For a moment, everyone's face changed. The royal family of the Qing dynasty was blatantly threatening them, however, they still didn't dare to say anything. They didn't expect the imperial family to use such a method to help Nangong Ouchen win. At this moment, even the expressions of the cultivators of Beihai College changed. The royal family of the Qing dynasty was really terrifying. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life here. After all, this was the Qing dynasty. Huan Chuyu's face suddenly changed. He wanted to say something, but after seeing that Xia Jiqing and the others were also surrounded, he couldn't say anything. This was the imperial city of the Qing dynasty. As long as the royal family took action, it would be impossible for them to leave the Qing dynasty. Headmaster Jian, you're really something. After Jian Qingqiu heard the words of Huan Chuyu, his face also changed a bit. This scene was also not within his expectations. However, the royal family had already made a move, and he could not say anything. Song Hongxi's eyes fell on the royal family, and his eyes flashed with an uneasy fluctuation. The attitude of the royal family was a bit too tough. Although he had always hoped to rely on the power of the royal family to spread the reputation of the Kanglan College, and his reputation would be more prominent, he never thought that the royal family's attitude would be so tough. The royal family of the Qing dynasty is too despicable. Xianxia looked at the scene in front of her incredulously. She never thought that the royal guards would be involved in this college tournament. Wasn't this using the entire Kanglan College's students to threaten Hong Zhuang? At the thought of this, the anger in Xianxia's eyes had quietly disappeared, and was replaced by shock and resentment. Now only Hong Zhuang was on the high platform. Was the royal family of the Qing dynasty going to kill Bailey Hong Zhuang? No, absolutely not. Xianxia's face was full of panic. How could they let Bailey Hong Zhuang bear the pressure for all of them? The faces of Gong Xiaoqing and others also changed. The royal family of the Qing dynasty was too crazy. How could they bear this kind of thing? Is the royal family of the Qing dynasty planning to cover the sky with one hand? Gong Xiaoqing's eyes were burning with anger. This was completely a threat. For a while, the atmosphere of the entire royal martial arts arena changed. This was the means of the royal family of a big country. It was impossible to challenge the dignity of the royal family of the Qing dynasty here. It was just a few students of the Kanglan College. As long as the royal family was willing, they could completely obliterate them, and at the same time, make this news unable to spread. At this moment, everyone had some sympathy for the cultivators of the Kanglan College. Sometimes, it was a mistake to be too outstanding. Mo Yunjua's eyes quietly flashed, and at the same time, his eyes quietly looked at a man not far away. After noticing Mo Yunjua's eyes, the man immediately understood and quietly left the royal martial arts arena when no one was paying attention. When Nangong Oji ordered the imperial family guards to kidnap Huan Chuyu and the others, he had already given the order to seal off the entire imperial family battle arena. However, this kind of seal was clearly not a problem for this person. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the series of changes around her, and a cold look appeared in her eyes. The royal family of the Qing dynasty is really shameless. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered, but her mind was full of thoughts. Now she had become an intolerable existence in the royal family of the Qing dynasty. Once she went all out, the entire Kanglan College would definitely be controlled by the royal family of the Qing dynasty. Nangong Oji wanted to use this method to force her to submit, but she would not fall for it. She was well aware of the royal family's methods. Even if she died on the stage today, it was impossible for Nangong Oji to let the people of the Azure Water School leave. Everyone would die here, and no one would be able to return to the Kanglan College alive. Bailey Hongzhuang could conclude that this was the result. This was the disgusting part of the royal family. The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes fell on Nangong Aochen. Now there was only one way left, and that was to kidnap Nangong Aochen. This hateful royal family, I will definitely wipe out the Qing dynasty's royal family in the future. Xiao He was so angry that she could not control herself. The royal family of the Qing dynasty was shameless to this extent. They did not hesitate to use such a method to force a student. If this spread out, the royal family would have no face at all. Bailey Hongzhuang did not lose her calm because of this. She could only solve this situation by calming down. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, I will pretend to fight later, but it will be difficult to subdue Nangong Aochen in my current state. You two have to remember to create a storm. We will seize Nangong Aochen as soon as possible. Hearing this, Xiao He and Xiao Bai nodded again and again. They understood the seriousness of the current situation. They had to succeed in one blow, otherwise their situation would become extremely dangerous. With their strength, it should not be difficult to take their master away, but if the whole team of Kanglan College was in danger, their master would blame herself. Therefore, they could not let their master fall into such sadness. After hearing the sarcasm in Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Nangong Aochen's face was a bit ugly. In fact, he originally wanted to end his battle with Bailey Hongzhuang in a crushing way. However, he did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang's fighting power to be so strong that he also suffered a serious injury. To him, this was a humiliation. The royal family simply could not tolerate such a failure, so his father took action. Nangong Aochen also quickly recovered from his previous depressed state. No matter what, the result was written by the winner. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were just stepping stones for him. He did not care at all. When you dare to insult the dignity of the royal family, you should be prepared to bear the consequences. Nan Gongyachen looked coldly at Bailey Hongzhuang. She was just a cultivator of the college. In front of the royal family, her strength was too weak. Ordinary people couldn't afford to offend members of the royal family. Unfortunately, it was too late for Bailey Hongzhuang to understand. Hopefully, she wouldn't make the same mistake in her next life. Hearing Nan Gongyachen's words, the mockery in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes deepened. Isn't it just a royal family? Do you really think you're so great? Just based on your looks, I'm sure that the royal family of the Qing dynasty will be destroyed sooner or later. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, everyone gasped. This Bailey Hongzhuang must be tired of living. Bailey Hongzhuang still dared to say such words at a time like this. Wasn't she digging her own grave? However, as soon as Hongzhuang said that, a round of applause was heard from the class. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw that all the students of Azure Water School, including Huan Chuyu, were clapping. Xia Jiqing and the others' faces were full of firmness. From the moment they embarked on the road of cultivation, they had already been prepared to lose their lives. The strength of the royal family of the Qing dynasty was beyond their expectations, but they were not cowards. They would not let Bailey Hongzhuang sacrifice everything for them. People were bound to die. Sometimes it was heavier than Mount Tai, sometimes it was lighter than a goose feather. They had already guessed the final result. In that case, why not be bolder? Anyway, they were going to die. Naturally, they would not let the royal family of the Qing dynasty die happily. What bullshit royal family, bullshit crown prince, let them go to hell. Bai Junyu shouted. Cui Haoyan had a look of desperation on his face. His life was originally saved by Bailey Hongzhuang. He was lucky to be able to live for so long. When they saw that the cultivators of the Kanglin College were so united, the mood of the crowd gradually changed. It had to be said that the reaction of the students of the Kanglin College was really infectious. Even they felt that the royal family had gone too far. Xiao Lanmei's eyes swept over the people of the Kanglin College. Perhaps the previous things were not enough to show the cohesion of the Kanglin College. However, when the crisis broke out, this point was completely shown. He believed that if this scene happened at Beihai College, the students of Beihai College would definitely let Bailey Hongzhuang die in exchange for the possibility of their own survival. This was the gap between the students of the two colleges. After seeing the attitude of Xia Jiqing and others, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also showed a faint smile. It was because of her companions that she had to try her best. The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes fell on Nan Gongyachen. As you said, Baisher can't participate in the battle. The competition between us will continue. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's indomitable look, there was a ripple in Nan Gongyachen's eyes. However, Baisher's inability to participate in the battle was the result he wanted. With his current strength, he could deal with Bailey Hongzhuang, but for Baisher, who was at the 5th level of the Red Realm, he had no way. I admire your courage, let's start. Nan Gongyachen smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed slightly, and her figure swept directly towards Nan Gongyachen. Her body's yuan qi burst out, and her martial arts were indescribable. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded. Xiao He and Xiao Bai cooperated seamlessly to create an explosion. This kind of thing was very simple for the two of them who wanted to see the world in chaos. Everyone could only see smoke filling the sky. They didn't even understand what had happened in that short moment. Logically speaking, in such a short period of time, even if Bailey Hongzhuang was allowed to unleash her full power, it was impossible for her to cause such a fluctuation. What's going on? Bailey Hongzhuang is still so strong? Everything happened too quickly. I don't know what happened either. Now no matter what Bailey Hongzhuang does, it is useless. The people of Kanglin College will die. Everyone no longer paid attention to the final result because it was already decided. Only Mo Yunjue, who was watching from the stands, had a look of admiration in his eyes when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's actions. The situation just now had erupted too quickly, and even he did not see clearly how Bailey Hongzhuang had caused such a fluctuation. However, he understood that there was only one purpose for Bailey Hongzhuang to cause such a fluctuation, and that was to hold Nan Gongyachen hostage. This was the only way in the current situation. Only by holding Nan Gongyachen hostage, there was still a glimmer of hope. This woman, even in such a dangerous situation, was still able to remain calm. It was really an amazing psychological quality. Bailey Hongzhuang, you are just digging your own grave by doing this. Nangong forcibly suppressed the horror in his heart. He could not believe that Bailey Hongzhuang had such power. If Bailey Hongzhuang had erupted with such power before, he would not be the opponent of Bailey Hongzhuang at all. I, Bailey Hongzhuang, have never done a losing deal. Even if I am going to die, I will drag someone down with me. It should be considered good to drag the crown prince down with me. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold, and a pill appeared in her hand. She immediately stuffed it into Nangong mouth without hesitation. Gudong. Nangong, who was being held hostage, could not refuse at all. When he reacted, the pill had already been swallowed by him. What did you do to me? Nangong face flashed with a touch of panic. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was an alchemist, and he was sure that the pill that Bailey Hongzhuang gave him was definitely not something good. When you decided to threaten me with the lives of my teammates, you should also be prepared to bear my anger. I, Bailey Hongzhuang, have always been vengeful. As long as I don't die today, the Qing dynasty's royal family will definitely be destroyed in my hands. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was full of domineering determination. The Qing dynasty's royal family's actions had touched her bottom line. She could not tolerate it. Nangong heart was cold. It was reasonable to say that with the strength of Bailey Hongzhuang alone, it was impossible to have any impact on the huge Qing dynasty's royal family. However, he had a hunch that Bailey Hongzhuang really had such power. When the smoke slowly dissipated, everyone also saw the situation on the stage. However, when everyone saw the situation, their eyes could not help but change a little. Bailey Hongzhuang actually held Nangong hostage? How is this possible? Bailey Hongzhuang is already heavily injured. She shouldn't be a match for His Highness. Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't want to use this method to get the Kanglan College out of the control of the royal guards, right? When everyone saw Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, they felt a sense of admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang. She clearly knew that the situation was hopeless, but she still didn't give up. Perhaps she wasn't fighting to the death for herself. After Xianxia and the others saw Bailey Hongzhuang holding Nangong hostage, their faces were filled with amazement. It was hard for them to imagine how Bailey Hongzhuang managed to do it after she was severely injured. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang was truly a hero in their hearts. F***ck them, I'm going to fight. Cui Haoyan's eyes were bloodshot. Bailey Hongzhuang had already done this, they couldn't go on like this. The power in Gong Xiaoqing and the others' bodies also surged in an instant. Perhaps their final outcome couldn't be changed, but it was also good to cause some damage to the royal family. How is this possible? Nangong Yuer looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. Now Bailey Hongzhuang's clothes were completely stained with blood. It could be seen how serious Bailey Hongzhuang's injury was. However, under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang was still able to hold Nangong hostage. This was really unexpected, she couldn't imagine how Bailey Hongzhuang did it. After seeing this scene, Nangong Oji's face, which had always been calm, had a slight change. Xianxing's face became extremely ugly. This year's tournament had completely exceeded the scope of his control. He understood the means of the royal family. The royal family wanted to eliminate the Kanglan College team, but this was not what he wanted to do. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang had taken Nangong hostage, which made the situation even more rigid. He seemed to have lost the right to speak. Everything was out of his control. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes fell on Nangong Oji. When she opened her mouth, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Old man, if you want your successor's life, then let them go. Old man, Bailey Hongzhuang actually called Nangong Oji an old man, she really didn't want to live. Nangong Oji looked at Bailey Hongzhuang indifferently. His words were full of infinite majesty. You immediately release the crown prince. Otherwise, the students of the Kanglan College will fall one by one because of your actions. Nangong Oji's eyes were filled with a certain light. As early as Bailey Hongzhuang opened her mouth to speak, he already knew the weakness of Bailey Hongzhuang. If Bailey Hongzhuang had taken Nangong Oji hostage just to leave alone, he might not have any way. However, if Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to protect the safety of everyone in the Kanglan College, then he had more leverage in his hands. A student was a student. They were always inexperienced in doing things. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. The next second, the curve of her lips quietly became colder. Her dark phoenix eyes bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. I am not discussing with you, I am ordering you. Nangong Oji, this kind of old man, had never shed tears until he saw the coffin. He thought that he was already in an invincible position because he had leverage. However, she was not the kind of idiot that Nangong Oji had seen before. I'll give you some time to think about it. I'll break one of Nangong Yachen's tendons every second. You have 10 seconds. The corners of Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled up slightly as a bloodthirsty smile spread across her face. It had been a long time since she had done something like this. However, Nangong Yachen and Nangong Oji both made her feel disgusted. She wanted these selfish people to understand the price they had to pay. As a doctor, she had hundreds of ways to torture Nangong Yachen. Everyone was stunned when they heard Bailey Hongshuang's words. They had never expected Bailey Hongshuang to be such a vicious woman. They simply could not associate such cruel words with the exquisite and perfect person in front of them. However, the serious expression on Bailey Hongshuang's face clearly told everyone that he was not joking. Nangong Oji's face became gloomy. If you dare to do this, I will kill the cultivators of the Kanglin College. Ah! As soon as Nangong Oji finished speaking, Nangong Yachen let out a heart-wrenching scream. Not for anything else, but because Bailey Hongshuang had already cut off one of his tendons. Bailey Hongshuang's actions were undoubtedly a slap to Nangong Oji's face. All threats were useless against her. Nangong Yachen endured the pain from his hand and looked at Bailey Hongshuang in horror. He simply could not believe that Bailey Hongshuang actually dared to do such a thing. Did she not know that everything was under the control of the imperial family? Bailey Hongshuang's actions now would only make her end more miserable. Everyone was shaken by Bailey Hongshuang's decisiveness and ruthlessness. They had never seen a student that could be so ruthless to this extent. It made people feel frightened and flustered. Only Mo Yunjua's eyes flashed with excitement. Only this kind of woman was suitable for him. This kind of courage, this kind of method, it was truly breathtaking. Even if he wanted to help Bailey Hongshuang's group leave this place safely, it would not be easy. However, as long as his people came, all these problems would be easily solved. Before that, he also wanted to know what Bailey Hongshuang planned to do. Bailey Hongshuang's current performance was enough to amaze him. 9. Another scream was heard. Bailey Hongshuang mercilessly cut off another tendon in Nangong Yachen's hand. However, under Nangong Yachen's immense pain, Bailey Hongshuang's expression did not change at all. It was as if this was a normal thing to her. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled as she looked at Nangong Oji. It seems that you don't care much about this crown prince. Her gaze swept over Nangong Oji and Nangong Yachen. Bailey Hongshuang nodded, that's right. Nangong Yachen is not your only son. If he dies, you can just nurture another one. How about this? Accompanied by Bailey Hongshuang's chuckle, the tendons in Nangong Yachen's right hand were all cut off. As a doctor, she was very clear about this. She effortlessly cut off all the tendons in Nangong Yachen's hand. She could only use such a method to win this game against an old man like Nangong Yachen who boasted of his intelligence. Under such intense pain, Nangong Yachen's entire body began to twitch. Now, Bailey Hongshuang was like a devil in his eyes. He thought that he was already very ruthless, but in front of Bailey Hongshuang, he still felt that there was a big gap between him and Bailey Hongshuang. Not only Nangong Yachen, everyone looked at Bailey Hongshuang in amazement. They couldn't believe that Bailey Hongshuang could do such a thing at such a young age. It was too shocking. Xianxia and the others were completely stunned. They had always thought that Bailey Hongshuang was tolerant and easy to get along with, but they had never seen such a Bailey Hongshuang. Perhaps this kind of ruthlessness would make others feel bitterly disappointed, but they were more touched. The reason why Bailey Hongshuang did this was all for them. It was because they did not have enough power. Otherwise, Bailey Hongshuang would not have fallen into such a situation. At this moment, Nangong Oji could no longer continue to be indifferent. He did have a lot of sons, but Nangong Yachen was the most promising heir to the throne. The others could not be compared to Nangong Yachen. This was a loss that the royal family could not afford. In his opinion, Bailey Hongshuang was simply a madman. At this moment, Nangong Yujin was just glad that Bailey Hongzhuang was not holding him hostage. Who would have thought that Nangong Yaochen, who had always been high-spirited, would have such a day? Such methods were simply too cruel. Bailey Hongzhuang, do you know the consequences of your actions? Nangong Oji's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. His eyes were full of anger. As the emperor of the Qing dynasty, he now had to negotiate with a student. It was a shame. Get to the point. For the momentum created by Nangong Oji, Bailey Hongzhuang only replied coldly. The royal family and others liked to talk a lot of nonsense. Wouldn't it save a lot of time to get to the point directly? Do you really think that you can leave the Qing dynasty alive by holding Nangong Yaochen hostage? Your friends will be implicated because of your stupid actions. Nangong Oji stood up and his king's aura erupted. He must kill Bailey Hongzhuang. Master, just at that moment, a strong aura locked us. Xiaohei frowned slightly. This aura did not exist before. It seemed that this guy had just appeared. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. Nangong Oji had clearly shown signs of softening before, so how could he suddenly become so tough at this moment? We don't need you to worry about us. Xia Jiqing said angrily. What emperor of the Qing dynasty, threatening a group of students is really shameless. Nangong Oji's eyes were as sharp as a knife as he looked fiercely at Xia Jiqing. However, Xia Jiqing had always been a heartless person. Nangong Oji's eyes could scare others, but they could not scare her. Xiaohei, this person, do you have the ability to deal with him? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. The Qing dynasty was a big country. Needless to say, the power of the royal family was very strong. There would definitely be some very strong people. Even if Nangong Yaochen was in her hands, these old fellows would still have a way to save him. This should be an old monster. It's very strong. If we work together, we might stand a chance, Xiaohei said solemnly. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. To be able to make Xiaohei and Xiaobai so cautious, it was enough to prove how abnormal this old man's strength was. She still underestimated the shamelessness of the royal family of the Qing dynasty. Otherwise, she would have made some preparations and the situation would not have ended up like this. If that's the case, then we can only go all out. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with determination. Giving up had never been her choice. Bailey Hongzhuang, die. Nangong Oji's eyes looked at the sky. At this point, it could no longer be delayed. Nangong Yaochen's hand also needed to be treated as soon as possible. As the voice of Nangong Oji fell, everyone felt an extremely tyrannical force erupting. Then, a figure quickly flew towards Bailey Hongzhuang, and a strong killing intent also filled the air. Mo Yunjia's eyes suddenly condensed. When this killing intent emerged, Mo Yunjia's figure also turned into a black light and rushed out. Bailey Hongzhuang was the woman that Mo Yunjia had taken a fancy to. If others wanted to kill Bailey Hongzhuang, they had to go through him first. Courting death. Bailey Hongzhuang only felt a ferocious aura locking onto her, and with her current strength, she could not fight back. However, just as Xiaohei and Xiaobai were about to make a move, someone had already stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Who dares to hurt my wife? A low and furious voice sounded, with the same overbearing and determination as always. Just one sentence had an indescribable power. Who dares to touch her? A cold voice sounded, filled with a kind of deep threat and pressure, making people unconsciously feel a chill down their spine. These two voices sounded almost at the same time, and two proud figures, one golden and one black, had already stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Boom, the two of them hit the man with lightning speed, and everyone only saw a ripple of energy. This kind of power was much more terrifying than the fight between the students of the academy. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the two figures in front of her, and her delicate face was full of surprise and disbelief. Bewitching? The pale gold figure looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, and the moment he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, the brutality and anger turned into gentleness and love. However, when Bewitching's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's blood-stained clothes, an uncontrollable anger swept through his heart again. Who did this? The low and depressed voice swept through the boundless storm. He had to go back to the sect for some business, and after solving the matter, he quickly rushed back. From He Mu, he learned that Bailey Hongzhuang had come to the Qing dynasty to participate in the academy exchange, and he quickly rushed over. The closer he got to the royal battle arena, the more uneasy he felt. He did not expect that there would be royal guards outside the door, and he rushed in without hesitation. However, when he saw the situation in the martial arts arena clearly, he was so angry that he wanted to split open. Almost with a glance, Bewitching had already understood what had happened. Huan Chuyu and the team of Kanglin College were taken hostage, and only Bailey Hongzhuang was left on the stage, holding the Crown Prince and Namgong Oji. Without thinking, he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was forced to do this. The people of the Qing dynasty were so shameless, using the power of the entire country to deal with a team of Kanglin College. Namgong Ouchen's heart was cold. The power of the man in front of him was almost stronger than his father. He had always felt that his strength was the best among the younger generation. It was not until he fought with Bailey Hongzhuang that he discovered that this girl who was younger than him had such tyrannical strength. However, after seeing the man in front of him, his heart was even more. Because when he faced with this man, he had a feeling he could not be compared. This Bewitching. Who was he? Her pale face showed a relieved smile, and Bailey Hongzhuang, who was originally like a string, also relaxed after seeing Bewitching. Although the situation in front of her was still so bad, as long as Bewitching was there, she could feel at ease. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. It was a long story, and the most important thing was to solve the situation in front of her. At the same time, Bewitching's eyes fell on Mo Yunjue. When Mo Yunjue saw Bewitching appear, he was surprised for a moment, but in the blink of an eye, he had returned to indifference. Bailey Hongzhuang was in such a dangerous situation. If Bewitching did not appear, then he was really not qualified to be her husband. Bewitching and Mo Yunjue's eyes met for a moment, and Bewitching immediately realized that he had a strong and powerful rival. Mo Yunjue's eyes did not hide his love for Bailey Hongzhuang, and the subtle provocation made Bewitching even more unbearable. Bailey Hongzhuang was also stunned by Mo Yunjue's actions. Previously, Mo Yunjue had helped her a series of times, which was already very rare, but now Mo Yunjue was going against the royal family for her. This was a completely different concept. The first tower was built in the imperial city, and Mo Yunjue had angered the royal family of the Qing dynasty at this moment, which was tantamount to a huge loss for himself. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang understood what Mo Yunjue had done. Mo Yunjue, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. At this moment she could not say anything other than thank him. However, before Bailey Hongzhuang could finish her words, Mo Yunjue had already raised his hand to stop her. What he wanted was not Bailey Hongzhuang's feelings. After everyone present saw the sudden appearance of Bewitching and Mo Yunjue, there was a strong sense of amazement in their eyes. At this critical moment, there were two heroes who saved the damsel in distress, and the most important thing was that these two young people actually joined forces with the royal family's master and were still safe and sound. Isn't that the boss of the first tower? I have long heard that Bailey Hongzhuang is Mo Yunjue's wife, and now it seems that it is true. That's not right. Wasn't the man in the pale golden robe who claimed that Bailey Hongzhuang is his wife? What's the situation? Everyone was completely dumbfounded, whether it was Bewitching or Mo Yunjue. For them to be able to help at this time, it was enough to prove the position of Bailey Hongzhuang in their hearts. However, these two people were Bailey Hongzhuang's husbands. Bewitching's ears moved slightly, and heard the discussion of the crowd. His eyes flashed a cold light, and once again looked at Mo Yunjue. His expression had changed. Damn it, what did this guy do when he was not around? Bewitching was anxious. If he had known this, he would have taken Hongzhuang away with him, and Hongzhuang would not have fallen into such a situation. Compared to the storm in Bewitching's heart, Mo Yunjue seemed very calm. However, Bewitching also knew that now was not the time to be entangled. The Qing dynasty's royal family was their biggest problem. What's more, he had enough trust in Hongzhuang, and it was just Mo Yunjue's unilateral idea. When Xiao Jiqing and others saw Bewitching appear, their eyes could not help but show a look of excitement. Bewitching was the person with the highest status among all of them. Even if the Qing dynasty was a big country, the strength of Tiangang sect was even more amazing. Namgong Oji would definitely not dare to make a move against the young lord of Tiangang sect. After Namgong Yuer saw Mo Yunjue and Bewitching standing in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, her heart had been swept by a strong jealousy. Bailey Hongzhuang dared to have one foot in two boats. However, these two guys seemed to be willing to do anything for Bailey Hongzhuang. Why? Your strength isn't bad. A low and hoarse voice rang out. Only then did everyone notice that an old man had appeared beside Nangong Oji. The old man's figure was haggard and his body exuded an aura of twilight. However, his eyes were abnormally bright and did not seem like an old man in his twilight years. Clearly, the person who had attacked Bailey Hongzhuang was this old man. Bewitching's gaze met Nangong Oji and the others. His handsome and extraordinary face was filled with a glacial coldness. No matter who this group of people was, anyone who dared to harm his wife was his enemy. When Nangong Oji saw Mo Yunjue attack, his calm eyes rippled and revealed a look of disbelief. He had a certain understanding of how powerful Mo Yunjue's forces were. However, the other party was unfathomable and even he had no way of understanding him. He also had a certain understanding of the close relationship between Mo Yunjue and Bailey Hongzhuang. However, in his opinion, Mo Yunjue was only a woman. It was impossible for Mo Yunjue to fall out with the imperial family over a woman. However, the situation before his eyes clearly proved that he was wrong. He never thought that Mo Yunjue would be such an infatuated person. For Bailey Hongzhuang, he would make an enemy of the imperial family. That was not wise at all. In the next second, Nangong Oji's gaze landed on Bewitching. This was his first time seeing Bewitching and he did not dare to underestimate him. The aura that this young man exuded was extremely shocking. As the ruler of a country, he knew very well that this kind of aura was not something that an ordinary person could possess. Only people in high positions could possess this kind of aura. Bewitching's aura, might, and strength all revealed that he was extraordinary. He was definitely someone who could not be ignored. "Who are you?" Nangong Oji asked. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Bewitching. They also wanted to know the identity of this man who had suddenly appeared. Bewitching looked coldly at Nangong Oji, his thin lips moving slightly. Tiangang sect, Bewitching. Tiangang sect. When everyone heard the name of the Heavenly Dipper sect, their eyes were filled with shock. That was an extremely powerful force in the Xianxia continent. Anyone who could become a disciple of the Tiangang sect was a true dragon among men. The young man in front of him was actually a disciple of Tiangang sect. Nangong Oji's pupils shrank. While everyone was shocked by the name of the Heavenly Dipper sect, he was shocked by the name of Bewitching. Bewitching, he had heard of this name before, but he didn't expect to see it here today. Bewitching, the young lord of the Tiangang sect, a well-deserved young talent. Although Nangong Ouchen's strength was strong, it was only within the scope of the Qing dynasty. Compared to Bewitching, a true genius of the Xianxia continent, it was still not worth mentioning. An ordinary student of the Azure Water College was actually the wife of the young lord of the Tiangang sect. What was this? Nangong Oji simply couldn't believe it. Did the sects nowadays not have the slightest bit of discrimination? Although Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was very outstanding, if she wanted to be Bewitching's wife, she was still not qualified. Nangong Oji did not doubt Bewitching's identity. Just Bewitching's bearing had already proved too much. It was just that this result was a bit higher than he had imagined. Bewitching's voice was arrogant and irrefutable. Even in the face of the Qing dynasty's emperor, his attitude was still so overbearing. In this situation, you can't take her away just because you want to. At this time, the haggard old man had already opened his mouth. He was very dissatisfied with what Nangong Oji had done this time. According to the rules of the royal family, one should not make a move without absolute certainty. Now that the situation had become a stalemate, it was naturally impossible to offend Tiangang sect, but if the people of Kanglan College were to leave like this, the reputation of the royal family of the Qing dynasty would be greatly damaged. Nangong Oji obviously also knew the impact of this matter, but he really did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang could be related to the young lord of Tiangang sect. Oh? Bewitching's mouth was once again filled with an evil smile, but the coldness and sternness in his eyes became more and more terrifying. If anything happens to my wife, I will bury the entire Qing dynasty with her. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. What is the identity of this Bewitching? If he was just an ordinary disciple of Tiangang sect, he would not dare to say such a thing. Everyone's eyes flashed with an incredible color. How big was the Qing dynasty? Even if Tiangang sect was a bigger existence, it was impossible to do this by relying only on Bewitching. Bewitching, this name is so familiar, where have I heard it? Nangong Yuer kept thinking in her mind. She always felt that she had heard this name before, but she could not remember it for a while. Suddenly, Nangong Yuer's eyes narrowed, and there was a touch of incredible color in her eyes. The young lord of Tiangang sect, Bewitching? A feeling of disbelief spread in Nangong Yuer's heart. How could such a high existence appear here? Bailey Hongzhuang was his wife. How could this be? As everyone knew, the young lord of Tiangang sect, Bewitching, was the prince charming in the hearts of all women. Many people had beautiful dreams. Even with her identity, she was not worthy of Bewitching. However, a commoner like Bailey Hongzhuang was able to win Bewitching's heart. Nangong Yuer's voice had unknowingly increased by a few octaves. The originally confused crowd's expression changed when they heard Nangong Yuer's words. Their puzzled expressions had turned into deep shock. Young lord of Tiangang sect. Such a lofty existence had actually appeared here. At this moment, no one doubted the weight of Bewitching's words. With his strength, he could destroy the entire Qing dynasty. However, the royal family still dared to say such words. Were they crazy? The old man obviously did not expect Bewitching's attitude to be so resolute. Just this sentence of Bewitching was enough to prove the weight of Bailey Hongzhuang in his heart. Mo Yunjue also looked at Bewitching. He was no stranger to Bewitching. Since the early years, the name of Bewitching had been shrouded in a layer of halo. Not only that, he also knew how Bewitching got together with Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, he did not care about other things, but Bewitching's vision was really good. A golden unicorn was not a fish in a pond. Once it encountered the wind and clouds, it would become a dragon. Bailey Hongzhuang's future was definitely not limited by a mere identity. Xia Jiqing and the others looked at this scene in shock, and their eyes were full of amazement. Domineering, Bewitching was too domineering. In front of the Qing dynasty emperor, except for Bewitching, no one could say such a thing. The original tense situation seemed to be no longer so terrible after the appearance of Bewitching. The woman in white on the stage was so overbearing and ruthless before, but since the appearance of Bewitching, there was a touch of tenderness in her eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang was their hero, and Bewitching was Bailey Hongzhuang's hero. Nangong Oji's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's injury. He understood that the reason why Bewitching was so anxious at the moment was entirely because of Bailey Hongzhuang. He knew even more clearly in his heart that no matter what, nothing could happen to Bailey Hongzhuang today. Otherwise, in front of the huge Tiangang sect, even the Qing dynasty's royal family was nothing. However, in this situation, they really had no way out. If Bewitching and the others were allowed to leave, even if they completely blocked the news, there would still be many people who would know about it. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Nangong Yuchen, as the next monarch of the Qing dynasty, wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of the college exchange to let everyone know how powerful he was and lay a good foundation for his ascension. However, now he was not only defeated by a woman whose strength was 2 levels lower than him, but also had his tendons cut in public. This was definitely a big shame for him. Even Nangong Oji was extremely depressed at the moment. In the past, the Kanglan College had always been abused. Why did Bewitching's wife stay in the college to cultivate and represent the college? No wonder Bailey Hongzhuang's previous performance was so amazing. To be able to have a good man like Bewitching, it was impossible for her not to be strong. Bewitching did not hesitate to hold Bailey Hongzhuang in his arms. His careful appearance was as if Bailey Hongzhuang was a peerless treasure and he was afraid of accidentally hurting her. All the women present had already admired Bewitching after knowing the identity of Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, seeing such a noble Bewitching treat Bailey Hongzhuang so gently, their envy for Bailey Hongzhuang had reached the extreme. Isn't Bailey Hongzhuang too happy? If I can be held in the arms of Bewitching, it's worth it. From the beginning, I felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was extraordinary. It turns out that Bailey Hongzhuang's identity is so amazing. Originally, everyone found it difficult to accept that Bailey Hongzhuang was both a cultivator and an alchemist. At the same time, she was also very accomplished in inscription techniques. But now, after knowing the identity of Bailey Hongzhuang, they also understood. There were always some special geniuses in this world, and ordinary people could not be compared to them. Nan Gongyu looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was held in the arms of Bewitching. Her 5 fingers were tightly clenched, and her nails were deeply embedded in her palms, dripping with blood, but she was unaware of it. Drip, blood dripped to the ground. Nan Gongyu had never been so jealous of a person in her life. She had liked Mo Yunjue for so long, but Mo Yunjue had always been cold to her. Now, Mo Yunjue took care of Bailey Hongzhuang, but Bailey Hongzhuang was already married. Bewitching's eyes fell on Nangong Oji and the others. If the Qing dynasty really wants to be destroyed, then do it. As his voice fell, Bewitching did not look at Nangong Oji and the others. He held Bailey Hongzhuang and walked off the stage. If the Qing dynasty dared to stop him, they would be looking for their own death. He knew that Nangong Oji and the others had such an attitude because they wanted him to give them a way out. However, he would not give it to them. As a strong person, he never needed to consider the feelings of the weak. The fact that the Qing dynasty dared to treat Bailey Hongzhuang like this had already provoked his anger, but now Hongzhuang's injury was the most important thing. He must first help Hongzhuang deal with her injury. As for the rest, he would deal with it later. When he turned around, Bewitching's eyes collided with Mo Yunjue's for a moment. He naturally did not have any good feelings for this man who coveted his wife. However, no matter what, this man had helped Hongzhuang and he was still grateful. Understanding the meaning of Bewitching's eyes, Mo Yunjue's lips curved into a faint smile. He shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He knew very well that his current situation was just to take care of Bailey Hongzhuang when Bewitching was not there. As for other things, it was not the time yet. Nangong Oji and the others looked at Bewitching's overbearing actions and their faces became extremely ugly. Indeed, with the strength of Tiangong Zone, there was no need to talk to them. Because strength was everything. After seeing Bewitching's actions, Huan Chuyu immediately stood up. His cold eyes swept over Xianxia and Song Hongxi before he turned and left. From now on, Kanglin College, Lingyin College and Beihai College will no longer have any connection. Huan Chiyu's back was straight, and his words were full of freedom and arrogance. He and Ren Tianxiong should have made this decision a long time ago. Now that he had said this, he felt extremely relieved. When Xianxia and Song Hongxi were enjoying the benefits and glory brought by the royal family, they never found that they had lost control of the academy. Perhaps this feeling was not clear yet, but it would not be long before they understood that they were simply puppet-like existences. It was a pity that he was blinded by a single leaf. Song Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi stared at Huan Chuyu's back as he left. They wanted to say something but couldn't. Faintly, they also felt some clues from the actions of the royal family of the Qing dynasty, but this seemed to be a situation that was difficult to change. When Gong Xiaoqing and the rest saw that Huan Chuyu had already stood up and left, they no longer hesitated. They only wished that they could leave this place as soon as possible. In such a place blinded by greed, even the air was filled with a rancid smell. When the imperial guards saw this scene, they couldn't help but look at Nangong Oji on the high platform. They saw that Nangong Oji's complexion was ashen, but he didn't stop them. In fact, they didn't dare to stop him. Wasn't this looking for death? When Bewitching walked out of the Imperial Martial Arts Arena with Bailey Hongzhuang in his arms, he found that the Imperial guards who had been blocking outside had been knocked down. At this moment, Gong Xiaoqing and the others also understood that it was not that Mo Yunjue did not take action, but he was helping everyone to clean up the situation outside. Mo Yunjue was willing to be the enemy of the entire Qing dynasty's royal family for Bailey Hongzhuang. This alone was enough to prove Mo Yunjue's feelings for Bailey Hongzhuang. You all go to the inn to stay first. I will go find Fu Hongba and Dongfang Yu. I will find you later. Lu Huaiyan said. Hearing this, everyone's expression quietly changed a little, but soon returned to normal. Now that Bewitching was there, even if the Qing dynasty's royal family knew where they would not dare to do anything to them. They believed that nothing would happen to Lu Huaiyan and the others. After Bewitching and the others left, Mo Yunjue looked coldly at Nangong Oji, turned around, and walked down the stage indifferently. It seemed that he did not let Nangong Oji and the others know how powerful he was, and they thought that they were great. It was time for him to do something. The royal family clearly knew that he and Bailey Hongzhuang had an unusual relationship, but they still dared to do so. He was too low-key, sensing Mo Yunjua's gaze. Nangong Oji's heart turned cold for no reason. He always knew that Mo Yunjue was not an ordinary person, but during this time, Mo Yunjue had been very indifferent, until Bailey Hongzhuang appeared. He saw the cold light in Mo Yunjue's eyes and suddenly realized that he had made the wrong decision. He always thought that for Mo Yunjue, Bailey Hongzhuang was just a beautiful woman. In this world, women have always been accessories to men. He believed that Mo Yunjue was only interested in Bailey Hongzhuang, and this kind of interest usually did not last long. It was absolutely impossible for Mo Yunjue to have a conflict with the royal family for Bailey Hongzhuang. Now it seemed that things were completely different from what he had imagined. Mo Yunjue's care for Bailey Hongzhuang was beyond his expectations. Bailey Hongzhuang was already married to someone else, but Mo Yunjue was still willing to do this for Bailey Hongzhuang. He never knew that Mo Yunjue would be so infatuated. Everyone looked at Mo Yunjue leaving without fear after making a move, and their expressions changed. Since the appearance of Di Beichen, all their attention had been attracted by Di Beichen. After all, they usually did not have the opportunity to see an existence like Di Beichen. At this moment, seeing Mo Yunjue leave so indifferently, they understood that Mo Yunjue's identity was not simple. Nangong Yuer's gaze followed the tall black figure, but Mo Yunjue did not look at her from the beginning to the end. Huan Chuyu and the others returned to the inn they had stayed in before. Bailey Hongzhuang's injuries were very serious. Her ribs were broken, she had lost a lot of blood, and she had been in a standoff with Nangong Oji for so long. One could imagine how much energy she had consumed. Di Beichen placed Bailey Hongzhuang on the bed, and Xia Jiqing and the others immediately went to find a doctor for Bailey Hongzhuang. Although Bailey Hongzhuang was a genius doctor, it was impossible for her to treat her current situation. After everyone left, only Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were left in the room. Looking at the handsome face in front of her, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with joy and joy. Her white and thin fingers slowly covered Di Beichen's face. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's pale face, Di Beichen's eyes flashed with deep distress. "I'm late." His low voice was full of guilt and self-blame. If he had come back earlier, Hongzhuang would not have been seriously injured. It was all his fault for not taking good care of Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's right hand covered Di Beichen's frowning eyebrows, and after smoothing his eyebrows, a gentle smile appeared on her lips. "This is my own fault for not being thoughtful enough." "It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself." So far, Di Beichen had helped her too many times. Every time there was a problem, Di Beichen would help her solve it. She did not want to always need Di Beichen's protection. She hoped that one day she could stand calmly beside Di Beichen, and not be Di Beichen's weakness. This time, no one expected that it had nothing to do with Di Beichen. She did not want to see Di Beichen blame himself. As a cultivator, everyone understood the risks they might encounter. This was a very normal thing. Di Beichen held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and nodded slightly, but his eyes were still full of guilt and heartache. What the Qing dynasty did this time was beyond everyone's expectations. However, he believed that as long as he was by Hongzhuang's side, Hongzhuang would definitely not fall into such a dangerous situation. "In the future, I will not leave you." Di Beichen's eyes flashed with a firm and persistent light. He had made a decision. No matter what happened in the future, he would never be separated from Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang would not know that when he saw Hongzhuang standing on the fighting platform covered in blood, her pale face and beautiful appearance almost made his heart stop beating. He was so afraid that if he came a little later, Hongzhuang might disappear from his life. That was something he absolutely could not accept. The dazzling blood deeply stabbed his heart. At that time, he only felt an indescribable violence and killing intent spread in his heart. If something happened to Hongzhuang, he would definitely bury the entire Qing dynasty. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a gentle and happy smile. At this time, she was very happy to see Di Beichen come back. No matter when, Di Beichen would always be her hero, her only hero. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were affectionate. As a doctor, she had a certain understanding of her injury. Although her ribs were broken, it did not hurt her foundation. It was only because of the confrontation on the fighting platform for too long that she lost too much blood, so she was particularly weak. Not long after, the doctor had already arrived. When the doctor saw Bailey Hongshuang's injury, he was also surprised and quickly helped Bailey Hongshuang to treat her. Until Bailey Hongshuang fell asleep, Di Beichen walked out of the room. Xia Jiqing and others were outside the door. Now that such a thing had happened, they were very worried about Bailey Hongshuang. When facing Di Beichen, they had an unspeakable guilt in their hearts. So many of them were in the royal arena, but they had to rely on the youngest Bailey Hongshuang to block all the storms for them. It was really shameful and powerless. Di Beichen, I'm sorry, we are really useless. Not only Cui Haoyan, but Gong Xiaoqing and the others also showed guilt on their faces. On ordinary days, they could be said to be doing well in the academy, but since they came to the Qing dynasty, they found the gap between them and others. In front of this huge royal family, their strength seemed so weak. Except for Bailey Hongshuang, who still had the ability to confront Nangong Oji, they were completely in a state of control. If it were not for Di Beichen, maybe they would have died in the royal arena today and never come out again. We are really useless. Hongshuang is seriously injured and still has to protect us. Xia Jiqing lowered her head. She understood that Hongshuang's injury must be very serious, and it was delayed for so long. It was very bad for Hongshuang's injury. Even if she had come back, when she thought of the scene in the royal arena, there was an unspeakable anger and resentment in her heart. However, when facing Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen, she only felt guilty. Di Beichen looked at the guilt on everyone's faces. His expression eased a bit and he comforted them. This matter has exceeded everyone's expectations, you don't have to blame yourselves. Listening to Di Beichen's comfort, the guilt in everyone's hearts still did not dissipate. Today's scene really affected them. No matter how high-spirited they were, only after they went to a wider world, they understood the gap between them and the people of the big forces. This huge gap was not something that could be made up by their own strength. Noticing the change in everyone's expression, Di Beichen did not say much. The so-called reality would be seen sooner or later. It was not a bad thing to understand it earlier. As long as their mentality was completely changed, their mentality would be more peaceful, and it would be more helpful for their future growth. Everyone is tired today, it is better to go and rest first. Di Beichen said slowly. After today's incident, everyone was tired. After Bailey Hongshuang's injury improved a bit, they would leave here. He believed that the royal family of the Qing dynasty would block the news of today's incident as soon as possible, but if they continued to stay in the Qing dynasty, they would attract a lot of attention. The earlier he left, the less trouble he would have to face. Everyone nodded when they heard that. They had already learned about Bailey Hongshuang's condition from the doctor. They were afraid that she would need to rest for a while. Although her injuries were very serious, fortunately, her foundation was not damaged. As long as she was given a certain amount of time, she would be able to recover to her original state. After everyone left, Di Beichen's eyes flashed with a deep and fierce light. Nangong Aochen dared to hurt Hongshuang like this. He naturally could not watch Nangong Aochen become the successor of the Qing dynasty. Anyone who dared to hurt Hongshuang, he would not let them off. However, it was still early. When night fell, he had to go out and solve some problems. However, just as Di Beichen returned to his room, Huan Chuyu came looking for him. Vice Principal. Di Beichen poured a cup of tea for Huan Chuyu. Do you have something to tell me? Huan Chuyu looked at Di Beichen deeply. Di Beichen had always been a smart person, and Di Beichen's deep affection for Bailey Hongshuang shocked him. How is Hongshuang's injury? Di Beichen's expression was indifferent and calm. He knew that Huan Chuyu had come to find him for something. But since Huan Chuyu did not say anything, he was not in a hurry. Huan Chuyu looked at Di Beichen's indifferent expression and a touch of admiration appeared in his eyes. The young lord of Tiangang Zone was indeed not an ordinary person. Just this temperament alone was not comparable to ordinary young people. The Qing dynasty's royal family is heavily guarded. After today's incident, the entire royal family will definitely strengthen their patrols. Maybe they have already set up an inescapable net. With Huan Chuyu's understanding of Di Beichen would definitely not watch Bailey Hongshuang get injured and do nothing. If he could predict it, the royal family would naturally be able to predict it. Today's incident had already made the royal family of the Qing dynasty ugly. Now that such a thing had happened, the royal family would definitely be more careful. If Di Baichen was with the people of Tiangangzong, then it would be fine. But if Di Baichen went alone, the royal family may not be able to do anything crazy. As Huan Chuyo's voice fell, Di Baichen's expression changed a bit. To be able to become the vice principal of Tsang Lan School, Huan Chuyo's vision was far from ordinary people. He understood that Huan Chuyu reminded him at this moment for his safety. Needless to say, the power of the entire Tiangangzong naturally did not need to be said. It was a simple matter to crush the Qing dynasty. However, he was the only person in the Qing dynasty. It was undoubtedly difficult for him to deal with the royal family alone. Huan Chuyu noticed the change in Di Baichen's expression and understood that Di Baichen must have listened to his words. Bailey Hongzhuang still needs you to take care of her. Huan Chuyu left a sentence and left. He had said what he needed to say. As for what Di Baichen would do, it was Di Baichen's decision. As long as they left the borders of the Qing dynasty, then everything in the Qing dynasty would have nothing to do with them. There was no need to risk their lives. After Huan Chuyu left, Di Baichen finished his tea in one gulp. Maybe Huan Chuyo's words made sense, but he was Di Baichen, he would never allow anyone who had harmed his wife to live peacefully. From the moment they dared to treat Hong Zhuang in such a manner, their fate had already been sealed. Night slowly fell and the entire Qingshao kingdom was shrouded in a layer of darkness. The atmosphere in the imperial city was different today. All the citizens of the imperial city were curious about the final result of the inter-school tournament. The first 2 days of the inter-school tournament were very enjoyable. The strength of the cultivators of the 3 major schools could not be underestimated, especially the dark horse Bailey Hongzhuang from the Kanglan school. They believed that today's finals would be very exciting. Despite that, while they were looking forward to the final result, no news about the finals was released at all. All the people who had watched the finals kept their mouths shut, as if it was a big taboo. They did not know anything about the finals. But the more the other side kept their mouths shut, the more they understood that there was something fishy going on. After all, the previous inter-school tournament had never been like this. What the hell happened? Everyone kept guessing, but there was no result. Di Baichen covered Bailey Hongzhuang with the quilt and left a soft kiss on her forehead. The next moment, Di Baichen had disappeared from the room. The imperial palace. Di Baichen's figure flew through the night. He had already inquired about the location of the crown prince. Even if the royal family had multiple layers of protection, it would be easy for him to kill Nangong Yaochen. However, just as Di Baichen was about to arrive at the crown prince's palace, a black figure appeared not far away from him. Seeing this black figure, Di Baichen's eyes became deeper and darker. He did not expect to meet Mo Yunjue here. It seemed that their purpose tonight was the same. When Mo Yunjue saw Di Baichen, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by a faint smile. It seemed that Di Baichen was deeply in love with Bailey Hongzhuang. Even if he embarrassed the royal family of the Qing dynasty in front of everyone today, he still did not feel happy. Therefore, he wanted to kill Nangong Yaochen. As a man, he understood men best. Just by looking at Di Baichen's eyes, he had already understood Di Baichen's intention to kill Nangong Yaochen. Di Baichen did not have a good impression of Mo Yunjue. He had never seen Mo Yunjue before. However, from the moment he saw Mo Yunjue, he knew that Mo Yunjue was not an ordinary person. At least, Mo Yunjue must have a very strong force behind him. Otherwise, it was impossible for a restaurant owner to have the courage to confront the royal family. Not to mention, Mo Yunjue also killed the royal guards outside. When they left, Mo Yunjue was still in the royal family's arena. Now, Mo Yunjue came out safe and sound. This alone was enough to prove Mo Yunjue's strength. The two of them looked at each other, their hearts surging. The war between men had always been very fierce. I'm very grateful for your care towards Hongzhuang earlier. However, if you have any improper thoughts, I hope that you can stop thinking about it now. Di Baichen's voice was low. He saw the stubborn light in Mo Yunjue's eyes. Anyone who had bad intentions towards Hongzhuang was his opponent. Hearing this, Mo Yunjue chuckled. Di Gongzi is really overbearing. Even if Hongzhuang has already fallen for you, you two are not a couple. Maybe there will be some changes in the future. After all, Han Xiling is not a person who will give up easily. Following Mo Yunjua's words, Di Beichen's deep and dark eyes were filled with a sharp light. Mo Yunjue was actually so familiar with the situation between him and Hong Shuang. He and Hong Shuang were only husband and wife in name. Other than him and Hong Shuang, no one else should know about this. However, Mo Yunjue was actually so clear about it. Could it be that Hong Shuang had told him about it? Di Beichen rejected this idea as soon as it appeared. Hong Shuang would not have mentioned this. Furthermore, based on his understanding of Hong Shuang would never deny this. Because Hong Shuang had always wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. This meant that Mo Yunjue was not just paying attention to Hong Shuang. To be able to find out about this, Mo Yunjue's methods were impressive. This is between me and Hong Shuang. You don't have to worry about it. If you treat Hong Shuang well, I naturally won't have a chance. But if you don't do it, then I won't be polite. Mo Yunjue's eyes flashed with a cold light. He knew that Bailey Hongshuang's heart was not with him. However, the result now did not mean that it was the final result. From the last confrontation between Bailey Hongshuang and Han Xiling in the ruins, it could be seen that if Di Beichen's attitude was not decisive enough when dealing with this matter, the situation may have changed. He had one advantage, which was that he was never in a hurry. Looking at Mo Yunjue's appearance, Di Beichen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he really had a very strong opponent. The other party clearly knew his identity and yet dared to do this. This identity was really worthy of consideration. He had to investigate it. After all, Mo Yunjue had investigated his matter so clearly. It was impolite not to reciprocate. He naturally had to understand. Then, I'm afraid that you have wasted your efforts. Di Beichen looked at Mo Yunjue lazily. His deep eyes flashed with seriousness and determination. He would never allow anyone to interfere between him and Hong Shuang. In the next moment, Di Beichen's figure flashed and continued to rush toward Nan Gongyaochun's bedroom. At this point, there was nothing to say between him and Mo Yunjue. He would not give Mo Yunjue any chance. Mo Yunjue did not care much and also swept towards Nan Gongyaochun's bedroom. The Qing dynasty's royal family had gone too far this time and should pay some price. Nan Gongyaochun's life must not be left alive. The royal family was just as Huan Chuyu had thought. They knew that Di Beichen would not leave so easily and had immediately protected the place where Nan Gongyaochun lived. However, the following situation was beyond their expectations. Because Nan Gongyaochun suddenly had a fever and all the imperial physicians were helpless after seeing him. In a short period of time, Nan Gongyaochun was already unconscious and his original injuries showed no signs of healing. After knowing this, Nangong Oji was furious. Nan Gongyaochun's experience today was already a great humiliation. After returning, he became like this. Nangong Oji's mood could be imagined. However, after Nangong Oji knew that Bailey Hongshuang had fed Nan Gongyaochun a pill, his expression changed a little. He naturally knew that Bailey Hongshuang was a pill master. At such a critical moment, the thing that Bailey Hongshuang fed Nan Gongyaochun naturally wouldn't be anything good. Nangong Oji looked at the imperial physician kneeling on the ground, unable to restrain his anger. Quickly go and invite a pill master. The reason why Aochen became like this must be because of Bailey Hongshuang. Yes. The imperial physician scrambled away. How important was Nan Gongyaochun's position in the Qing dynasty? If something happened to Nan Gongyaochun, they were afraid that they would not be able to keep their lives. Nangong Oji's expression was very ugly. Bailey Hongshuang was an alchemist. Naturally, the thing she took out could only be solved by an alchemist. In this inter-school competition, the royal family had indeed made a wrong decision. Now it was really like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. When Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue arrived at Nan Gongyaochun's palace, they saw the scene. They didn't know that Bailey Hongshuang had fed Nan Gongyaochun a pill. Looking at the helpless situation of this group of people, Bailey Hongshuang was ruthless enough. She had probably already decided not to let Nan Gongyaochun go. Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue were surprised. Ordinary women would not know what to do when faced with such a situation. However, not only did Bailey Hongshuang deal with it calmly, she even thought of a solution. It was really amazing. After seeing this scene, Di Beichen's eyes flashed with understanding. He knew Hongshuang's medical skills very well. If Hong Zhuang had already made a move, she would not have let Namgong Ouchen be detoxified so easily. It seemed that Hong Zhuang had already thought of everything. His trip was in vain. Hong Zhuang is really amazing. We came in vain. Mo Yunjua's eyes were filled with admiration. Bailey Hong Zhuang was smart and brave. She did not have the slightest bit of mercy to the enemy. It was hard to imagine that such an excellent woman grew up in such an environment. Bewitching glanced at Mo Yunjua and left the palace. Mo Yunjua looked at Bewitching's back as he left. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Perhaps he was later than Bewitching in the past. However, this did not mean that he would be later in the future. With a flash, Mo Yunjua's figure also disappeared into the darkness. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Bewitching beside the bed. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang wake up, Bewitching's eyes were filled with joy. "Wife, you're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shook her head. "No." Bewitching poured a cup of water for Bailey Hongzhuang and gently fed Bailey Hongzhuang. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was just saying that. The pain of broken ribs was not something that could be recovered in a short period of time. However, his wife had always been strong and did not want everyone to worry about her. "Wife, you should be hungry. I'll ask someone to heat up the food for you." Bewitching's eyes were filled with a gentle and doting light. Hong Zhuang had not eaten anything since yesterday's battle. She must be very hungry. He had already asked someone to prepare the food. However, he did not know when Hong Zhuang would wake up. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching's busy figure and a blissful smile appeared on her lips. She had thought that it would be very difficult to leave the imperial family's battle arena alive. Now, not only did she survive, but everyone was also unharmed. She was already very grateful. Although the wound still hurt, this pain was undoubtedly much better than the various consequences she had imagined at the beginning. "Master, how are your injuries?" Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Baisher's eyes were filled with concern. They were also very sad to see their master so injured. Bailey Hongzhuang reached out and stroked the heads of the three little fellows. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. You should be hungry too. I'll ask Bewitching to prepare some food for you. Master, if you encounter such a situation again in the future, don't worry about anything else. Let me and Xiao Bai do it." Xiao Hei's eyes shone with seriousness and stubbornness. She understood that her master did not want her and Xiao Bai to do it because she was worried about their safety. However, they felt even sadder when they saw their master injured. This feeling of not being able to use their power was driving her and Xiao Bai crazy. "Yes, we can't always be like this. Everyone will know about it sooner or later," Xiao Bai said seriously. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Little Black and Little White's eyes that flashed with a serious light, and her eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. Not to mention other things, just the news of her being able to contract 3 contracted beasts alone would shock many people if it were to spread out. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were so powerful. Everyone would be even more shocked. However, she also understood Xiao He and Xiao Bai's thoughts. Even Baisher was known by everyone, but the two of them seemed to be invisible. Xiao He and Xiao Bai probably did not feel good. Indeed, she should not continue to hide. Xiao He and Xiao Bai should also appear in front of everyone openly. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to speak, Bewitching had already returned with the dishes. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had already flown to Bailey Hongzhuang's head a second before Bewitching appeared. Only Baisher was still beside Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed deeply when she saw the scene. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were also her companions. The previous treatment was really unfair to Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughtful expression and could not help but ask, "Wifey, what are you thinking about?" Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "Beichen, come here for a moment." Bewitching also smiled faintly. He walked over to Bailey Hongzhuang's bed and sat down. "Wifey, what do you want to tell me?" "Beichen, I want to introduce my 2 companions to you." Hearing this, Bewitching's eyes flashed with surprise. "Little friend?" Bewitching's gaze swept across the room. Apart from him and his wife, there was no one else in the room. Could it be that the other party was so powerful that they could even hide from his senses? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang reached out and carried Xiao He and Xiao Bai down from her head. She said, "It's the two of them." She had enough trust in Bewitching. Since they had already decided to be together, she did not want to hide anything from Bewitching. Yes. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were surprised by Bailey Hongzhuang's actions. Although they had already expressed their thoughts to their master, they did not expect her to make a decision so quickly. Under Bailey Hongzhuang's instructions, Xiao He and Xiao Bai gradually became the same size as Bai Shi. Bewitching looked at Xiao He and Xiao Bai, who had suddenly become bigger, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. This is, his eyes, which were as deep as the sea, were filled with indescribable shock. Even Bewitching felt that this scene was too shocking. He had already noticed the black and white hair clip on Bailey Hongzhuang's hair. However, he had only thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was very fond of this hair clip. He had never taken it to heart. However, who would have thought that these two hair clip were actually two demonic beasts? Let me introduce them. This is Xiao He, and this is Xiao Bai. Like Bai Shi, they are my contracted beasts. Bailey Hongzhuang stroked Xiao He and Xiao Bai's furry heads as an elegant and perfect smile appeared on her face. Bewitching sized up Xiao He and Xiao Bai in front of him. At first glance, these two little fellows looked like two furry balls, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that these two little fellows had noses and eyes, and were very cute. Hongzhuang, you said that this black one is called Xiao Bai, and this white one is called Xiao He? Bewitching could not help but feel astonished when he heard the names Xiao He and Xiao Bai. These names and their appearances were completely different. Bailey Hongzhuang's smile deepened. That's right, these are the names I came up with. Hearing this, Bewitching nodded slightly. This is indeed very creative. Looking at Bewitching's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang understood that Bewitching was very helpless about these two names, but she herself was very satisfied with these two names. Wifey, you mean that you have 3 contracted beasts? A serious look appeared in Bewitching's eyes. He did not miss the main point of Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That's right. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Bai Shi are all contracted beasts of mine. However, I felt that this news would be very shocking if it were to spread, so I did not say anything. However, I feel that there is no need to continue hiding it. Bewitching frowned slightly. Almost everyone in the Xianxia continent knew about the existence of contracted beasts, but at the same time, everyone knew that a cultivator could only contract one contracted beast. It was because of this that cultivators were especially careful when they contracted beasts, because this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they did not grasp this opportunity well, there would be no room for change in the future. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was actually able to contract 3 contracted beasts. This news was simply too shocking. This news is indeed very shocking. When did you contract Xiao He and Xiao Bai? Although Bewitching was very surprised by this news, he had always believed that the world was big and that anything was possible. However, when he looked at Xiao He and Xiao Bai, Bewitching felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen these two little fellows before. Why do I feel that these two little fellows are very familiar? Bewitching's eyebrows slanted. When have you seen them? Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled, and the smile in her eyes deepened. Speaking of which, Bewitching, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai had indeed met before. Suddenly, Bewitching's eyes narrowed, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Wife, when we first met, that soft cushion? Following Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but chuckle. It seems that your memory is very good. Back then, she had used Xiao He and Xiao Bai to catch Bewitching. However, at that time, everyone had thought that Xiao He and Xiao Bai were just cushions, and no one had thought much of it. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had confirmed his guess, Bewitching was even more surprised. He did not expect that to be the case. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had already contracted before we met. They were the ones who had always been with me back then. If that's the case, you already had 2 contracted beasts before you contracted White Lion? Bewitching was a little surprised. Although contracted beasts were known to all cultivators in the Xianxia continent, It was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to even find a single contracted beast. With Bailey Hongshuang's position in the general's residence back then, let alone contracting 2 contracted beasts, she probably wouldn't even be able to see the shadow of a contracted beast on a normal day. It seemed that Bailey Hongshuang still had some unknown secrets on her body. However, Bewitching didn't care about these secrets. Bailey Hongshuang was willing to tell him about Xiao He and Xiao Bai. This was already proof of her trust in him. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. That's right, Bewitching. Do you know if there's anyone in the Xianxia continent who can contract more than 1 contracted beast? According to Xiao He and Xiao Bai, she was the owner of the Chaos Ring, so there was no limit to the number of contracted beasts she could contract. The current Xianxia continent was undoubtedly quite different from the Xianxia continent 1,000 years ago. She didn't know much about this. Bewitching thought for a moment, then shook his head. From what I know, cultivators can only contract 1 contracted beast. So far, other than you, I haven't seen any cultivator who can contract more than 1 contracted beast. However, having this ability is undoubtedly a good thing for you. At the very least, you'll have a lot of helpers. Bewitching's eyes were filled with amazement. Hongshuang could always surprise him. He didn't expect such an ability to appear in Hongshuang. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. So far, her 3 contracted beasts were even stronger than her. As their master, she felt a huge pressure. Bewitching sized up Xiao He and Xiao Bai. He could faintly feel some fluctuations from these 2 little fellows. It seemed that these 2 little fellows were also very strong. Thinking of this, Bewitching also felt a little relieved. His wife always had a lot of help by her side, at least the danger was reduced by a lot. Bewitching, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Baisher are hungry too. Before Bailey Hongshuang finished speaking, Bewitching had already understood. I'll get someone to prepare it right away. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. Judging from their attitude, there was no need for them to be secretive in the future. Haha, Xiao He and Xiao Bai rolled around excitedly. The black and white demons could finally make a comeback. Bewitching placed the food in front of Bailey Hongshuang. When Bailey Hongshuang was about to take the food, she felt a slight pain in her arm. Don't move. I'll feed you. Hearing Bewitching's domineering and gentle words, Bailey Hongshuang's pretty face turned slightly red. Until now, no one had ever fed her. Moreover, this person was Bewitching. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Baisher all looked at Bailey Hongshuang with narrowed eyes. The atmosphere was really ambiguous. You guys, Bailey Hongshuang glared at the 3 beasties angrily. These 3 fellows were unusually agitated in this aspect. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Baisher immediately raised their paws to cover their eyes. I'm not looking. I can't see. I didn't see anything. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes flashed with helplessness. Her paws were open, but she clearly didn't cover her eyes. While Bailey Hongshuang was recuperating, the news of Namgongyachen's serious illness also spread. Everyone was helpless, even the alchemy masters of the Alchemist Guild could not think of a solution. This disease was really rare, and they could not solve it no matter how they studied it. After the news spread, everyone was surprised. They did not know how the crown prince could have such a strange disease. Only the members of the royal family knew that Namgongyachan had fallen into this situation because of the pills fed by Bailey Hongshuang. Now Namgongyachan was unconscious, and his body was losing weight at an extremely fast speed. If a cure could not be found, then Namgongyachan was likely to die. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for the Qing dynasty's royal family. Namgongyachan was known as the best successor of the Qing dynasty's royal family. No matter from which aspect, he was a unique choice. However, now that Namgongyachan was in such a situation, and Namgong Shoujia was assassinated, if Namgongyachan could not recover, then there was really no suitable candidate for the next monarch of the Qing dynasty. A refreshing smile appeared on Xia Jiqing's face. Unrighteous people are doomed to destruction. The Qing dynasty's royal family is so disgusting. Namgongyachan deserves this ending. I can't wait for Namgongyachan to die. When I think of the appearance of Namgongyachan and Namgong Oji that day, I hate that I can't kill them with my own hands. Zhang Yunfeng's words were decisive. The royal family wanted to kill them in order to build momentum for Xianxia. Even if a few days had passed, the situation at the beginning was still vivid in her mind. Her hatred for the Qing dynasty could not be eliminated. Not only Zhang Yunfeng, but Cui Haoyan and the others also did not have a good impression of Xianxia and the others. If the other party died, they would feel happy enough. In that situation, the royal family was completely suppressing them with power and did not put their lives in their eyes. The most important thing was that they had not done anything wrong at all. The royal family's actions were really unacceptable. Bailey Hongshuang looked indifferent. Among all the people, she was afraid that she hated the royal family of the Qing dynasty the most. Xia Jiqing and the others were her good friends. Just to let Xianxia be in the limelight, they wanted to kill them all. In that case, she would kill Xianxia. She had never shown mercy to her enemies. When she fed Xianxia the poison, she had already made up her mind that Xianxia must die. Not only that, but the members of the royal family would also be punished. If they wanted to use them as stepping stones for Xianxia, she would make the entire imperial family pay the price. Chu Jiao and the others were very helpless. Nangang Oji had summoned them to the palace to detoxify Xianxia, but they had never seen this poison before. Even though they had thought of every method, it was still useless. This kind of poison was simply breathtaking. Chu Jiao and the others were certain that the person who had poisoned Xianxia was a poison expert. Otherwise, the poison would not be so difficult to detoxify. However, according to Nangang Oe, this poison had been administered by Bailey Hongshuang. When they heard this news, they only felt that it was inconceivable. There was clearly a big gap between an alchemist and a poison master. They had a certain understanding of Bailey Hongshuang's talent in alchemy, but they didn't know that Bailey Hongshuang had such attainments in poison techniques. When they first heard about this, they couldn't believe it. With Bailey Hongshuang's age, it was already inconceivable for her to have such achievements in cultivation, alchemy, and inscription techniques. Poison techniques were also very complicated, and it would take a lot of energy to study them. How could Bailey Hongshuang have so much energy to study them? If that was really the case, then Bailey Hongshuang was really a genius. However, Nangang Oji's affirmative tone made them unable to doubt him. With Nangang Oji's identity, since he said so, then he must have enough evidence. With Bewitching's existence, Nangang Oji couldn't use his power to force Bailey Hongshuang to save Xianxia. Because of what happened back then, Bailey Hongshuang probably hated him to the extreme. If he went to ask for the antidote, there would be absolutely no results. Nangang Oji knew that Chu Jiao's group had a very good relationship with Huan Chuyu. As long as Chu Jiao's group helped, Xianxia might still have a chance to live. In this regard, Chu Jiao's group could be said to be unusually helpless. Although they didn't watch the finals, paper couldn't wrap fire, and they also understood the situation of the finals. Speaking of which, this was completely the imperial family oppressing them. Even if Bailey Hongshuang poisoned Xianxia, it was probably because she felt that she might not be able to live, so she poisoned him. If it were them, no matter how magnanimous they were, it was impossible for them to take out the antidote. After all, the imperial family was prepared to take their lives first, and they were only forced to fight back. In my opinion, Bailey Hongshuang absolutely won't take out the antidote. Qin Yu's voice was filled with certainty. Although he had only seen Bailey Hongshuang at the alchemy competition, he knew that Bailey Hongshuang was a very opinionated person and would not be easily swayed. Just from the way Bailey Hongshuang treated Wei Hanyun, it could be seen that she never showed mercy to her enemies. Now that they were going to ask Bailey Hongshuang to hand over the pills, it was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. They had been in the Qing dynasty for many years, and the royal family had taken good care of them. If they could, they wouldn't want to do it either. The royal family has indeed gone too far in this matter. Moreover, as Bewitching's wife, Bailey Hongshuang is not afraid of the royal family. It is really difficult. There was some helplessness in Lin Hao's eyes. This kind of thing really made things difficult for them. We're just giving it a try. If Bailey Hongshuang is unwilling, there's nothing we can do. Chu Jiao's face flashed with contemplation. They did not guarantee that they would succeed. They were just asking about the royal family's care over the years. If Bailey Hongshuang was unwilling, they would not force it. I just hope that Huan Lao doesn't think that we are on the same side as the royal family. Lin Hao sighed. They and Huan Chuyu had known each other for many years. This time, Huan Chuyu's reputation was almost lost here. From Huan Chuyu's attitude that day, the Kanglin College was now determined to break off relations with the other two colleges. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongshuang's injury that needed to be recuperated, the Kanglin College team would have already left the Qing dynasty. Bailey Hongshuang was resting in the house. The injury of her broken ribs was obviously not something that could be healed in a short time. She was afraid that she would have to rest for a few more days before she could leave the Qing dynasty. Bailey girl, how is your injury? Just when Bailey Hongshuang was bored, Bewitching opened the door, and then a familiar voice sounded outside the house. Turning her eyes slightly, Bailey Hongshuang saw Bai Jingtian, Ji Yunma, and Qin Qinggu coming in. We just learned that you were injured, so we came to see you. How are you now? Ji Yunma asked with concern. Although they had not known Bailey Hongshuang for a long time, they were true friends despite the difference in age. Last time, Bailey Hongshuang told them a lot of ways to configure the inscription fluid, which made their eyes light up. The inscription technique that had not improved for many years had improved under Bailey Hongshuang's reminder. Therefore, they not only appreciated Bailey Hongshuang, but also loved her as an elder. They thought that there would be no problem in the final of the inter-school competition, but they did not expect that such a big thing would happen. If Bewitching had not arrived in time, Bailey Hongshuang's life might have been lost in the Royal Martial Arts arena. When they first learned of this news, the three old fellows were extremely furious. Nowadays, the royal family was becoming more and more useless. They even attacked the students of the academy. If they were there at the time, they would have stood up to stop it. However, after knowing that Bailey Hongshuang was fine, their focus was on Bewitching. For a long time, they thought that Bailey Hongshuang was very excellent, and ordinary men were not worthy of her at all. Bai Jingtian also thought about what young men could be introduced to Bailey Hongshuang. Unexpectedly, they did not need to worry about this matter at all. The young lord of Tiangang's sect turned out to be Bailey Hongshuang's husband, which really surprised them. Seeing Bai Jingtian and the other two, Bailey Hongshuang's lips were also filled with a smile of joy. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Bai Jingtian and the other two gave her the same feeling as those old guys in her previous life, as if they were her grandfathers. There is no problem, I will be back to normal in a few days. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. This time, the royal family is too much. When I heard the news, I almost died of anger. Bai Jingtian's face was full of anger. Bailey Hongshuang was a rare good seedling. The royal family wanted to kill Bailey Hongshuang. Those who walk different paths cannot work together. And Bailey Hongshuang's eyes. Was right. Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang, I listened to your advice last time. I went back and tested it, and it worked. Qin Qingwu's face was filled with a joyful smile. Bailey Hongshuang's inscription liquid configuration method was quite different from theirs. After some experiments, they found that Bailey Hongshuang's method was more suitable and gave them a lot of help. That's good. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Hearing Bai Jingtian's words, Bewitching's eyes also showed a touch of surprise. He had already heard from Xia Jiqing and others that Bailey Hongshuang had the talent of an inscription master, but from the attitude of Bai Jingtian and the other two, it seemed that they really appreciated Bailey Hongshuang. Compared to the Alchemist Guild, the Inscription Association had fewer members, but their power was greater than that of the Alchemist Guild. After all, the rarer something was, the more precious it was, and the number of inscriptionists was too small. Even though Bailey Hongshuang was quite accomplished in inscription, but with her current age and qualifications, Bailey Hongshuang was definitely not able to become the president of the Inscription Association branch. This identity meant that Bailey Hongshuang could draw a lot of resources from the Inscription Association, which was of great benefit to Bailey Hongshuang. This was something that many inscriptionists wanted. Bai Jingtian actually gave the identity of the president of the Inscription Association to Bailey Hongshuang so easily. It seemed that Bai Jingtian and the other two not only appreciated Bailey Hongshuang, but also loved Bailey Hongshuang like an elder. I am willing to join the Inscription Association, but with my current situation with the royal family of the Qing dynasty, I really can't stay here. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows showed a trace of helplessness. Her biggest gain in coming to the Qing dynasty this time was to meet Bai Jingtian and the other two seniors. If possible, she also hoped to have a chance to communicate more with Bai Jingtian and the other two in the future, but she was full of disgust for the Qing dynasty and would definitely not stay here. Hearing this, Bai Jingtian also sighed. He understood that Bailey Hongzhuang was right. Now Bailey Hongzhuang could be said to have completely fallen out with the royal family of the Qing dynasty. If she still stayed in the Qing dynasty, he was afraid that the royal family would regard her as a thorn in their side, and there would be a lot of trouble in the future. The way the imperial family does things is getting more and more intolerable. Bailey girl, if you have the chance in the future, you must come and visit us three old men, Bai Jingtian said. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I will. In my opinion, you don't need to participate in the first-grade inscriptionist assessment. Tomorrow, I will draw up your identity as an inscriptionist and bring your inscriptionist robe. In the future, it will be much more convenient for you to buy inscription materials from the Inscription Association. If you go to another inscription association for the assessment, it will inevitably be troublesome. Seeing that Bai Jingtian was so considerate of her, Bailey Hongzhuang was flattered. Thank you, Elder Bai. Bai Jingtian smiled and waved his hand. Why are we still talking about this between us? Ji Yanma and Qin Qinggu put a slender brocade box in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and motioned to Bailey Hongzhuang to open it. Bailey girl, you have helped us a lot by coming to the Qing dynasty. We don't have much to give you, but this inscription pen is for you. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled, and then waved her hand again and again. This can't be, I can't accept it. Bailey girl, the three of us are your elders. Why can't you accept a small gift? Quickly accept it. Bailey Hongzhuang opened the brocade box and saw a black translucent inscription pen in the brocade box. Using her mental power, Bailey Hongzhuang could feel how good the performance of this inscription pen was. With such an inscription pen in hand, the success rate of her inscriptions would increase a lot. An inscription pen was very important to an inscription master, just like an alchemy furnace was important to an alchemist. A good inscription pen was very rare, and the inscription pen given to her by Ji Yunma was undoubtedly very precious. It was a rare product. For an inscription master, this inscription pen is very important. Keep it well. Ji Yunma said with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang opened her mouth. Everyone knew how precious this inscription pen was. She really couldn't accept it like this. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang was about to say something, Qin Qinggu directly waved her hand to stop Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey girl, don't refuse. The three of us all treat you as our granddaughter. It's normal for a grandfather to give his granddaughter something. If you refuse, it means that you don't want to treat us as your grandfather. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was touched. Bai Jingtian and the other two were really good to her. Thank you very much. Bailey Hongzhuang's face burst into a smile. If she still refused at this time, it would hurt the three seniors' hearts. After seeing this scene, Di Beichen's eyes also showed a faint smile. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and others were talking, Chu Jiao and the other two also came to the inn. After Chu Jiao and the other two explained the purpose of their visit, Huan Chuyo's face also changed a little. Since the incident in the finals, he had figured out a lot of things. All the false reputation had no meaning, and he had also made up his mind to never come to the Qing dynasty again in the future. You mean that Namgong Yaochen is seriously ill because Bailey Hongzhuang poisoned him? Huan Chuyu didn't believe it. If Bailey Hongzhuang really poisoned him, Namgong Yaochen should have said it a long time ago. However, he hadn't received any news until now. Maybe it was another framing by the royal family. Chu Jiao nodded. However, this is what Namgong Yaochen said when he was awake. It shouldn't be wrong. I don't know. Huan Chuyu shook his head, a cold expression on his face. Currently, he didn't want to have anything to do with the imperial family. Just hearing the two words imperial family was enough to make him unhappy. Elder Huan, why don't you ask Bailey Hongzhuang? Chu Jiao said awkwardly. Bailey Hongzhuang is still recuperating from her injuries. If you are here purely to show concern for Hongzhuang's injuries or to catch up with me, I welcome you. But if you are here to speak for the royal family, then you can leave now. Huan Chuyo's face turned cold. As the vice principal, what he couldn't accept the most was others threatening his students' lives. The actions of the royal family of the Qing dynasty had crossed his bottom line. Whether Nangongyachan died or not, it had nothing to do with him. Seeing Huan Chuyo's resolute attitude, Chu Jio and the other two felt very helpless. This was not out of their expectations. Elder Huan, we have been friends with you for so many years. I believe you also understand. Chen Yu said slowly. We are definitely on your side in this matter. It's just that we have been in the Qing dynasty for so many years. If the emperor asked us to come, we couldn't do anything. We just want to ask Bailey Hongshuang. If Bailey Hongshuang doesn't agree, we won't force it. What do you think? I'll let you see Bailey Hongshuang. As for the rest, I'll leave it to Bailey Hongshuang to decide. Huan Chuyu said slowly. He had known Chu Jio and the other two for many years. He also had a certain understanding of the three of them. He believed that they only came because they had no choice. After all, this was a problem between the Kanglin College and the royal family of the Qing dynasty. He did not want to hurt the friendship of many years. After this farewell in the Qing dynasty, he was afraid that he would not be able to see these old friends again. Listening to Huan Chuyo's words, Chu Jio and the other two also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Huan Chuyu was still reasonable and was not as bad as they thought. Good. Chu Jio nodded. No matter what decision Bailey Hongshuang makes, we will respect her. Huan Chuyo's face looked a little better. In this inter-college competition, as the vice principal, he only felt that he owed Bailey Hongshuang. He was not willing to let Bailey Hongshuang suffer any more harm. This time, Bailey Hongshuang made the decision by herself. He also did not want Bailey Hongshuang to make a decision that she did not want because of his friendship with Chu Jio and the others. Huan Chuyu walked into Bailey Hongshuang's room with Chu Jio and the other two. After Bai Jingtian and the other two saw that Chu Jio and the other two had also come, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. I didn't expect you to also come to visit Hongshuang. Ji Yunma said with a smile. Bailey Hongshuang had only been in the Qing dynasty for a short time, but she had conquered too many people with her strength. Chu Jio and the other two were also surprised, but after hearing Ji Yunma's question, their faces changed slightly. Bailey girl, how is your injury now? Chu Jio took out a white porcelain bottle and handed it to Bailey Hongshuang. This pill is very helpful for healing. Thank you, Elder Chu. My injury is no longer a problem. Bailey Hongshuang said quickly. She was also surprised by the appearance of Chu Jio and the other two. The reason why Bai Jingtian and the other two came was that she had a very good relationship with them. As for Chu Jio and the other two, although they had a certain intersection during the alchemy competition, they were not familiar with each other. She thought that they came here more to visit the vice principal. After all, the vice principal and they had known each other for many years. In a few days, they would leave the Qing dynasty and it would not be easy to meet them. When Xiao Zhiqing and the others saw that so many masters had come to visit Bailey Hongshuang, their eyes were filled with envy. Hongshuang is really amazing to be able to get so many masters to come and see her. If others were to see her, I'm afraid they would be shocked. Xiao Zhiqing's face was full of smiles. Hongshuang was really her idol. Everything was so extraordinary. Lu Qingyue's eyes showed a bit of envy. Bailey Hongshuang was now the hero of the Kanglin College. Almost everyone was very good to Bailey Hongshuang. Even the masters who were rarely seen on weekdays rushed to visit Bailey Hongshuang. Such an honor was really not something that ordinary people could have. Hongshuang is not an ordinary person. When several masters rushed to accept Hongshuang as a disciple, the students of Lingying College were already shocked. Zhang Yinfeng said with a smile. She was also a woman, but she did not feel jealous of Bailey Hongshuang. After some greetings, Chu Jio and the other two were a little hesitant. They didn't expect Bai Jingtian and the other two to be here. They knew the temperament of Bai Jingtian and the others very well. If they explained the purpose of their visit, they were afraid that they would be despised. Bailey Hongshuang also noticed that Chu Jio and the other two were hesitant to speak. It seemed that Chu Jio and the other two didn't come just to visit, but had something to say. Old Huan, what's the matter? Bailey Hongshuang said slowly, her dark eyes flashing with wisdom. She already had some guesses, but she didn't know if her guesses were accurate. Now that Namgong Ouchen's situation was getting more and more serious, she was full of confidence in her poison. Except for her, there was no one else who could cure it. She believed that Namgong Oji was now impatient. Listening to Bailey Hongshuang's words, Chu Jio and the other two looked at each other. Since they came with this purpose, there was no point in hesitating. Bailey girl, we heard that you gave His Royal Highness the Crown Prince a pill in the finals? Chenyu asked slowly. As Chenyu's voice fell, the atmosphere in the room, which was quite lively and happy, changed. Everyone's eyes condensed on Chenyu, not understanding what Chenyu meant. Chenyu, what do you mean by asking this? Bai Jingtian frowned. He had also heard the news that Namgong Ouchen was seriously ill, but he didn't know that this matter had something to do with Bailey Hongshuang. However, regardless of whether this matter was done by Bailey Hongshuang or not, there was no evidence. Did Chenyu come this time to ask for a punitive expedition? Old Bai, I don't mean anything. I just want to ask Bailey Hongshuang if there is an antidote. As soon as these words came out, Xia Jiqing and the others all looked at Bailey Hongshuang in surprise. Previously, they were very happy about the news of Namgong Ouchen's sudden illness. They only thought that Namgong Ouchen had committed many crimes and was doomed to self-destruction. Naturally, he got into trouble. They didn't expect that all of this was caused by Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang frowned. She knew that this news could not be hidden forever. Namgong Ouchen would definitely reveal it. However, she did not expect that Chu Jio and the others would come to ask her for the antidote. Debachen's face turned cold. He had to take Namgong Ouchen's life, but he didn't do it immediately because Bailey Hongshuang had already poisoned him. Now, the royal family even dared to question Bailey Hongshuang. This was something that he could not forgive. Elder Chen, have you lost your mind? Ji Yanma's eyes flashed with confusion. From the beginning to the end, this matter was instigated by the royal family. Are you now the royal family's lobbyist? If you are here for the royal family, I think you don't have to say anything else. Just leave. There was also a touch of disgust in Qin Qingwu's eyes. They had always been focused on studying inscriptions and had no good feelings for the royal family. They regarded Bailey Hongshuang as their granddaughter. The royal family's approach undoubtedly made them very unhappy. At this time, Chenyu and the others actually came to ask Bailey Hongshuang for the antidote. Wasn't this looking for trouble? Elder Bai, Elder Ji, Elder Qin, this matter isn't what you think. Chenyu explained helplessly, we only came to inquire because of His Majesty's orders. We don't have any other intentions. Following Chenyu's words, the tense atmosphere eased up a bit. At least, Chenyu and the other two weren't here to denounce her. Bailey girl, His Highness the Crown Prince has fallen into chaos. Can you hand over the antidote? Chu Jio asked. Namgong Ouchen had suffered a lot in the past few days. If they wanted to take revenge on Namgong Ouchen, they had achieved their goal. Bailey Hongshuang, you can decide on this matter yourself. Don't worry about anything else. Huan Chuyu spoke slowly. He didn't want Bailey Hongshuang to do something she didn't want to do because of him. If it wasn't for his many years of friendship with Chenyu and the others, he would have directly refused. What did Namgong Ouchen have to do with them? Now that Namgong Ouchen was seriously ill and came to find them, the imperial family wanted to use all of their deaths as stepping stones for Namgong Ouchen. Bailey Hongshuang looked at Huan Chuyu in astonishment. She thought that Huan Chuyu brought the three alchemists here because he had the same thoughts as them. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. She vaguely understood that Huan Chuyu wasn't willing to do it. The poison was indeed planted by me. Bailey Hongshuang slowly said. Hearing that, everyone's expression changed. Bailey Hongshuang actually admitted it so straightforwardly. Her elegant and refined face was calm and indifferent. From the beginning, Bailey Hongshuang had never planned to hide it. Since Namgong Ouchen wanted her dead, she naturally wouldn't let him live happily. However, I don't have the antidote. From the moment she created this poison, she didn't plan to cure anyone. If it wasn't because she really wanted Namgong Ouchen to die, she wouldn't have chosen to poison him. From the moment she fed Namgong Ouchen this pill, Namgong Ouchen was destined to die. What is the meaning of this? Lin Hao was a little surprised. He did not understand if Bailey Hongzhuang did not have the antidote or was unwilling to take out the antidote. Since I've decided to poison him, I naturally want him to die. So, why would I concoct the antidote? Bailey Hongzhuang's rhetorical question made Chu Jiao and the others fall into silence. After thinking about it carefully, they found that Bailey Hongzhuang's words made some sense. The function of poison was to kill people. Bailey Hongzhuang obviously wanted to kill Nangong Aochen, so why would she make an antidote? Now that you're safe and sound, why don't you turn hostility into friendship and hand over the antidote? You'll have one less enemy, Chu Jiao advised earnestly. This was not something she wanted to see. Elder Chu, you're wrong. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly, but her lips curled into a devilish smile. It's not that the imperial family didn't want to kill us, but they didn't have the ability. That's why we're still alive now has nothing to do with the imperial family. If it wasn't for Bewitching's appearance, we would have disappeared from this world long ago. As for whether I kill Nangong Aochen or not, it's also my decision. If the imperial family has the ability, Nangong Aochen naturally won't die. However, if they don't have the ability, then what does it have to do with me? Even if she handed over the antidote, the royal family would not be grateful to her for this. On the contrary, because what she did left an indelible stain on the royal family of the Qing dynasty was destined to oppose her. In this case, why should she cultivate an enemy to make herself unhappy? Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone's expression changed a little. They only felt that what Bailey Hongzhuang said was very reasonable. Even Chu Jiao and the others, who had already thought of an excuse, were speechless after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, because Bailey Hongzhuang had already seen through all of this. Bewitching's eyes were full of appreciation. His wife's wisdom was really not something that ordinary people could have. She did not have the slightest bit of soft-heartedness and saved a lot of trouble. Xianxia and the others were also amazed. They did not expect Hongzhuang to be so domineering at this time, making people unable to find any reason to refute. Clap clap. Bai Jingtian applauded directly. He was also amazed by Bailey Hongzhuang's remarks. Little girl Bailey, well said. Bailey Hongzhuang's character was very similar to his character. If he did not like someone, he would not care about anything else. As an inscriptionist, even the imperial power could not restrain him. At worst, he would change to another dynasty. The world was so big, was there no place for him to go? Ji Yanma and Qin Qinggu also had a look of agreement. If it were a girl of the same age, facing such imperial power, they would not have the courage to make such a decision. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's determination really made their eyes light up. After all, Xianxia continent was a world where everyone relied on their own ability. Chu Jiao and the others looked at each other. They did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so decisive. At this point, it seemed that whatever they said would be of no use. Old Chen, since Bailey Hongzhuang has made a decision, you don't have to force it. Huan Qiyu slowly spoke. Bailey Hongzhuang's decision did not exceed his expectations. Furthermore, this was the most correct decision. Thinking of this, Huan Qiyu's gaze couldn't help but land on Lu Qinyue's body. Lu Qinyue's temperament was too soft. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang, she lacked a bit of decisiveness. At least, if this kind of thing fell on Lu Qinyue wouldn't know what to do. Chu Jiao and the other two nodded slightly. They had already done what they should have done. This incident could only be said to be the consequence of the imperial family's own wrong decision. In that case, we'll take our leave first, Chu Jiao said slowly. Because of this matter, their relationship with Huan Qiyu and the others had always been somewhat awkward. Perhaps it would be better if they changed their identities and came again next time. However, just as the three of them were about to leave, Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly, "Masters, it's best that you don't get too close to Nangong Aochen." As soon as her voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang retracted her gaze. She had already said what she needed to say. However, after Chu Jiao and the others heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words, deep shock appeared in their eyes. What did this mean? Don't get too close to Nangong Aochen. Could it be that there was something wrong with Nangong Aochen's illness? Thinking of this, the three of their faces suddenly changed. It seemed that they had still thought of this situation too simply. Compared with the shock in everyone's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang looked very indifferent. She had never been merciful to her enemies. Nangong Oji wanted to bury the entire team of the Kanglan College because she had ruined Nangong Achen's plan to become famous. She had always been good at giving people a taste of their own medicine. Since Nangong Oji had decided to do this, she would naturally not be polite. However, in the end, she stood on the side of the winner. Bewitching looked at the indifferent Bailey Hongzhuang, and there was a light of appreciation and admiration in his eyes. His wife had always done things in a way that no one could be picky about. This kind of poison, even he couldn't help but be shocked. Xiaojiqing and the others couldn't help but mourn for Nangong Achen and the others. They could have offended anyone, but they had to offend Hongzhuang. This kind of consequence could only be said that they had brought it upon themselves. Bai Jingtian and the other two were very calm about this. They had lived for most of their lives. What kind of things had they not seen? This kind of thing was very normal for them who abhorred evil. There was no cruelty or no cruelty, the position had already determined everything. After Chu Jio and the other two left the inn, the horror in their hearts still did not disappear. Because this was really too amazing. With Bailey Hongzhuang's age and skills, being able to do this was enough to prove that Bailey Hongzhuang was not simple. This time, the royal family's decision was really wrong. Now in this situation, we have no other way. Lin Hao said slowly. They had done their best. Chu Jio nodded slightly. Let's tell this news to the emperor. As for the rest, it is no longer within the scope of our control. They just went to ask because of the care of the royal family over the years. They had done their best. After all, even the royal family could not force them. The royal family really made a wrong decision this time, and the relationship between the three colleges has been affected as a result. Chu Jio sighed faintly. This might be fate. If the college exchange meeting had not suddenly been held in advance, such a thing would not have happened. Xianxia and Song Hongxi's mood was also very complicated when the academy exchange meet came to an end. This result was not expected by them. Originally, the college exchange meeting was just to suppress the Kanglan College. Now that the Kanglan College had directly withdrawn, they did not know what to do. After seeing the strong attitude of the royal family, Xianxia had a bad premonition. Now everyone thought that the Lingyin College was the royal family's college. In the future, the weight of the royal family would be more and more. Song Hongxi's attitude had also changed a bit. It was undoubtedly good that Lingyin College could have its current strength, but it was not a good thing to lose the initiative of the college. He had always felt that Xianxingqiu's approach was beneficial and harmless. It could increase the academy's influence and make him famous. But now, it seemed that the situation was not as optimistic as they thought. He needed to think about it carefully. Xianxingqiu could no longer withdraw, but he still had a chance to withdraw. After learning the result from Chu Jio and the other two, Nangong Oji's face turned ghastly. Although he had expected such an outcome, he still felt that there was a glimmer of possibility. After all, the power of the royal family could not be underestimated. He did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so decisive. In this case, he had no other choice. However, Chu Jio's last reminder stunned him. Stay away from Nangong Achen. Did this mean that the poison in Nangong Achen's body was still contagious? When Nangong Oji heard the news, he only felt that it was too unbelievable. He had never heard of the existence of such a poison, and he did not believe that a poison master could concoct such a poison. Otherwise, who would dare to offend a poison master? Once poisoned, the consequences would be the extermination of one's family. Chu Jio and the other two did not say anything more about Nangong Oji's attitude. They had already said what they needed to say, and it was up to Nangong Oji whether to believe it or not. In fact, Chu Jio and the other two also had a skeptical attitude about this matter. They had never heard of a poison with such an effect, but Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude was very serious and did not seem to be fake at all. If this was said from someone else's mouth, they would certainly not believe it, but this was said from the mouth of Bailey Hongzhuang, and they quietly had a little more confidence. It was not for any other reason, but only because of Bailey Hongzhuang. So far, they had seen too many unbelievable things from Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's ability was beyond their imagination. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang did not need to lie to them. Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude was very decisive. She just wanted Nangong Achen to die. If it was only for this reason, Bailey Hongzhuang could have used a poison that would immediately kill Nangong Yaochen, and there was no need for him to struggle for so long. There were two possibilities for this. First, Bailey Hongzhuang wanted Nangong Yaochen to be tortured to death. Second, it was the possibility that Bailey Hongzhuang mentioned. Only when Nangong Yaochen was constantly poisoned would others continue to come into contact with him. In this way, the possibility of others being infected would greatly increase. No matter which possibility it was, they couldn't help but shudder. Obviously, offending Bailey Hongzhuang was a very unwise move. Bai Jingtian and the others did not stay in the inn for long. After instructing Bailey Hongzhuang to rest well, they left. As long as they knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's injuries were not serious, they were relieved. Xia Jiqing and the others also left, leaving only Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen in the room. Di Beichen tucked Bailey Hongzhuang in. His fair and handsome face was full of concern. So many people have come to see you. Do you feel tired? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shook her head. My injuries have improved a lot. Don't treat me as a particularly fragile patient. These have no effect on me. Your husband can't help but worry about you. Di Beichen's mouth was filled with a smile. His wife was really strong. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was sweet. It was rare to have such a time with Di Beichen. She also felt very happy. When you returned to the sect this time, has everything been solved? You also got the 9th grade purple Ganoderma? Di Beichen nodded slightly. That's right, I've already gotten my hands on the 9th rank purple Xianxia. Looking at Di Beichen's calm and simple expression, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with emotion. She believed that solving the sect's problem and getting the 9th rank purple Xianxia wasn't an easy task. However, Di Beichen was able to handle it so well. From Di Beichen's nonchalant attitude, it was as if he had solved a simple problem. However, she understood that this problem wasn't so easy to solve. Otherwise, Di Beichen wouldn't have needed to go there personally. She had a feeling that as long as Di Beichen was there, all the problems would be solved. As long as he was there, everything could be solved. I believe you must be exhausted from rushing back this time. Her exquisite face was full of concern and heartache. Everyone only knew that Di Beichen's identity was extraordinary, but they didn't know that it was also a kind of pressure. It was precisely because of his unusual identity that he had to bear far more than others. Today, Di Beichen was always by her side, so he was under a lot of pressure. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's heartache, Di Beichen's heart softened. His right hand slowly grasped Bailey Hongzhuang's soft hand, his handsome eyes full of tenderness. I'm not tired. As long as I see you, I won't be tired. Hearing Di Beichen's sweet words, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed the seriousness in Di Beichen's eyes. The smile on her lips was full of happiness. But, wifey, between you and Mo Yunjue. There was a trace of nervousness in his deep eyes. He didn't want to ask, but Mo Yunjue's attitude that day really made him feel threatened. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up Di Beichen without saying a word, and a smile emerged in her heart. For the past few days, Di Beichen had not asked her about Mo Yunjue. It seemed that he could not hold it in any longer. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze, Di Beichen became even more nervous. He was afraid that his question would make Bailey Hongzhuang feel that he did not trust him. Although he had already sent Heimu to investigate Mo Yunjue, what he wanted to know more was his wife's attitude. Nervousness was an emotion that Di Beichen had never felt before. He would only feel this way when he was facing Bailey Hongzhuang. This was because Bailey Hongzhuang's feelings were too important to him. Because he cared too much, he would be nervous. In the past, he would have found this kind of emotion very funny. But now, he was immersed in it and could not extricate himself. Looking at Di Beichen's nervous expression, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes slowly revealed a trace of a smile. Mo Yunjue and I are just friends. Nothing else. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. Indeed, she had always treated Mo Yunjue as a friend. Apart from that, there was no romantic feelings. She was very clear that from the moment Di Beichen walked into her heart, Di Beichen was the person she would spend the rest of her life with. And Di Beichen's kindness to her, she saw it with her own eyes. She had never been a greedy person, and had never been a fickle person. As long as there was someone like Di Beichen who treated her with sincerity, that was enough. When I was in the Luoyun Mountains, I had a chance to meet Mo Yunjue, and then when I came to the Qing dynasty, I happened to meet Mo Yunjue again. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen with a smile. With Di Beichen's level of excellence, he was still worried about his love rival. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's teasing gaze, Di Beichen's eyes also changed a bit. If it was not Bailey Hongzhuang, he would not care if it was another person. His various emotions naturally changed after meeting Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's every frown and smile affected his heart. All along, he knew that he was good enough, but in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, he did not have such arrogance. Because Bailey Hongzhuang was the person in Di Beichen's life. It was precisely because of this that all his emotions were tied to Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, seeing Bailey Hongzhuang so specific and calm, all the worries in Di Beichen's heart disappeared. I'm just a bit curious about Mo Yunjue's origin. Facing Bailey Hongzhuang's teasing eyes, Di Beichen pretended to be indifferent. He was a man, but he was nervous because of this kind of thing, it was indeed. Well, it was damaging to a man's demeanor, however, in the eyes of Bailey Hongzhuang, Di Beichen felt that Di Beichen was more cute. Bailey Hongzhuang pretended to be serious and nodded, indeed, it's a bit strange. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's smile, Di Beichen narrowed his eyes. His wife had become bolder now, she even dared to tease him now. In the next moment, Di Beichen's face slowly approached Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Di Beichen's handsome face approaching her little by little. That close distance, she could even feel Di Beichen's warm breath. The smile in her eyes gradually disappeared, and her pretty face was quietly covered with a touch of red. Until the tip of Di Beichen's nose touched the tip of her nose, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but speak. What are you going to do? Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's nervous look, Di Beichen also smiled, his face slightly turned and stopped at Bailey Hongzhuang's ear. Wife, you're still so shy. When these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang's body stiffened, and she looked at Di Beichen in embarrassment. Di Beichen. This guy was really bad, Di Beichen chuckled, his wife's shy nature had not changed at all. I'd just like to see my wife's shy look. Di Beichen blinked, his handsome face now revealed a trace of devilish charm and roguishness, filled with an indescribable charm. Bailey Hongzhuang bit her lips. In this aspect, she was indeed not Di Beichen's opponent, but she still had other ways. I want to rest, you can leave. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her chin and said. Seeing this, Di Beichen's eyes narrowed. Wife, are you angry? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her chin, her expression unchanged. I'm tired. Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, his wife was so cute even when she pretended to be angry. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was joking, because he had already seen the smile in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. In the next moment, Di Beichen sat closer to Bailey Hongzhuang. Wife, why don't we rest together? Your husband is also a little tired. Di Beichen. Hurry up and leave. After Di Beichen left, Xiao He, Xiao Bai and Bai Shi all gathered in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, their pairs of watery round eyes flashing with a mischievous smile. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes changed slightly. What a mistake. Next time when Di Beichen came, she should have put these three little guys into the chaos ring first. Her wisdom as a master was ruined by Di Beichen. The three beasts blinked their small eyes, their faces full of smiles. When Di Beichen was here, the atmosphere was really different. If you look at me like that again, you won't have any food to eat tonight. Seeing that the three beasts did not show any signs of restraining their gazes for a long time, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but use her trump card. Fortunately, these three beasts still had weaknesses. Sure enough, when Bailey Hongzhuang said this, the expressions of the three beasts also changed. They immediately withdrew their gazes and did not dare to continue to look like this. For a foodie, this was the most unacceptable thing for them. Xiao He and Xiao Bai came in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, their watery eyes flashing with a curious light. Master, what is the effect of the poison you gave Nangong Yaochen? From what their master had said before, they only knew that this poison was very powerful, so they wanted to know what kind of poison it was. This is a kind of infectious poison, the effect is very terrible. Nangong Yaochen's illness will last for at least a month, and people who often come into contact with him during this period will be easily infected. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was indifferent. Thinking back, when she had first concocted this poison, it had also surprised the old guys in her family. Usually, this poison had always been used by her as a last resort and would not be used at any time. This time, the actions of the Qing dynasty's royal family had indeed angered her. At that time, on the battle stage, she knew very well that although she fought desperately, the possibility of success was still very small. It was precisely because of this that she only wanted the entire Qing dynasty's royal family to be buried with her. If she wanted Nangong Yaochen to die, there were many kinds of poisons that could make Nangong Yaochen die suddenly. If she wanted to torture Nangong Yaochen, there were also many ways. However, she chose this way to make the entire royal family pay a huge price. Now that things had passed, the situation was still vivid in her mind and she did not intend to change it. Hearing this, the three beasts looked at each other. Master's means were really extraordinary. Once they offended their master, the end was really miserable. The Qing dynasty's royal family was asking for trouble, but they deserved it. Bailey Hongshuang's recovery was very fast. Under her own treatment and Bewitching stubbornly fed her pills, her recovery was. Bachin S's, she said, Hongshuang S. Of's Qing S, they's, of them S, they, of them's S. Now that Nangong Yaochen's condition was getting more and more serious, they could also feel that the royal family was watching them more and more. For everyone, although this had no effect on them, they felt very uncomfortable. Hearing this, Bewitching frowned slightly, there was some concern in his eyes. Don't try to be brave, let's heal first before we leave. Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang's attitude was so resolute, Bewitching also thought for a moment. He understood that Bailey Hongshuang was more worried about everyone at the moment. He had been with Bailey Hongshuang for so long, and he had a certain understanding of Bailey Hongshuang's character. Because of himself, Bailey Hongshuang was obviously not willing to let everyone endure. Is your injury really okay? His dark and deep eyes flashed with worry. The road is bumpy, if you are affected by this, I will be distressed. With Bewitching's voice falling, Bailey Hongshuang's heart softened, and a trace of sweetness filled her heart. She understood how much Bewitching cared about her. Don't worry, I'm sure there will be no problem. Bailey Hongshuang's voice was firm. Although the road was a little bumpy, it would not have too much impact. Now that her injury had recovered a lot, leaving the Qing dynasty would not be a problem. Then, I'll go and tell everyone. Bewitching touched Bailey Hongshuang's hair, and his handsome eyebrows showed a bit of warmth. It was precisely because of Bailey Hongshuang's character that he had to be distressed. When Bewitching told everyone about this decision, everyone also walked into Bailey Hongshuang's room. Hongshuang, your injury has not healed, let's wait until your injury is completely healed before we leave. Xiaojiqing's face showed a worried look. Although the eyes of the royal family recently made them feel a little helpless, with Bewitching here, they did not have to worry about the royal family doing anything that should not be done. If this affected Bailey Hongshuang's injury, this was something they did not want to see. Jiqing is right, you don't have to worry about us, it's the same where we cultivate. Cui Haoyan smiled. Bailey Hongshuang had done a lot for them, they could not let Bailey Hongshuang be affected because of them. Although Gong Xiaoqing and others did not speak, their eyes showed the same concern. Looking at everyone's concerned look, Bailey Hongshuang's heart was warm, and she smiled and said, my injury is not a big problem, you don't have to worry about me. In the end, everyone agreed with Bailey Hongshuang's decision. In fact, Bailey Hongshuang had become the leader of their team, no matter what choice Bailey Hongshuang made, they would support her. Bewitching and the others immediately began to prepare. They were going to leave tomorrow, so they had to prepare their horses. Seeing the movements of Bewitching and the others, the mood of the royal family was not calm. Once Bailey Hongshuang left, then Nangong Yaochen would really have no way. Nangong Oji's face was gloomy to the extreme. Nangong Yaochen was his most beloved son, and he wanted to force Bailey Hongshuang to stay countless times. However, when he thought of Bewitching's identity, he fell into helplessness. He really could not afford to offend the young lord of Tiangang sect. Otherwise, once Bewitching was angry, maybe the entire royal family would be involved. He could not afford to pay this price. But now, looking at Nangong Yaochen's figure getting thinner day by day, his mood fell to the bottom. Who would have thought that as the ruler of a country, he would have this kind of helplessness? Now that Bailey Hongshuang had left, he had no chance at all. Just as Bewitching sent people to prepare to leave, Mo Yunjue also came to the inn. Seeing Mo Yunjue again, Bewitching looked more indifferent than before. He was not a man who lacked confidence. On the contrary, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. At the beginning, it was Mo Yunjue's sudden appearance that caught him off guard. Therefore, he was a little confused. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang had undoubtedly given him a reassuring pill, he was also magnanimous. Seeing the appearance of Mo Yunjue, Xianxia and others also showed a smile on their faces. Since coming to the Qing dynasty, Mo Yunjue had helped them a lot, especially in the end, he was an enemy of the royal family for them. To be precise, it was for Bailey Hongzhuang. It was precisely because of Mo Yunjue's feelings for Bailey Hongzhuang that everyone's expressions were a bit strange. After all, they were very clear about the relationship between Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. When rivals meet, they would be especially jealous. Whether it was Bewitching or Mo Yunjue, they all felt that they were good people, but this kind of situation could only be solved by themselves. "Are you leaving tomorrow?" Mo Yunjue, who was dressed in black, was introverted and handsome. His expression was indifferent and a bit free and easy. When he asked this question, Bewitching was not embarrassed at all. Bewitching's attitude was also indifferent. "Yes, we have stayed in the Qing dynasty for a while. It is time to leave." "Hongzhuang's injury has recovered?" Mo Yunjue asked. According to the situation he saw that day, Bailey Hongzhuang's injury should take a lot of time to recover. "Not fully recovered, but most of it has recovered." Xianxia and others looked at each other. They were very worried that Bewitching and Mo Yunjue would fight. After all, the identity of these two people was known to everyone. However, the situation in front of them was obviously different from the situation they imagined. These two men were very free and easy, as if they were just ordinary friends, which made them feel strange. "I will go and see Hongzhuang," Mo Yunjue said. Hearing this, Bewitching's expression still did not change. He opened the door and walked into the house with Mo Yunjue. He had never been a stingy person. Mo Yunjue's help to Hongzhuang during this time was real. He was not willing to let Hongzhuang think that he was stingy. After Bewitching and Mo Yunjue entered the house together, Xianxia and the others also exploded. "My God, I didn't expect the two of them to be so peaceful. I was worried that they would fight." Xianxia patted her chest, her eyes full of worry. Zhang Yunfeng nodded in agreement. "Just that day when Bewitching and Mo Yunjue blocked in front of Hongzhuang, I already knew that things were not good. This kind of peace made me even more surprised." Cui Haoyan and Gong Xiaoqing looked at each other. As men, they felt it more clearly. The calmness between Bewitching and Mo Yunjue was just a pretense. As early as the first time these two people met, a tit-for-tat momentum had already spread. It was just that the two of them were able to control their emotions and did not show it. "I don't think so. The two of them have always been competing. Men care a lot about this kind of thing," Bai Junyu said slowly. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw Mo Yunjue, her beautiful face was filled with a smile. She knew everything that Mo Yunjue had done for her, and she was grateful to Mo Yunjue. No matter what, Mo Yunjue being able to do this for her was already a great favor. If Mo Yunjue needed her help in the future, she would definitely not refuse. "You're here." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Mo Yunjue nodded slightly, his eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's face that was no longer pale. It seemed that these days, Bailey Hongzhuang had recovered well. Bewitching sat quietly and did not speak. This was the time when Bailey Hongzhuang and Mo Yunjue communicated. "Seeing that you're in good condition, I'm relieved." Mo Yunjue's eyebrows rippled with a smile, but his deep eyes flashed with a complicated light. "I heard that you are leaving the Qing dynasty tomorrow?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. "We have stayed in the Qing dynasty for a long time, it's time to leave. It's good to leave early. Now that Nam Gongyaochun's illness is getting worse, he shouldn't be able to hold on for long. If you continue to stay here, there will always be a trace of danger. Once you leave, there will be a wide open sky," Mo Yunjue said slowly. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes deepened, her white and beautiful face showed a trace of worry. "You're not going to leave the Qing dynasty?" She did not know what the identity of Mo Yunjue was, but she could also predict that Mo Yunjue's identity would not be simple. Otherwise, after experiencing the original incident, Mo Yunjue would not be safe and sound in the Qing dynasty until now. Perhaps, it was because of this that her guilt towards Mo Yunjue was not so deep. "Are you worried about me?" Mo Yunjue raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was a touch of surprise in his eyes. After hearing Mo Yunjue's words, Di Beichen's right hand holding the teacup unconsciously tightened. This guy really did not know how to behave. Bailey Hongzhuang was also surprised, but still nodded. "We are friends, I naturally care about you." Mo Yunjue had helped her so much, and she also regarded Mo Yunjue as a respected friend. Now that Mo Yunjue was in danger, she was naturally worried. Di Beichen's hand that was holding the teacup quietly relaxed a bit, and the corners of his mouth hooked up in a happy arc. His Hong Zand, he liked her so. Mo Yunjue's eyes gradually changed, but his smile was still free and easy. "Don't worry, I will be fine." Bailey Hongzhuang looked deeply at Mo Yunjue. She could feel the confidence in Mo Yunjue when he said this. Thinking about it, Mo Yunjue was right. She really did not need to worry. "That's good, thank you for your help these days. If you need my help in the future, just let me know." Bailey Hongzhuang's black phoenix eyes were filled with sincerity and clarity. She was really grateful to Mo Yunjue for his generous help these days. If it was not for Mo Yunjue's help, the situation would have been worse. Mo Yunjue stared at the pair of black, bright, and clear eyes. His eyes, which were as deep as a black hole, also flashed with a hint of emotion. Mo Yunjue smiled faintly. "Okay." His beautiful and thin lips slowly raised, revealing a hint of sexiness and wickedness. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled gently. Perhaps this friendship came a little strangely, but it really existed. "I wish you a safe journey, we will meet again." Bailey Hongzhuang got up to send him off, but was rejected by Mo Yunjue. Bailey Hongzhuang's injuries were now better for her to recuperate and not move as much as possible. However, when Mo Yunjue turned to leave and passed by Di Beichen noticed Mo Yunjue's expression and immediately followed Mo Yunjue out. Outside the house, Xianxia and the others saw Mo Yunjue and Di Beichen come out together and walk downstairs without saying a word. There was a strange color in their eyes. Towards Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue, why did they have a feeling that they couldn't understand at all? Logically speaking, these two people should be like fire and water when they meet, but looking at this situation, it didn't seem like it at all. After Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of the house, she saw everyone gathered here. Her clear eyes were filled with a strange color. "What are you all doing here?" Xia Jiqing went to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. "Hongzhuang, what did you say to Mo Yunjue before?" "Nothing, I just wanted to thank him for helping us during this time." Bailey Hongzhuang replied indifferently. Xia Jiqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. From Bailey Hongzhuang's frank eyes and attitude, she couldn't see the slightest bit of trickery and concealment. It seemed that they were thinking too much. "I think the relationship between Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue is not good. Now that the two of them are going out together, they won't find a place to have a good fight, right?" Zhang Yunfeng wondered. As Zhang Yunfeng's voice fell, Cui Haoyan, Gong Xiaoqing, Dong Fengyu and Bai Junyu all laughed. Women's thinking and men's thinking were different. They could feel the tit-for-tat between Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue, but the two of them were very outstanding. At this time, it was impossible for them to do such an irrational thing. As for a fight, it might be possible in the future, but now, it was absolutely impossible. "You two don't have to worry about it. This kind of thing won't happen." Cui Haoyan patted Zhang Yunfeng's little head and laughed. Zhang Yunfeng and Xia Jiqing looked at each other. They didn't understand what the four men were laughing about. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes fell on Dong Fengyu. She clearly saw a completely different temperament from Dong Fengyu. It was as if he had been reborn, his spirit had improved compared to the past. Obviously, he had broken, he had become more. And he was more. And his mind was more tenacious. Just as the teacher had said, as long as Dong Fengyu could recover from this blow, he would become a brand new Dong Fengyu, which would be very beneficial for his future. Obviously, the present now, he had already felt. "Dong Fengyu, have you completely recovered?" Bailey Hongzhuang's dark and bright eyes flashed with surprise. Dong Fangyu nodded slightly, his eyes as bright as the stars. I'm fine now. You were worried about me before. As long as you're fine, it's good. Your temperament has changed. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. The change in a person's heart would also have a certain change in their image. With Bailey Hongzhuang's voice falling, Xia Jiqing nodded again and again. Yes, I also feel it. Dong Fangyu has become more handsome than before. This time, I'm afraid that when Dong Fangyu goes back, the girls will scream even more, haha. Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue walked out of the inn without a word. Neither of them were in a hurry. Di Beichen knew that Mo Yunjue had something to say to him, but he didn't know what Mo Yunjue wanted to say. The two of them walked straight to the first floor. Di Beichen followed Mo Yunjue into the private room, then said, "You can say whatever you want to say." Looking at Di Beichen's indifferent expression, Mo Yunjue's lips curved into a faint smile, but his dark eyes quietly filled with a trace of coldness. Di Beichen, since you want to be with Hong Zhuang, then take good care of her and don't let her fall into danger. Di Beichen raised his eyebrows. Don't worry, this kind of thing won't happen again. He had already secretly vowed that he would never let this kind of thing happen again. When he thought about how Bailey Hongzhuang might have left him forever if he had come any later, he felt an indescribable sense of suffocation. He couldn't bear such a price, so this was the only time, and also the last time. Hearing Di Beichen's words, Mo Yunjue sneered, "Looks like Hong Zhuang hasn't told you about that matter." Following Mo Yunjue's words, Di Beichen couldn't help but frown. What do you mean by that? Mo Yunjue sized up Di Beichen. I know that you've always been outstanding, but sometimes, this isn't a good thing. Tell me clearly, what exactly is going on? Di Beichen's expression froze. He understood that Mo Yunjue was definitely not spouting nonsense. In that case, did something else happen while he was away? Bailey Hongzhuang had never mentioned this to him, so what exactly could it be? I've said before, Han Shiling's appearance was your downfall. If you can't handle Han Xiling well, I might be able to snatch Hong Zhuang away from you. Mo Yunjue slowly said. He understood Bailey Hongzhuang's feelings for Di Beichen, so he wouldn't disturb them. However, if Di Beichen didn't treat Bailey Hongzhuang well enough, then he wouldn't hold back. As soon as he said this, Di Beichen already noticed some clues. The last time he met Mo Yunjue also mentioned about Han Xiling, but he didn't take it to heart and only took it that it was just a casual remark. After all, he and Han Xiling had always been known as a match made in heaven. Now it seemed that things weren't that simple. Han Xiling has already made his move. He didn't hesitate to ask the people of Shitian Tower to do it. Moreover, he sent out 2 groups of assassins at once. It's obvious that he's determined to get Bailey Hongzhuang. Mo Yunjue's low voice carried a hint of warning. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't say anything because she didn't want to make things difficult for Di Beichen. However, he wouldn't let Bailey Hongzhuang suffer such grievances. A layer of ripples appeared in his deep eyes, but Di Beichen's heart was in a perilous situation. If Mo Yunjue hadn't told him this news, he was afraid that he wouldn't know when he would have found out. He didn't doubt Mo Yunjue's words, because Mo Yunjue had no reason to lie to him. Are you sure it's Han Xiling? Di Beichen slowly said. When he thought of his little junior sister in the past, he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Mo Yunjue's eyes were like a black hole that could hold 100 rivers into the sea. No one could see any clues. To him, only Bailey Hongzhuang was a special existence in this world. The other women were just pink skeletons. Even if he killed them, he wouldn't blink an eye. I won't let go. Di Beichen suddenly got up. He didn't even take a sip of the tea on the table and walked out. However, when he walked out of the private room, his low and determined voice reached Mo Yunjue's ears. I won't give you any chance. With that, Di Beichen walked out of the room without hesitation. Yes, he wouldn't give Mo Yunjue any chance to take advantage of him. He had been careless before, but he would make up for this mistake. He would take care of his wife himself. No one would understand what Bailey Hongzhuang meant to him. To him, there was only one Bailey Hongzhuang in this world. The only partner Di Beichen recognized in this life was only her. Mo Yunjue watched Di Beichen leave. The smile on his lips gradually disappeared. His eyes were dark without any light. He had always been a spy. No one had ever cared about his emotions. It didn't matter whether he was alive or dead. He didn't feel happy when he was alive, and he didn't feel pain when he died. And now, Bailey Hongzhuang was the only person who meant anything to him. He meant what he said. If Di Baichen didn't take good care of Bailey Hongzhuang, he wouldn't let him go. When Di Baichen returned to the inn, almost everyone could feel the low pressure coming from Di Baichen. Under the influence of this low pressure, everyone looked at each other in dismay. They had no idea what had happened. Sure enough, meeting a love rival is never a good thing. To make Di Baichen show such an expression, the situation is really serious. Xiaojiqing looked at Di Baichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. Although Mo Yunjue was a good person, she hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang could be with Di Baichen. Zhang Yunfeng also shrugged. I don't know what happened. It's better if we don't talk. Gong Xiaoqing, Dong Fengyu, Bai Junyu, and Cui Haoyan all ate without saying a word. This was a matter between Di Baichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. They didn't want to get involved. Bailey Hongzhuang could also feel the change in Di Baichen's mood. But she didn't know what Mo Yunjue and Di Baichen. Logically speaking, no matter what happened, Di Baichen shouldn't have become like this. Unless, thinking about it carefully, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly thought of a possibility. Di Baichen couldn't be angry with her, and Di Baichen's anger towards Mo Yunjue had no meaning. So, there was only one possibility: he was angry with her. After eliminating all the possibilities, there was only one thing left. Han Xiling, thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't say much and just continued to eat the rice in her bowl. She didn't want to tell Di Baichen about this matter. After all, this was a war between her and Han Xiling. Han Xiling had already dealt with her, and she was also full of coldness towards Han Xiling. If they met again in the future, as long as there was a chance, she wouldn't be soft-hearted. However, when Mo Yunjue told Di Baichen about this matter, the situation changed a bit. However, this was not a bad thing. She could understand Di Baichen's attitude earlier. After the meal, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen returned to the house together. Xiaojiqing and the others looked at the closed door with some worry in their eyes. Mo Yunjue wouldn't have directly declared war on Di Baichen, right? Otherwise, Di Baichen's mood shouldn't be so bad. Xiaojiqing said with emotion. Dong Fengyu shook his head slightly. If it was just a declaration of war, with Di Baichen's temperament, he wouldn't be so angry. Now he had completely accepted that only excellent men like Di Baichen and Mo Yunjue were worthy of Bailey Hongzhuang. And he would become an even better man. Hearing this, Zhang Yunfeng was speechless. No way? He wouldn't be so angry even if it was a declaration of war. Then what did Mo Yunjue say to Di Baichen? I don't know. Cui Haoyan shook his head. A war between men is very terrible. You don't have to worry about it. Di Baichen and Bailey Hongzhuang won't have a problem. Rest early, we'll leave tomorrow. Gong Xiaoqing looked at the crowd helplessly, but he also understood that it was because of everyone's concern for Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen. Everyone looked at each other and felt that Gong Xiaoqing was right. There was no use for them to worry here. Bailey Hongzhuang had just entered the house when she was directly surrounded by Di Baichen and pressed against the door. Without waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to speak, Di Baichen's handsome face quickly enlarged in her pupils, and her lips were blocked by Di Baichen. The cool touch was soft and domineering. This kiss was different from Di Baichen's usual gentleness. It was full of dominance and possessiveness, crushing her lips, tossing and turning, and absorbing her sweetness heartily. Bailey Hongzhuang's body stiffened, but she could feel Di Baichen's crazy and suppressed emotions. Her hands slowly wrapped around Di Baichen's neck, and her face was red and shy as she cooperated with Di Baichen. Di Baichen's violent and nervous mood slowly calmed down after feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's gentle response, but the desire in his eyes deepened. His wife made him have a feeling that he couldn't stop. Every time he got a little bit, he always wanted more. Her rose-like red lips were tender and alluring, her crimson face was full of shyness and helplessness, and the white and faintly pink skin on her neck made him unable to extricate himself. In the next moment, Di Baichen directly carried Bailey Hongzhuang by the waist and carried her to the bed. As for the three beasties, they were already shy and didn't know what to do when they saw this scene. Such a passionate scene was really not suitable for children. The three beasties immediately entered the chaos ring and maintained the same posture, covering their eyes and facing the wall to reflect. Bewitching gently kissed Bailey Hongshuang's lips, and the tenderness in his eyes could almost melt everything. His wife could only be his. No one else could lay a finger on her. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were blurred as she looked at that handsome face, and her eyes were also full of tenderness. Bewitching kissed her passionately, from her lips to every inch of her skin. That faint and charming fragrance made him deeply intoxicated. His big hand moved all the way down, and Bailey Hongshuang was already in a daze. Everything was unfamiliar to her, and she couldn't bear to reject Bewitching. Feeling the changes in Bailey Hongshuang's body, Bewitching also noticed the flash of panic and nervousness in Bailey Hongshuang's eyes. At this moment, Bailey Hongshuang was like a little white rabbit in his arms. She was so lovable, so, at his mercy. Bewitching found a trace of rationality. He knew that Bailey Hongshuang was not mentally prepared, and his attack was indeed unexpected. He pulled Bailey Hongshuang into his arms. Feeling Bailey Hongshuang's trembling, his heart ached. "Wife, you are the most important person to me." Bewitching's voice was low, as if he was talking in his sleep. "Never leave me." Bailey Hongshuang leaned on Bewitching's chest. Feeling the worry in his voice, she nodded slightly. "I won't leave you." She did not know why Bewitching was feeling this way, but she just wanted to reassure Bewitching. Bewitching hugged Bailey Hongshuang tightly, but his movements were exceptionally gentle. He was too impulsive today. Hongshuang's injuries were not completely healed yet. "Wife, did an assassin attack you before?" Bewitching's eyes regained their calmness. The reason why he lost control of his emotions was because he knew that Mo Yunjua's words were not wrong. If he did not handle the Han Shieling problem well, then he might really lose Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang had asked him this question before. He always felt that Han Shieling would not do such a thing, but if all this was true, then he had to take action. Bailey Hongshuang thought for a moment and nodded slightly. "That's right." Bewitching already knew, so there was no need for her to hide it. In fact, she did not know enough about the assassin. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang admit it, Bewitching's eyes darkened and his expression became cold. "Wife, I didn't expect Shieling to do such a thing." Bewitching's brows were twisted together. It seemed that the little junior sister in his heart was not the real one. He had never cared about what Han Shieling was hiding. In the past, he had been practicing with Han Shieling in the sect. At that time, Han Shieling clearly did not have such a scheming mind. He left Tiangang's sect for 3 years. It seemed that in these 3 years, Han Shieling had changed a lot. He should not look at Han Shieling with the same eyes as before. It was just that he was vaguely unwilling to believe it before. Seeing that Bewitching did not hesitate to believe that this was done by Han Shieling, Bailey Hongshuang was also surprised. After all, Bewitching did not have such an attitude before. "How can you be sure that it is Han Shieling?" There was a trace of surprise in her dark phoenix eyes. Although she also believed that this was done by Han Shieling, she had no evidence now. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongshuang with pity. In order not to embarrass him, his wife did not even say such a thing. Speaking of which, his previous attitude must have made Bailey Hongshuang very helpless. "Wife, I am not a stupid person." It was just a simple sentence, but Bailey Hongshuang had already understood. She had already thought it through so clearly. How could Bewitching not understand? "You and Mo Yunjua met at that time?" Even if Mo Yunjua did not say it, Bewitching immediately analyzed it. Bewitching could imagine that at that time, Bailey Hongshuang must have experienced a lot of danger. This time, after he returned, he felt that the matter with the sect was strange. Now it seemed that everything in the sect was deliberately done by Han Shieling, in order to send him away so that he could make a move on Bailey Hongshuang. Thinking of this, Bewitching felt a chill in his heart. During the time he was away, so many things happened. In the future, no matter what, he could not let Bailey Hongshuang be alone. Mo Yunjua was right, he was not competent enough as a husband. However, that was in the past. In the future, he would not let such a thing happen again. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. "Yes, I met the first wave of assassins, and then Mo Yunjua appeared. The second wave of assassins saw that they could not make a move and left. After that, I always stayed with everyone and did not act alone. The assassins also did not find a chance to make a move. Now that you are here, I think those assassins have already left. Her clear and bright eyes rippled with a calm light. Han Xiling could be said to be unscrupulous in killing her, but when Bewitching appeared, Han Xiling had some scruples. Because Han Xiling did not mind letting anyone see her cruel side, except for Bewitching. Bewitching was not surprised. He gently stroked Bailey Hongzhuang's long black hair. I will deal with this matter. Bailey Hongzhuang heard the decisiveness in Bewitching's words. She knew that Bewitching had already made a decision. In fact, before, she was not willing to mention Han Xiling in front of Bewitching, because she did not want to make things difficult for Bewitching. If it wasn't for Han Xiling's help over the years, Bewitching's situation in Fengbo would have been even worse. Therefore, she was also grateful to Han Xiling. However, when Han Xiling tried to kill her, all of this was gone. It was obviously not Bailey Hongzhuang's style to not take revenge. Bewitching wrapped his arms around Bailey Hongzhuang. His nose was filled with the refreshing fragrance of Bailey Hongzhuang. His tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed. Only when he was with Bailey Hongzhuang could he feel at ease and relaxed. During the time he was away, he had been worried about Bailey Hongzhuang. He only hoped that everything could be settled as soon as possible so that he could come back as soon as possible. Previously, when he saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was injured, he also put all his attention on Bailey Hongzhuang's injury. Now that the injury had improved a little, he was completely relaxed. Bailey Hongzhuang was a unique treasure for him. Only when he was by Bailey Hongzhuang's side could he feel at ease. At this moment, holding Bailey Hongzhuang in his arms, he felt very comfortable. Bailey Hongzhuang also quietly leaned on Bewitching's chest, listening to the latter's strong and powerful heartbeat. This kind of quiet time was also a kind of enjoyment for her. She understood that if Bewitching said that he would deal with it, then he would definitely deal with it. Perhaps Bewitching had some hesitation before, but now that Bewitching had made a decision, it would naturally be much easier to deal with it. After a long while, Bewitching said, "Wife, I have never heard that you are talented in inscription before. If it weren't for the arrival of Bai Jingtian and the other two, he might not know about this matter." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. "I haven't been studying inscription for a long time. This time I happened to meet Bai Lao in the Qing dynasty, so I had an exchange with him." Bewitching's lips curled into a smile, and his slender fingers scratched the tip of Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate nose. "How many more surprises do you want to give me?" Although Bailey Hongzhuang said it simply, Bewitching understood that Bai Jingtian was willing to give up the position of the president of the Inscription Association to Bailey Hongzhuang, which already proved how outstanding Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in inscription were. Whether it was a doctor, an alchemist or an inscription master, Bailey Hongzhuang's talents amazed him. He had never seen a person as talented as Bailey Hongzhuang. Apart from her identity as a cultivator, Bailey Hongzhuang's achievements in these three aspects were already amazing. Others said that he was excellent, but he felt that Hongzhuang was better than him. Perhaps it was fate that he and Hongzhuang had met each other. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. She was really interested in inscription. Although it would take a lot of time and energy to learn inscription, she was a little different from other cultivators. When other cultivators were sleeping, she had been using cultivation instead of sleeping. In this way, she saved a lot of time. When the family elders asked her to use cultivation instead of sleeping, she felt extremely painful, but later she got used to it and felt that this way was very good. Cultivation also made people feel refreshed, and she could also have more time to study alchemy. It was because of this that she could achieve such results in cultivation and alchemy. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were communicating, Xianxia and Song Hongxi also came to the inn. When everyone in the Kanglan College saw Xianxia and Song Hongxi, a look of disgust appeared on their faces. Now they had no respect for the two principals. Everything they did made them feel disgusted, and they did not want to see them again. Once upon a time, the principal of the college had always been a high and respectable existence in their eyes, but now, all of this was gone. Xianxia and Song Hongxi naturally knew that the people of the Kanglan College did not welcome them, but they had no choice but to come. After knowing that the team of the Kanglan College would lead the Qing dynasty tomorrow, Nangong Oji found them and asked them to find a way to get the antidote from Bailey Hongzhuang. In this regard, Xianxia and Song Hongxi were extremely helpless, but Nangong Ouyuji's attitude, so they had no choice but to come. When they first learned about this, the two of them were also surprised. They did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so ruthless and experienced. She was not like an ordinary student at all. How big was the gap between the royal family and Bailey Hongzhuang? However, Bailey Hongzhuang made the entire Qing dynasty's royal family helpless against her. How come the two principals are here today? Huan Qiyu said after seeing Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi. He did not have a good impression of Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi because of what had happened before. Naturally, he would not be polite to them at this moment. Feeling the coldness of Huan Qiyu, Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi looked at each other. The helplessness in their eyes became stronger, but they could only put on a smile. Old Huan, can we talk inside? Huan Qiyu also noticed where Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi were looking. He pondered for a moment and nodded, please come in. As his voice fell, Huan Qiyu didn't even look at Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi as he walked into the room. His indifferent attitude was obvious. Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi, as principals of the school, had never received such cold treatment. In the past, they were the ones facing Huan Qiyu and Ren Tianxiong. They didn't expect the tables to turn. Now, after Huan Qiyu decided to break away from the three schools, it was their turn to ask for help. This change really made them helpless. Gong Xiaoqing and the others saw Huan Qiyu's attitude towards Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi and felt that they had vented their anger. They weren't so broad-minded. They couldn't pretend that the two principals didn't do anything behind their backs. This kind of treatment was what they asked for. Even Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongba looked at Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi coldly. They didn't believe that the two schools would be good in the future. Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi followed Huan Qiyu into the house. Huan Qiyu sat down on a chair indifferently, poured a cup of tea leisurely, and took a sip. Then his eyes fell on Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi. You two know that I'm leaving tomorrow, so you came to see me off? Listening to Huan Qiyu's slightly mocking words, Jianqingqiu's expression was a bit awkward. He knew in his heart that Huan Qiyu wasn't a stupid person. Huan Qiyu already knew the reason why he came here. But now that the antidote was in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang, no matter what Huan Qiyu said, he could only endure it. Indeed, we know that Elder Huan is leaving tomorrow, so we came to see you as old friends. Jianqingqiu said slowly. Many thanks. Huan Qiyu said in an indifferent tone. When Azure Water School fell into a disadvantage, they were ridiculed by Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi. They didn't hesitate to add insult to injury. Now that he had decided to give up all this, he didn't need to swallow his anger anymore. He could take advantage of this opportunity to hold his head high. He didn't know what the future of the school would be like, but he was sure that he wouldn't regret the decision he made. Seeing Huan Qiyu's indifferent attitude, Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi couldn't help but look at each other. Even though they had already guessed the possibility of this happening before they set off, they still felt very unhappy when it happened. Old Huan, you were too impulsive that day. We have no intention of letting Kanglan College sever ties with us. Song Hongxi said. When Huan Qiyu made this decision, he was also shocked. He didn't expect that Huan Qiyu would act so recklessly like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. Huan Qiyu sneered, isn't this what you've been plotting all these years? Now that I've given you what you want, you're unhappy? Listening to Huan Qiyu's ruthless words, Song Hongxi and Jianqingqiu's expressions changed a little. It seemed like this time, Huan Qiyu had really thrown caution to the wind and did not have the slightest intention of changing his mind. Elder Huan, your words are a little hurtful. We don't have such thoughts, Jianqingqiu hurriedly said. Forget it, I am well aware of what you have been planning all these years. Now I have no other thoughts. Kanglan College will not compete with you for the slightest bit of reputation. You can do whatever you want. There is no need for those hypocritical words. Bailey Hongzhuang will not take out the antidote. This is our decision. Now looking at the hypocritical faces of Jianqingqiu and Song Hongxi again, Huan Qiyu didn't even have the thought of being perfunctory. Things had come to this point, there was no need to say more. Bailey Hongzhuang had already made a decision. No matter how the royal family wanted to redeem it, they would not waver. The last time the three of them came, he deliberately learned about Bailey Hongshuang's thoughts. After knowing that Bailey Hongshuang's thoughts were so firm, he already understood. As for Xianxia and Song Hongxi, he had no feelings for them, so he didn't want to pay too much attention to them. Xianxia and Song Hongxi were stunned. They didn't expect Huan Chuyu to be so straightforward. In this way, the two of them didn't know what to say at all. Huan Chuyu had completely blocked all the leeway. "Old Huan, you are saying that there is nothing left of our friendship over the years." Xianxingqiu's face was a little ugly. He didn't expect Huan Chuyu's attitude to be so resolute. However, listening to Xianxingqiu's words, Huan Chuyu's face did not change. "From what you have done over the years, our past friendship has already disappeared completely. Elder Huan, aren't you going too far with your words?" Song Hongxi couldn't help but frown. The three of them had high status. With the current status of Kanglin College, Huan Chuyu should be more polite to them. Huan Chuyu sneered. Song Hongxi hadn't figured out the real situation until now. At this time, it was meaningless to put on airs with him. "Just take it that I am too much, so what? Haven't you done a lot of things over the years? The principles of the past generations of colleges have the purpose of cultivating cultivators, but you rely on the royal family for your own reputation. Perhaps now you are famous, but one day, your power will be completely taken over by the royal family. When you become a puppet, I will be happy to see it. You may leave now." Huan Chuyu stood up. That usually kind and gentle face of his was now filled with coldness. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Although they were both headmasters of the academy, their thoughts were completely different. There was no point in continuing to maintain that hypocritical relationship. Xianxingqiu and Song Hongxi's faces turned ashen. Huan Chuyu's words were a slap to their faces. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the usually benevolent Huan Chuyu would actually say such words. However, Xianxingqiu's heart couldn't help but feel heavy. Huan Chuyu's words were like a stone that smashed into his heart. As Huan Chuyu had said, the power of the royal family was too terrifying. Now the power of the royal family in Lingying College was not weaker than him. Perhaps in the future, Lingying College would completely become the imperial college of the Qing dynasty, and by the time he discovered it, it was already too late. This Huan Chuyu is too much. The next day, just after dawn, Bailey Hongshuang and the others got up early and were ready to leave the Qing dynasty's imperial city. Xiaojiqing and the others were in a good mood. Yesterday, when they saw the two arrogant principals leave, they felt a burst of joy in their hearts. Bewitching helped Bailey Hongshuang out of the inn. Bailey Hongshuang's expression had returned to normal and others could not see any injuries on her body. "Let's go." Bailey Hongshuang's lips were filled with a warm and bright smile. These days, she had been resting in the inn for a while. Today, after coming out, she felt very comfortable just by feeling the bright sunshine. As she spoke, Bailey Hongshuang walked in front of the horse and was about to mount. "Wife, wait." Bei Chen's lips curved into a warm smile as he pulled Bailey Hongshuang back. "Your injuries haven't completely healed yet. The carriage is too bumpy, it's not good for your injuries." Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang's picturesque eyebrows showed a touch of surprise. "Not riding? Then how do we go?" Bei Chen touched Bailey Hongshuang's little head. Bailey Hongshuang's confused look fell into his eyes and was particularly cute. Then, a luxurious carriage appeared in front of Bailey Hongshuang. The carriage was wide and luxurious, there was a low-key magnificence everywhere. At a glance, one could see that it was extraordinary. "If you want to leave the Qing dynasty, I don't object, but your injury is only suitable for riding a carriage. Although the speed will be slightly slower than riding a horse, it will have less impact on your injury." Bei Chen's voice was low and full of tenderness, carefully explaining everything to Bailey Hongshuang. He understood that Bailey Hongshuang was not willing to let everyone stay under the supervision of the Qing dynasty's imperial family. For him, Bailey Hongshuang's health was the most important. Therefore, this was the only way they could leave. Bailey Hongshuang's phoenix eyes lifted slightly, and at a glance, she saw Bei Chen's deep eyes full of concern and love. The lake in her heart could not help but ripple, wave after wave, spreading out. Xiaojiqing, Zhang Yunfeng, and the others all looked at Bailey Hongshuang with envy and ridicule. It was the dream of all women to have such a careful and meticulous husband like Bewitching. It was amazing that this man, who had a powerful family background, appearance, and strength, could care so much about Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was filled with Bewitching's bright and smiling eyes. She nodded slightly. Okay. Bewitching helped Bailey Hongzhuang into the carriage. As soon as she got on the carriage, Bailey Hongzhuang found that the whole carriage was paved with soft brocade. It was soft and comfortable and could minimize the impact of bumps. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly understood. Yesterday, she rarely saw Bewitching during the day. It turned out that Bewitching went to help her prepare these. Her heart was warm. Xianxia and the others also noticed the situation in the carriage and couldn't help but sigh. While Bewitching returned to the inn, they gathered in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, your treatment is too good. It's really a blessing to be able to find a husband like Bewitching. Zhang Yinfeng gave a thumbs up to Bailey Hongzhuang. A good and perfect woman like Hongzhuang should be happy. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled sweetly. You can also sit in the carriage. Looking at the two of them snickering, Bailey Hongzhuang was also helpless, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a warm smile. Baisher was lying comfortably on the soft cushion and rolling around, squinting his eyes. His lazy appearance was very comfortable. Xiao He and Xiao Bai also jumped down from Bailey Hongzhuang's head, and their bodies became the same size as Baisher, rolling around in the carriage. Master, Bewitching really cares about you, I am very satisfied, haha. Xiao He took the fruit plate on the side and happily ate the fruit, and from time to time commented to Bailey Hongzhuang. I think so too. Xiao Bai nodded in agreement, especially since Bewitching had prepared so much delicious food in the carriage, it was very satisfied. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the excited little black and little white. As long as these two had something to eat, they were their mother's gluttons. No matter who gave them something to eat, wouldn't they say it was good? Baisher didn't have much desire for fruit. He just ran to Bailey Hongzhuang and stretched his body in front of her, then rubbed his head and asked for a demon crystal. Although it was good to eat, its demon crystal was still the most delicious. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head helplessly. Her contract beasts were a group of foodies, and Baisher ate the least, but it was also the most expensive. Bewitching quickly sat in the carriage, his clear and handsome face showing a warm and charming smile to Bailey Hongzhuang. Noticing the helplessness in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, Bewitching also found the three little guys who were holding things and eating, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Bewitching sat next to Bailey Hongzhuang. I specially prepared a lot of food for these three little guys, you can rest assured. You really know how to buy people's hearts, the three of them have been saying good things about you. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled and noticed the handsome man next to her, the person she wanted to spend the rest of her life with. The slender eyelashes were like cattail leaf fans, leaving a few shadows on the face, but the pair of bright eyes were intoxicating. Bewitching reached out and grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder, the corners of his mouth raised. If I want to successfully capture my wife's heart, I naturally have to find a few little helpers. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh, but there was a touch of sincerity in her eyes. Thank you for preparing these for me. Bewitching's eyes moved slightly. You are my wife. Everything I do for you is what I should do. She was such a beautiful woman that his heart ached when he saw her frown. Nangong Ouchin can't hold on any longer. Will Nangong Oe do anything desperate? Bailey Hongzhuang leaned on Bewitching's shoulder, her gaze falling outside the carriage. With Nangong Oe's status, his lifeline was grasped by her. She was afraid that Nangong Oe would find it unbearable, and in the end, it was not impossible for him to fight to the death. The dignified ruler of a country had to suffer such a loss because of a student like her. Even his most important son was dying, so it was very likely that he would not be able to endure this humiliation. Don't worry, he won't dare. The deep and magnetic voice was filled with the power to make people feel at ease. It was as if his presence was enough to support Bailey Hongzhuang, so she didn't need to worry at all. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She had always believed in Bewitching's words. As Bailey Hongzhuang had expected, when their team left the Qing dynasty's imperial city, Nangong Oji could no longer bear it. However, although he was the ruler of a country, the royal family was not completely under his control. Even if he wanted to do something, the old men of the royal family would not allow it. Therefore, he could only watch as Bailey Hongzhuang and others left the imperial city safely. After Bailey Hongzhuang and others left, Nangong Aochen could no longer hold on. Even though the royal family had searched for famous doctors, no one could cure this strange poison. This made Nangong Oji extremely angry. The poison that a young cultivator came up with could stump so many people. It was incredible. And as Bailey Hongzhuang had warned before, Nangong Oji often felt a little uncomfortable being with Nangong Aochen. After being cut by the imperial doctor, Nangong Oji's situation was the same as Nangong Aochen's. This turned out to be a contagious poison. The entire royal family was shocked. A contagious poison, how terrible was that? First, it was the crown prince, and now it was the emperor. The Qing dynasty's royal family was really in a huge crisis this time. Nangong Oji had never believed what Chu Jiao and the others had said. When this situation really happened, it was already too late for him to predict everything. Chu Jiao and the others were also shocked after knowing the news. They had always believed that what Bailey Hongzhuang said was true, but when this scene really happened, they were still shocked. Bailey Hongzhuang actually had such a strong poison, it was really terrible. However, when the Qing dynasty's royal family was in such a state of shock, Bailey Hongzhuang and others had already left. What happened to the Qing dynasty had nothing to do with them. Wifey, are you going back to the Kanglin College after leaving the Qing dynasty? Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang tenderly and asked. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. What do you mean by this? You have now broken through to the Red Realm. There is a place that will help you, but there is a certain danger, but I will be by your side. Do you want to go? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes showed a look of interest. Where is it? Bloodground Abyss. Bailey Hongzhuang thought in her heart, she had never heard of the Bloodground Abyss, but just by hearing the name, she knew that this place was not simple. What's in the Bloodground Abyss? Her black and bright phoenix eyes flashed with interest. She was very interested just by hearing the name. The name of the place. She felt, it was a very good place. But hearing the name's name, she felt. It was a little bloody. The Bloodground Abyss is located in an abyss in Snow City. This place was originally called the Snow Abyss, but it was later changed to the Bloodground Abyss because it was stained with too much blood. The Bloodground Abyss was a very strange place. Many heinous people would gather here. Here, there are no rules. Strength is king. It is bloody and violent. However, there is a 9-story pagoda in the Bloodground Abyss. There is a mysterious inheritance in it. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. She immediately understood that Bewitching's purpose of letting her go was this inheritance. What kind of inheritance? Her delicate and perfect face flashed with curiosity and interest. Just by listening to Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang already knew that the Bloodground Abyss had existed for a long time. For so many heinous people to gather there, it should be an unregulated area, otherwise there would not be such an existence. Wife, after stepping into the Crimson Realm, you should know the existence of pressure, right? Bewitching explained to Bailey Hongzhuang calmly. His wife, as he thought, would be very interested in this kind of thing. Not only was she not afraid of the blood of the Bloodground Abyss, on the contrary, she was not afraid at all. Instead, she could not wait. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Pressure is the aura of the strong to the weak. Under this pressure, the strength of the weak will be limited and affect their combat effectiveness. Pressure was a very advantageous method for the strong. Under an absolute gap, the strong did not need to make a move. Just releasing pressure was enough to put the opponent in a difficult situation. Yes, there is a magical inheritance in the Bloodground Abyss, similar to the existence of pressure. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes brightened. There was such an inheritance in the world? The Xianxia continent has 3 great abyss, the Bloodground Abyss, the Demon Refining Abyss, and the Bitter Sea Abyss. These 3 abyss have 3 great inheritances, each of which is very difficult to obtain. Among them, the Bloodground Abyss has the lowest threshold. As long as you reach the Crimson Realm, you can try it. Over the years, after the discovery of countless cultivators, they found that the Crimson Realm cultivators have the highest possibility of obtaining the inheritance. The higher the cultivation, the less likely it is to obtain the inheritance. Listening to Bewitching's introduction, Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked. She did not expect that the Xianxia continent had the existence of these three abysses. Just by listening to the name, she could feel that these three abysses were not simple, and the existence of this inheritance was really strange. So, to obtain the inheritance of the Bloodground Abyss, only the Crimson Realm cultivators can try it? Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. Usually, the stronger the cultivator, the easier it was to obtain the inheritance. However, the Bloodground Abyss actually had such a cultivation restriction. It was really strange. Bewitching nodded slightly. Among the three abysses, the Bloodground Abyss has the most people, and it's relatively easier to obtain the inheritance. However, this so-called easy was only relative to the other two abysses. In truth, there were very few who could obtain the inheritance. Even if I can't obtain the inheritance, going to the Bloodground Abyss to gain experience is not a bad choice. Bewitching understood that Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to become stronger. The Lan family was already a huge knot in her heart. Therefore, he wanted to accompany Bailey Hongzhuang to grow and become stronger together. I'll go. Bailey Hongzhuang made the decision without hesitation. How could she not go to such a magical place, regardless of whether she could obtain the inheritance or not? As long as she could see it, it would be excellent. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang so decisively, Bewitching also smiled. Okay, let's go together. Tell me more about the Demonic Abyss and the Bitter Sea Abyss. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang was so interested, Bewitching continued to explain to Bailey Hongzhuang. The Demonic Abyss also has a kind of inheritance, but you can only try it after reaching the Blue Realm. Because the threshold is so high, there are much fewer people in the Demonic Abyss than in the Bloodground Abyss. However, the cultivators who appear in the Demonic Abyss are all powerhouses, and you can lose your life if you're not careful. The inheritance in the Bloodground Abyss is the Blood Aura Field. Once the Blood Aura Field is released, the opponent will be surrounded by endless blood aura. Humans instinctively resist blood, and such a dense blood aura field can completely crush the opponent's spirit. Once the blood aura field is used, the opponent's strength will be suppressed to a certain extent, but the specific situation depends on the opponent's willpower. What a powerful aura! It's a great weapon for cultivators. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood how powerful the blood aura field was. Just this point alone could intimidate many opponents during a fight. Bewitching smiled faintly. His slender fingers played with Bailey Hongzhuang's soft white hand. You're especially interested when I mention this. I'm a cultivator, so of course I'm interested in this. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head nonchalantly. She was interested in this blood aura field. There's no need to say more about the power of the blood aura field. You can judge it from the number of people in the Bloodground Abyss. However, the Bloodground Abyss is just as bloody and cruel as the Demonic Abyss. Countless people die there every year, so you must follow me closely when you go. Bewitching's eyes flashed with nervousness and seriousness. Even the hand holding Bailey Hongzhuang's hand tightened. He understood that it was almost impossible for a cultivator to not encounter danger in the process of growth, but Bailey Hongzhuang's serious injuries this time already made him very anxious. This trip to the Bloodground Abyss was unavoidable, but with him, he would never let Bailey Hongzhuang be in danger. Sensing Bewitching's nervousness and worry, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes softened. She wrapped her arms around Bewitching's neck and leaned on his chest. Don't worry, I'll listen to you. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's gentle words, Bewitching's tensed body relaxed a little. He didn't want to see Bailey Hongzhuang get hurt. The Bloodground Abyss's inheritance is the Blood Aura Field. What's the inheritance of the Demonic Abyss? Bailey Hongzhuang asked curiously. The Demonic Abyss's inheritance is the Killing Aura Field. The power of the Killing Aura Field is even more terrifying than the Blood Aura Field. Once the Killing Aura Field is released, the opponent will be surrounded by boundless killing intent. The deterrence is greater and the lethality is greater. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. The dense killing intent was enough to make a person fearful. When the killing intent turned into an aura field, its power could be imagined. However, only 3 people in the entire Xianxia continent have been able to obtain the Killing Aura Field. They haven't appeared again until now. Bewitching's voice was filled with emotion. This kind of inheritance would make people jealous, but it was also extremely difficult to obtain. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. The existence of this aura field was already very heaven-defying. There were only 3 people. Although there were few people, their strength had increased tremendously. These 3 should be famous figures in the Xianxia continent, right? These 3 people have made a name for themselves in the history of the Xianxia continent, but it's been a long time and they're no longer people of this world. Bewitching's lips curled into a warm and charming smile as he tightened his grip on Bailey Hongzhuang. Normally, Bailey Hongzhuang always had a strong appearance as if she could withstand everything, but now she was looking at him with a curious gaze that made him feel tender and happy. His Hongzhuang, his wife, would only reveal this side of her in front of him. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded as her clear eyes filled with a thoughtful light. It seems that 1,000 years is enough for a lot of things to happen. Back in her time, the 3 Great Abyss didn't exist, but the Xianxia continent was rich in resources and had always had many hidden places. If she didn't like exploring back then, she wouldn't have transmigrated here for the Chaos Ring. Seeing that you're so familiar with the Bloodground Abyss, have you been there before? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her phoenix eyes. It seems that Bewitching is someone who often goes there to gain experience. Even though Bewitching is the junior sect master of the Tiangang sect, the higher his status, the more burdens he has to bear. How many outstanding cultivators are there in a sect? If Bewitching wants to stabilize his position, he can only constantly increase his strength and not let anyone catch up. Thinking about it, with his understanding of the Bloodground Abyss, he must have been there before. Bewitching's lips curled into a warm smile as his clear eyes looked out of the carriage, faintly revealing some longing and nostalgia. Back then, it was my master who told me about the Bloodground Abyss. It was also him who took me to the Bloodground Abyss for the first time. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed Bewitching's expression and her eyes gradually softened. It seems that Bewitching's master is both a father and a teacher to him and means a lot to him. Suddenly, Bailey Hongzhuang remembered that all this time, she only knew that Bewitching was raised by her master, but she had never heard of Bewitching's parents. Why was that? For a moment, many thoughts appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind, but she was not sure if her guess was correct. When Bewitching retracted his gaze, he noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's absent-minded expression. He reached out and waved his hand in front of Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. Wife, what are you thinking so seriously about? Bailey Hongzhuang regained her senses and smiled sweetly. It's nothing. Although Bailey Hongzhuang didn't say anything, Bewitching noticed the flash of doubt and complexity in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. Obviously, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't have not thought of anything. Bewitching's expression was gentle and his thin lips moved slightly. Wife, if you have anything to say, you can tell me. There's no need to have any scruples or hide anything between us. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart fluttered. Bewitching had always been able to catch her emotions. She had hidden it very quickly, but Bewitching still found out. However, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know that Bewitching was especially concerned about Bailey Hongzhuang, not because he was good at reading people's minds. Bewitching was especially concerned about her every move. Therefore, he caught the flash of change in her eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang rested her head on Bewitching's shoulder and wrapped her left hand around his waist. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her head and looked at Bewitching. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, Bewitching knew that he was right. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed the look on Bewitching's face and knew that her thoughts had been seen through by him, but there was a trace of relief in her heart. After all, he understood her. Bewitching, I only know of your master, but I've never heard of your parents? As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, Bewitching's eyes suddenly froze for a moment. A shadow suddenly spread out from his eyes that were as bright as the stars, covering the original brilliance. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately felt that her question was not appropriate. This question touched Bewitching's heartstrings. Just as she was thinking of telling Bewitching not to answer, the shadow in Bewitching's eyes rippled and he reached out to hold her small hand. The oppressive and frozen atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Bewitching's voice was still gentle, but there was a hint of depression and sadness. Apart from seeing Bewitching pretending to be sad before, this was the first time Bailey Hongzhuang saw Bewitching really sad. It was as if there was an invisible dark cloud shrouding him, blocking the original brilliance. I'm an abandoned baby. When my master went out to experience the world, he met me and brought me to my sect. Bewitching's voice was flat, as if he was talking about something unimportant. However, Bailey Hongzhuang understood that this matter was probably a knot in Debachen's heart. Any abandoned child would want to know the reason why they were abandoned. He was clearly so outstanding, so why was he heartlessly abandoned by his parents? Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly found that her life experience was very similar to Debachen's. They had never seen their biological parents until now. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang's hands that were holding Debachen tightened. For this man who had always tried his best to bring her warmth, she also wanted to use her own strength to make him feel warm. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's movements, Debachen also tightly hugged Bailey Hongzhuang. Perhaps not knowing who her parents were was a pity, but for the current her, having Bailey Hongzhuang by his side was enough. Everything is still unknown. I just found out that I'm not Bailey Jintao's biological daughter not long ago. Although my real identity has some clues, it's not completely confirmed. Since I can find my parents, you can do the same. The clear and melodious voice was full of comfort and concern. This was the first time that Bailey Hongzhuang and Debachen had seen this side of Debachen after so long. However, to her, she had already experienced something like transmigration. What else was impossible? Perhaps in the future, they would also find out about Debachen's life experience and find Debachen's parents. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice had a strange power to Debachen. He was quickly relieved from that kind of emotion. All these years, my master has also helped me investigate, but there has been no results. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes changed a bit. With Debachen's master's identity as the Tiangang sect master, he was actually unable to investigate the identity of Debachen's parents. Then, if they wanted to find them, it would be very difficult. I believe that your parents must have had the same difficulties as mine. That's why they abandoned you. During the journey, the mood was different from when they came. Everyone's mood was very relaxed. Although they did not know whether the decision made by Huan Qiyu was good or bad for Kanglin College, they did feel a lot more relaxed. How could the atmosphere of Lingyin College be as relaxed as Kanglin College? The hierarchy there was too strict. Ordinary cultivators simply could not raise their heads in front of the children of the royal family. In fact, they did not think that the children of the royal family were very good. Weren't they all defeated by Hongzhuang? At least, as students, they were very glad that Kanglin College was not the same as Lingyin College. Dinner. Vice Principal, this time you have drawn a clear line between the two colleges. Will the principal not agree when he knows? Dong Fengyu's eyebrows were filled with worry. He had been staying in the house all this time and had not experienced such a dangerous situation. Speaking of which, he also had some regrets in his heart. At such a dangerous time, he was not with everyone. As Dong Fengyu's voice fell, everyone's eyes were fixed on Huan Qiyu. They were also worried about this problem, but they had not dared to ask. Huan Qiyu's gaze swept past Dong Fengyu and the others. After noticing everyone's worried expression, Huan Qiyu smiled faintly. The principal will not object. In fact, over the years, the principal has also had this plan. This time, when we left for Lingyin College, we had already guessed that there would be such a possibility. You don't have to worry about this. The current situation of Lingyin College is not very good. Huan Qiyu's appearance was very free and easy. Over the years, he and Ren Tianxiong had been worried about the situation of Kanglin College. He believed that Ren Tianxiong would feel a lot more relaxed after knowing the news. What's more, Bailey Hongzhuang had shown in the college exchange this time and won glory for Kanglin College. This result was much better than what they had thought before. Now that Lingyin College is so far away from the royal family of the Qing dynasty, it has become an accessory of the Qing dynasty. The proportion of ordinary students is getting smaller and smaller, and the children of the royal family will cultivate there. In the future, the cultivators trained by Lingyin College would thank the Qing dynasty, not Lingyin College. Xianxia has always wanted his name to spread throughout the Xianxia continent, but according to this trend, perhaps in the future the students of Lingyin College will only know who the king of the Qing dynasty is, but not his name. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled calmly and confidently. Xianxia had been blinded by greed all these years. He couldn't even understand these things. There were many people in the imperial family who were good at scheming. How could they make a losing deal? The royal family of the Qing dynasty only promised some benefits, which made Xianxia squint his eyes. In the end, he made the worst deal in his life. She believed that when Xianxia reacted, he would definitely regret it. As the head of an aristocratic family in her previous life, she was very familiar with this kind of trick. With just a little understanding, she could understand what the imperial family was planning. As the principal of the academy, if he did not have a heart that was indifferent to fame and fortune, he could only end up like this. Listening to Bailey Hongshuang's words, Dong Fengyu and the others' faces were filled with shock. End of chapter 919. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.